Chapter 1, Martial. Haiwan calendar year 1494, New World, an island named Aska. Deep in the mountains and forests, an 8-meter-long giant tiger stared at the prey in front of him, attracted by the atmosphere of this place, only saw a thin human being and the corpse of a violent bear next to him. The natural instinct allows it to feel the slightest threat from this human teenager, but that's only the case, stepping in a tiger's step, walking around him for half a circle, but the actual distance is slowly approaching. There is nothing in the teenager's body. The action seems to have no resistance, probably because the battle with this violent bear consumes a lot of physical energy. This thought made it no longer cautious. It took 2 steps to get to the best hunting distance. He seized the opportunity, howled, screamed in excitement, leaned down slightly, and rushed towards the teenager. "Thief, haha! Did you finally do it?" The young man kept staring at its movements, waiting for the opportunity. Seeing that the giant tiger had done it, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, his legs leaped vigorously, and he bounced off the ground at a faster speed. The strong counter-impact force caused the ground around the feet to sink slightly, flying sand and rocks. At this moment, the figure of the young man suddenly appeared in front of the giant tiger. The giant tiger's pupils shrank. "Thief, haha!" A wicked smile of excitement appeared on his face. His hands were claw-shaped, his arm muscles swelled, and the surroundings were quiet, and 10 claw shadows flashed in the air. The boy's body fell from mid-air, and the huge body behind him slammed on the ground, making a loud noise, and lost his breath. The boy's hands were soaked with blood, drips of blood dripped to the ground along his fingers. On the giant tiger's corpse, there were 10 hideous scratches on the abdomen. It is like a school from the wounds of the violent bear on the side. The night is getting dark, a fire has risen in a clearing in the woods, and the boy is roasting a huge bear paw. Looking at the burning flame in front of him, the young man's thoughts are light. "I'm 12 years old now, it should be soon. Seems to be waiting for something. Unexpectedly, I came to the world of One Piece and became the big boss in the future." The careerist Marshall D. Tick, there was no electrocution, and there was no system gold finger. He just slept for a while and became a big boss as soon as he woke up. Tikai, who is only 6 years old, will be the Blackbeard in the future. Of course, I know One Piece very well. In the anime, Titch boarded the Whitebeard pirate ship when he was 12 years old. At that time, he was just an ordinary fisherman without the power of a chicken. This is undoubtedly a waste of my talent. When I woke up, there was no accidental perfection and integration of the original Tick's memory, and I also had a fuller understanding of my alien physique. He was born with terrifying vitality and strange power. The side effect is that you can't sleep, but this has no effect on Titch. You are full of energy and can spend more time exercising. For the past 6 years, Titch has been doing physical exercises. He understands the horror of the world and truly understands the importance of strength. Because he does not know the domineering method of practice, he has devoted himself to the exercise of physical exercises, and is generalized. With the practice of swordsmanship, as for the secret book of swordsmanship, he stole it from a declining kendo hall on the island. After the death of that swordsman, no powerful swordsman appeared, and he slowly declined. So that the successor of this kendo dojo wanted to sell it at the time, and it took only a little time to get the treasured kendo cheats and the swordsman's handbook very easily. Carefully read the swordsmanship cheats. This is a secret book on thunder current swordsmanship. It is very complete, without any damage. Thunder current swordsmanship is a very prominent genre of swordsmanship, and both are very famous. Cut out the powerful incidental lightning, the slash of the flame, greatly enhanced the power of the slash. One of the very core is a breathing method, which can be used in conjunction with swordsmanship, which he called the breathing method of thunder. Breathing techniques are more common in pirate world. Some powerful physical techniques have matching breathing techniques, such as the secret 8 punches of the 8 treasures Marine Army in the original book, and Rao Gs Dai Wang Fist. Thunder breathing method is the core of this thunder current swordsmanship. With the help of breathing, the body generates electricity, which has a strong side effect on the body. Therefore, the swordsmen who come out of this kendo gym are all short-lived ghosts. This kind of breathing method is very suitable for Tik. With his monster-like talented physique, it is different from the vitality of ordinary people. This side effect has no effect on him. It can also use the biological current generated by the breathing method to strengthen the body, especially it is the exercise of internal organs. Tik has the talent for practicing swordsmanship, which can be said to be relatively rare. This is the result of the fusion of the two souls. Maybe it has such a talent itself, but it has not been developed in the original book. Too young, and the improvement of his strength is limited by his body, so he put his idea on swordsmanship. Up to now, Tich has practiced swordsmanship for 4 years, and he is still practicing in another kendo hall on Akasai Island. Among them, the master of the gymnasium is a flaming swordsman. And the practice of basic swordsmanship is learned here. After a full meal, clean bones were left on the side, which was bigger than Tiki's body. Closing his eyes, Tich sat cross-legged on the ground, breathing in and out, as if resonating with nature. Arcs appeared on the surface of the body, and the surrounding air became a little hot and the temperature rose. This is the flame flow kendo. The flame flow sword hair taught him, which can also be regarded as Tich's enlightenment teacher in kendo. Since Tich showed his talent, he laid the foundation of kendo in just 2 years and became a swordsman. Higher the teacher taught Tich without reservation. Even there was heat from all over Tich's body, and the ground under her seemed to begin to burn, becoming hot, as if flames appeared. The lightning and heat intertwined, tempering Tich's physique. To cut out more powerful lightning and higher temperature flames, it must be able to withstand it itself. Of course, there are other methods, such as rubbing the air at a very fast speed to produce flames, without touching the flames, but the flames are attached to the knife, and then cut out a flame-like slash. This is also the mainstream method on the sea. Representative this is the samurai Wano country, Kanjuro, who appeared in the anime. Tikai's this is a more extreme way without a strong enough physique, it can't bear it at all, and the purpose is to combine swordsmanship with physical skills. Without a knife, you can cut out the swordsman's slash, and treat your own hands as swords. After all, physique is fundamental, and it is precisely because of this that Tikai's claw power is very powerful. If there is a machine to measure energy, it can be seen that the temperature and power intensity on Tikai's hands exceed the power and temperature on the body. Tik's hands stretched into the burning fire, tingling sensation, with the help of flame to assist the practice. This kind of training was very painful at first, and gradually got used to it. To shine on the ground, in the small town of Akas, Tich, didn't you make you be careful last time? Why were you injured again? In a famous medical clinic in the town, a young girl looked angry, but the movement in his hand did not stop, and the white bandage wrapped around Tich's burned arm. Haha, thief, Monica, I accidentally burned the tree while barbecue in the wild, and finally put out the fire, otherwise, the whole mountain would be gone. Tich looked up and laughed. Almost burned to death, thief ha ha ha. Seeing the way Tik didn't care about her life so much, Monica's arm pressed hard. Zi said, it hurts, lighten it, Monica. Tik pulled her back, as if she was about to bounce off the ground. Hiss. His eyes glared, very painful. Seeing Tich like this, Monica narrowed her eyes, covered her mouth with her hands, smiled, and then gently applied herbs and bandages on Tich's hands. Thief haha, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my hands would be useless. If they were useless, I wouldn't be able to go out to the sea or become a big pirate. Tich said, standing up from the chair and looking out the window. The azure blue sea, can't help opening his arms, shouting out the window, a man's dream will never end. Looking at the back of the young man in front of him, Monica couldn't help but be stunned. She couldn't help but be stunned. The somewhat strong body and open arms seemed to embrace the entire sea. A heart doesn't know when it will start beating. Turned around, ah, it hurts. Tick couldn't help frowning, and returned to his seat. The movement just now was a bit big and he accidentally tore the wound. Idiot, I just bandaged it. Monica gritted her teeth when she saw Titch like this, twisting Titch's ear with one hand. Light, pain, Monica, you want a lady, you can't be so violent, you won't be able to marry in the future. Monica let go of her hands after hearing this, and put her arms around her chest. Humph. Let you not remember. Speaking, his head turned to one side. Okay, it's my fault, it won't happen next time. Knowing that Monica was angry, Titch smiled and comforted. Grasping Monica's shoulders with both hands, turning to make Monica look directly at her. Although she is only 12 years old, Titch is already 1.7 meters tall, with slightly curly black long hair, and she is neatly combed. Very neat, strong body that has been trained all the year round, 2 strong chest muscles propped up the clothes, his face is a little tender, but full of masculinity, the corners of his mouth have a slight wicked smile, and his body exudes a mysterious traits, with a personality charm. Being stared at by Titch like this, Monica's face was thinner, and she soon couldn't hold on. After all, she was only a 15-year-old girl with a red face, and she pushed Titch's hard with her hands. Chest. Well, I forgive you. I have always taken good care of Titch and treated him as a younger brother. These days, there have been some different emotions for Titch, especially after Titch has changed. Knows Monica's temperament very well, a very gentle girl, and a bit lively. Seeing her like this, Titch couldn't help but smile. Thieves, ha ha ha, Monica, the medicines are quite expensive now, I can't afford to pay for the medicines, there is no medical expenses at all, if Uncle Modai knew. If you don't, I'm afraid it's going to hang me up. You can't say that about my father is still very gentle. Monica couldn't help shook her head when Titch said bad things about her father. Now I owe you more and more, how can I pay it back? Tiki smiled. You reading www.yunshu.com looked at Monica's delicate face and beautiful long blonde hair. Monica was stunned when she heard that. It seems that she can only sell herself to you. Looks good. Monica listened, her ears turned red all of a sudden. Titch's words were completely out of her expectation, and her heart pounded. Suddenly, Titch's face changed. Not good. And murderous, asshole Titch, dare to molested my daughter, go to death. The voice came from far away, not seeing the person, first heard it, too. Soon, Titch basically reacted, squinting his eyes slightly, wanting to make himself see more clearly, only to catch a faint dark shadow flashing from the stairs, and the terrifying breath came, and you could feel it from a distance. Instinctively raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Titch, a powerful punch avoiding Titch's arms at another weird angle, and it hit Titch's chest fiercely. Puff. Titch's. The eyeballs bulged sharply, a gas was hammered in the mouth, and he flew backwards in a straight line feebly, broke the door, and hit the wall in the courtyard, with a boom, and the solid wall suddenly sank. After going down, the cracks were densely covered like a spider web, and the broken stones fell to the ground. Titch! Monica exclaimed, turning her head to look at the man who appeared in the place where Titch was standing. He has short blonde hair, a white coat, and square glasses on his face. Height, the white coat floated up due to the previous movement. Dad, you made too heavy a move, Titch still has injuries on his body. Hey! Monica, you look down on that kid too much. Modai, Monica's father, said uncomfortably, his eyes looking in Titch's direction were not good. Seeing Monica's worried look, kind of the feeling that the little padded jacket that I have raised for many years has been taken away. Chapter 2, Final Farewell. Listening to her father's words, Monica looked at Titch. At this time, Tich had gotten up from the ground, her body was a little unstable, and she held the bracket on the side with her right hand to stabilize her body. "Tich, are you okay?" Monica trot to Tich's side, holding Tich with her hands. "Thief, ha ha ha, how could something be wrong with me?" Tich laughed, lifted her sleeve and wiped her mouth. A powerful punch. Lifting his head slightly, Tich looked forward, staring at Modai's figure, and the previous images floated in his mind. The unbeatable power and speed are very terrifying, and they can become a sea on the sea. "Thief! Thief, haha, Uncle Modai, the way you say hello is really unique, thank you for your mercy." Tiki laughed, "You boy, get out of here, don't disturb my Monica." Modai mentioned. "Own fist, you're welcome." "Don't say that, I brought a gift this time." Tich had a thicker face, ignoring Uncle Modai's tone of wanting to drive him away, went outside and brought 2 big bags in, filled with them. "There is a strong medicinal smell, I picked these herbs on the mountain. I will leave them to you for processing. They should be of some use." Nika recognized these herbs at once. They are rare and precious herbs on the market. Seeing that they are not low in age, they still have a smell of earth on them, which can only be found in the mountains. And there are poisonous insects and beasts everywhere in the mountains, very dangerous. I don't know how Tich found these. "Thieves, haha, these things can only play the best role by entrusting you to them. I can't wait long. I will go to sea soon. In the past few years, thanks to your care." Tich laughed and turned away. Go, according to the news, it was discovered that the Whitebeard pirates had already arrived in this sea area, and they would soon come to AKA's island to take a rest. That's when Tich boarded the Whitebeard pirates. Tich is not a merciless person, and those who should say goodbye have to say goodbye while there is still time. Looking at Tich's back, Modai said nothing, but his eyes became a little softer. Flaming gymnasium, in a quiet room, 2 men were sitting at each side of a square table. Hire took a sip of tea quietly, closed his eyes, as if he was thinking, when a breeze was blowing outside. Opened his eyes. "Have you decided yet?" "Tich?" the gymnasium master Hire asked with a serious expression. "Well, I have made up my mind. At that time, I will board the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates." Tich nodded without hesitation. Seeing Tiki's determination, Hire sighed, and then smiled with relief at the corner of his mouth. "Well, a good man is in every direction. It is impossible to be tied to this small place. Your talent in kendo is very high. In the past few years, everything I can teach you has been handed in, and you need to feel it yourself in the future." Hire said slowly. Standing up, walking to the back, took off a knife hanging on the wall. "This is a long knife, the knife body is crimson, like a flame pattern." Holding this knife in both hands, it was placed on Tich in front of him. This is." Tich widened his eyes and looked at the knife in front of him. Although he didn't know its name, he had seen it many times. From his eyes, it was undoubtedly one. The famous knife, through the scabbard, can faintly feel a trace of heat. This is a good knife treasured by Hire. It is very precious. I have a hunch in my heart about what it means to put it in front of him, but I can't believe it. Tich, I gave it to you. My grandfather used to be a great swordsman. In order to have a sword that better matches his flames and swordsmanship, he went through all the hardships and brought precious ore to Hezi, China, invited the best craftsmen to create this knife, the famous knife Purgatory. After speaking, his eyes were erratic, with some emotion, and it seemed to be reminiscing. But Tich wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Hire. I know what you want to say. This knife is dusty by me. Although you are not a pure swordsman, it is only in your hands can you carry it forward, or help me find a master who is more suitable for him. Hire said, staring at Tich. When Tich saw him like this, he nodded. Bump. Leaning down on the ground, he bowed hard. I will surely let the name of purgatory ring through the sea and let it bloom its own light." Hearing Tich's words, Hire showed a smile on his face. "Take it, don't come back if you have nothing to do." "Yes." Tick turned and left with a knife on his back. "I don't know how long it will take to return after this time. Maybe it will be 5 years, maybe 10 years, or even longer." Walking down the street, "Oh, it's Tich, he looks much stronger again." "Haha, it's Uncle Tom, you also look good, and Aunt Mary, do you want another one? I have a fresh tiger whip for you, so can wine and drink at that time. Tich boy, looks handsome again, do you want to introduce my daughter to you?" A strong aunt waved to Tich. "No, no, Aunt Carly, I'm still young, let's forget it." Ticky smiled and trod away, but the figure of Aunt Carly's daughter appeared in her mind. If nothing else, she still looks very good. Good looking. Tikai can be said to be a celebrity in the small town. At a young age, he can hunt the beasts in the mountains, the personal biography of the Blazing Dolls, and clean out all the small gangsters in the small town on his own. Tich returned to the place where he lived. This is a small house on a slightly raised hill. It is clean and tidy. Although the sparrow is small and well equipped, Tich also has some things stored here: mobile beds. Open a square plank, this is a cellar, underneath is a wooden box, there are some treasures hidden by Tich. Open the wooden box, a sword, a devil fruit, a booklet, and a handbook on thunder and electric swordsmanship. The booklet is the devil fruit illustrated book, which contains the dark fruit. The name and appearance of each devil fruit in it has been firmly remembered by Tich. This is incomplete, although not all the devil fruits are in it, but at least half of it is included. One of the swords was taken out by Tich when he stole the Thunder Current Kendo cheats. It was also a famous knife, the famous sword Thundertooth. The devil fruit and the other sword were when Tich was exploring the ruins on the island. Found. On Akasai Island, there was a kingdom hundreds of years ago, the kingdom of Akasai, but I don't know why it was destroyed. Over the years, there was still a broken ruin, covered by virgin forest, except for the small town of Akasai. The rest are large tracts of dense forest. It has not decayed for hundreds of years. It can be used with a little polishing. It must be a good sword. It is about 1.8 meters long. The blade is made of dark blue or iron, and the hilt is dark purple, with huge gems inlaid in it. Dazzling. This kind of sword is a treasure that many noble kings like to collect. This is a sword of royal power. It is no longer known what its previous name was. Now it is named Long Yuan by Tich. The devil fruit is an ancient blood bat in the dark night, but Tich didn't have the idea of eating it. He wouldn't eat the other fruits until he got the devil fruit. There are many dangerous places in the ruins, poisonous fog, swamps, and beasts. Naturally, there are many treasures in the process of exploring, but Tich didn't take them away. Stored them, the treasures are touching. These treasures can cause disaster. AKA's island is a medium-sized island with only a small town of AKA's and 100,000 residents on it. The location in the New World is relatively remote, and there are no precious ores or specialties on it, so very few pirates are eyeing here, except for some fixed merchant ships. Occasionally pirates come to supplement resources. The folk customs here are simple, coupled with the harsh environment of the New World, and the chaotic pirates. The average young man has the strength to resist those weaker pirates. What's more, they are still living in seclusion. A powerful monster like Uncle D. Thief waited so long, finally came. Tich looked at a giant pirate ship appearing on the coastline, like a giant whale, and then looked through the telescope at the flying pirate flag. That's right, it is the Whitebeard pirate ship, one of the top pirate groups in the world today. It was also the Moby Dick that Tich had been waiting for. This is the only port in the small town of AKA's. It is a channel for communication with the outside world. There are large and small merchant ships, pirate ships, and fishing boats on it. Following the original trajectory, Tich is still just an ordinary fisherman. Dike has packed up his things and is ready to make the final farewell. He wears 2 long knives around his waist, namely the famous sword Purgatory and the famous sword Thundertooth. The long Yuan sword, which is taller than his body, is placed diagonally behind him. A large package was carried on the back, containing some daily necessities, clothes, and the like, and Tich's collection was placed in the lower compartment of the box. Tich, you reading www.yunsha.com, are you leaving? When Tich came over, Monica was sitting alone at the door, seeming to be waiting for something. Seeing Tich dressed up, with the big package on her back, she had already guessed that Tich was leaving. But I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Thief, ha ha ha. My chance has come, and it is inevitable to leave. Tiki smiled, however, when I become a big pirate, I will definitely come back. After listening to Tiki's words, Monica smiled and felt relieved. There is no reason to stop a man from going out to sea. I know, I will wait for you. She said in her mouth. She couldn't help but hug the man in front of her. She knew that she liked him. Tich left and ran towards the port. Don't take one last look? Watch him get on the boat. Looking at Tich's figure, a voice appeared beside Monica. Well, Dad. Modai did not know when he appeared next to her. That kid, I agree. Modai said, look at one last time. If we meet again next time, I don't know when it will be. It has been delayed for some time, ho ho ho. Tich galloped, panting. The huge whale-like mobile dick stopped at the port, getting closer and closer, and Tich was still the first. This time I saw such a big ship. Not long after the Moby Dick docked, one by one crew came down to collect supplies. Tich saw many familiar figures, the most striking of which was the Whitebeard, who was 6 meters tall like a giant with long golden hair. Crescent-like white beard. There are Marco, Guanjiao Mishan and so on. Seeing them, Tich speeded up and ran straight towards Whitebeard. Tich was too eye-catching. With the goal clear, Whitebeard also noticed Tich. Chapter 3, Board the Whitebeard Pirates, A New Journey. Who is that kid? It's not here to assassinate the old man, right? Marco laughed, and then slapped him on the head with a slap. Idiot, who would assassinate such a big package? Wadabei said angrily, with long blue hair. Now Wadabei is very young. Look, he has come. Baista smiled on the side. Tich stopped in front of Whitebeard, and just standing in front of him gave people tremendous pressure. Boy, what do you want to do? Baybeard asked, looking at Tich in front of him. Let me get on your boat, Daddy. Tich laughed. Hey! The surroundings were quiet, one by one, as if petrified. I haven't agreed yet, the old man called it. Why is this boy so thick-skinned? Baybeard stared at Tiki's eyes, and for a while, Tiki didn't shrink back from his gaze facing Baybeard. After a while, Baybeard laughed and said, Mum, la la la, come up if you want. Tich breathed a sigh of relief, followed by immense excitement, and his heart throbbed with excitement. Before it grows up, the Whitebeard Pirates is undoubtedly the safest place, and it can grow up better here. Facing the newly joined partners, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were very friendly, and they came over to introduce themselves. Soon, Tich became a part of them. Some people went down to collect supplies, and the rest of the crew were playing on the boat, passing the time. Hey! Tich, you are also a swordsman, let's have a look at it. Baista looked at Tich, some seeing Li Xingxi. He clearly noticed at the time that Tich was wearing 2 knives around his waist and a sword on his back. From his swordsman's intuition, he could feel that it must not be an ordinary knife. Tich was about to agree, and the next to Whiteab said aloud, looking at Baista, his eyes were bad, don't bully the newcomer, Baista, Tich, just let us see your strength. As Bay said, he looked at Marco, who was playing cards next to him, "Marco, as an intern, this matchup is up to you, don't shame us." Marco was stunned. He didn't cause trouble, but he didn't refuse. He is still an intern member now, and he also wanted to see Tick's strength. He dared to come over to join the Whitebeard pirates, and the old man agreed. Tick's strength is certainly not as simple as it seems. Wittabei in this period, the future Ice Witch, can be said to be the eldest sister of the Whitebeard pirates, plus her beautiful appearance, has a huge reputation in the Whitebeard pirates. Standing up, it's really troublesome, but in this case, I won't be merciful. Marco said, walking in front of Titch, surrounded by pirates standing in a big circle, leaving a large piece of battle. In the empty space used, Titch and Marco stood in the center. Titch smiled and drew 2 knives from his waist. "I can't be underestimated by you." The breathing rate kept changing, and the air suddenly became hot and the 2 knives were facing each other. "Marco," Titch rushed up. Tick's kendo is based on a very solid foundation. His steps are constantly changing. He slashes towards Marco at a subtle angle. Marco's speed is extremely fast and he slams backwards. Under Tick's continuous onslaught, he stabs after another. With one cut, the next one will come soon after evading one, and Marco has no chance to fight back at all. "Hey! Marco, didn't you eat? Being like this with a newcomer, so you don't want to change from an internship for the rest of your life?" The members around laughed. Now the young Marco is still weaker, but he is more talented and will grow up soon. But the real rise of Marco was after he ate the fruit of the phoenix. Some strong men were a little surprised. Marco was suppressed by Tick's swordsmanship. Maybe others hadn't noticed it, but they could feel the heat radiating in the air, which consumed Marco's extreme drama. Physical strength. Marco's physical fitness is relatively high, and his speed is also very fast. The onlookers can see clearly that if this continues, Marco will undoubtedly lose. That's not good. Marco's head tilted to the side, avoiding Titch's purgatory, and he glanced to the back. There was not much retreat, it must be counterattack, otherwise, his face won't look good, will be laughed at by them for a long time. Thinking like this in his heart, Marco got serious, his speed increased suddenly, kicked out, and kicked on the thunder tooth in Titch's hand. Titch firmly grasped, but his body was a little out of balance. Marco seized the opportunity and suddenly appeared on the right side of Ticky's body. "Not good," Ticky secretly said in his heart. The body has already reacted. When he turned around and cut in his hands in purgatory, Marco had already appeared in front of him, kicked it out, and kicked it on Tick's chest. Tick's body flew upside down for a few meters, but he didn't fall to the ground. The knife in his hand was inserted into the ground to stabilize his body. There was no further movement, but he was thinking in his head that there was still too little combat experience. Give Marco. Easily grasped the flaw. Although Titch's basic swordsmanship was very solid, and he had usually fought with the beasts on the mountain, the feeling of fighting with others was completely different. It was not as handy as using physical skills. But that's okay. There are so many strong men on the ship, which is just right for you to hone your swordsmanship. The picture flashed in his mind. A smile appeared on Tick's face. He pulled the knife from the deck, and took the famous knife Thundertooth back. With the scabbard, Tikai is still better at the one-sword style than the two-sword style. He hasn't practiced the one-sword style well. How can he use the two-sword style well? The change of Tiki is seen in the eyes of everyone. Are you good at one-sword style? Moreover, he still holds a knife with one hand, and has not yet mastered the two-sword style. There are a lot of swordsmen on the ship. The well-known swordsman of the second sword is Mitsuki Mita, the foil swordsman Baista, and Titch, who holds the sword in one hand, is obviously in a different state and is more lubricated. Haha, come again, I'll be serious, don't die. The temperature in the air was rising, much higher than before. Titch's hand turned red, the knife attached to the flame, and he rushed towards Marco. "Is this a monster?" The flame went to the hilt of the knife and burned Titch's arm, but Titch didn't change his face, and his sleeves were burned to ashes by the flame. This can undoubtedly pose a threat to Marco, and even the pirates watching around must take it seriously. No matter how strong the body is, it is impossible to face the hot flames without changing their colors. Of course, Guangyao and Whitebeard are like this. Monsters don't count. Marco was a little helpless. Why should I fight this monster, but still bite the bullet? The speed of the one sword stream is not as fast as the previous two sword stream, but each blow is even more deadly, and Marco must be prepared. The two have been entangled for more than 10 minutes, and no one can do anything about it. Gum la 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 la. Really energetic and young people, this time the fight is a tie, the next one is fighting. The Whitebeard uttered a voice, and Titch closed his hand decisively, feeling a little tired physically and mentally. However, the eyes of the crew around him obviously changed. It was obvious that the previous battles made him recognized by these pirates. The Whitebeard pirates did not want to stay on this island much. They collected enough supplies and set off soon. It only took 2 hours to go shopping and carry things. The crew members went out one after another. When he came back, the Moby Dick was about to start. Titch stood on the ship's deck, leaning on the fence along the side of the ship, looking at this familiar town that had lived for 12 years. There were very few people in the port. Frightened away by the Whitebeard pirate group, this is the top sea pirate in the New World, how can it not make people feel scared? Suddenly, Titch felt a familiar gaze, and turned his head based on the feeling. In a corner of the town, the figures of Monica and Modai appeared there. "Goodbye, Titch must come back, I will always waiting for you." Monica shouted with horns in her hands, with crystal tears streaming out of her eyes. The gazes of the two were intertwined. Titch's gaze with joy, waved to them, "I will definitely be back, Uncle Modai, take care of Monica for me." "Asshole, don't come back if you are not promising, dare to make my daughter cry." Modai fisted and shouted. "Ha ha 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 ha." The town got farther and farther, until the island turned into a black spot in the line of sight. Titch looked back. Turned around, his pupils shrank, and his heart beat fiercely. Behind him was already surrounded by a large group of pirates, staring at him silently and motionless. "Asshole, what are you doing? Almost scared me to death." Titch yelled angrily, and he was shocked in such a scene. But they didn't care. Marco had a gossiping expression. "Titch, what did we hear? Monica, I'll wait for you to come back." Other people also had gossip expressions and were very curious. "Titch, I heard you say you are only 12 years old, and you have a girlfriend so soon." Hearing what they said, Titch was also speechless for their gossip. He hugged his chest, raised his head high, and said in a disdainful tone, "So what, you single dogs, this is something you can't envy." Like a bolt from the blue sky, everyone's heart was hit hard and their mouths opened wide. Single dog. Seeing them like this, Titch smiled inwardly. Mock up, what's wrong with having a girlfriend? From this point, he is already stronger than most people. Smiled and did not speak, but they seemed to feel Titch's contemptuous gaze, as if an arrow stuck in their hearts. Titch turned and left. No matter who was behind them, their mood became depressed. Just kidding, practice is the most important thing. He didn't use all his strength in the previous battle, but simply used basic swordsmanship to match the breathing method of the flame flow kendo. Titch is really good at physique, and Marco is also somewhat restrained by Titch's onslaught. More importantly, Titch and Marco's offense are not intent to kill. Titch came to his room. This is Titch's room. It is relatively small. Most pirates like to sleep outside. On the ship's deck, things are sorted out early. Titch started practicing and his limbs. The heavy wristbands were specially made by Titch inviting a blacksmith. There are 2 wristbands on each arm, each weighing half a ton, and there are 2 ankles on each foot. Now Tich's strength is no longer what it used to be, but after putting on the wristband, he has to use great strength every time, and his physical strength is consumed much faster. This is what Tich brought with him a month ago. Now he has not been thoroughly familiar with it, and it will take a while. Tich was holding a heavy knife in his hand, and with one click, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air, and Tich began to practice kendo. The breathing continued to change, and the whole body began to become hot and dry, and the slightly long hair floated slightly, and the electric light on the body continued to flash because of the static electricity. Tich doesn't want to reveal his strength. He will leave sooner or later and recruit his powerful partners. He doesn't want to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates for more than 20 years like in the original book. Years, it was okay at the beginning, but after becoming the 4 queens for more than 10 years, the environment in the Whitebeard Pirate group was too comfortable, not as fierce as the competition of the Beast Pirate group, and not like the Ant Pirate group. Constantly expanding his own strength, even if compared to the Redhead Pirates, although there are many people, the mid-range combat power is full, and the high-end combat power is insufficient. After the death of the Whitebeard, only Marco has been struggling to support it. Feeling the breath of nature, seeing and hearing color domineering covering every corner of the room, it is always open, although there is no further expansion of the scope, but seeing and hearing color is always improving and developing at a more microscopic level. That's right, it's seeing and hearing domineering. This can be said to be Tai Chi's only golden finger. When he came to this world, the 2 souls merged, and his mental strength was greatly increased, so Tich also awakened seeing and hearing domineering. And has an extremely powerful talent for seeing, hearing, color, and domineering. In the past 6 years, in order to exercise my own seeing, hearing and color, I have often turned on and expanding the scope. If it hadn't been for Tich to turn off the color, I wouldn't be caught by them. Was taken aback. The sky gradually darkened, and Tich's movements still didn't stop. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Tich, the banquet is about to be held, come out soon. Marco shouted from outside the door. Tich listened, stopped the action in his hand, and smiled, wait a minute, I'll be here soon. Tich dipped the towel into the bucket full of water, scrubbed his body, changed into clean clothes, and opened the door with a smile. Although it was night, it was brightly lit, and the air was filled with the aroma of food and wine. Delicious! A new journey is about to begin. Chapter 4, The Navy being targeted, the Navy and number 039, S encirclement and suppression. The Navy is here, everyone is ready. The watchman stood on a high place, shouting with a telescope in his hand. Boom, boom, and boom. Pirates stand on each side one by one, with the Whitebeard moving forward step by step, holding the supreme big cloud of knives and cutting it longitudinally, and the wide white cloak with the Whitebeard Pirate Group logo. Hey! I don't move during this time, my body will be rusty, move my muscles and bones, and teach these Navy a group of lessons. Baybeard laughed. Target Navy warship, rush to me. That's how it should be. Just the Navy, our Whitebeard pirates are fearless at all. Let these navies have a long memory, but we are not easy to mess with. The partners are full of warfare, facing the Navy without a trace of fear. Even Tich also began to wipe the purgatory in his hands. It's been 2 years since I joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Tai Chi has fully integrated into the Whitebeard Pirates. Life at sea is not as boring as imagined. Tai Chi's life is very fulfilling. He drinks and eats meat every day. Baista and Mitsuki Mita consulted on swordsmanship. They did not have much private possession, and they also had discussions with other partners. During this period of time, Tich's progress was very fast, and he could easily master both the one-sword style and the two-sword style. And has developed his own swordsmanship. Physical skills have also improved rapidly. The Whitebeard Pirates has many ways to practice, which can allow everyone to exercise, even the Navy 6 types, but there are very few people who exercise. Tich also chose the finger gun. Uebula focuses on exercise. You can exercise your finger strength while exercising the finger gun. Uebu can conduct air combat, which is very practical. Tich's physique has no one to instruct him, and he exercises it by himself, and occasionally he will compete with other people's physiques. With the methods of practice, boxing, claws, and leg techniques, Tich has perfected his physique. Skills, especially the gun and claws, let Tich's claws take shape completely. The sea is very vast. The special and mysterious islands and the customs of different islands have opened Tich's eyes. He holds a small notebook in his hand and records it. Of course, as the famous pirate group, Whitebeard, the pirates are expanding in a snowball way. Among them, fighting is indispensable. The little pirates who come to challenge recklessly, the powerful pirates who challenge the authority of the Whitebeard, and the strong pirates meet at least to fight. The last one is also a habit, and even when the royal level pirates meet in the future, they will have to discuss it. There is also the lingering navy, sometimes the fleet led by the naval hero Carp, sometimes the fleet led by the current Admiral Sengoku. In this era, the navy is still very active in the New World, and Tich has also seen supernovas in the navy. The three major generals in the future, those with natural devil fruit ability, Kuzan, Sakaski, and Polosalino. Although they have never fought, they have already bloomed their own brilliance on the battlefield, and they are also very famous in the whole New World. Naturally very strong mental power, so that Tich does not need to sleep, and every night training has not slackened. Although Tich has not yet reached the stage of rapid growth, but the increase in physical strength and strength has never stopped. Tich often goes into the deep sea while fishing to train with strong water pressure. After all, monsters are not born, and even monster-like physiques must be constantly exercised and developed. Kaido's immortal body is all made through constant training. Otherwise, why does he always like to commit suicide? Does he really want to die? Big Mom is an exception. She is a natural monster, and Tich doesn't know how strong her body is in the beginning. Tikai now only showed his own swordsmanship. Seeing the Whitebeard pirates group approaching, the captain of this warship looked a little embarrassed. Lieutenant General Thompson, the Whitebeard pirates group is approaching quickly. What should we do next? Asked. Thompson took a suffocating cigarette, and there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Without hesitation, he said decisively, retreat first, wait for a while, and immediately request support from the warships in the surrounding waters. The Whitebeard pirates is not we can deal with it. Staying in the New World all the year round, I naturally know how terrifying the strength of the Whitebeard is, the fruit of the earth-shattering shock, and now he has gradually gained the title of the strongest man in the world. Yes, Lieutenant General. The adjutant nodded, and immediately passed on the order. Unlucky. His mouth broke. He found the traces of the Whitebeard pirates. I wanted to follow them for a period of time. I didn't expect to be followed by them, but my heart became more serious than ever before. The whole army will be wiped out, I just hope that the support can come earlier. He is ready to fight. Father, that Navy ship is going to run away. The pirates staring at the Navy ship yelled. Goo la la la. How can the prey that I've been staring at make them escape? Children, give me full speed ahead. The Whitebeard laughed. Carrying the cloud in his hand, he cut it longitudinally and smashed it on the ground with a knife handle. Immediately after that, the Moby Dick suddenly accelerated and quickly narrowed the distance with the warship. Daiki saw his eyes bright. This exquisite application of the fruit of the earthquake is similar to the tsunami caused by a sea earthquake, causing waves of waves to help the Moby Dick advance quickly. Looking at the back of the ship, waves of waves came over. And the speed of the Navy warship was suddenly full. What's the matter? Why is the speed of the warship slow? No, it's because the direction of the ocean current has changed. Our warship is moving against the current. Why? Will this happen? Why are the Whitebeard pirates so fast? Are they not affected? All of a sudden panic on the boat. Quiet, this is the ability of the Whitebeard. If you can't get out of it, then prepare to fight immediately. Justice will not be defeated. For justice! Lieutenant General Thompson shouted, and soon gathered the scattered hearts of people. This is Whitebeard. He changed the direction of the ocean current with his own power. He was about to fight the Whitebeard pirates. It didn't take much time. I didn't expect the battle to come so soon. What? Lieutenant Admiral Thompson was targeted by the Whitebeard pirates. With a sound of bump, from the Navy headquarters, the Marine Marshal slapped the desk in front of him into pieces with a blank palm, and took a breath. Which Lieutenant General is closest to him now? There are two, Lieutenant General Rona and Lieutenant General. It takes 15 minutes and 20 minutes to arrive, respectively. I will tell you all to support Lieutenant General Thompson, and then notify the G1 branch to let the warring states start immediately. The Whitebeard's power has expanded a bit quickly in recent years, and it must be suppressed. Gang Yukong said, the situation in the New World is somewhat obviously, the Flying Pirates of the Golden Lion is the most powerful group. It has many powerful men. The Whitebeard Pirates of Whitebeard, but he alone has a very powerful deterrent. Some of his children have grown up and are powerful. Finally, there is the Roger Pirates. Although the number is small, all of them are elite, with the most high-end strength and the most threatening. The three pirate groups are the strongest in the New World, and the three of them are also known as the three legendary pirates. Such a statement has greatly affected the reputation of the Navy, and the Navy needs a battle to prove itself. This time it happened that the position of the Whitebeard pirate group was exposed. The other affiliated pirate groups did not receive any news, and there was no time to support them, and their strength was not concentrated enough, which gave the Navy a chance. Really? I see, we will set off right away. After receiving the news, the warring states period stood up, standing beside a crane. All Navy members prepare, and the whole army is assembled. Soon all the navies got the news, and the footsteps of Deng 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 kept coming, and the Navy left the fortress and returned to their posts. What happened? The entire fortress has set off. I don't know, get ready, I saw the General of the Warring States period and Lieutenant General Crane are dispatched. The Warring States period wore a cloak of justice and stepped aboard the warship. Standing by his side was Lieutenant General Crane. The three natural supernovae of the Navy stood behind the Warring States. As a key training target of the Navy, they are all practicing in the New World. Although they are still in the rank of Major General, their strength is no longer weaker than those at the Lieutenant General level. Yo-yo, it's terrifying to face the Whitebeard monster, said Polo Salino, who was wearing a yellow striped suit. Hey! The Navy is righteous, these pirates shouldn't be alive, this action must wipe them out. The red dog beside him said fiercely, wearing a red suit. Don't show such a terrible expression. Polo Salino on the side smiled cynically. Bing Bing Fruit ability Kuzan glanced at the two teammates beside him. After several years of getting along with each other, he knew their personalities very well and did not speak. The efficiency of the G1 branch was extremely high, and it was all ready in just 5 minutes. The whole army will attack. The Warring States period, facing the sea, shouted. Boom, boom, and boom warships started and sailed through the waves. There are a total of 10 warships, with a combined total of almost 30,000 Marines. This time the G1 can't be said to be an outburst. In just 3 minutes, the Moby Dick had approached the Navy ship. The pirates shouted and jumped onto the ship, slashing at the seamen. Those who were dispatched were all eyeing their opponents, and Baista eyeing the ship. The swordsman on board, Whitebeard. Thompson looked at the Whitebeard on the bow, sweating behind him, but as a lieutenant admiral, he is not allowed to back down here. Leave this to me. It's been a long time. Guanjiao Meishan jumped off the boat and drew out his beloved knife. Yan Mo and Tianyu suddenly jumped in front of Thompson with their faces with a smile. He put a lot of pressure on him. A samurai from Wano country? This is a monster. Today, Guanjiao Meishan is also very famous in the New World. Monster-level strength, has defeated countless strong people, plus the identity of the country from the closed state. Seeing that his lord had taken action, his retainers also saw Li Xingxi, Cat Viper, Inu Lan, and Yi Zhang all focused on the target one by one. The overall strength was crushed, and Whitebeard did not do anything. If such an opponent wants him to do it himself, it would be too cheap. Besides, his own children also need some tempering. Bah! Tich pierced the heart of a navy colonel with a knife and walked inside the warship. There was basically no navy that could withstand his knife along the way. Pirates are plundering treasures and collecting loot. In the past 2 years, Tich has improved greatly in the continuous battles. In addition to some adventures, in the battle with other pirate navies, he has collected a lot of loot, and there are treasures. There are swords, pele, and even devil fruit. In the original work, Tich calculated that the chance of getting the devil fruit from the Whitebeard pirates was the greatest. In the past 2 years alone, he received more than 20 devil fruits. Tich also collected one, and one from the others. The animal lizard fruit looted from the pirate group exchanged a feather fruit with his companion. In Tich's opinion, the upper limit of the feather fruit is much higher than that of the lizard fruit, and it is impossible to become Godzilla during development. The domineering color of seeing and hearing spread to the surroundings, and every corner appeared in Tich's mind. In the past 2 years, his seeing, hearing and color had progressed extremely fast at the micro level. Even the dead could not escape his eyes. Tich directly he broke into the captain's room, which is also the place where the Navy officers usually meet. Tich is very familiar with the structure of warships. This is not the first time that he has done this. As soon as he came in, Tich discovered the hidden place. The color of seeing and hearing is through the steel plate, and on the deck under the desk, there are spaces in the space. A mezzanine, there are some treasures inside. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, 2 devil fruits, this is undoubtedly a big gain, a booklet that records the complete 6 navy styles on it, and there are many notes in it. And more importantly, there are the 6 types of profound meaning, the return of life. These should be the collection of the Lieutenant Admiral, but now it is cheaper for him. Tich doesn't have time to see what kind of these 2 devil fruits are. It's better to be found by others. If there is no accident, this warship will sink and the 2 devil fruits will be buried in the sea. Suddenly, Tich's face changed. Through seeing and hearing, a navy was using a phone worm in a hidden corner to talk. Report to the headquarters, now the situation is crisis, we are about to be unable to hold on, the strength of the Whitebeard pirates is too strong. The correspondent looked at the situation outside before, and he was completely upset. Lieutenant General Thompson was suppressed the whole time, panting, and I don't know if he can hold on, but the Guanjiao Meishan should stay behind, there is no killing. The idea should be able to persist for a while. Lieutenant General and Lieutenant General Rona are coming to you. Under the leadership of the General of the Warring States period, the entire army is dispatched by the G1 branch. It is also coming to support you and will wipe out the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. Please be sure to hold on. At that time you will be the greatest hero, for justice. For justice, the correspondent yelled, and the phone worm hung up. The correspondent ignited the fire of hope in his heart, took out his weapon, and was about to fight outside. The longer the battle, the better it would be for the Navy. Suddenly, a white light flashed in his eyes. What's the matter? Why did I fly? I looked down and saw my corpse. How can you keep going? Tich said, this is undoubtedly a big crisis, if you don't prepare, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely lose a lot. Chapter 5, Anti-Hunting Plan, Resolutely Counterattack. Daddy, that's the way it is. Titch returned to Baybeard's side and passed the important news to Baybeard. What? These navies are eyeing us, right? What should I do? A huge loss will surely happen then. The members on the side are a little worried. More than 30,000 navies are coming here, and the navy of this warship is close to 40,000. The Whitebeard pirates are not afraid of fighting at all, but the death of their companions, they are unwilling to bear. Whitebeard is also unwilling to see such a situation. Goo la la la. Children, father, I will not hurt you, so I will avoid it when the time comes. The Whitebeard made a noise. It was a very wise choice to avoid the navy. It would be irrational to head on with the navy. The Whitebeard pirates and the warring states are also old opponents, but they are usually only a warship. The main purpose of the general warring states in the New World is to monitor the Whitebeard pirates. The shockwave brought by his big Buddha fruit can fight against the Whitebeard's shaking fruit. Since the navy intends to take action, then there is no need to save face for them. The heads of these 3 lieutenants will be presented as a meeting ceremony for the warring states period. Titch smiled on the side. In terms of overall strength, we must be weaker than the navy. In order to not be encircled, the navy must be weakened. The daddy's ability can be said to be invincible in the sea. If you don't fight head-on, are not held by the general and the warring states, and keep your distance, those warships are a group of targets, and the relationship between hunting will change immediately. Titch smiled, her hair rounded up and wrapped in a black skull-patterned turban. Titch, you smile so sinister, but I like it. Wade Bay smiled on the side. This strategy is very insidious. As long as he doesn't face the enemy head-on, the old man will not be held back by the warring states period, nor will he be jealous for worrying about them and affect the performance of his strength, but it may be a little bad for Baybeard's reputation. Goo la 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 la, for the beloved children, Dad, I am also willing to teach the warring states period to let the navy have a long memory. Baybeard laughed and said, this strategy is very much against Baybeard's appetite under such circumstances. The gloom in my heart was wiped out. For the sake of my beloved child, there is nothing wrong with doing this. Father. The friends on the side were moved and shed tears. Father, your thick-skinned look is so handsome. Facing the children's teasing, Baybeard didn't care. Goo la la la, child everyone, do your best, don't give them a chance. Titch, you have done a great job this time. The partner on the side patted Titch on the shoulder. After all, he proposed the strategy. If it weren't for him, he would face the navy by then. I don't know how big it would be. Loss. Haha, if you don't have the strong strength of the old man, this would not be possible. Titch touched his head and was very happy in his heart. There are not many treasures in the Whitebeard pirates, and all his money is donated to him. My hometown is now, what's left is the devil fruits collected by the Whitebeard pirates. Some unknown or unappreciated ones. We need to use treasures or credits in exchange for it. It is impossible to give to whoever needs it, the devil. The fruit is also a very precious item on the sea, and at least 2 devil fruits can be exchanged for Ticky's credit. The situation on the battlefield was a bit difficult to maintain, but under this order, it immediately collapsed. Boom, boom, and boom, with the sound of shelling, the warship began to be submerged in sea water and gradually sank into the sea. The body of Vice Admiral Thompson was buried in the sea and sank with the warship. Lieutenant Admiral Thompson's life card has been burned out. Lieutenant Admiral, he said. Everyone knows what this means. He has lost a Lieutenant Admiral and a high-ranking navy in the Navy Force. The warring states period looked at the remaining ashes and took a deep breath. As a Navy general, the commander of this operation should not be influenced by feelings. Notify Lieutenant General and Lieutenant General Rona to speed up. Before we arrive, hold the Whitebeard pirates and don't let them run. The entire army of the Navy G1 Fortress was dispatched to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Even if the Whitebeard cannot be killed, the Navy under him can cause heavy damage to the Whitebeard pirate group, greatly enhance the Navy's reputation and suppress the arrogant arrogance of the pirates. The Warring States period frowned, as if there was a cloud in his heart. What's wrong? Tsurumi, who knew the Warring States well, asked. I don't know, there is always an ominous premonition in my heart. Before long, 2 warships approached from a distance one after the other. They were on the 2 sides. They seemed to want to sandwich the mobile in the middle. Where's Thompson? Has it sunk? It's so useless, even we won't be able to persist until we come over. Said that the Lieutenant Admiral also has a hostile relationship, personal grievances, battles between different factions in the Navy, and conflicts of different ideas. Stop talking cold words, Lieutenant General Thompson has sacrificed, let's speed up, after all, the opponent is the Whitebeard pirates. Lieutenant General Rona said. Aim at the Whitebeard pirates and fire the cannon. Lieutenant General Rona gave an order. The cannons were already ready. If you want to drag the Whitebeard pirates, you must not be able to fight them head-on. Keep your distance and carry out shelling. The best choice, this is also a common attack method used by naval and navy pirates. Usually the Whitebeard pirates might play with them and play a chase, but it is different now. Knowing the actions of the Navy, they have become sacrifices. Before the arrival of the large troops led by the Warring States General, just as Dichi said that giving the heads of these 3 lieutenant admirals to the Warring States as a meeting ceremony would not only bring great losses to the Navy, but also declare the inviolability of the Whitebeard pirates. Do you want to delay the time? Don't think about it. Baybeard saw that the 2 warships were keeping a distance from them. Knowing their thoughts, he waved his hand. Children, go ahead at full speed. Don't let them run away. These shells will be handed over to us. How can you hurt our mobile? This is our home. With a wave of the Bista foil flower dance. There seemed to be rows of beautiful petals in the air, but they were as sharp as a knife, passing through the flying shells. The space seemed to stop suddenly, and the shells stopped in mid-air, and then, boom boom boom. The shell exploded at the same time. Soon, the navies on the 2 warships discovered something wrong. The shells had no effect on the Whitebeard. They did not expect that these shells could do meritorious service, but this was what they discovered. The Whitebeard pirates and them, the distance is approaching rapidly, and the distance has been reduced by half. The Whitebeard pirates are coming to us quickly. How could this be? Have they been targeted? Already killed Lieutenant General Thompson, are you looking at us now? When did the Whitebeard pirates get so crazy, targeting our navy? They haven't realized until now that the navy's plan against the Whitebeard pirates has been exposed. The navy's actions are very large, and naturally it cannot hide all the forces in the New World. They all have their own dark lines in the navy, but in a short period of time, just tens of minutes, they can't detect anything at all, and they don't know what the navy is. The purpose is beyond imagination. The navy's goal is the Whitebeard pirates roaming all over the New World. We can't resist the power of the Whitebeard at all. We move forward at full speed, pull the distance from the Whitebeard pirates group, continue the shelling, don't stop. Stared at the closer Moby Dick and quickly commanded. The voice just fell, and immediately after that, the 2 warships shook quickly, and a strong air current violently attacked them from the direction of the mobile. They couldn't stand still, and fell to the ground one by one. It was too sudden, and there was no sign of it. Inside the warship, there were screams and groans, as well as the sound of falling into the water one after another. Cracks appeared on the exterior of the warship. They held on to the handrail with one hand and shook their dizzy heads. Damn Whitebeard! They hadn't taken a head-on shot yet, and a single blow from a distance cost them a heavy loss. The overall morale was broken. Is this the power that humans can control? The navy climbed up from the deck with difficulty. The expressions of fear on their faces could not be concealed. Among them, either the foot was injured, or the hand was injured, and some were unconscious, and those with bad luck would never wake up. Lieutenant General Rohn stopped in mid-air. As soon as he went up and down, his feet were constantly stomping on the air. He reacted first and used the moon step in the hands of the 6th Navy to leave the warship, but such a large-scale attack was not. He could avoid it. A strong hurricane struck him, forcibly suppressing the vomiting in his chest, and almost being blown into the sea by the wind. It was Whitebeard who made the move. "Goo la la la, do you want to escape? Navy kids, you have no chance." With his powerful strength, it is very easy to see and hear the domineering scope covering a small and medium-sized island. Just staring at the two warships, always paying attention to the situation on the warships, when he knew that the two warships were about to run, Baybeard did not hesitate and took the action decisively. "It's Daddy, since Daddy made his move, don't even think about running away from these navies." On the Moby Dick, the friends around the Whitebeard cheered. "Oh! As expected of the Whitebeard, this kind of power is so amazing every time I look at it." Guanjio Mishan's eyes glowed. A trace of fire flashed in Tick's eyes. It was worthy of the devil fruit he had always wanted to capture in the original book. The shaking fruit is synonymous with powerful, but the relative shaking fruit has extremely powerful counter-shock power. When he was young, Whitebeard can easily resist with a strong body, and even use the shaking power of the shocking fruit to strengthen the body, but after the peak period has passed, the physical function begins to decline, the previous dark injuries and old injuries will be stimulated, and the body will not be able to withstand the shock. The counter-shock power of shaking the fruit is also unable to exert the true power of shaking the fruit. The stronger the vibration force is used, the stronger the corresponding counter-shock force will be. But now, at the peak of the Whitebeard, he truly has the power to destroy the world. Whitebeard can rise and become stronger. It has not shown the true power of shaking fruits, the power that makes the world fearful. Even in this head-on confrontation, once Whitebeard was enraged, none of the warring states' fleet could be left, and all of them would be buried. After eating the dark fruit, you can easily absorb the counter-shock force generated by the shaking fruit, and you can easily show the strength of the shaking fruit. So after Tick took away the ability to shake the fruit, directly demonstrated the terrifying power of destroying Marine Headquarters Marin Vondo. But he wouldn't plan such a power until he got the dark fruit, and there were a lot of similar powers. "Hurry up, go forward at full speed, don't be caught up by them," Lieutenant General Rona shouted. "No, it's not good, Lieutenant General Rona." As soon as the voice fell, a seaman ran out from under the ship, very anxious, his body swaying, holding the wall to stabilize his body. His face was very ugly, and he even breathed. "There is no time to breathe, the power system of the warship has been destroyed." "What? What about the other ship?" Rona turned to look at another warship, and seemed to know the answer in his heart. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com, but there was still some hope, and soon his hope disappeared. "I got the news that the power system of another warship was also destroyed. What's more cruel is that the two warships have been flooded, and there is no time for him to repair the leaks. The ending seems to be doomed, but the more desperate it seems that there is no scruples in my heart, and these navies will burst out more powerful forces. Took out weapons one by one, with knives, swords, and guns, and seem to have made up their minds. In that case, let's fight. Killing two more pirates is also a profit. And Rona stand at the forefront of the warship. Fight desperately, drag them to, and the generals of the warring states period will arrive, even if they die, then there will be no regrets. At this time, all personal feelings and grievances have been put down, and there is only one thought in my heart, and that is for justice." Thief haha, before he died, such an astonishing belief broke out. "It is worthy of the Navy. In this case, this sea area is your cemetery. Let me hold a luxurious funeral for you." Titch laughed, and personally dominating all this, the excitement that can't be concealed in my heart, "Father, I'm going first." The Moby Dick was already approaching. Titch pulled out the double knives, thunder teeth in his left hand, purgatory in his right hand, moon steps on his feet, and he rushed straight up. Now Tich has been stuck at the level of iron cutting for a long time. Now that he has reached the threshold of Jianhao, although Tich has learned to see, hear, and look domineering, Jianhao's breath of feeling all things is somewhat different from seeing and hearing. Although they are all domineering, there are some differences. To feel the breath of all things through seeing and hearing the domineering, it will take at least a year to break through, but Tich can't wait that long to break through himself through this battle and become a true swordsman. Chapter 6, Breakthrough, Breakthrough, One Claw That Must Kill. Tich's eyes flashed a madness. In the past 2 years, Tich hasn't grown much taller or even changed much, but his kendo and physique have been improving. He needs pressure to break through this step. Physique needs time to settle down, but once kendo breaks through, it will be a different world. Tich needs pressure to break through this battle. Tikai, who was rushing towards the warship, attracted everyone's attention. Above the double knives, a lightning and a flame entangled one of the lieutenants, who was also a swordsman. It was the lieutenant admiral who was watching. "Are you staring at me? It's just a kid who hasn't escaped from my father's arms. Since you rushed up recklessly, let's ruin you here," said, pulling out the sword from his waist. Every lieutenant general is a strong man who has mastered the two-color domineering. Tikai has not mastered the armed domineering, which is undoubtedly a disadvantage. In addition, Tikai's kendo realm is lower than that of the, and he must have fallen in the duel. One chip. And this is what Tich hopes, and the is not in the peak period, although it seems that there is no problem, but it is really okay after the old man's blow. Tich is very confident in physique and strength. Because the speed was too fast, the turban on Tich's head was blown off, his long black hair fluttered slightly, with a wild smile on his face. "Let's fight for a fight. Navy." Tich laughed, his body intertwined with lightning and flames, like a demon. "Come on, kill you." Her temper is not very good, and she needs to vent. The battle between the two was on the verge, both with the idea of killing each other. The surrounding navy dared not approach. Lieutenant General Rona met and was about to help the police. Suddenly he drew to the side and avoided a knife. "I can't let you interrupt your partner's fight." Foil Baista smiled, wearing a gentleman's hat on his head and 2 beards on his mouth. Naturally, he knew very well about Tich's situation, and Tich often asked him for advice. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Tich was no longer weaker than the average swordsman. Flying and slashing, but still one step away from the real swordsman, he wouldn't let others disturb Tich's battle. To resolve this group of navies in the shortest possible time, when they knew that there were 10 warships and 30,000 navies were coming here, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group had no intention of keeping their hands live. The remaining seamen could not resist at all. I couldn't even notify the Navy headquarters. Because of these communication equipment, the phone bug was destroyed by Baybeard's fruit-shaking ability at the very beginning. Most of the pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates Regiment had experienced many battles. How could these navies resist? It didn't take long for half of the navy to be turned into corpses. In the face of the onslaught of the Whitebeard pirates, dozens of navies die every second. Navy, where's your power? What about your justice? Don't let me look down on you. Although Tich fell into a disadvantage and was suppressed by the lieutenant general, Tich's momentum was not weak at all. He wants to irritate the and needs more pressure. He has already felt the bottleneck. The domineering of the is also used to the extreme here, completely suppressing the of the sex, and he can also use the armed in the reason why you can hold on when you are domineering. Don't underestimate people, kid. He was angry. He saw that Tich was planning to use him to sharpen the idea, and he planned to make a full shot. At the same time, he also saw Tich's potential. After being able to fight him for so long, he will grow up again as a monster, and he intends to kill him before Tich has grown up. Return of life! Shouted. As a lieutenant general of swordsmen, he did not let go of physique, and he realized the 6 types of life return. This is very proud of. Such strength is in the Lieutenant General. It's also top-notch. He is the strong one among the lieutenants. The end of this battle is doomed. He is a mortal end. If he kills the pirate in front of him, he will surely usher in the anger of Whitebeard. Maybe he won't even leave the body, but he has made up his mind. He has already begun to burn his life, and his strength has skyrocketed. Whether it is speed or attack, Titch has begun to be unable to support it. The pressure has increased greatly and he is struggling to support him, but his aura is still increasing, knowing that he has reached a point. Really reached the peak, knew this, but didn't dare to relax, gave Tick a greater sense of oppression. When Tick wanted to break through, he had to kill Tick. "Father, Titch is in danger, do you want to help?" Marco asked worriedly. Tick's battle is already at the center of the battlefield. This is Titch's choice. Don't disturb him. As a companion, we must trust him. Titch's strength is not as simple as it seems. Baybeard smiled. "Hey." Marco touched his head and didn't seem to understand, but as a Whitebeard, how could he not know that after a long time, he also knew something about Titch? The breath of all things, everything is cut off, and everything is cut off continuously. Titch thought this way in his mind, and devoted himself to the battle wholeheartedly. During this process, it seemed that he heard something in his ear. It was the breathing of all things, very vague, but gradually became clear. Titch can't help sinking into it. The light in his eyes is getting more and more bright, he has grasped the breath of all things, and many people have felt it, especially the swordsman. Titch's sword has changed and its power is more powerful, and the opposite Titch is even more powerful. But this kind of enhancement is extremely limited, but after stepping into a new realm, the swordsman's strength will grow rapidly afterwards. But will give Tick this time? At the moment of Titch's breakthrough, the caught Titch's flaw, and the long knife used force to pick it up. The purgatory in Titch's right hand was picked and flew out. In a fleeting moment, the companions had just been killed by Titch's breakthrough. Happy. Has a smile on his face, and the life return is used to the extreme. He has burned his life, and with his life, he has made the strongest blow in his life, the last blow, and the last light. Haha, go to hell. Not good, Titch, dangerous. Time seemed to stand still, and the speed of the knife was too fast for others to react. An elite lieutenant general burned the final blow of his life, even Whitebeard could feel it. A slight threat. All of them opened their mouths and their eyes were wide. The last knife made Tick feel the ultimate threat. I will die, I really will die. But will he die like this? The last knife slashed precisely at Tick's chest, which was also the location of his heart. Time seemed to stop. At the last moment, with a boom, everyone was stunned. The two in the battlefield remained motionless. Titch's left hand raised thunder teeth against the knife of the, which delayed for a while. The blade went deep into Titch's chest, and blood flowed from the wound, flowing down the blade continuously, dripping to the ground. Why, how could it? I failed. In disbelief, he said blankly, his face became old. This is the consequence of burning his life. I can't help lowering my head and looking at my chest. One hand, accompanied by flames and lightning, pierced his chest abruptly, and one hand became a claw, grabbing his beating heart abruptly. You stared and realized what, you are called. Yes, I will remember you, thank you so much. Titch said with a smile, panting, it was really just now it's a cut-off, but the harvest is also huge. My name is Marshal D. Titch. From now on, this name will be famous throughout the entire sea, but you have no hope of seeing it again. Lieutenant General's heart. Lieutenant General closed his eyes with pain and unwillingness. Instead of killing this young monster, he created a more terrifying monster. The powerful pirates did not speak one by one, and the newcomers who had just joined for a while were a little confused. What happened just now? How do I feel that the scene is a bit familiar? Some pirates seem to have seen this and that fleeting scene. Titch, he also has that qualification. Marco exclaimed. He is no longer an intern pirate, but a full member, and has been in the Whitebeard Pirates for several years. From his insights, one can naturally see what it is. Overlord and domineering, Titch has the qualification to become a king. It does not mean that if you have Overlord, you can become a king. However, those who can become a king are those top-notch ones in the New World. Big pirates are all powerful men with domineering looks. And monsters like Xiang Baybeard and Guanjiao Meishan noticed more things. At the moment when Titch burst out of the domineering color, at the moment when the domineering color spread, he abruptly controlled the domineering color of the proliferation. No other pirates were affected. There is D's exquisite claw skill, the flash of black on the right hand, that is, the armed color domineering. Titch usually exercises physical skills and claw skills, but generally uses swordsmanship in battles. This is the first time he has shown it. In this battle, Titch gained tremendous gains. Not only did he accomplish his goal and break through to become a swordsman, but he also suddenly awakened the armed and domineering and domineering. Domineering does not know how to exercise, mainly depends on the courage, ambition, belief in these. And since the armed domineering has awakened, he has made a good start. As long as Titch exercises seriously, he will be able to master it very quickly. On the deck of the warship Tikai Station, Lieutenant General Rona on the other side was beaten to death early, and the other Navy soldiers were also dead, leaving none of them, even those who fell into the water. The corpse of the fell on the ground, and his hands clinging to the knife were released. Hey! Titch grabbed the blade of the knife that was still on his body with one hand, gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and slammed the knife. Pulling out, the blood can't stop flowing out, the knife wound is deeply visible. Throwing the knife on the ground, tearing the sleeve of the left hand with the right hand, holding the cloth strip and pressing the wound hard to prevent the blood from flowing down. Come on and help, I'm going to die. Seeing the companion not far away was still in a daze, Titch shouted. Come here, Titch is injured, it's a deep wound. Hearing Titch's words, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com they reacted, and they rushed up one by one, helping Titch. It's amazing, Titch, killed a lieutenant general. I just broke through to become a swordsman. I remember Titch is only 14 years old now, a 14-year-old swordsman. After this battle, unknowingly, the attitude of these companions towards Titch has changed a bit. They still have an attitude towards their companions, but with a little more respect. For the strong, Titch killed the Navy general, already able to step into the ranks of the strong, the last blow of that military lieutenant general, most of them dare not say that they can resist. Except for those monsters, the lieutenant admiral is already the top power in the sea. The loss of 3 lieutenants is undoubtedly a huge loss to the Navy. With nearly 10,000 naval soldiers, the Navy will have to recuperate for several years. Titch could feel this attitude, but he didn't care. He took back the purgatory he was flying out of before, and his own trophies. The knife in the hands of Lieutenant General is also a famous knife, although it is not comparable to his Purgatory and Thunder Fang. Returned to the Moby Dick, one by one, his eyes stayed on Titch, and he killed a lieutenant admiral. In this battle, Titch was arguably the most dazzling. Titch looked at Whitebeard and couldn't help straightening his back, and smiled, "Father, I won this battle. Hey, you deserve my son. You deserve it." Whitebeard laughing, Titch's physique, only a few people in the Whitebeard Pirates know about it. Except for playing, having parties, and eating, Titch has always been practicing. As Whitebeard said, this is what he deserves. Go in and heal, the last battle will be over to me. Baybeard said, looking at the sea not far away, it seemed that he had already felt the enemy's arrival. Chapter 7: The Shocking Collision and the Pursuit of the Warring States. In the Navy fleet, the Warring States' complexion was gloomy and terrible, and the officers around them kept silent, bowing their heads, their complexions ugly. At this time, they had received the news that the 2 warships were missing, and the life cards of the 2 lieutenants were constantly burning, knowing that they had completely disappeared, and the 2 lieutenants were dead. What about the remaining 6,000 Navy? Both and Rona were sacrificed. Only 15 minutes passed. The Warring States gritted his teeth and slapped a palm on the table hard, only to see a deep palm print on the table. Warring States, calm down. Lieutenant General Tsuru reminded me that although she was also shocked by such a loss, the more it came to this kind of moment, the more she had to calm down. Warring States' face flushed red, and he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. These are 3 lieutenants, and there are 10,000 navies. They persisted for 20 minutes and sacrificed all of them. Could it be the Whitebeard? Is it your hand? Or the Whitebeard pirates group shot with all their strength? This is the first time in more than 10 years that the Navy has suffered such a large casualty all at once. Time has not dragged on, which is equivalent to putting meat in front of them for them to eat. It was a slap in the face. The 3 warships led by the Lieutenant General faced the Whitebeard pirate group that had taken full action. It was conceivable that they could not resist at all, and it was not worth the death at all. Anyway, our plan should be to expose. The Whitebeard pirates knew about it, so something like this would happen. He sighed, although I don't know what went wrong, we have to face it now. One question, do we still want to attack the Whitebeard pirates? Faced with the Whitebeard pirates who are ready, it is very difficult for us to connect with his ability. At this time, the only way to speak to the Warring States is, fighting, you must fight. The Warring States was very decisive, it was dispatched with great fanfare, and returned without any record. With such a large loss, the Navy will become a laughingstock. As the Warring States period said, fighting must be done, but let the other warship withdraw to the G1 branch, otherwise it will become a target for the Whitebeard, and will only be sacrificed in vain. At this moment, the Warring States did not completely ignore it. All revenge, but a calm analysis of the current situation, to minimize unnecessary casualties. Hearing this, Crane nodded with satisfaction. I will notify the headquarters of your decision. Crane's wisdom should not be underestimated. The commander in this war is the Warring States period, and Crane is the staff member and assistant to the Warring States period. At the same time, it is also a kind of supervision to prevent the commander from irrational behavior. Tell the Warring States period that the headquarters has agreed to his decision and must show the strength of the Navy. The Navy headquarters, Marshal Gang Gukong issued an order. This plan can be said to be planned by him. In general, the loss of the 3 warships, the responsibility lies with him. Forcibly suppressing the anger in the heart is really a disadvantage. Who on earth has revealed the plan? Take a thorough investigation. Anyone who knows the inside story of this operation must do it again. The exposure of this operation has brought huge losses to the Navy. From the air, it seems that there is a problem within the Navy. However, he did not expect that the problem was with Tick, who had overheard their conversation with his meticulous and domineering look. Hiss, lightly. Titch took a deep breath, and the alcohol poured on the wound, the intense, burning pain, sour and refreshing. The war is about to begin. It is impossible for Tick to hide in to heal his wounds and apply specially configured ointments. The world's medicinal materials industry is very developed, probably because of world customs. People are often injured in the sea, so they have developed this kind of medicine for wounds is very effective. Coupled with Tai Chi's amazing vitality, Tai Chi's wounds are soon scarred. These drugs help the wound to recover. However, for such a serious wound, at least one needs to recuperate. A few days. The doctor on board is very accustomed to this kind of injury, and skillfully stitched up the wound, applied ointment and then wrapped the bandage. Within a few minutes, Tich appeared outside intact. Although it was a bit painful, it did not affect his movement at all. Came out at the right time. From a distance, you can see a giant warship approaching here, and the companions on the ship are staring at each other and waiting in full battle. Is not the expected fleet, there is only one warship. It seems that the navy also knows the abilities of the old man, and the remaining warships have gone back. One of the pirates laughed. The warship got closer and closer, and finally stopped at 100 meters from the mobile. Gu la la la, Warring States, long time no see, I have been here for a long time, but I have been waiting for you for a long time. The Whitebeard cut the cloud in his hand and walked to the bow, laughing. Hey! The Warring States did not speak, and the two looked at each other. Suddenly, the Whitebeard's eyes condensed. At the same time, both sides burst into great courage, and there were arcs in the air boom. The overlord's domineering collision, the sea began to roll, the waves became turbulent, and the airflow began to flow rapidly, hitting the other side. The sea and the sky seemed to be divided into two halves. No, there are two worlds. Fang surging, the sky seemed to be split in half. Tich held on to the wall, steadied his body, and watched this scene with his eyes wide open. Compared with these two men who can be said to stand on the top of the world, compared to their domineering look, his courage is too weak. However, with goals, he will reach this step one day, or even surpass them, Tich firmly believes. But he understands that he is still in the accumulation stage and has not really grown up yet. The overlord look of the Warring States period is also very terrifying. The constant collisions can be said to be evenly matched. This is his kingdom of justice. The collision of the overlord color continued, and the overlord color of the Warring States period was gradually suppressed by the Whitebeard and the overlord color began to weaken. In the navy, there are restrictions everywhere, the restrictions of the world government. How can the overlord's color be comparable to the Whitebeard? However, the confrontation between the strong is not based on the domineering of the overlord. The collision of the overlord only lasted for half a minute, but for the navy present, the pirates seemed to have passed a century. The suppression of that kind of spirit made people very tormented. For those who are strong, there is no impact. The two stopped together as if they had agreed. The general of the Warring States period had shown his abilities, his body size was getting bigger and bigger, his body turned golden, and finally he looked like a big Buddha. This is the form of Eudemons, everyone fruit, and big Buddha. It has terrifying defensive power and can also exert a powerful impact. The Warring States period maintained the form of the great Buddha, extending his palm forward, and the power of terror was concentrated in the palm. Baybeard cut the cloud to one side longitudinally, raised his right hand, opened his legs, bent his right arm to extend back, clenched his fist, and a silver-white transparent aperture appeared on the fist, which compressed the ultimate vibration force. Big Buddha shock. Air shock. Warring States and Baybeard shouted together. The heavens and the earth faded, and the powerful shock wave was released from the body of the Buddha, and collided with the shocking force of the same blast in the middle of the two ships. The light was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. Everyone had found something to stabilize their bodies. The pirate ship swayed quickly, leaning over the sea, and buzzing in the ears, as if it were normal. After being in contact with the top of the world at such a close distance, too terrifying. Finally he recovered, looking forward, the sea sank, and under such an attack, a semi-spherical cavity with a diameter of 100 meters was formed. Gu la 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 la. The Whitebeard laughed, and stamped his right leg downwards, giving another empty shock with a punch. Children, let's retreat first and stop playing with them. Whitebeard laughed, good old man. Hearing the old man's words, the members of the boat immediately acted and returned to their posts. Moby the Dick turned and drove away. It was another blow to the great Buddha, which cancelled out the Whitebeard's air shock. Then, the sea level began to rise, Oops, it's a tsunami. In a short period of time, a 100-meter-high tsunami formed and struck the warship. Covering the sky and the sun, in the face of such natural disasters can feel their insignificance. Send such an offense? This is terrible. Polosalino, who has always been cynical, became serious. As a demon fruit-capable person, he has a natural awe of the sea, especially in the face of such a terrifying tsunami. But he didn't worry in his heart, he could quickly avoid it with his ability, but what about the others? What should I do? The warship will be crushed. Are we going to die in the sea? Don't worry, the general of the Warring States period is here. Seeing the Navy's mood changed a little, Lieutenant General Tsuru said. Humans are invincible against natural disasters. Except for those monsters, how can she not feel fear in the face of such natural disasters? She can also understand it in her heart. The great Buddha shocked. Facing such a tsunami, the Warring States did not change its face. With a boom, from a distance, the giant tsunami was suddenly blasted in half, and a circular cavity appeared in the middle, which was abruptly stiff by the Warring States. The bang came out. Great, I'm saved. The Navy who survived the danger showed a smile on their faces. Go ahead at full speed, chase me, don't let the Whitebeard pirates run away. Warring States shouted. Looking intently, the Whitebeard pirates had already escaped, and they kept moving towards the distance. The anger of the Warring States had not yet vented. How could the Whitebeard pirates escape like this? If they did not show the strength of the Navy, what would be the face of the Navy at such a huge loss? 3 days later, the warships of the Warring States period were still pursuing the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. And all the forces in the New World have already set their sights on the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. The inside story of this operation, what happened during the war. All the losses of the Navy were exposed. Because they found the trail of the Whitebeard pirates, they sent 3 warships and 3 lieutenants to delay time. The G1 branch moved forward at full speed and fought a blitzkrieg that would make everyone and all their strengths react. If this operation is successful, the Whitebeard pirates will suffer heavy losses even if they are not wiped out, and the consequences will change the pattern of the entire New World. But there is no doubt that if it fails, the Whitebeard pirates is still very friendly and will not actively provoke the Navy. When encountering the Navy, it will either run or train its men. He will not do it himself. Once a Navy is killed, it would be a complete offense to the Navy. The exposure of the action made the Whitebeard pirates group look at you without any scruples. Why do they keep their hands? Before the arrival of the Warring States period, the 3 warships that came to delay the time were wiped out in one fell swoop. With regard to the news, Marshal Kong also cleansed the interior of the Navy furiously. Needless to say, several spies were actually caught. All forces in the New World are laughing at the Navy. The reputation of the Navy in the New World has dropped drastically, and the frequency of naval attacks by pirates in each branch has greatly increased. But secretly, they vigorously cultivated spies and tried their best to infiltrate the Navy. If it weren't for the operation, the Whitebeard pirates would still be the usual faction, and the ending can be imagined. There are those sons who are fighting against the Navy. The heart has scruples and does not dare to use the power of the fruit shaking arbitrarily. He was dragged down by the Warring States. How could the remaining sons withstand the Navy's large fleet? This undoubtedly sounded a wake-up call in their hearts and increased their development in information warfare. A large number of spies flooded into the Navy, causing the Navy's interior to be devastated. Because it was too sudden, no reporter was present during the battle where the 3 lieutenant generals died, and Titch was not exposed. After that, several photos of the collision between Baybeard and the Warring States period flowed out. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Compared to the confrontation between the 2 world's top combat powers, the deaths of the 3 lieutenants were magnificently ignored by them. And on the sea, meteor volcano. Blocks of magma shot out like meteors in the sky, shooting towards the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates group. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Polosolino crossed his hands and stopped on his chest. Light bullets fired continuously, hundreds of light bullets, ice juvenile bird. The big bird condensed from ice rushed straight here. In the Whitebeard pirates, one by one strong men also jumped out and resisted these attacks. Warships from the warring states had been chasing the Moby Dick. Did they confront each other? Several times, they finally got rid of it. It didn't take long for the Navy. Chased up again. Generally speaking, the Navy is offensive, while the Whitebeard pirates are on the defensive. Tick was hiding in a corner without too much shots. It would be fine to leave this to his companion, with 2 knives and 2 pistols stuck in his waist. These are 2 lead shotguns. The bullets fired will cause people to suffer great pain. They appeared in Doflamingo's hands in the original work and killed his father and his younger brother. These 2 guns are one gold and the other silver. These are 2 high-end pistols with exquisite appearance and excellent touch. It is said that they were taken from the hands of a nobleman. Tikai fell in love with them as soon as he saw it. It was the trophy that a companion with a knife fell in love with him, and the famous sword that was smashed, and Tikai exchanged it with him. As for Daotik, there is no shortage at all, located in the 21 large knife craftsman's famous knife Purgatory and the famous knife Thunder Tooth. There is also a sword of kingship, no weaker than the previous 2 swords. Daiki was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that the famous knife Leia he stole was also a big knife. After checking it carefully, it was also located in one of the 21 big knife workers. Chapter 8, Rest and prepare to go to Wano country. Ah! Really comfortable, those Navy stalkers are like dogs, and they have finally left. The air was filled with water vapor, and a pirate sank his body in the hot water, exposing his head and open arms. Outside, members of the Whitebeard pirates were all around. For 3 months, I was so annoyed that it interrupted our voyage. When we meet next time, we must teach these navies a lesson. Tick closed his eyes and lay in the hot spring to relax. Since the failure of that operation, in order to restore the reputation of the Navy led by the Warring States period has chased the Whitebeard pirates for 3 full months. The Whitebeard pirates had confronted the Navy nearly 100 times, and not long after each escape, the Navy chased it up again. The eyes of the entire New World focused on the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. During this time, the New World's battles were much less. During the period, it passed through the territories of other great pirates. There were 3-way melee and 4-way melee. The Golden Lion, Big Mam, Kaido, and other big pirates come to get in from time to time, and the people in the Whitebeard pirates group are exhausted physically and mentally, so they stopped the parade plan and returned to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. And during this time of travel, some minor problems appeared in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates did not sit in town for a long time, and the affiliated pirates were a little unstoppable. Urgently needed the Whitebeard pirates to come back and deal with it. Some Xiao Xiao took advantage of the Whitebeard pirates' troops' absence and stared at the Whitebeard pirates' territory. Pursued and killed for 3 months. After returning, it took almost a month to clean up the small characters in the territory, destroying the 2 pirate groups, and only now stabilized. Titch was not as influential as others, but he was a little tired and needed to relax. This is an island under the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard pirates. It is a hot spring island famous in the New World. There are several active volcanoes on the island, which have not erupted for decades. There are countless tourists who come here every year. Daiki thought about the 2 devil fruits he got from the Whitebeard's boat. The Whitebeard pirates naturally also have a devil fruit illustration, and all the major forces in the New World have them, but it is an incomplete problem. Many devil fruits have names, and some are unknown. Titch got a thorn fruit, an elastic fruit. In Titch's eyes, it is a more malleable devil fruit, a thorn man who can control thorns. There are also elastic people who have extremely strong elasticity, but they don't have the super ability to rebound. This world is a bit strange. It does not have the attribute of the plant system, so it is divided into the superhuman system, and it is also impossible to become an animal like the animal system. The members of the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates are basically here. Even the old man is a little tired. This day is a happy and comfortable day. Tick hasn't felt this way for a long time. The Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates is parked in the port. The pirates on the island are all cautious and afraid to cause trouble. This is the Whitebeard pirates. People who were usually very arrogant also calmed down a lot. The main large hot springs on the hot spring island are all reserved by the Whitebeard pirates. Today is a good day, most of the main members of the Whitebeard are here. After a day of relaxation, there will be a banquet in the evening. However, I have to go back to guard the island the next day. The Whitebeard pirates' territory is not small, but it is not so big. Now the Whitebeard pirates' power has not reached its peak, and it does not need such a large territory. The expansion of the Whitebeard pirate group, the expansion of the territory is a must. Some members are also required to patrol the sea to prevent others from sneaking in. Guarding a territory is not that simple. Titch has made great progress in the past 4 months. Whether it is swordsmanship, domineering, and armed color, he can already master it. It is easy to retract and put, and physical polishing is now a must. And Tai Chi can do it with the domineering switch and range control of the domineering color, but if you want to accurately control the domineering color, avoiding partners and aiming at the enemy, such a targeted domineering color is still unable to do it, and is training. After getting the double guns, Tick's marksmanship has also been advancing by leaps and bounds. You know, in the previous life, there was a saying, guns, but the romance of men. This is something that is visible and unavailable in the previous life. He likes the feeling of shooting a gun, and the sound of bumping gunshots can be heard in his ears. The guns in this world are much behind than in the previous life, but they are more powerful. Titch took a closer look at the structure of the pistol. Very tough, can shoot far away, coupled with the domineering armed and domineering, the power of bullets is very terrifying. Coupled with a strong sense of domineering, Tick's marksmanship can also be ranked. Compared with the advancement of armed color domineering, the advanced level of seeing and hearing color domineering does not have the further development skills like Luiying. Expanding the scope requires continuous training, foreseeing the future, and there is no direction for training. It needs to be understood in battle. Daiki's experience and color are expanding the scope, and at the same time, he is also pursuing a deeper level of foreseeing the future. Time is so fast, Titch has a smile on his face, and he looks up at a hot spring pool not far away. Father and them are all there, and Maishan is laughing. 2 years later, I met Roger pirates in an accident. At that time, Mida will leave the Whitebeard pirates and board Roger's ship to help Roger reach the big secret treasure and ascend the throne of the Shanghai pirates. The One Piece is symbolic and recognized by everyone, but it is impossible for other pirates to obey his orders. The pirates are a group of unruly guys. And Katsuki Momonosuke has been born. Before Titch joined the Whitebeard pirates, she was playing in the hot springs with a smile on her face. The most beautiful woman in the future Wano country, Xiaozi, also called Hikari. Yuri and now have been born, not long after birth. The longer he has been in contact with Guanjio Maishan, the more likely he is to be infected by his emotions. This is a man with an extremely broad mind, as if he can hold everything, and possesses a monster-level strength, but in the future, he will die a little crippled. He believed his opponent credulously, and under the internal and external collusion, a hero-level character was designed to frame him, and he was finally executed and spurred by thousands of people. At this time, there is something wrong with the country of Wano. Black Charcoal Orokai has taken the position of general of Wano country. Maishan's father was killed. Behind the scenes there are 2 powerhouses, Black Charcoal Muchin and Black Charcoal Chanmaru, respectively. Those with the ability to screen fruits and those with the ability to imitate fruits. Because of the ability to imitate the fruit, the black charcoal snake can deceive other daimyo into the position of general of Wano country. Kanjuro, among the 9 knights of Akasaka under Meishin, was a spy sent by Orakai. He took away a lot of wealth in July and caused July to become poorer and poorer. Tich has a great affection for Mitsuki Mida. Although his personality is mostly evil, he doesn't think he is a good person, but this does not prevent Tich from helping Mitsuki Mida. Duo united with the Black Charcoal Snake and destroyed the Guanjiao clan, and together with the Black Charcoal Snake took charge of the Hezi country. In the end, except for the most prosperous flower capital, the Hezi country became a wasteland. K-Duo doesn't know how to operate at all, and only sees the huge benefits of Heilashi in his eyes. Moreover, such a violent operation method is very despised by Tich. But the timing is wrong. He has never been to Wano country. How could he know what happened in Wano country? The longer it takes, the worse it will be for Mida. It's a pity for a man like this to die so easily, and changing history is still very fulfilling for him. Thinking of this, Tich stood up and walked slowly over there. Hey, Tich, come take a bath together. Waved, Joey, the future Diamond Joey, is now a strong man on the boat. Now, he is born with amazing word power. Haha, I have enough. Tikai smiled and looked at Baybeard. Father, we shouldn't have any big actions next. Well, we're going to rest for a while, what's the matter? Baybeard asked. Hearing Tich's words, she guessed what Tich seems to be doing. Tich smiled and looked at Meishin on the side. When I visit the country, I will find the best craftsman in Wano country to repair my 3 knives, and by the way see the Ryu Sakura from Wano country, and the authentic Odin. It's also like this. Tich doesn't care for the knife, except that Purgatory has been well maintained by his teacher. Thunder Teeth has been worn out. After all, he hasn't used it for decades. Although Long Yuan is of high quality, it is also things that have lasted for hundreds of years need to be polished and maintained. Mida, you don't want to go back. If you have anything, you can leave it to me, and I can help you with it. Tich said seriously, haha, thank you, Tich, I have a lot to think about. Let's talk about it. Wait a minute, I'll write a letter later, and you will bring it back for me. Mida was very happy when he heard that. Oh, it's been 3 years since I came out, and I don't know how Wano country is now. Look forward to. Dad, is Wano Kuni my father's hometown? Momonashuk asked at the side. Yes, that's a very beautiful place. After a while, when I see more different scenery, I will take you back with you. Meishin smiled, opening his arms, eyes shining brightly. Tich, are you all right by yourself? Marco worried. Haha, don't underestimate me, Marco, I'm not a land duck like you. Tick laughed. I heard that the entrance to Wano country is a big waterfall. I can already use the moon step proficiently. The ground flew up. Now Marco has eaten the phoenix fruit of the animal-based phantom beast. Marco was lucky. He picked one out of those unknown devil fruits and ate it. It was an animal even rarer than the natural one. It was a new demons, and the entire Whitebeard Pirates group was stunned at the time, and even Tich was surprised. It turned out that Marco's ability came from this way. With this kind of luck, he was stronger than him before. Now, after eating the devil fruit, he has taken off all at once, becoming one of the best, plus the bug remembers his resilience and the ability to fly. Is simply invincible. Gu la la la, let's go, Tich, this is also a temper. Baybeard smiled. Soon, Mi Tian couldn't stay there anymore. It was undoubtedly a happy thing to find a place to start writing. Then, before the banquet started, he took out several pages full of paper, carefully put it in an envelope, and gave it to Tich. At night, the lights are bright, everyone is happily drinking wine, gulping food, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com joking and having fun. In the middle of the field, Marco and Jaws were drunk, and danced an unknown dance together, jumping 2 steps from time to time, raising their legs together. Is hard to see, but is in it, and it looks like a child is very cute. The pirates around are applauded. Titch, won't you go up? Everyone is happy and happy together. Baista took a sip of wine and smiled on Titch's back. Haha, I'm very happy now. His face turned red. But his eyes are very clear. I have to say that Marco is a little ugly dancing. At this point, I don't know what I thought, and the corner of his mouth chuckled. I didn't know where to take out a camera. KO and Jaws took 3 shots in a row. Titch, what are you doing? Baista was puzzled. Haha, wait for Marco to become famous in the future and become a strong man in the new world. I am sending out these photos. You say I am excited when I think about it, and my eyes are a little wretched. I was stunned, looking at the little that Marco was pouting. Thinking of the scene where Marco saw it in the future and lived for a long time, I couldn't help but feel chilled. It's vicious. I thought that if I were to be manipulated like this, my gentleman's demeanor and his fame would be ruined all his life. Immediately afterwards, Baista haha laughed. I will give me one later, I want to store it, haha. The more I thought about it, the more excited. The pirates on the side listened and approached Titch and them. Titch, give me one too. Titch nodded with a smile. Don't worry, it will be printed out in 100 copies, everyone will have it. At this time, Marco didn't know that his wise life would be ruined by this photo in the future. The banquet fell silent in joy. Chapter 9, On the Sea on the First Day. Early the next morning, Titch was ready to set off. Regarding the map of the New World, the islands with names and surnames, Titch was very clear about the scope of the major forces in the New World. He was holding a chart in his hand, the chart of the New World. After leaving Whitebeard's territory, to reach Wano country alone, one needs to pass through 16 islands, including 4 countries, not to mention that an accident may change the voyage on the way, or some unknown islands. According to Titch's calculations, it will take at least 3 months. Titch prepared a small boat with eternal pointers, did not say goodbye to others, and went out to sea alone. Today's weather is very good, the sun is shining, and it's a good day to go out to sea. Titch looks out into the distance and the endless sea, with some expectations in his heart. This is the first time he has gone out to sea alone for a long time, and he feels a little nervous. No, it's excitement about adventure, and curiosity about the unknown. He feels that he will gain a lot on this journey. Thinking of this, Titch couldn't help touching a phone bug stored on his chest. In order to prevent Titch from having an accident, Baybeard also left a phone bug on his body specially. When in trouble, he can tell by the beard pirates ask for help, or talk about the situation during the trip when it's okay. The weather in the New World is very changeable and extremely bad. It is well known that without a good navigator, you may be easily knocked down by terrible natural disasters on the sea, and the ship will be destroyed and the people will be destroyed. As soon as he went out to sea, Titch encountered a heavy rainstorm. The originally sunny weather suddenly disappeared. Then, the dark clouds in the sky gathered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there was a drop of rain in the sky, and every drop of rain has it. The beans are about the size of beans. Seeing here, Titch knows that heavy rain is coming soon. After staying on the Whitebeard pirate boat for so long, Titch still knows some common sense of climate very well. Tiny boats wandered in the sea, making a creaking noise between the wooden planks of the boat and the boat. Titch sat steadily on the boat, saying that it was a small boat, but it was a small fishing boat that kept out the rain. Nothing. But the ships built in the New World are very strong to cope with this mysterious weather. Heavy rain is very normal in the New World. If this is the case, it is impossible to destroy the ship. However, this is grind, ha ha ha, the rain is not stopping, and the boat is about to be destroyed. Titch laughed and laughed afterwards. He was very optimistic, while holding the scoop for fetching water. The water on the boat was poured into the sea, otherwise, the boat would sink, and he didn't want to swim past it. Tic was riding the small boat through the waves, clutching a paddle with both hands, and sliding forward with constant force to keep the boat from deviating from the scheduled course. But the stagnant water on the boat will be cleaned up after a while. After sailing for 3 hours in the heavy rain, the rain stopped suddenly, but Tic did not relax. His face changed, he jumped up violently, and his hands became grasping. They attacked the sky overhead, and huge hailstones fell in the sky. In the New World, hailstones are undoubtedly very terrifying. If some weaker pirates are hit by hailstones, they will either be seriously injured or killed. The destructive power is also the number one. If nothing is done, the boat will be destroyed in less than 3 minutes. It can be seen that huge hailstones were cut in half when they approached Tic, then melted into the air. Tikai's claw skills are about to take shape, combined with the claw skills of Tikai Kendo. This is the goal that Tikai decided from the beginning. It is a bit like the combination of swords in previous lives. Using the body as a sword, Tic uses his fingers as a sword, and he can cut the sword energy with his fingers. If you look closely, Tic's hands gradually break away from the concept of hands, and are more like claws, fingers are longer and sharper, and palms seem to have become wider. With flames and thunder and lightning, if you add the armed color domineering, it will be even more towards a demon claw, a devil claw. This is the function of the return of life. In less than a month, Tic's return of life is progressing very quickly. Now he has initially learned the return of life and can adjust parts of the body. The effect is like the assassination technique of beating the enemy in the Haka family in a full-time hunter. The physical control can make the fingers sharper in an instant and enhance the effective means of attack. The subtle level of seeing and hearing makes Tic seem to be able to see the essence of things. He has a very good understanding of all aspects of the body. It brings precise control of power and control of the body. He has found an opportunity. In the sea area where he was fighting, he brought back the 2 devil fruits that Lieutenant Admiral Thompson placed in the ship's mezzanine, the complete Navy 6 notes, and those treasures. At that time, Tic had already recorded the location of the sinking of the warship. In the previous month, Tic had found a time to pass, and it took almost 3 days. Tic remembered its location very clearly. It was on an island. About 5 or 6 kilometers northwest. The harvest is very gratifying. Although the treasure worth hundreds of millions is of little use to Tic now, it is also very precious. The complete Navy 6 style notebook, the experience in which gives Tic a lot of inspiration. After all, physique is mostly the same. Yes, as well as the life return that Tikai desires to get, it can even bring Tikai's strength to a higher level. These 2 devil fruits are both animal devil fruits, 1 animal line worm fruit mantis fruit, 1 animal line ancient species emperor crocodile fruit, 1 top animal devil fruit, 1 top ancient a kind of devil fruit. The emperor crocodile was undoubtedly a powerful creature of the overlord level in ancient times, and the overlord of amphibious amphibians. I didn't expect that these 2 powerful abilities, whether it is a praying mantis or an emperor crocodile, are powerful hunters, but one is in the micro world, and the other is in the macro world. If it weren't for Tic, the 2 devil fruits would be buried in the sea, and I don't know how long it will take to reappear. Daiki's seeing eyes have already locked on every hailstone that will fall on the boat. Where can I find such a natural place to exercise my fighting ability? What's more, one purpose of coming out this time is to sharpen it. 20 minutes later, Tic exhaled, panting, and sweating all over his body. The hailstone lasted for more than 20 minutes, and he kept attacking for more than 20 minutes, crushing and destroying. The hail that fell, at least a dozen or 2 dozen hail fell on the boat in every second, the rate of which was very high. The hail stopped, the clouds scattered in the sky, and the sun came down. Before Tic could breathe a sigh of relief, the weather quickly changed. The sun flashed away, the sky gradually darkened, and the wind gradually faded. As it grew bigger, the boat swayed up and down along the waves. There was a roar of boom, thunder, and lightning danced. Titch's face was gloomy, and he felt that his face was very dark. On the first day he came out, he encountered 3 extreme weathers, and he didn't feel much when he was on the pirate ship. Severe weather is relatively rare. Because there was a navigator on board, he noticed the change in weather early and avoided that area. The ever-changing extreme climates of the New World are localized. At this time, the importance of the navigator is shown. In the New World, the status of the navigator is not lower than the core member of the pirate group. However, Titch is fearless, breaking the wind, breaking the waves, and constantly moving forward, alone in the storm and rain on the sea. His arms become sturdy due to force, but the quality of the oars is good, otherwise it is true. Going with the flow. The muscles of both arms swelled, and the agitated blue tendons were hidden under the soaking clothes and stuck to the skin, and they could be clearly seen through. Titch feels the mighty power of nature, but he does not give in at all. It seems that he is the only person in the world. Being alone is not terrible, but Titch can bear the loneliness. How many days and nights, Titch is alone. Exercise in the room. I heard bursts of whirring from the sea, echoing between the sky and the earth, lowering my head instinctively, as if he had found something, and Titch's face showed a smile. Seen from above, there is a huge shadow swimming underneath Titch's boat. It keeps spinning around the boat, swimming back and forth, seeming to be staring at the prey. Titch has discovered that this is a Neptunus of the Neptunus category, and stared at him. "Haha, thief, let me try it." Titch laughed. A huge shadow emerged from the water, in front of Titch's boat, covering the sky. Compared to this sea king, Titch was too small. At a glance, the body just exposed to the surface reached 300 meters high. This is a sea snake and sea king. He lowered his head and looked at Titch. He couldn't help but open his mouth, revealing the densely packed sharp teeth. The long snake letter spit out, and the inside was the huge mouth like an abyss. I saw the Neptune leaning down and rushing towards Tikai, as if he wanted to take a bite. Let Tikai swallow it. Fuck me. Tikai's eyes stared, and the invisible domineering spread, aiming at this sea king class. Time seemed to stand still. Under the impact of Taichi's domineering look, the eyes of this sea king seemed to appear in circles, lost consciousness, and passed out in a coma. The huge figure stopped in the air, and then fell on the sea. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com gradually sank into the sea. This is the first time since Titch awakened that day that he used a domineering look against a living body. Titch could feel that his courage had increased a lot, especially after today's tempering and further enhancement. Titch could feel it. Arrive. The storm lasted for an exceptionally long time, but Titch's condition did not drop much. After all, it's common for Titch to exercise for a whole day and several days. The storm alone can't affect Titch. Titch looked at the eternal pointer. The boat's heading was in the same direction as the pointer, and let the waves propel the boat forward, no matter what. As long as there was the eternal pointer in the New World, Titch would never get lost. Standing steadily on the boat alone, he started his own practice. The wristbands on the hands and feet have long been changed. Each wristband weighs 1 ton, which means that the weight of Titch's body has reached 6 tons. The wristband is large, but it is blocked by the clothes and pants. You can't see it when you are, but it will be revealed when there is action. Alone on the boat, doing push-ups quietly, exercising his arm strength and willpower. The violent storm seems to have no effect on Titch. Like an ascetic who doesn't say a word, doesn't know who he can talk to, he must be engaged in training, and he can't be half-hearted. I don't know how long it has passed. The storm has stopped, the sky has become bright, and the sun has fallen on the sea, exuding dazzling brilliance. The blue sea is incomparably beautiful and magnificent at this moment. The sea is the greatest miracle of nature. Titch couldn't help but raised his head, stopped the movement in his hands, his eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on his face, which was something he had never felt before. Far away, the outline of an island appeared, and it finally arrived. Chapter 10, On the Island, Mistima and number 039, Waiting. After traveling alone on the sea for a day and a night, Titch finally saw the island. After a while, the boat approached the island and docked at the small port. There are dozens of ships here, including pirate ships and merchant ships, but most of them are pirate ships. Titch looked at the town, very orderly. Although there were a lot of battles, it was much better than those uncontrolled chaotic places. It seemed that this territory was owned by the island, that is to say, this island. It has been occupied. Titch is somewhat interested in the people who manage this island, because order can bring a steady stream of benefits, and the wealth squeezed in chaos is the most stupid. This is the experience that Taichi too gained as a person. People come and go in the port. Taichi's arrival alone attracted the attention of many people and pirates. Most pirates don't care, but a few pirates' eyes shining brightly. These are smart people, sailing alone in such a small ship in the new world with bad weather. There are no weak people who can survive. Hello, please pay 500 baileys before going to the island. Titch was about to go ashore when the pirate guarding the port came to Titch and said, "Good attitude, able to train the pirate under him to be like this." Titch is more and more interested in the pirate who rules the island, but it depends on fate. Titch won't stay on this island a long time. Titch was not dissatisfied. 500 baileys is not a very high price. Every pirate can afford it. With a smile, he took out 500 baileys from his pocket and placed them in the palm of his hand, looking at the sea in front of him. The thief couldn't help but smiled and glanced at the boat behind him. Isn't my boat required to pay for protection? In addition to pirates, ships staying in the port also have to pay a protection fee, and these pirates at the port will also protect these ships from theft. Looking at the orderly appearance of the island, the pirates who have ruled the island have been running well and have a good reputation. Finally, the strength is not weak. Without strong strength, there are so many arrogant pirates that cannot be suppressed. Titch saw a lot in a short time. No, I don't think anyone will steal your boat. The pirate in front of him couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and then he said, "Don't worry, the ships in the harbor are the Shiratori pirates. We'll be optimistic." I don't know why, he looked at Titch, and felt a pressure in his mind. It was very vague, and it seemed to be more pressure than his captain put him on. "Haha, leave the 500 baileys to you, and treat it as my ship's protection fee." Titch smiled and took out 500 baileys and put them in his hand. Passed by the side and walked into the town. What is eye-catching is the high-hanging pirate banner, with a silver sword inserted obliquely on the skull, and a white bird is on the upper left of the skull. The facilities in the town are quite complete, and there are relatively few residents on the streets, and most of them operate pubs. This street is reserved for pirates, and most residents should live in other parts of the town. From this point, you can see the methods of the Shiratori pirates. The streets are very clean and there is very little trash. Most of the trash was this morning, and the blood stains are very fresh. This shows that pirate fights are not forbidden on the island. Someone cleans the streets every morning. These are all Titch's knowledge and experience. These thoughts flashed in his mind. Sometimes Titch thinks that he is possessed by a detective. He uses artificial intelligence-like analysis and has a super brain. Titch walked into a bar, there were not many people in it, and came to the front desk, a bottle of rum, 3 fried rice, 2 sauces. Titch said, "Rum is Titch likes to drink wine, rumored to be the wine of pirates, has a charming mellow aroma." "Okay, wait a minute." The boss nodded when he heard, and skillfully took out a bottle of rum, helped Titch open the bottle cap, and put it in front of Titch. Titch was not in a hurry and picked up the bottle with one hand. He raised his head and poured the wine into his mouth. "Haha, it's so delicious. It tastes a bit special." "Boss, you brewed the rum yourself in your tavern." At the same time as it was mellow, there was also a sweet taste that made Tick's eyes brighten and turn to look at the tavern. Said the boss. Haha, that's right. The owner of the tavern smiled and nodded. This is a middle-aged man who is more than 2 meters tall. Tick can feel that his strength is not weak, and he dares to open a tavern on an island with many pirates. A certain strength, or it was opened by a pirate. Tick could feel the scars on the tavern keeper's body, especially the severed finger on his left. The of his left hand was broken with the index finger, and the scars across his face showed that he was also a ruthless man when he was young. Having been in the ocean for a period of time, he is also a man with a story. There are too many powerful people hidden in this ocean, and Tick has felt several of them in the territory of the Whitebeard alone. Let's have another bottle, and prepare 2 more bottles for me when I leave. Ticky didn't want to delve into his past and said with a smile. Take it, your fried rice, and your sauce. The window at the back opened, and a little girl with green curly short hair was holding a large bowl of fried rice and a plate of sauce. Her tone was not good and she glanced at Tick. Tick saw her eyes and smiled at her. Cut. The little girl ignored him, somewhat arrogant. With the red rose tattoo on her neck, plus the purple tears under her left eye, it looked like a bad girl. With the window closed, Doyle, the owner of the tavern, had already taken the fried rice and barbecue, put them in front of Tick, and smiled. This is my niece Loya. She has a bad personality. Her parents died at the hands of the pirates. Become this, a little hate pirates, but she still has a good heart. Well, I think this little girl is very cute, haha. Tick smiled, took a spoon and prepared to eat fried rice, put the steaming fried rice in his mouth, and took a deep breath in his nose. Wow, it smells so good, it makes me appetite. Haha, of course, Loya has a very good culinary talent, her current cooking skills have surpassed me, and she is also very famous in the local area. Doyle was very happy to hear Tick's compliment to Loya. Said with a smile. Well, it's so delicious, it's really delicious. Tick took a spoonful of fried rice, put it in his mouth, his eyes were shining, and he was eating while talking. I set up the pirate group that day, and invited her to board my boat and become the chef on my boat. Tick said. Haha, I have no opinion, it depends on her own thoughts, girls will always grow up. Doyle laughed. Tick and Doyle were eating and chatting with a loud voice. In the kitchen in the backstage, the girl named Loya listened to the talking outside, laughed, and the movement of cutting vegetables in her hands became louder. Boom! Boom! The voice came outside, and Tick and Doyle couldn't help but smile at each other. It's still a little girl. The chat with Doyle was very good, and Doyle was the same. He could feel Tick and Doyle in front of him. The other pirates are very different, and more importantly, it can feel a little threat from Ticky's body. I haven't felt this for a long time, even the young junior in town, it just made him attractive and had some aptitude. Loya couldn't help frowning, her expressions written on her face, listening to Tick's conversation with her Uncle Doyle. Tick's face appeared in her mind, and she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She wanted to be in Tick. 2 punches in the face. On the island, the Shiratori pirates resident and the core members of the Shiratori pirates are all here. At this time, in the central clearing area, there are several figures fighting, and the surrounding members are watching. Whitebird flow swordsmanship air cut. The flying slash that cut the air, looking from the side, the swordsman in white clothes who was resisting the siege of the other 2 opponents suddenly smiled, his breath suddenly rose, and suddenly became very terrifying. The slashing blow passed by like a giant eagle, and the spreading wings shone with chilling silver light. The sharpness and speed of this swordsmanship have shown the ultimate. No, brother, we will join hands to block. This trick cannot be avoided. As the older brother, Harder said, he can feel a sense from this blow. Threat, the oncoming sword is sharp and dazzling. There have been many fights. Brother Hardman and his brother are in good agreement. The 2 hold machete, armed, and slash the ground. Compared with the flying giant eagle, this machete is very simple and simple. Power and weight, the machete covered with armed color is so terrifying, as if it contains the power of the earth. The technique is very simple, it is to attack the enemy at the right time. By the way, the machete that hits the ground, and the big machete that hits the ground. The machete shook the ground, and the tip of the knife accurately slashed the head of the giant eagle from the Warring States period. He and his younger brother's combined strength is very powerful. Sometimes even the captain can't help them. With a loud noise in the air, Hardman and Hardner fell to the ground, panting, and there were all on their bodies several sword wounds. Haha, the captain's strength seems to have improved. Hardman smiled, didn't care about the injury on his body, slowly stood up, and didn't suffer much injury. After all, the three of them are just learning from each other and won't make heavy moves. Even so, the two of them were still a little surprised. They almost shot with all their strength, and in the end they still didn't resist this move. The wound on his body looked like a cut wound, torn by something sharp. This was the power of the wind, the power of the air current, and most swordsmen's sword moves had this power. Hardman, Harder, you two have also become stronger in this period of time. The swordsman in white smiled and walked forward slowly. The face of a pale silver hair is grim, earrings inlaid with huge diamonds. Slender arms, holding a silver sword in his hand, the thumb of the right hand, the index finger and the ring finger are respectively inlaid with sapphires, rubies, and green ring with gems. Wearing a white cloak, he has a pair of silver pupils, is 2 meters tall and stands upright. This is the captain of the Shiratori pirate group, Mistima, the pirate who has emerged in the past few years. Not only does he possess strong swordsmanship, but also possesses a swordsman and wisdom far beyond ordinary people, so he can survive in the chaotic new world. Have a foothold in the middle and a stable territory. Haha, the captain is getting stronger and stronger. I feel that I can occupy several islands, or we are attacking several other islands. Compared to the steady Hardno, his brother Hardman is undoubtedly a fighting freak. Very active, not worrying at all. Mistima listened and shook his head. Headman, don't forget, the battle between the flying pirates and Roger pirates. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes, and the original war seemed to be in front of him. The world changed color, thunder and lightning danced wildly, and the wind roared continuously, fighting for 7 days and 7 nights. At that time, when he was only 17 years old, he broke through and became a swordsman. He went out to sea with the acquaintance Hardman and Hardna, staying in a small country in the New World, on the edge of the island where the small country is located. There is a desert island. That day, the Roger pirates and the Golden Lion pirates met at sea and fought a battle. It was mainly the battle between Roger and the 2 legendary pirates of the Golden Lion. On that day, they watched the battle from a distance and witnessed the power of the pinnacle of the world with their own eyes. This is a battle between monsters. 7 days later, on that deserted island. Disappeared, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com left a piece of reef. The remaining battle traces seem to tell the horror of that battle. But he was not discouraged, and he had gained a lot. He saw the battle of the world's top powerhouses, and even the battle of the world's top swordsmen. Mistima and the others began to keep a low profile. He was very calm and was not lost by some small breakthroughs. He needed to hibernate. Although he stayed on the island, he did not give up the training of strength. He has been paying attention to the news on the sea. He is keenly aware that on the sea, the pattern is gradually taking shape, and your own Shiratori pirates, if they dare to jump out, they are guaranteed to be shattered by the impact. Hearing Mistima's words, the faces of Hardno and Hardman showed fear. How can we deal with such a monster? Hardno said in a deep voice, anyway, compared with those real monsters, we are too far behind. Mistima's words poured on the heads of the 2 brothers like a basin of cold water. allowing them to wake up from the expansion of their strength. However, we are still young, and with the qualifications of the boss, we will definitely not be worse than those monsters in the future. Hadner was a little unwilling. Mistima smiled. Clever, he knew his upper limit. It is difficult to reach that A level, but also confident to become the top powerhouse in the new world, even if it is not comparable to those monsters. More importantly, he doesn't have that kind of aptitude. Keep on waiting. When a young person with monster qualifications comes out, we will follow him together and reach the top with him. If it doesn't work, we will join the fleet of the Golden Lion. Now we are in the new world. Flying the Air Pirates group is constantly recruiting, expanding its power. Strong strength, coupled with strong ambition, is also an object worthy of following. Mistima said. Chapter 11, Schiller and Number 039, S. Insult. Hadner and Hardman didn't speak. They knew what Mistima meant, but where to find such a monster? I waited for 3 years, but nothing came. The top pirate group in the New World is almost at its peak. Their joining has no good results. They are not high in status. They also look down on younger ones such as Kaido and Big Mom, or they have low affinity, but there is also a faint expectation in my heart. Boss, there seems to be something going wrong in a bar. Do you want to check it out? At this moment, a pirate trotted in and said to Mistima. Abby, what happened? Hadner crossed his arms and asked. If Tick was here, he would recognize that this young little pirate, called Abby, was the pirate who charged him at the port. It's like this. A new pirate came to the island this morning. I felt a pressure from him, because I remembered the words on the boat. I followed him for a while. He entered a tavern, and now Mad Knife the pirates have to go there to book the venue. I feel that there will be a big conflict, so I came over immediately. Abby said quickly. Abby is an important training target on the ship. He is born with a keen intuition. Under the training of Mistima, he has awakened the domineering and domineering. He has a higher talent. He was assigned to guard the port by Mistima. If there is a problem, he can also find out in advance, and then deliver the message. Really? Alone with a small boat sailing on the sea? Mistima couldn't help touching his chin. You feel the pressure from him. How does it compare to me? Mistima looked at him. Abby asked. This Abby was stunned, somewhat unable to speak. To be honest, I won't blame you. Mistima said gently. Abby was relieved when he saw it, and couldn't help but stop breathing, and began to hold his breath, as if thinking, recalling Tich's appearance. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Hardman next to Mistima. Compared to the mild Mistima, the violent Hardman made him scared a lot. Look, what's so scary about this, to be honest? Hardman glared at Abby and drank. Okay. Abby nodded. I feel, he is much stronger than the captain. This is true, Abby told the truth. He can naturally feel a threat to him, so he is seeing and hearing there is a good talent in color domineering. If the captain is an eagle, then that person is a flood dragon. On the surface, it looks a little ordinary, but I feel it with the domineering look and feel, but I can't feel anything. This is the most terrifying thing, like an abyss. Generally, the more I think about it now, the figure of that person is lingering in my mind. Abby said, his face became a little frightened. I remember that there seemed to be a rare large storm yesterday to the morning. How big the range is? Hadner seemed to have thought of something and said it. Hadner asked, looking at Shook, the sailor wearing glasses while standing on the side of the duel. Hey! Shuke was taken aback, but he reacted quickly and took out a note from his arms. Because the rarer ones lasted for a long time, so I wrote down the range of the storm. I do the math. 7 or 8 islands including Arbatia Island, our sea area is basically within the range of the storm. Shuke opened the note and looked at it, and stretched out to look in front of him. Pushed the frame up a bit, earnestly said. The voice just fell, and the audience was taken aback. It is hard to imagine how difficult it is to survive such a huge storm one by one. In addition, Abby's previous judgment was even more terrifying than the captain. How could such a person be unknown? The curiosity was raised in the hearts of Mistima and others. The silver sword in his hand retracted the scabbard, and turned to look outside the door. The corner of Mistima's mouth rose slightly. "Let's go, let's meet that guy." Hearing Mistima's order, several people followed Mistima and walked in the direction of the tavern. "Haha, let's go. Go to the tavern. Today, I Crazy Knife Schiller booked the bar in the tavern." On the street, dozens of pirates walked in the middle of the road, and the leading pirate was holding a serrated machete. A 3-meter tall body and a thick beard, shouted to the back. "Haha, thank you, boss." The pirates behind cheered. Residents and pirates on both sides of the road stopped on both sides of the road, giving way to members of the Crazy Knife Pirates to avoid conflict, and the residents' eyes. "I am also afraid of disgust. And those pirates have some fear in their eyes. Not only the Mad Knife Pirate group is evil, like killing, but also Captain Schiller's powerful strength. As a bounty of 130 million pirates in this sea area is very famous. The headed Mad Knife Schiller likes killings even more. Looking at opponents begging for mercy, he uses his serrated machete to break them alive. His cruel character is not to be rejected. Once he finds out, even his members don't let it go. The members of the ship still fear him most, and he also likes this, using space to dominate others." Tikai smiled and ate quickly. The appearance of the meal was not elegant, but it was not ugly. The remaining 2 bowls of fried rice and a plate of sauced meat were also delivered. The second bottle of rum was opened, the nose moved slightly, and the aroma of the wine was inhaled in the mouth. It seemed to be a little addicted, the eyes were blurred, and the sides of the cheeks were reddish. Seemingly drunk. N.S. Titch has a natural drinking capacity, and he has also exercised in the Whitebeard Pirates. He looks drunk. This is just a way for Titch to relax. The enjoyment of wine, the respect for a long time. If drinking is not, how can you be called drinking if you are drunk? Gradually, Titch developed such a habit, which was a natural reaction of the body. "Thief, haha, little Loye, do you want to go out with me?" The meal was just delivered, and the window in the backstage kitchen of China Unicom had not been closed yet. Titch smiled at Loye. "If you can make cherry pie, it would be better. At that time, as the little cook of our pirate group, we will treat you as a treasure, thief, haha." As soon as the voice fell, a steel fork slammed out, with a sharp cold light flashing on it. Boom! Past Ticky's ear and stuck it straight into the wooden wall at the back. The head of the steel fork was all over. Sinking in, deeply inserted into the board, the handle trembling constantly outside. "Go to hell, old drunkard, I won't go out to sea with you." Loya's hair stood up like a fire, without a deep well, but Titch didn't care at all. Daoer glanced at each other, couldn't help but smile, and took a sip of rum. "Hey, am I so old in the eyes of the little girl now?" Titch touched his clean chin. "Don't talk nonsense, little Loya, temper your temper, otherwise the weather will be better. I can't get married anymore. I'm still a young guy, haha." Titch laughed. Doyle smiled. It's been a long time since he was so happy. He took out a wine glass and poured himself a glass of wine. With a sound of bump, one of the opened doors was smashed in half. The others looked at the doorway to the rear at the same time, and they couldn't help stopping their movements one by one. Their expressions changed in horror. "It's crazy. Knife Schiller, how could he come here?" Also seemed to be announcing his arrival. Schiller walked in with a machete in his hand, did not speak, and first looked around the tavern for a week. There were few people, but seeing their fear of him, he felt very happy. Schiller holding the handle of the knife in his hand, letting the knife drop to the ground, and drew a deep mark on the wooden floor. He grinned cruelly. "Today I have booked a place here, you let me go outside." Bar. Haha, did you hear me? Our boss has spoken and wanted to die. I didn't expect Schiller to be so arrogant, so everyone was taken aback. Seeing that they hadn't moved yet, the pirates behind Schiller were unhappy and laughed wildly. Right. As pirates, this is undoubtedly an insult to them, but they are stronger than humans. This world is a world where the strong is respected. They cannot resist. They put down their bowls and chopsticks one by one, with fear, but more the anger left. A man walked outside and said, "Ha ha 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 ha." The members of the Mad Knife pirate group laughed when they saw it, and they liked to look at others with helpless expressions. The arrival of the pirates of the Wild Wind has attracted a lot of attention, and an individual has been driven out from the tavern, and he has a deeper understanding of the bad behavior of the pirates of the Wild Knife. People are a little curious and like to watch the excitement. Gradually, the crowd of onlookers has also increased. Is this here? A few people came to the outside of the tavern, stood among the crowd, and looked inside the tavern. Boss, the pirates of the Mad Knife is too arrogant. If this goes on, it will affect the business on the island. Hadner said, now the companions must gather together. Do you want to annihilate them together? Hadner was a bit dissatisfied with the tumor like the Violent Wind Pirates group. For the stability of the island, it is necessary to eliminate or drive the Violent Knife pirate group out of the island in one fell swoop. Due to the stability of the island, many seas the thieves came to live on this island and brought them huge benefits. Moreover, in order to prevent other strengths from focusing on this island, they need to show their strength, and the Crazy Sword Pirates group is undoubtedly one, and the Crazy Sword Pirates group is undoubtedly a good target to establish its prestige. Don't worry, take a look first. Mistima looked at the front desk in the pub. Since Titch was sitting at the front desk, that is, in the middle position, he could see Titch's back at a glance. Hey, didn't you hear? Are you deaf? Don't you hurry out, I'm going to book this tavern. Schiller's attention focused on Titch in front of him, and he didn't expect his reputation to be lost. The effect, a wave of anger could not help but rise in my heart. Haha, can you wait? The fried rice here is really delicious. I will finish eating soon. The rum is also good. Would you like to try it? Titch smiled and picked up a bottle of rum. Reached out and handed it to Schiller, who walked behind him. Schiller felt that he was insulted. With a bang, the wine bottle fell off Titch's hand and hit the ground. The bottle broke into pieces. And the wine splashed on Titch's body, and a large piece of it was spilled on the ground. Oh! That person is going to be done. Crazy Sword Schiller is going to get angry. The people outside exclaimed. Well, the ground is soaking wet. Doyle, do you have a rag? Let me clean it up for you. Titch said to Doyle. Don't bother, let me do this. Doyle shook his head, and took a deep look at Titch. Haha, thank you, after all, it was because of me that got dirty. Titch said with a smile. If you don't eat the fried rice, it will be cold, and it won't taste good. Titch picked up the spoon, and just about to eat it, a slap came from the side, and the fried rice in front of Titch was patted on the plate. Fall to the ground. The fried rice fell on the ground, and the space seemed quiet and terrible. Who do you think you are? Fried rice is delicious, then eat it while it is hot. Schiller shot angrily, and then his eyes flashed the joking light, walked to the of fried rice that fell on the ground, raised his feet, and stepped on both feet, leaving footprints on the fried rice. Luia couldn't help covering her mouth. She is undoubtedly a great love for food, otherwise she would not study cooking by heart. Haha, the fried rice is here right now. You can eat it while it's hot. Schiller said, eat, I heard it, our captain let you eat it. The pirates behind Schiller were very excited. Shouted, such a bad behavior made them even more excited. Daiki did not speak. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com in full view, got up from the ground, walked 2 steps to the side, bent down, and picked up the plate on the ground. Hey, I can bear it, it's still not a man. If it were me, how could I have received such insults? Even if I die, I have to fight to the end. Hardman said angrily, clenching his fist, "Ai, it's not a mistake. How could such a man be stronger than the boss? Aman, don't talk, just watch quietly," Harder said in a deep voice. Hardman was stunned when he heard it. There was a lot of silence around him. He turned his head and noticed the serious look of Captain Mistima. Looked into the tavern. "No need to do this, I'll make another one for you," Luia said to Tich. Her impression of Tich had a profound change. "Little lady, you shut up!" Schiller shouted, and the machete in his hand slashed over and slashed on the table in front. The whole table was chopped in half, and there was wine under the table. Several bottles were broken, the wine remained, and the ground was wet. "Haha, don't frighten the little girl," Tich said with a smile, holding the spoon and putting the fried rice on the ground into the bowl little by little. "This is the hard work of the little girl. Besides, it is shameful to waste food." Tiki laughed, put all the fried rice on the floor on the plate, scooped it with a spoon, and put it into his mouth. He unexpectedly, he actually ate it. The people present, the people outside, and all of them stared at this scene dumbfounded. How could he eat it? Tiki smiled on his face, chewing big mouthfuls, seeming to be enjoying. "It's still that taste, it's really delicious, this is the best fried rice I've ever eaten." Chapter 12, Tick Shot, The Mad Knife of Tuan Mi. Luia watched this scene, her eyes could not help but shed tears, she covered her mouth, sobbing, the tears in her eyes kept falling, even soaking her clothes. Doyle didn't say a word, and under his sleeve, his clenched fist couldn't help letting go. Outside, everyone was shocked watching what happened inside, sitting cross-legged on the ground, enjoying the food, with an unobstructed smile and enjoyment on his face. The crying Roya, there are also members of the Mad Knife Pirates who are equally shocked. Watching Tick finish eating all the fried rice on the plate one bite at a time, Tick slowly stood up and lifted the bag containing 2 bottles of rum that had been placed on the table early. Waved to Doyle, "Haha, Doyle, today's days are really good, I ate very well, drank very enjoyable, and if I had time, I would come here to drink." Doyle nodded cordially, "Well, Tich, come again next time." Tich turned around and walked outside, a machete slashed across, and the sharp serration stayed in front of Tich's neck. "Damn it, you kid, I've had enough, and now I'm in a bad mood. Next, just use your head to calm my emotions." Schiller looked at Tich's movements, but there was no joy in his heart. He obviously insulted him, but he didn't care at all. More importantly, from the front of him, in this kid's eyes, he didn't see a trace of fear, scared emotions, and ignored himself. "Who are you pretending to be?" At this moment, his anger finally broke out. "Schiller is angry, this kid is going to die." The people outside couldn't help saying, and you could feel Schiller's anger from a distance. "Is it a pity that such a man died? What happened before seemed to still be in front of me, and my heart couldn't help but rise up to the threat of the infamous Schiller. The respect of men. I always feel that there will be some unexpected surprises." Tich stopped, turned his head to look at Schiller on the side, smiled, raised his finger to the knife in front of his neck and said, "This thing is not for threatening people. Of course this is not for threatening people. I will kill you and hear you kneeling at my feet begging for mercy, screaming and wailing." Schiller couldn't help licking his red lips, as if smelling the breath of blood donation. The whole person was excited, he was a murderer. Frightening crazy knife Schiller. "I can think that this is your declaration of war on me." Tich's mouth had a slight smile, "Then are you ready to die?" "What?" Schiller felt that he had misheard, but he didn't understand Tich's meaning. Others seemed to do the same. Hearing this, Mistima nodded, with a smile on his face, his eyes shining, and the moment he most looked forward to was about to come. As a pirate, since he dared to declare war on the other side, he should be ready to fight to death. Titch said slowly, without any movement on his body. Damn, do you mean you are better than us? Boy, you have to have an attitude when you look down on people, so let me die. The members of the Mad Knife pirate group who stayed behind were angry, and one of them shouted loudly. Deo drew the pistol from his waist, at such a close distance, facing Titch's head, directly squeezed the trigger. Bang! Fa, what happened? Everyone's pupils shrank, and the expected shot was not fired at all. The pirate who fired at Titch directly exploded his head, and the blood-donated sputtered. Go out! In everyone's eyes, Titch pulled out a black gun from his waist at some point, facing the pirate who had been shot. The faint smoke from the muzzle showed that this gun was Titch. Sent out. The power in his hand began to dissipate, and the hand facing Titch slowly moved down. The gun fell to the ground weakly, his eyes widened, and he seemed very shocked. Boom! His body hit the ground, leaving a deep blood hole on his forehead, which made the pirates on the side a chill. He couldn't help but pushed back 2 steps, looking at Titch's eyes with some fear. They were not fools, and they could see that the man in front of him was not something they could deal with. When did he do it? A cold sweat broke out on Hard-Nose's eyebrows, and his brain went blank for a moment. Shooting speed like this. Is he a gunner? Top gunner. In the New World, a gunner is not terrible, but a top gunner is terrible, especially in a team, which can play various roles against the enemy, support and contain. No, he is not a professional gunman. Didn't you notice the 3 knives on his waist? Mistima said slowly, but his eyes kept on Titch's body because he was wearing a coat outside. Tick's 3 knives were only partially exposed, and Mistima noticed that there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. As a swordsman, he could feel that Tick's 3 knives were not ordinary. Not worse than his own famous sword split. Thinking like this in his heart, Mistima couldn't help stroking the saber on his waist. It's just pure speed, but the marksmanship is extraordinary. Mistima said, as a swordsman, his eyesight naturally captured Tick's movements, and the motion of drawing a gun from his waist was like running clouds and flowing water in one go. It seems to have gone through thousands of tempers. This is a strong man. The civilians in the New World have some strength. Although Tikai's movements are not visible, he can also guess it. There seems to be some expectation in his eyes. Whether it is a pirate or a civilian, some hope that Tikai can Schiller defeated, and some wanted to see the rise of newcomers. In any case, Schiller's reputation is not very good on this island, or it is not very good in the nearby sea. He has no territory and enjoys treasures and killings. This sea area is closer to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and it is also behind the Whitebeard domain. Few navies come, otherwise, it would have been annihilated by the navy. This guy. Schiller gritted his teeth. At such a close distance, he did not see the man in front of him. The speed was too fast, but more, he was angry, and killed himself in front of him. The crew of, or the crew of their own early days, can be said to be their number 1 younger brother when on the ship, very loyal. This is hitting him in the face. If you don't teach this guy, no, kill this guy. Unloading 8 pieces of his corpse, so as to calm his anger, otherwise, his prestige will be lost. As a captain, if he can't stand for his men, no one will follow him in the future. He could feel that some of the crew's eyes fell on him, as if waiting for his order. Just a gunman, kid, everyone give me up. How many bullets can he have and can he kill all of us? As he said, Schiller took the knife behind him and waved his hand to 180 degrees. Vigorously swinging the knife, slashing at Titch's neck, with a strong force, with the sound of bomb, this knife broke through the air, with both speed and strength. A trace of jealousy flashed in the eyes of Hardman and Hardner outside. They could not resist such an attack without injury. They had to admit that the strength of Crazy Knife Schiller was much stronger than their strength. Only their captain, Mistima, could defeat him. Without strength, Schiller would not be able to spend many years in this sea. Schiller's words aroused the desire of the members of the Mad Knife Pirates to fight. They are a group of scum, rubbish, and have no fear of death. Over the years, some of them have changed their companions several times. Schiller also makes sense. They have so many people. Because they like to kill, the members of the Crazy Sword Pirate group are less than 70, but their average strength is better than other pirate groups. The members are much higher. All enter the tavern. Even if the interior of the tavern is very spacious, it occupies at least half of the position. These are a bunch of rubbish, pursuing killing and hedonism, plundering everywhere. Bailey spends it and then robs it, and then spends it after robbing it. He likes to bully the weak, but he fights very crazy, although it is very crazy and causes trouble everywhere, but not many people dare to oppose them. Dare to provoke our Crazy Knife Pirate group, go to death, kid. Haha, I'm going to cut off his left hand. I'm staring at the right leg, you guys don't grab it with me. Shouted arrogantly one by one, Titch couldn't ignore Schiller's powerful knife. People who can ride on the sea and have a bit of fame have some abilities. But it was just like that. Titch instinctively moved a step sideways and lowered his head slightly, avoiding the knife perfectly, while in the eyes of others, it was a dangerous escape from Schiller's knife. Is very unusual in the eyes of some people. It seems that everything is in his hands. Tick couldn't help frowning, and a wave of impatience rose in his heart, and he kept yelling in his ears, "These little ant-like pirates, this pirate group is the only one on the side that can enter his eyes. It's just that the strength is good, and if you put it in the Whitebeard Pirates group, you can only be a small captain." Tikai had never cared about them before, because they were so weak that they didn't even have the qualifications to put Tikai in the eyes. The Mud Bodhisattva has 3 fires, let alone Tikai. Don't take yourself too seriously. A group of little pirates, if you want to take off my head, at least they have to pull a whole warship. Titch sneered, pulling off his coat and putting his hand to his waist. With a flash of light on Leia's knife handle, Titch pulled out Leia and faced the pirates. Pay the price for offending someone you shouldn't offend. A normal knife. A smile appeared at the corner of Titch's mouth, and with a light wave, it seemed that nothing happened. Titch retracted the knife into the scabbard. "This is your sword technique, it's so terrible, who will scare you again, kid?" Seeing that nothing happened, Schiller sneered at Titch with the knife. The surroundings were very quiet. Mistima's eyes widened suddenly, and his pupils shrank sharply. He saw the knife. "How is this done?" muttered in his mouth, in disbelief. The seemingly random knife in his eyes showed an unbelievable picture. The invisible slash was split into a series of sword auras, which accurately penetrated the bodies of those people. Although this kind of trick is not powerful, it shows subtle control. With his current ability to control the sword, it is impossible to achieve perfect control. At the moment when he is constantly pursuing more powerful power, this scene it seemed to show him a whole new path. Titch didn't speak. Boom! 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 Voices kept coming, and Schiller's laughter stopped abruptly. Turning his head slightly, one by one, his figures fell on the ground, not for a while, except all the members of the Mad Knife Pirate group except him fell to the ground. Although Schiller did not awaken to see the domineering, but he has been wandering in the New World, he is very familiar with the human aura, because countless people have become like this in front of him because of him. Lost the vitality, that is to say, everyone in the Crazy Blade Pirates group except him died, and he didn't know how to die. At this time, he felt the fear in his heart for the first time, and looked at Titch's face, with a slight smile on that indifferent face, as if he was laughing at him, and he was always affectionate. He knew that he had provoked someone he couldn't provoke, a powerful person, and his legs could not help but tremble. But what followed was anger, soaring anger, and walked 2 steps towards Titch. The serrated knife in his hand was facing Titch's head. "You guy, unexpectedly, killed them. They are my companions." Schiller's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. At this moment, his eyes could not help but shed 2 tears. Companion, how ironic it is to hear these 2 words from his mouth. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I really want to thank them. I just ate and needed a good exercise, digestion, and they came here. Tich smiled, stood up straight, fastened the black turban on his head, and picked it up. The purple cowboy hat hung on his left shoulder, gently hung on his head. Tich's appearance aroused Schiller's anger even more. What should I do if I lose them? No one can share the joy of plundering in the future, and there is no way to go out to sea. Only I can feel the enjoyment of killing. Those pains no one can share, his wailing. Schiller said in pain. Tich and others listened to what Schiller said. This Schiller is a pervert, and his brain is sick. I'm going to kill you, go and bury them. Schiller took another shot, with extreme anger. The power of this knife was stronger than the previous one. Facing the knife, Tich gave a backhand punch. The powerful force brought about the reaction. As soon as Schiller's hand loosened, the serrated knife flew out and plunged into the ground. Schiller hadn't reacted yet. Tich had already appeared in front of him, a big hand directly pinched his neck. So, can you not jump around in front of me like a clown? Tich, his eyes became cold, and he grabbed Schiller's right arm and continued to exert force. Schiller stared at him, almost out of breath. Since you want to spend time with them so much, I will send you to see them. Schiller struggled, trying to break free, but it didn't help at all. Thank me, Tich said softly. Released his hand, Schiller's body fell on the ground, and it had completely turned into a corpse. In everyone's eyes, the powerful Schiller died so easily, and there was no resistance in front of this person. Chapter 13, Loya and number 039, S decision. Looking at the mess on the ground, Tich couldn't help touching his head, turned his head, and said embarrassedly, Haha, Doyle, I'm sorry, your business seems to be impossible. It's okay, Tich, I also want to thank you for helping me solve this trouble. Doyle smiled and shook his head, holding a rag in his hand and wiping the wine glass. Astoria. Then I will go first, and I will come to you for a drink again. Tich walked outside. At this time, the people outside had basically left. After all, the matter was over. What are they doing there? What should I do if the thing angers this strong man who can kill Schiller in a second? However, today's events have had a great impact on them, and there is plenty of chattering after dinner. Looking at Tich's leaving back, Loya seemed to want to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Tich's figure had disappeared outside the door. Loya sighed and couldn't help lowering her head. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from my ear, with surprise gazes in his eyes. When I lifted my head, I saw the familiar face. I saw Ticky's head sticking out from the left side of the door. Little Loya, you but the little cook I reserved, can't run away, have to work hard, I will come to you next time. Tick waved his hand, laughed, and left again. This time, Tick won't look back again. Loya's heart suddenly relaxed, and wiped the tears from her eyes. Loya couldn't help but smile. She didn't know why she was smiling. What's the matter? Have you decided to go out to sea with him? Uncle Doyle in the ear laughed, and saw him bending down, wiping the wine on the ground, picking up the large glass shards one by one and throwing them away. Put it in the trash can. Loya heard it, her face blushed. I didn't promise him. Don't be passionate. Haha, you have to work hard. A man like him will sooner or later become famous. If his strength is too weak, it will only become a burden to him. Doyle said seriously, looking at his niece's shy look. He felt a little happy, but he hadn't seen this for a long time, and at the same time, he also had admiration for Tich in his heart. Loya's face became serious. Although she did not answer, she had already made a decision in her heart. Tich's gentleness shattered the coldness in her heart, and her powerful strength gave her warmth. Thinking about this, Luoya could not help but clenched her fists and looked forward. Luoya was suddenly taken aback. Just in front of her, behind the window, this dark green fruit was placed, like a green cantaloupe, but the surface was bumpy, uneven. This, is this? Luoya recognized, as a resident of the New World, how could she not understand this kind of thing, but how could such a precious thing really appear here? You said this devil fruit. Doyle smiled and turned to look at the surprised Luoya. This is what Tich left behind. All such precious things are left to you. It seems that he treats you well. I am looking forward to it. Doyle put the rag soaked with wine on the trash can and twisted it hard, all of which dripped into the trash can, and then continued to wipe the ground. When was it released? Just when I left before. It's too precious, I can't eat it, let's go back. Luoya shook her head and refused. Doyle listened and couldn't help but smiled. Are you sure? Tich left this for you, he said. If you don't eat it, feed it to the dog. Feed the dog. Luoya was taken aback, and a picture like this appeared in her mind. Although she didn't know what the power of this fruit was, he also knew a lot of abilities, and knew the rewards of many great pirates in the New World. I saw a big golden retriever floating in the air, with a knife between the paws of the two front legs, Guzawei Daijuan and Guzawei Imperial Daijuan. The ability to sweep the air, the earth, change become a huge dog, jumping out to bite people frantically. In another picture, a big white dog with a black moon-like beard under its nose, open its big mouth, and a silver-white energy circle condenses in the air, biting to the ground, earthquake, biting to the sea, sea shock, biting into the air, empty shock. A dog, with many people kneeling below, kept yelling "Daddy, Daddy! I am the strongest man in the world!" A dog said in front of the whole world. Thought, Luoya's body couldn't help but shivered, and her scalp was numb. Seeing Xiao Luoya like this, Doyle was a little curious, not knowing what horrible things she was thinking about. Otherwise, if someone else knew about it, she would definitely be beaten extremely violently. After returning to her senses, Luoya made up her mind, reached out her hand, picked up the devil fruit, took a deep look, closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, brought the devil fruit to her face, opened her mouth, and bit her. Going down, his face changed, holding back the disgusting smell, 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, and finally swallowed them all. It's really unpalatable. Luoya couldn't help kneeling on the ground, facing the ground, cough. She coughed constantly, as if she wanted to vomit something out of her mouth. Little Luoya, tell you a secret. Doyle looked at her like this, with a mysterious smile on his face. Hey! Luoya was a little curious, and stood up. What's the secret? Actually, just 1 bite is enough for something like devil fruit. Doyle said. He couldn't help laughing. And Luoya, her face changed, her body shook, she instinctively held her body. Just 1 bite is enough, just 1 bite is enough. His mind kept echoing at this moment. Talk. I'm going to kill you, why don't you remind me? Luoya angered, and couldn't help picking up the kitchen knife in her hand. Haha, I'm just about to remind you, but you ate too fast. Dale haha smiled, but he had another thought in his heart. If I told you, what else is there? Luoya didn't pursue it too much. Somehow, her mood became more comfortable and joyful, as if she had returned to the happy time before. Recalling Tiki's figure, her face became serious, and she looked at Doyle, who was her uncle, and said, "Uncle, you teach me to become stronger." She wants to become stronger, and she knows her uncle's strength. It's very strong, not something ordinary pirates can deal with. There are many pirates in the shop who caused troubles, all of them were taught by Doyle himself, and then the clothes were stripped and thrown out. I remember that when the tragedy happened, she thought she was going to die, but at the very moment of it, Doyle rushed back. She watched her uncle and killed all the enemies with 1 punch and 1 punch, which originally killed the villagers. The evil pirate had no resistance in his uncle's hands, leaving a deep impression in her heart. After listening to Luoya's request, Doyle's expression became serious. "Luoya, are you sure? My training is very difficult, and I won't release water easily." At this time, Doyle's momentum seemed to change. Became heavy and became more like the way it was many years ago. "Well, I want to become stronger and fight with him." Luoya was very firm. Looking at Luoya's eyes, Doyle smiled slightly. "Well, starting from tomorrow, I will make a training plan for you in the evening. Exercise your physical strength, strengthen your physical fitness. I will teach you swordsmanship, physical skills, marksmanship, and then focus on training based on your talents and preferences. At the same time, you have to spend time to develop your devil fruit ability. This is the root of your strength. I can only give you some suggestions for this, and everything else on your own." Outside, in the small town, there are close to tens of thousands of people living. Titch walks on the street and strolls around. Many of the facilities inside are prepared for the pirates. The street is very prosperous, with casinos, restaurants, pubs, and clothing shops. And even the arena. Because there are no precious things on the island, the so-called Baisha town is because the beach on the shore of the island is covered with small crystal white sand. It looks very beautiful, but it has no value. It can only be used continuously. The white sands are made into exquisite handicrafts and can be sold for a certain price. This should be regarded as the only specialty on the island. Tick's sights and colors are constantly being swept around. These shops, pubs, bars, restaurants, and other places where many people go are basically brand new. Compared with those decades-old houses, these architectural facilities are antique. In Ki's eyes, nothing was more than 4 years old. The residents around were smiling and relaxed. It seemed that their lives were going well. What I saw here was a little different from what I saw outside, but Titch saw a deeper level. I tentatively asked about the former Baisha Island, a place where No was a gathering place for pirates, but since the Shiratori Pirates Regiment ruled the island, everything has changed, and it's a better place. Originally, there were only close to 20,000 people on this island, and those who came out were residents, merchants, and pirates who had moved from the surrounding islands. The entire island was changed in just 3 years. Such a change is not only possible with strength, nor is it possible with pure wisdom. With a smile on his face, Titch was even more looking forward to the captain of the Shiratori pirate group known as the Asuka, Mistima. Seeing and hearing color hasn't been on all the time. If everything is known in advance, then there is no sense of adventure. And he has a hunch that they will see each other soon. Why did Titch say goodbye? When there was a conflict in the hotel, Titch had already felt him. There were 3 stronger auras there, the strongest of which was stronger than the one who provoked him. And, beside them, Titch also felt a familiar breath, formerly Abby, the pirate who had awakened to charge at the port. "Oh, there is cherry pie here, haha, boss, give me 1, and 3 more to take away." Tiki was strolling around, suddenly his eyes lit up, and ran over. This is a cake shop, and the air is exuding. With a strong fragrance, Titch's eyes were attracted by the beautiful piece of cherry pie displayed in the front. Titch looked at him, and the saliva in his body was secreted rapidly. Titch swallowed, as if feeling the sweet and sour. Sweet taste. "Okay, this is your cherry pie." The boss smiled, 200 Baileys. Titch left Bailey, carrying a bag of cherry pie, holding a piece of cherry pie in his hand, and biting. 1 bite, Tick's eyes were shining, and he couldn't help laughing. "Haha, this cherry pie is so delicious." Not long after this cherry pie was made, the crispy skin of the cherry pie on the lips, the taste of butter spread slowly in the mouth, and the extraordinary sweet and sour taste, Titch felt like he was about to fly. Titch was a little curious. He didn't know why he likes cherry pie so much in the original book, so he tasted it himself very early. He couldn't resist the taste of cherry pie. It was so delicious. Next, eat cherry pie every time. The taste of cherry pie is very good, and there are many people who like to eat it in the sea, but I don't know why Wang Lufei doesn't like it. Tich guesses that it is probably the reason for the sourness. Tich walked and came to a bridge. The back of the bridge was connected to a huge building like a palace. This is the base camp of the Shiratori pirates on this island, and the pirate flag is flying at the highest point. This is an abandoned castle. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com rebuilt it when the Shiratori pirates took over the island, and it became what it is now. The bright white gleams with fluorescence and looks dazzling under the sunlight. Tich can see that the materials for these buildings are all built with the white sand on the island. Someone was already standing on the bridge at this time, just in front of Tich. The two were facing each other without speaking, earnestly, carefully observing each other. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The swordsman on the opposite side said first, with a smile on his face. Behind him stood the members of the Shiratori pirate group, headed by Hardno and Hardman, staring at Tich vigilantly, as if they were ready to fight at any time. Seeing Ticky's strength with his own eyes, he understood the horror of Ticky. Before I don't know if they were friends, they were all ready to die in battle. How can you guess that I will come over? Tich asked with a smile. Actually, I have wanted to see you for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, Tic couldn't help but was taken aback, as if thinking of something. He looked at each other with Mistima before him, and then the two laughed together. Thief, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Tich couldn't help but patted his head. He was stupid. Didn't what he said contradicted himself? He solved his problem. The people below looked at each other and were a little confused. I don't know what the two big guys are laughing at here, but they are relieved almost at the same time. If this is the case, most people have not seen Ticky. Shot, from that small part of the population, I heard how terrifying Tich was, killing Crazy Knife Schiller in seconds. Seeing Hardno and Hardman, the two second-in-commands, the third-in-command looked like an enemy, and I couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Chapter 14, The Joining of Mistima, 1. After a long time, Tich recovered and looked at Mistima with a smile. Haha, Mistima, it seems we are very good. Introduce myself, Marshal D. Tich. Now it is Whitebeard C. a member of the second squad of the thieves. Really? Mistima's eyes flashed, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face, but he soon recovered. You should know me, but I still want to introduce myself, Canis Mistima, a swordsman, now the captain of the Shiratori pirate group. And the others, their entire heads went blank all of a sudden. White, a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Which Whitebeard is it? Is it that Whitebeard? How come the members of the Whitebeard pirates are here? Hardman's eyebrows burst into cold sweat, and his hands could not help shaking. Is an ordinary member of the Whitebeard pirates so terrifying? This is scared. Hey, it's horrible, he turned out to be a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Harder, who has always been calm, also lost control a bit and couldn't calm down. This sea area is close to the site of the Whitebeard pirates. The reputation of Whitebeard can scare children. Even if they have not seen it, it does not hinder their fear of Whitebeard. The news is full of terrifying monsters. With the island as the battlefield, whoever fought today destroyed an island, and whoever fought yesterday was razed to the ground. Why did the members of the Whitebeard pirate group come here? Is it because they have taken a fancy to us and want us to become an affiliated pirate group? Is it because I fell in love with the captain and want to accept him as the son of the Whitebeard? That's not bad. There are some pirates who are biased, and they don't understand the inside story. Let's go inside and talk. Tich, today you are a guest, and the first other pirate to come to our territory. The voice from behind entered Mistima's ears. Mistima's rare brow raised. Tight, it directly destroyed the image of the coquettish swordsman he had carefully prepared. It was like this in Tikai's eyes. Although he recovered quickly, he was still discovered by Tikai. Couldn't help but smile, and walked and strode forward, led by Mistima. All returned to their posts. I have something to talk to this guest. Mistima said, some things were not convenient to disclose. As soon as Mistima's words came out, the pirates scattered after hearing this. Dare to make a joke about Mistima, it shows that Mistima is a more friendly person. Although a little curious, Mistima's order did not hesitate at all. It can be seen that Mistima is still very majestic in their hearts, or that they have a lot of respect for Mistima. The degree of this one needs to be grasped well. It is too friendly and may lose its majesty. A pirate group captain who is not majestic is not advisable. This is a spacious meeting room, or art room. The interior is wide and bright, with light shining in from the windowless arched through holes around it. There are a total of 36 arched windows, 3 floors from the bottom to the top. There are 12 windows on each floor, and 3 windows on each side of each floor. There is only a small conference table in the center. There is a sofa on each side of the table. It seems to be ready for a long time. On the 4 corners of the conference room are statues about 3 meters high. They are wearing armor and heads. A gladiator with a pointed helmet, wearing a robe, a scholar holding a book in his hand, gorgeously dressed, with a pair of golden eagle-like wings spread out behind his back, a noble, smiling goddess, and finally a swordsman, an ordinary swordsman. These 4 statues respectively symbolize indomitability, wisdom, victory, and no regrets along the way. This is what Tikai saw. There are scrolls hanging on the walls of the place, including simple strokes, oil paintings, and color paintings. There are sculptures, ceramics, flowers, and Tich doesn't understand these. Sitting on the sofa, and Mistima sitting on the other side, Hardno and Hardman stood behind him. By their accident, the others were outside. In every corner of the territory, they seemed to be preventing the entry of others. Tich didn't speak, and Mistima's expression seemed a bit agitated. Tich, scream like that first, do you know? I went to see with confidence, but finally discovered one thing, only monsters can deal with monsters. Such a monster, I have to admit, it is a height that I will never reach. Mistima laughed at himself. Boss. This is the first time Mistima said his shortcomings. Hardno couldn't help but scream, clenched his fists, very unwilling. They have always believed that Mistima can reach that height. In Mistima's body, it seems that there are no shortcomings. He has a strong aptitude, and his strength has improved very quickly. It is very perfect. All that is lacking is time. Mistima is very clear about his own situation. The body is his defect, physique, strength, and defense. Even if he exercises hard day and night, there is a limit after all. His upper limit is at that level, and he cannot be higher. Layer. That kind of monster-level physique and strength, innate aptitude, and acquired training are indispensable. He can't reach that level. But he will not give up. It takes time to settle. He also has his advantages. He has an enviable aptitude in kendo. He is confident that he can become a great swordsman and a top power in the sea. That shocking experience Jean has always been in his mind. So, I've been waiting for a monster to appear. It's you, Tich. I decided to follow you and set foot on the top with you. Mo said. Tima's eyes flashed brightly, that was firmness. The light is also the light of hope. He identified Tich, strong strength and monster-level talent. Tich's age is much younger than him. Although he looks like an adult, Mistima can still feel the ray on Tich's face. Immature. In the previous conflict, he was the only one who saw Tiki clearly. He didn't care about the Mad Knife pirate group that was very weak in his eyes. He had a broad mind and would not bully the weak at will, because only the weak can do it. Bullying the weak, such a smile, very contagious, an inherent personality charm, all this is the reason Mistima wants to follow him. Haha, thanks for your fancy, Mistima. Tikai quietly listened to Mistima's words. Such a arduous subordinate with strength and wisdom was his fancy, and Tikai had already took a fancy to him, but it was impossible for him to take him directly because of his remarks. But I'm still a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's very good to stay with the Whitebeard Pirates. Tich smiled, crossing his hands and placing them on his chest, but his eyes were fixed on Mosti. Horse's eyes. Tich, it's impossible for a man like you to stay under another person for a long time. Mistima said earnestly, also very sure, I can feel the huge ambition in your heart, only but it didn't break out now. Mistima and Tich looked at each other, and Tich couldn't help being silent as he listened to him. Mistima knew that he was right, and Tich also began to look for his future partner. Looking at Mistima, Tich's eyes began to shine, and there was a smile on their faces. Hardman and Harda's hearts jumped violently, and Tich in front of them changed. They said no to the specific changes. They came out, but it was even more terrifying. Before they knew Tich's strength in their hearts, but now, that powerful aura oppresses them, which is the oppression in their hearts. Tich seems to have changed his person. Thief, ha 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 ha. Tich's eyes are full of ambition and strength. Compared with before, Tich's smile is more arrogant, more aura, and more powerful in his laughter. Magical. With this powerful sense of oppression, Tich's body, who is not tall right now, seemed to grow taller in an instant. A strong body gave them a great impact. Interesting, so interesting, Mistima. Tich smiled and said to Mistima. Tich didn't expect this scene. Someone would ask to join his men. He has not yet gone to sea. The pirate group has not yet been established, although he imagined that his domineering will leak out in the future, and with a big wave of his hand, countless pirates begged to join him in the picture, but he did not expect that this kind of thing would happen now. You have chosen me, I'm sure you won't regret it. Tich asked with a smile, and couldn't help getting up from the sofa. Yes, I have made up my mind, Captain. Mistima smiled and couldn't help but lower head. Even the captain has already called out, which is enough to show his inner firmness. Hardman and Hardner did not speak, there is no room for them to intervene, and they believe that Mistima's decision has always been the same. Mistima has never missed it, and this time it is the same. At the same time, they were also taken aback by Tich, and they became like two people before and after, as if they were dual personalities. The previous one was Tich, and now this is also Tich, but Tich's ambition has been suppressed for too long, and it broke out in an instant, causing a conflict between before and after. The former is the self hidden in the Whitebeard Pirates, and the latter is the real self. There is no difference. Haha, then I agree. Tich laughed, and couldn't help spreading his arms. There was nothing wrong with Mistima. He was sincere. Tich could feel that although he hadn't learned any micro-expressions, but ever since Tich's visionary color has been developed, he has often observed other people's expressions and actions, and guessed their psychological thoughts. In 2 years, Tich has gained a lot of experience. There is also some joy in his heart. Someone is willing to follow him. In his eyes, Mistima has great potential to become a swordsman at a young age. Now Mistima's kendo realm is much stronger than him. After all, Tichi has only become a swordsman for 4 months, and Mistima has been immersed in this state for several years. Tich sat down slowly and was about to discuss business matters next. Do you know? The pattern of this era has taken shape. This is Roger, Golden Lion Chiji and Papa, Edward Newgate with the Whitebeard, the 3 legendary pirates, the Roger Pirates, the Flying Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates dominate the sea. Because they have not left the Whitebeard Pirates yet, Tich still calls Whitebeard his daddy. With absolutely powerful power and prestige, the rest of the forces can only succumb to these 3. Tich said, his eyes were full of light, which was his goal. The 3 of Mistima listened quietly. These were things they didn't understand. They stayed in this sea area, what they knew was not as clear as Tich. Many powerful pirate groups, well-known seas. Thieves, although they have heard about it, they have not seen it at all, and some people do not know it. Roger pirates, the smallest number of pirates, but all of them are among the elite. There are only 24 people and less than 30 people. They can be compared to any other two legendary pirate groups, even with the navy. Headquarters wars can also be invincible, and the Roger pirates are the only pirates with two top combat powers in the world, such as Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion Chiji. I call it the Imperial Combat Power, and it requires 2 or even 3 generals to work together to deal with it. Tick said in a deep voice. Then, who is the other member of Roger Pirates? Hardman asked. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He seems to have guessed. Yes, Raleigh, the Hades, is said to have a terrifying power no weaker than Roger. Titch nodded, even he couldn't help but to the Roger pirates. The terrorist forces of the group were shocked. Although he had not seen the Roger pirates, he had also thought that some old people on the ship had inquired about the news. As you can imagine, apart from the 2 apprentice pirates, the others are at least lieutenant-level powerhouses. Except for a few special people who are a bit close, Titch still has to say, Roger, you are dead. Var. Next is the Flying Pirate Group, the captain of the Golden Lion Chiji, the person with the Fluttering Fruit ability, the Flying Admiral, the most powerful in the New World, with many powerful men, numerous affiliated pirate groups, and huge ambitions. It is also the fastest expanding power. The Whitebeard Pirates, known for their unity, is also extremely powerful. The captain, that is, the father, the person with the ability to shake fruits, has the power to destroy the world, and is the strongest man in the world. Titch said one by one. Speaking of this, I have to mention a man, Lonely Red, Leatherfield, like Roger, is not a capable person, but extremely powerful. He is a lone ranger on the sea, without companions, and hates alliances with others. Carrying out loneliness as the creed, and keeping abreast with Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion on his own. In my opinion, he is the 4th legend in the sea. However, without a companion, he will sooner or later suffer. Titch laughed. If there is no surprise, if this pattern is not broken, it is impossible to rise up and replace them. Titch's words had a great impact on their brains, but you don't have to worry, this pattern will not last long. Like the ant, Kaido is dormant, developing power in secret, waiting for the opportunity to rise. Chapter 15, The Joining of Mistima, 2. In this case, they have a clearer understanding of the sea, and the times make heroes. If you want to succeed, you must take advantage of the situation, especially when the strength is not enough. I don't have the idea of leaving the Whitebeard Pirates for the time being. I need to continue to improve my strength. When the time comes, I will go out to sea, look for companions, and then enter the new world. Titch was very calm and said his thoughts. Haha, your strength needs to continue to improve. You should go out and take a look. The best way to improve your strength is to fight. Then what else can I do to improve my strength? Mistima asked, with some eagerness in his heart, how did the strength of those monsters become so strong? Hearing Mistima's question, Titch nodded. If you want to become stronger faster, you should know how to improve your strength. Physique, domineering, swordsmanship, devil fruit. Tikai said this first, so that they have a clearer understanding. Physique is the foundation. You cannot fight with physique, but you must have a strong physique. Strength and stamina are the basis for becoming a monster and becoming a strong one. Domineering is fundamental. Without strong domineering, it is impossible to become strong. Domineering is divided into 3 color domineering and armed domineering qualities. It has to do with the amount and physique. Seeing and hearing requires training, but also depends on talent. You can even predict the future in a short time when you exercise to the extreme. Domineering, you know. Swordsmanship depends on talent. Mistima, you are a swordsman, and kendo is impossible to give up. Physical skills need to be exercised by yourself. While adhering to kendo, you should exercise the domineering armed and domineering look and feel. At the same time, we also need a more effective way to exercise our physique. Tich is very clear about Mistima's situation, but if you want to improve your strength quickly in a short period of time, it depends on the devil fruit. Devil fruit. Of course, this Mestima knew that the secret treasure of the sea, he had also thought about it, but it was a swordsman. Haha, Golden Lion Shiji is also a devil fruit capable person, and is also the world's top swordsman. Combining the devil fruit's abilities with his own swordsmanship, he has formed his own powerful swordsmanship. As long as you find the ability that suits you, it's okay. Tich saw him like this, and of course knew Mistima's concerns. He laughed, and in his eyes, kendo and devil fruit did not conflict at all. Daiki's words blasted through Mistima's mind with a loud blast, as if seeing the sun in the clouds, it suddenly figured out. Since he has limitations in physical skills, he should use the power of the devil fruit. Devil fruit, very rare, where can I find the right ability? What ability is right for me? Mistima was thinking. Tich smiled, as if thinking of something. He reached into his coat and took out a silver-white devil fruit and placed it in front of Mistima. Superman feather fruit, I think it is very suitable you, do you want to eat it? Tich's devil fruits are all carried with him. When a person goes out alone, he puts these treasures in his own room. Tich is not at ease. Inside, he is wearing a special two-layered garment with a hollow inside. The fruits are all inside, so if you look at Tich outside, you will think Tich is a bit fatter. And now, with the thorn fruit sent out before, Tich has 3 devil fruits left, 1 bouncing fruit. Tich has an idea, a figure appears in his mind, and the other 2 are obtained from the warship. The coming animal devil fruit is still waiting for others. Evil, devil fruit. Hardman saw Tich pull out a devil fruit from his clothes, and accidentally called out in surprise, and when he reacted, he covered his mouth. How about? Do you want to eat it? I think he has great potential, but the specific development still depends on you. Mistima was also surprised that Tich took out a devil fruit so easily. Consider that Tich is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and it is normal to have devil fruit. His attention is on the devil fruit, whether he wants to eat it. Feather fruit, Superman, in the new world, he cannot be ignorant of devil fruit, he has seen many devil fruit capable people. Feather fruit, he should how to develop? Thinking of Tich's words in his heart, he combined the fruit with swordsmanship. The wisdom of Mistima should not be underestimated, and it is put on the development of the devil fruit. Gradually, Mistima's eyes lit up gradually, and he gradually had some thoughts about the development of feather fruit. This is not the ability that is very powerful at the first listen. Just like Tich said, this devil fruit has very strong potential. Without hesitation, Mistima stretched out his hand, picked up the feather fruit, and took a bite. Tich was right. This is a very suitable ability for him, and more importantly, this devil fruit. The color is the same as his natural color. Mistima's face changed, and he took a sip. The unspeakable taste, although he was prepared for it, but this disgusting, this taste, his face was distorted, but it quickly recovered. Daiki met, looked at the feathery fruit with only a small gap, and couldn't help sighing. It seemed that he knew. Mistima listened, and gave Tich a white glance. How could he not know what Tich was thinking with his wisdom? Quietly closing his eyes, feeling the power in the body. After a while, Mistima opened his eyes revealed surprise. I feel my body has become lighter. Well, the fruit has changed your physique, giving you the characteristics of feathers, and then your speed should increase a lot. Tikai nodded. Your body should be able to grow feathers, you can also create feathers out of thin air. If you can make feathers as hard as steel or harder than steel, you can combine your abilities to create your own physical skills and attack methods. Defensive means, you should be able to use your ability to develop it, combined with swordsmanship, it also depends on your own. Tich said from the side. There was a smile in Mistima's eyes. Suddenly, feathers appeared from his body, spreading full, floating beside him, moving slowly, and condensing behind Mistima, gradually. A pair of huge wings were formed by feathers. With a single flap, Mistima's body was upward, and his feet gradually separated from the ground and flew into the air. "Boss, fly, fly!" Hardman widened his eyes and pointed his finger at Mistima. It only lasted for a short period of 7 or 8 seconds. Mistima couldn't control it, and the wings behind it were not stable enough. It collapsed directly in the air, and his body fell from the air. The development of abilities takes time and consumes your physical strength. Let's start with a simple exercise. You can control every feather carefully. In this way, your domineering experience can't be weak. The greater the range of the color domineering, the greater the range of your control over the feathers. Tich said, watching the more proficient Mistima maneuvering the feathers. He couldn't help nodding. "Tich, are you leaving?" Mistima asked. "Well, I have to hurry. I can't stay here for a long time." Tich nodded and said, "Then let's play a game before leaving. My crew will take a look at your strength, and they won't easily surrender unless you see it with their own eyes." "Haha, I'm really confident in me." "Mistima, thief, ha ha ha." Tich laughed suddenly. Tich's eyes glared, and the ground suddenly trembled, and the invisible courage came from Tich. As he spread around, cracks appeared on the ground under his feet. The extremely strong pressure caused the ground to sink slightly, and the table in front of him shattered fiercely because he couldn't bear it. The most profound feeling is the Mistima, Hardno, and Hardman in front of them. The strong pressure is acting on them. The body seems to have the urge to kneel. As if restricted, it is difficult to control the body. But Hardman and Hardner both clenched their teeth and persevered. Only lasted 10 seconds, Tich stopped releasing the domineering look, but it was very tormented for Harder and Hardman. Mistima bears it. He is very surprised. He knows this feeling. He once felt it from a distance, and was firmly remembered by him. This time, at such a close distance, he once again experienced it personally. Kind of feeling. "Tich, you." Mistima lost his attitude for the first time. He was very surprised and there was a hint of joy in his voice. "Thief, haha, since you believe me so, I will give you some confidence." Tich raised the corner of his mouth and laughed. At this moment, Hardno and Hardman also reacted. "Wang, the qualifications of the king." This kind of expression is very fantasy. It is another name for overlords domineering. In the New World, it is very marketable. This is an innate ability and a symbol of talent. Possessing domineering dominance does not necessarily lead to a domineering side, but in the New World, who can become a domineering side without the domineering dominance? This is undoubtedly a reassurance in Mistima and their hearts. In the clearing behind, it is also the usual training ground for Mistima and the others. At this time, hundreds of members of the Shiratori pirate group are all gathered here, looking at the two people standing in the center. This is Mistima and Tich's fight. The people all around looked very curiously, knowing that Taichi's strength is very terrifying, stronger than the captain, but still a little bit can't believe it. After all, the long-term impression is difficult to change, and you need to see it with your own eyes. The two stood face to face. Tich held the famous sword Thundertooth in his hand, and held the sword in one hand. "You go first, Mistima." Tich looked at Mistima and said. "Yet." Mistima did not refuse, staring at Tich closely, as if he wanted to see the flaws in his body, but Tich would not reveal the flaws to him. It seems that he can only do it first, Mistima thought. Holding a famous knife, split the air, his body flashed, split the sky. Mistima's figure disappeared suddenly, and then, in the direction of Tich's right front, a slash slashed towards Tich. This move was very powerful. Almost cut the air. In Tich's eyes, this silver slash, the air was directly divided into two halves wherever it passed. Moreover, this blow was very secretive, and the sound of breaking through the air was very soft. After eating the feather fruit, although it did not have the ability to use the fruit, the strength of Mistima has been greatly improved, and the body is lighter. Like Tich said, the resistance to action is much smaller and the speed becomes faster. At the same time, his swordsmanship has made some breakthroughs. His swordsmanship was originally derived from the swordsmanship of the Yufeng school combined with his own perception of kendo. Now he has a stronger grasp of the wind, seizing the gap between the air and reducing resistance. Even the slash became a little silent. But it is impossible to escape Tich's eyes. Faced with this attack, Tich has no idea of avoiding it. The best way to show his strength is to use force. Thunder knife, thunder flash. Tich slashed, and his body disappeared suddenly. A thunder light flashed past, breaking through the air was squeezed, and there was a blast. In the next moment, Tich appeared. In front of that slash, he slashed away, and thunder broke out. Tich's right arm seemed to have become a thunder hand. Tich used his domineering, and thunder teeth were covered in black, turning into a hand. Black knife. This is only temporary. The real black knife has been dyed black by the armed color domineering. Even if it does not have the armed color domineering, it can also cut the armed color domineering effect, that is, the knife itself uses the armed color domineering, just like it's that black knife knight and black knife Kyushui. Thunder Fang became indestructible, colliding 2 by 1, the power of that one-shot slash air slash was very powerful, extremely sharp, but also fragile. With a single cut, split air slash was cut in half from top to bottom from both sides of Tich. Fly over. Slash shot down to the ground, and the ground was directly cut out with 2 smooth cracks of 10 meters long, which made people feel chill when seeing it. It really didn't work. Mistima's figure did not disappear, but moved left and right, seeming to become a little erratic, and rushed directly up. He is ready to fight in close combat. It is impossible to stay far away and make long-range slashes. Crack! When the knives collided, Mistima's swordsmanship was very fast, and the speed became ghostly, but with every blow, Tich's knife could easily catch its attack and talk to a swordsman. The matchup is also very meaningful for Tich. He began to seek active attacks, because now Mistima's speed is accelerating, and he is familiar with the changes in his body during the battle. Tich wants to put more pressure on him. The clash of knives and knives continued to sound, and the outsiders had to look at them. They only knew that they were fighting, but the speed was so fast that they didn't even know where Tich and Mistima were. This speed is too fast, what do you think? Only a little shadow can be seen vaguely. The battle between Tich and Mistima was very fierce. He was also surprised that a devil fruit would have such a huge change in the speed and swordsmanship of Mistima. It seemed that he was right, this demon. The fruit really suits him. In this case, I have to be serious too, Mistima, be careful. Tich reminded with a smile, flashing his body, and pulled out another knife. The famous sword Purgatory, Flame, and Lightning are from Tich's with both hands out. Mistima felt a crisis, and his left arm slashed across, and a fire dragon appeared. Mistima was forced to retreat. The fire dragon surrounded him and Tich, and surrounded them. White bird flow de pen blow. Mistima cut away with a knife, and the air gathered and turned into a huge bird, like a hurricane passing by, extinguishing the surrounding flames, and Tich's now I have seized the opportunity, dual sword flow burst. This is a sword intertwined with thunder and fire. Mistima's eyelids twitched, and a deadly threat was felt from it. White bird flow de pen spreading wings. Cut with a single knife, this is not an offensive tactic, but a defensive one, such as the big bird slash with open wings and slash towards Tich. This move is not fast, because it requires solidity. Tich's bursting blow collided with Mistima's slash in the air. Then, a red golden light flashed in front of his eyes, and the concentrated energy inside made people feel terrified. Like its name, it burst open suddenly. The impact of the explosion is extremely large, 10 meters from the front and back, did away. Mistima panted, and the previous slash was delayed for a while, giving him time to escape. If he was hit by this blow, at least will be seriously injured. The battle continued, and Mistima was increasingly suppressed by Titch. All his actions were in the hands of Titch. Titch, grasping the flaws of Mistima, kept attacking. Lightning, flames, and scorch marks appeared on Mistima's clothes, but Titch was still very measured. After all, it was not a life and death battle, and at this time, the physical gap between Titch and Mistima was revealed. Ns. Titch didn't change his face, and the battle seemed to have no effect on him. After all, the long-term persistence of training was not covered. And Mistima, already out of breath, sweat soaked through the skirt of his clothes, Titch put him under a lot of pressure. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. The prolonged high-intensity battle has made Mistima a little unsustainable. All his methods have been used. Except for the amazing speed at the beginning, the rest of the movements are all shackled. Odd master, crack, and then counterattack further. The battle with Titch was a bit uncomfortable, and I felt that I was severely restrained, so I made up my mind to practice domineering hard and have a good body. This pair of members of the Shiratori Pirates group is undoubtedly a blow. Watching the battle from the side, although you can't see clearly, you still have some understanding of the situation of the battle. Except for the seemingly evenly matched at first, the rest of the time their captains were defending and attacking as soon as they seized the opportunity, but they were immediately cracked. The gap between the two can be seen in the state of the two after the battle. Let them see the power of Titch, and they couldn't help but admire Titch, but apart from the 3 core members, they did not know that the Shiratori pirates had joined Titch. Tikai left, bought some food, got on the boat, and headed for the next island. And 5 people on the island were silently looking at his back. "Hey, little Loya, don't you say hello to him?" Doyle on the side smiled and asked, rubbing Loya's head. "I don't know how long it will take to meet next time." "Hey!" Loya was a little angry, grabbed the big hand on her head, and slammed it aside, stomped her feet, a little cute, looked at Titch's distant back, very firm. It's not a kid anymore, next time he comes over, he will definitely give him a surprise." As he said, the expectation in his eyes seemed to grow stronger. Looking forward to the appearance of the next meeting. "Boss, let's go, Boss." Titch is out of sight. Watching Titch's figure disappearing on the sea, Hardman persuaded him as he looked at Mistima on the side. "I have to work hard. Next time I come here, Titch will definitely be even more terrifying. Is it possible for a man like him to be stagnant?" Mistima said slowly, clenching his fist. "You guys should also exercise now, don't waste what Titch left behind. He has said that if you don't make enough progress next time you come back, you will be shot out of your shit." As he spoke, Mistima smiled. "How is it possible? Next time I come back, I will surprise him." Hardman smiled, looked at the Navy 6 type in his hand, domineering and detailed, listened to Mistima's words, like a baby hidden in his arms. Mistima met Hadner and couldn't help laughing. On the sea, Titch stood alone on the boat with his foot on a wooden barrel, his coat fluttering in the wind, with a smile on his face, looking into the distance. Chapter 16, Annie, 1. New World, Seth Island. Seth Island, a large island, a prosperous business island, is a veritable spring island because of its unique warm and comfortable climate all year round, and is also a famous tourist resort island in the New World. Titch walked boringly on the street alone. It has been 15 days since he left on Baisha Island. On the way, he passed Gem Island, Grand Island, Kuku Island, and Huanjun Island. The Gem Island is rich in products. All kinds of gems have great benefits, so the island's power is intricate. There are many pirate forces and underground forces. It is very chaotic. There is no fixed ruler. Every night, in order to compete for the share of various benefits, we'll fight hard, even in the tavern, we'll thank guests behind closed doors every night. Nothing happened. Titch rested on the island for a while and then left, but Titch was not without much gain. Look at the emerald bracelet on his right wrist. The color of the gem is not eye-catching, it is dark green. Very deep, looks ordinary in the daytime, but at night it will emit a faint light. Titch likes it very much. Each emerald is carefully polished into a skull shape, and the edges are perforated. The elastic ropes are connected in series. There was an obsidian necklace hanging from Titch's neck, and a small sword hung on a thin silver chain. The whole body was carefully made of obsidian. Titch bought it in a small shop for 500,000 Bailey. Gran Island is a plant island, where a variety of plants grow, and they are very dangerous. Some plants can eat people. Plants are the overlord of this island, and poisonous insects and snakes are attached to them. In addition, those large and small beasts have become extinct on this island. Its primitive and unique ecosystem is full of rare and precious herbs. It is unknown how many people disappear on the island every year. Cuckoo Island is a volcanic island with a large volcano that seems to erupt at any time. Looking down from a height, the crater is filled with red-gold magma. The ground on the island is deep red, with a high temperature close to flames, up to 300 degrees. There are almost no plants on the island, but because of its unique environment, fire scorpions, salamanders, fire snakes, etc. have evolved to adapt to the island. Environmentally resistant organisms. Such an island is not suitable for human survival, but because of its unique geographical location, it is a hub linking the 5 islands. Over the years, towns with thousands of people have developed on the edge of the island. The price of using wood, minerals, plastics, and other thermal insulation, high-temperature materials to cover the ground, from the ground up to a full 3 meters high. This island is unoccupied, and once someone attacked or occupied Cuckoo Island, it would arouse the anger of other island forces, and then unite to annihilate it in one fell swoop. Huanjun Island is rich in ore. The situation on the island is different from that of Gem Island. It was occupied by a large pirate who rewarded 700 million Baileys and exported the ore to the outside. A large amount of Baileys has been obtained. Little handsome guy over there, do you want to come and eat the newly baked desserts? There is a dessert shop in front, and a beautifully dressed girl greets the guests at the door. Seeing Titch, his eyes lit up, with an enthusiastic smile on his face, waving to Titch. Thieves, ha ha ha, I'm not interested in desserts. If there is cherry pie, I won't be stingy with Bailey. Titch ha ha laughed, and the girl listened. Yes, I can make cherry pie. Come in first. Do you want sweet cherry pie or salty? The girl asked Titch to come in, staring at Titch with big eyes. Titch looked like a big money, and she didn't want to let go of such a big business. Let's make 2 copies first, let me see how the cherry pie tastes here. Titch found a place by the window and sat down directly. Titch pulled a piece of facial tissue and hung it on his clothes, as if waiting. Gourmets who enjoy the food are very serious about their favorite cherry piety. Before, on an island, someone relied on someone behind him. He advertised that the food in his store was delicious and attracted many people. In essence, they cut corners. The recruited employees have average craftsmanship, and the goods are expensive, and they are forced to buy and sell. The people who bought his things can only take the loss. When it was Titch's turn, she directly angered Titch. Everyone in the store was squashed by Titch, and the whole shop was turned into ruins. The next day, the forces behind that shopkeeper were directly destroyed. Corpses were lying in a pool of blood, with extreme fear on their faces. Okay, this guest, this is your cherry pie. With high efficiency, Titch didn't wait long. 4 portions of the cherry pie were braving and sent to Titch by the girl. Try it, how does it taste? The girl sat in front of Titch with her chin in her hands and looked at Titch with curiosity. Somehow, she felt that Tich was very special in front of her, even though she met for the first time. But he has a very good impression, and he has a very close personality. She has long brown hair, a blue turban on her head, a delicate face, and her body exudes the breath of youthful sunshine. Tich was already attracted by the fragrance in front of him, put on a transparent glove on his hand, grabbed a piece of cherry pie in front of the table. Well, it's so delicious, this cherry pie, thief, ha ha ha, too happy. Tiki ate the cherry pie. After a while, the cherry pie in his hand disappeared and entered Tiki's belly. Looking at Tik's happy look, this is a recognition of her craftsmanship. The girl was very happy to hear it, her big eyes bent into crescent shapes. Salty pie crust with sour cherry sauce, it would be better if there is black tea. Although Tich likes to drink, drinking tea is his habit, especially when enjoying cherry pie. Come on, here. The girl immediately poured a big bowl of black tea for Tich. Annie, don't go to greet the guests. I'm almost too busy. A mature beautiful woman, dressed in a floral dress, dressed a little plain, walked out of the back kitchen, dragging a plate in her hand, and putting pieces of guests on the plate. Dessert, seeing the girl, shouted to Annie. Okay, Mom. Annie listened, stood up, and responded, sorry, the shop is still very busy now. I will come back when I'm busy. It should be easier in the afternoon. The girl named Annie left to help her mother with her work. With a smile on his face, Tich picked up another cherry pie and slowly tasted it. Soon, the cherry pie at the table was all eaten. Annie, here are 30 more cherry pie, the same, sweet and salty, 15 portions each. Tich smiled and walked away from him. Shouted Annie, who had passed away. From her mother's previous words, Tich already knew her name. When Tich called her name, Annie was not only stunned, but she quickly reacted, 30 copies. Okay, right now. Annie smiled. Her smile was very infectious and kind. She ran to the back. There were many regular customers in the store. Not only did the desserts taste delicious, she would also greet her acquaintances very kindly on the way. Which is why this store is so popular. Haha, 30 servings is too much. I will make 10 servings first. You can eat it first. I have asked my mother to make them for me. I will send them all later. Annie smiled, holding the stacks alone. The tall cherry pie was placed on the table in front of Tich. I won't let you wait too long. Haha, no, you can deliver other people's desserts first. I don't need to worry. Of course you must taste such a delicious cherry pie. Tich waved and smiled. Okay, thank you. Annie was a little surprised, happy for Tich's understanding. Tich slowly ate the cherry pie. After a long time, Annie came with a taller cherry pie. These are your cherry pies. Sitting in front of Tich, she stretched out and used Kleenex wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ah, I'm finally done, and I should be more relaxed next. Annie looked at Tich and seemed to want to say something, but she couldn't say it. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help covering her mouth. Ah, sorry, I still don't know what your name is. She then reacted. I still don't know what the name of the man in front of me is. The little face blushed, a little shy, feeling embarrassed. Thief, haha, Annie, are you so wary of you? You just come into contact with a stranger like me so easily, why don't you know that I'm not a bad person? Tich couldn't help laughing when she saw Annie like this. A bite of cherry pie smiled. For example, human traffickers specialize in kidnapping a little beautiful girl like you. Tich suddenly showed an evil and terrible expression, and Annie couldn't help but shrink her neck. Humph! You can't scare me. After returning to my senses, seeing the smile on Tich's face, she understood that Tich was just scaring her again. I can feel that you are a good. Turning to think, no, I feel that there is something wrong with what she said. She wants to say that she is a good person, but how does she know it, and she also doesn't know Tich in this standard pirate code how to say. After thinking and thinking, her little face blushed. Anyway, you won't hurt me. Annie's appearance is very cute. Titch couldn't help but smile, because the cherry pie in front of her was so high that it blocked her face. Can only sit on one side, and stick his head out to talk to Titch, who is very funny to see her like this. In order to talk to herself, she pushed the plate of cherry pie aside so that Annie could face him. Okay, what's your name? Annie asked, a little curious. Marshall D. Titch, although this name is still an unknown person, but sooner or later it will become famous. Titch smiled, his eyes are full of confidence. No, his whole body is full of confidence, and he looks very confident. Momentum. Well, Titch, I will call you Titch now, I believe you. Annie nodded, her eyes full of curiosity. Titch, you should be a pirate. Well, that's right. Titch took a bite of the cherry pie and nodded. Then you formed a pirate group? Is there a pirate ship? Annie asked again. None of them. Why? Wouldn't you be disappointed? Titch smiled. Annie was a little disappointed, but she quickly recovered. I am not so disappointed. Although I have never seen it, I have also heard that it is so easy to form a pirate group. To find a reliable companion, you must get out a pirate ship that can sail the sea. Haha, do you know a lot? Titch smiled, grabbed a piece of cherry pie and ate it. Nudich, you will definitely go to sea. Annie seemed to think of something, a little excited. The name of the pirate group can be thought of first, and the name of the pirate ship can also be thought of first. Annie laughed excitedly, staring at Titch with big eyes, and Titch was staring at her scalp numb. If you want me to help you name it, my ability to choose a name is still very good. How about the devil from hell, Satan, and the Satan pirates? Also, Titch, what are you good at? Annie said, looking like a staff officer, very serious, and asked Titch. What? Good at? Swordsmanship. Claw skills. Titch said with some doubts. How about the Demon Sword Pirate Group? There are also the Blood Claw Pirate Group, the Demon Claw Pirate Group. Annie said, getting more excited. Tick couldn't help frowning. Listen. Reaching out his hand, interrupted the imagination of the girl in front of him. What's wrong? Annie was a little puzzled. Do I look such an evil person? How come it's all demons, blood, etc.? Can't it be a little more normal? Titch was speechless. Haha. Don't you think this is cool? Pirates should scare others. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com makes people feel terrified when they hear it. Annie said with a smile. Although the names of these pirate groups you mentioned are very cool. However, the name of a pirate group is a very serious matter. I have already decided on this. Titch interrupted her and said in a deep voice. Furthermore, if you want to make people feel fear, you have never relied on a domineering name, but a strong strength, a record of punches and kicks, or a cruel killing. Annie was taken aback. She was still a little girl, but she was very sensible. After listening to Ticky's words, she immediately understood. Think about it, it makes sense. Then what is the name of your pirate group? Annie asked, knowing that Titch had decided on the name of the pirate group, she asked curiously. Dark Knight Pirates. Ticky smiled, his eyes could not help but when he became a new self 8 years ago, in order to become stronger, he worked hard and started from scratch. How many nights, he cried silently in the night alone, who knows what it feels like? As a person, unable to sleep, who knows his pain? It is a painful time for a person to be company with loneliness and friend with darkness. The gentle figure with blonde hair appeared in his mind. Monica was special to him. She cared for him when Titch was most painful, and then walked out of the shadows, determined to become stronger. Now he has long been accustomed to loneliness, accustomed to darkness, he is darkness. He is already a brand new Titch, naturally he will not follow the old path before, and he did not follow the original path of staying on the Whitebeard boat for the devil fruit for more than 20 years. That is the most suitable ability for him. He firmly believes that that ability will come to him one day, and at that time the darkness will swallow everything. Chapter 17, Annie, 1. Dark Night Pirates, does it have any special meaning? Annie frowned, unable to figure out what it had to do with Titch, and asked suspiciously. Thief, haha. I can't say it, but you will understand one day. By that time, I must have become famous in the sea. How could Titch tell her, smiled, and let Anne's curiosity stay in her heart. Well, what about the name of your ship? There shouldn't be any requirements, right? Annie said, looking at Titch. Well, any thoughts? It's still early, but it's no problem to decide the name first. Tiki laughed, giving Annie the space to use her imagination. Annie was thinking, with her chin in one hand, her small head tilted slightly, her eyes looked at the ceiling. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Titch. I feel like you have to match your characteristics, and your pirate group. The name of the fallen angel Lucifer, which is in line with the characteristics of darkness, or the name of the ship of the Roger Pirates, the Twilight Black, or the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates, with the characteristics of the pirate ship are named after the appearance, but you don't know what your future ship will look like. Listening to the names she thought, Titch nodded. These names are pretty good, I will consider them. What's wrong? With so many questions, do you want to go to sea too? Titch asked curiously. How to go to sea? With you? Humph. I'm afraid you dare not keep me. Annie smiled, staring at Titch, very confident. It seems that there is something to rely on behind him. Thief, ha ha ha, my little princess, can someone stop you from going out to sea? Tell me, I helped you solve it, no one can do anything to you on my boat. Titch was very confident and laughed. Opened his mouth, bit off half of a piece of cherry pie in one bite, and took another bite, and he finished the whole piece of cherry pie. Please call me the queen. Annie pointed and said, very confident, she couldn't help raising her chest and raising her head high. Thief, ha ha ha. Okay, my queen. Titch felt very interesting, ha ha laughed, and bowed his head slightly to show respect. When Annie saw Tiki's appearance, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she seemed to be chuckle in her heart. She carefully looked at the side as if no one was paying attention to it. She whispered, my dad is a navy. Hey! Titch was stunned, and then laughed, a thief, ha ha ha. So what? It's just a navy. Is the lieutenant admiral? Puff. Cough cough. Titch gave a sharp punch. The teacup containing black tea that he just picked up in his hand was just placed next to his mouth, and it spurted out all of a sudden. Fortunately, Titch reacted quickly. Turning his face, he sprayed the tea to the glass on one side. What did you say? I didn't hear it wrong. Titch was shocked, a little unbelievable, and took the tissue from the table with his hand, wiped it, stained the glass of tea, and turned to look at Annie. Anticipated Titch's shock, Annie felt very funny, and smiled. What's wrong with Titch? Are you scared? How could Tick be so frightened by her? But she was a little surprised, but abducting a lieutenant's daughter to become a pirate is interesting to think about. I'm afraid it's impossible, that's just a lieutenant general, but since you are a descendant of a senior Navy officer, why haven't you been taken to the Navy headquarters for protection? Titch asked. Don't know. Annie shook her head, in fact she also had doubts in her heart. Daddy is very busy and needs to sit on this island. We rarely see each other. No one knows our relationship. Dad won't let us reveal it, saying it will bring disaster. Annie said. Interestingly, your father should be Lieutenant General Anthony who sits on Seth Island. Don't let the pirates know that it's forgivable. He must have offended many people by riding the sea in his life. If the pirate who hates him knows, it will become a handle to threaten Anthony, or kill you to make Anthony feel pain." Tick's eyes flashed dangerously, and a smile appeared on his face. "But if you don't even believe in the Navy headquarters, it will be interesting. It seems that there are still some problems within the Navy. What I can think of should be related to that matter." "What's the matter?" Annie asked curiously. "This is related to the former Admiral Zifa. Titch has nothing to hide about this. This incident shocked the entire sea when it first happened. After checking it, you can know, suffered by this incident, Zifa resigned from his position as a general and became an instructor." "Thief, ha ha ha, the wife of a general would be killed by a pirate in the rear of the Navy. Do you think it is funny? If you say there is no problem in the Navy, I don't believe it." Titch laughed and said, the more he thought about it, "I feel that this matter is interesting. Lieutenant Admiral Anthony should also be for this reason. There may be people in the Navy who he does not deal with. Deep in the front line of the New World, how could he put his wife and daughter in the rear? Believe in your own strength. How could this happen? Navy." Annie was unbelievable, but she was a clever child, and she soon understood that although she is the daughter of the Lieutenant General, but in the deep New World, living on the island of Seth did not the Navy's idea of justice, she saw only the strongest. Haha, too many ideological issues. The justice within the Navy is various and countless. Among them there are many factions, generally divided into 3 factions: doves, hawks, neutrals. What do you mean? I should understand." Annie nodded. She has read a lot of books. Besides, there are many in the Navy. Titch laughed. He had seen a lieutenant admiral with his own eyes, cooperating with a pirate group to make a lot of benefits. As for why he knew it, because that pirate group was just a subsidiary of Whitebeard's pirate group. Among them, even the lieutenant admiral can be divided into 2 types. One is to improve by military merit, and there is more room for military merit to be manipulated. Titch chuckled. The other is to rely on powerful the strength and military merits have risen. Lieutenant General Anthony should be of this type. Without strong strength, it is impossible to survive in the New World and among the many pirates. Hearing Titch's praise of her father, Annie smiled. Her father is still very good to her, and he has solved a lot of trouble for them in secret. In this area where they live, because of Anthony, it is very safe. Well, let's not talk about it. If I join the pirate group you established, will you not be afraid of being taught by my father? Annie said with a smile. Thief, ha ha ha, Annie, if you dare to come, I will dare to take it. If your dad comes, I'll beat him up. Ticky smiled, moving forward and leaning closer to Annie's face. However, if you are too weak, I won't let you join my pirate group. Hey, I am not weak. My father has exercised me. He said that my talent is very good. If you are weaker than me in the future, you can join my pirate group, pirate flag. See, I will decide the name of the thief ship, haha. Annie looked at Titch and smiled, very excited. It's settled, I will definitely be famous. When you come back here again, don't miss the appointment. Titch smiled and stretched out his hand. Tick could feel that Annie's breath was not weak. It could be seen that her father, Lieutenant General Anthony, was very caring about her. He laid a solid foundation for fear of any accident. When that happens, Annie will also have self-confidence. Guarantee the strength. Humph. It's a deal. Annie stretched out her small hand and placed it on Titch's, and the two held them together. Titch, you should have time this afternoon. Annie seemed to have some thoughts. Well, what's the matter? Titch asked. That's great, then you will accompany me to play next. Annie was a little excited, and stood up from her seat all of a sudden. Wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. Annie made up her mind and left in a hurry. Titch's cherry pie had been eaten. Annie didn't let Titch wait too long. She quickly ran off. The blue turban on her head was taken off. The brown one her long hair is with rubber bands. She wears black short sleeves with a white skull pattern and white trousers. It is very refreshing and cool. She is only 12 years old now, but her have begun to take shape. NS. Mom, I'm going out to play first. Annie shouted to her mother who was still working. Okay, come back early. Annie's mother heard it, walked out, bowed to Titch, with a gentle smile on her face. Annie will trouble you to say hello, she is a bit lively, maybe I'll cause you a lot of trouble. Mom. Why do you say that? I'm very good. Annie said shyly when she heard her mother say that, and blushed. Haha, I will take care of Annie, she is a very cute girl. Titch laughed loudly. I paid Bailey for these things. As he said, Titch took out a handful of Bailey. Too much, sir. Annie's mother knew that there was a lot of extra money. It doesn't matter, I am very happy with Annie. Haha. Tikai laughed. Then I will trouble you. I haven't seen Annie so happy for a long time. Annie's mother smiled and rubbed Annie's head, remember to come back early. Don't play too crazy. Annie nodded, her eyes revealing a gentleness. Titch, let's go. Annie called to Titch, and ran out quickly. Haha. Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but smile, and followed Annie like an old father. And outside the dessert shop, there are a dozen teenagers standing in a corner, watching if there is any suspicious person on the side of the dessert shop. The leader is a snakehead teenager. No, it should be a snakehead. He is a mixed-race teenager of the clan, his neck is not as long as the average snakehead clan, but the characteristics are also very obvious. This kind of race is extremely rare in the first half of the Great Root, which is the paradise, and is extremely rare in the world. Although it is not common in the New World, it is not surprising that a few occasionally appear. There is one in the New World. The number of the Snakehead Kingdom is much smaller than that of the normal human race, but there are also dozens or millions of people. Coupled with the great unity between the same race, it is a huge force. Human races and snakehead races are naturally mixed, but they are awkward in status and easily rejected by others. Boss Mobius, Sister Annie is out. A young boy on the side lit up and shouted at the head of Mobius. Really? The snakehead boy named Mobius listened and shouted, Anne's guards are ready to meet the head of Sister Anne. Yes, yes, in unison. Tiki followed Annie out, and saw a dozen teenagers running in front of them, standing in a neat row, and then bending over and bowing. I have seen Sister Annie. Unanimously. Haha, it's really interesting. Titch smiled, but Annie was helpless, patted her forehead with her palm, and explained to Titch, these are the original orphans on the island. After giving a lesson, they formed this, and they couldn't drive away, so they came. Annie said and smiled, but since they came, there are a lot less people who come to look for things. The business here has also improved. As a large island in the New World, pirates are impossible to lack. UU reading www.uuganshu.com cannot focus on these little pirates, so there will always be some troublesome little pirates. When it happens, their Annie guards will come over, catch the troublemakers and fight them. As orphans and gangsters, they often fight, and their strength will not be weak. Those troublemakers who fight every time are looking for them. Yay, gradually, they also gain some fame here. Sister Anne is the best person. She didn't care about our identity. She gave us food. She also taught us the craft of working and making money. Our guardians of Anne existed to protect Sister Anne. Give a lifetime. One of the teenagers cried, and said, tears flowed from his eyes, and some of the other teenagers were moved and cried. The headed snakehead youth stood up, I have been working hard to protect everyone, but I am too weak. No matter how hard I try, I still can't beat those gangsters. If it weren't for Big Sister Annie who saved me and helped us, we might have died long ago. Boss Mobius. The other teenagers looked at him and exclaimed excitedly, tears popping out directly. This boy named Mobius has always been their boss and has a sense of responsibility. Before they met Annie as the boss, he shoulders the responsibility of keeping everyone alive. He fights with other gangsters on the island, competes for resources and food, but because of his age, he loses more and wins less and is always bullied. In one day, when he was being taught by a bastard, Anne found out that she had knocked down the with great strength and saved Mobius. After knowing the situation of these teenagers, the kind Anne give them a lot of help. Now, under the leadership of Mobius, these teenagers have established themselves on their heels and have spontaneously formed the Annie Guards. Chapter 18, Blood Sickle Button Strikes. Okay, needless to say, every time I feel so sensational, crying silly. Annie smiled helplessly. No, Sister Anne's kindness will never be forgotten. Mobius said firmly. Because of being a mixed race, he has been rejected, hated, and bullied since he was a child. Annie is the first person to care for him and give her warmth besides those who are also orphans. Our purpose is, Mobius said, yelling, pointing his right index finger to the sky, everything is based on the safety of Sister Anne. Before we fall, we will never allow anyone to harm Sister Anne in unison. Well, I finally went out to play, you follow far behind, don't disturb me. Annie said, turning to look at Titch. Titch, let's go. Let's go to the playground for a while. After all, she is still a little girl who likes to play. Titch nodded with a smile and followed. He liked this feeling, this relaxed feeling. He has been working hard all the time. It's rare to have such a moment of relaxation both physically and mentally. These days are basically on the sea, the weather in the New World is mysterious, which makes him a little tired. As a famous tourist resort island, a large playground is naturally built on Seth Island. When you come to the gate of the playground, people come and go. It is unknown who built it, but this playground is always there every day. There is a lot of profit. The ticket money is soft and the price is not expensive, but after entering, every time you play a project, you still have to pay. This accumulation makes people feel that it is not expensive, but after playing after that, it was a lot of money. Annie ran in excitedly. First of all was the famous Zunzwan giant bowl. 2 people are sitting in the giant bowl. There is a giant disc in the middle of the giant bowl. As long as you turn the disc with your hands, the giant bowl will rotate quickly with the rotation of the disc. The speed is positively correlated. Ahaha, so fast! Annie came to take the helm, quickly turning the disc, and the giant bowl rotating with it. The surrounding scenery was changing rapidly, and soon she could not see clearly, and her face showed excitement. Smile! Like an oil painting with splashed ink, everything is turning quickly, but it is not a problem for Titch, but this kind of toy Titch has not been played yet, it is a bit novel. This is unique to this world. Hey! Titch, come on, too! Annie stopped her movements, looked at Titch, and said excitedly, the speed of the giant bowl began to slow down. Anne, are you sure? Titch carried on her face. Smile, looking at Annie, a little surprised. Yes, let you come, just come, today I am the queen, you want to listen to me. Annie smiled excitedly. Well, since you have said so. Titch nodded, put his hands on the disc, his eyes flashed with joy, and looked at Annie and reminded him, then you have to be careful. My queen, catch stabilize, fly out carefully, because... Before he finished speaking, Titch had already started quickly, my speed is very fast. Ah! With a loud scream, the giant bowl spins at several times the speed before, and the others are playing. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Titch in surprise. The speed of the giant bowl was unpredictable, and even the figures on it could not be seen clearly. Two of her. What's wrong? My speed can be faster, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on. Tick believed himself. Come on, Titch, I feel so happy for the first time. Annie smiled excitedly, I feel like I'm about to fly. Her hands tightly grasped the armrests on both sides and sat on the seat. It seems to fly out at any time. Titch, if I fly out, you will definitely catch me. Annie looked at Titch, as if she was full of confidence in Titch, and she didn't know what was going on. They met for the first time, she just so trust in Tick. Of course, my queen. Titch smiled, nodded, and looked at Annie. I'm going to start, are you ready? Ready. Annie nodded, and tightly grasped the handrail with both hands. Then I want. It has started. Annie's body was directly thrown out, tens of meters high. What speed is this? It's too fast. Mobius, who was staring at Titch and Annie not far away, opened their eyes one by one, and they opened their mouths to plug two pairs, very shocked. As children, they have visited places like amusement parks many times. In their eyes, Annie's speed is really normal, and many people who play crazy are almost at that speed. Although fast, they are outside with naked eyes. It can still be captured, but the current speed is so fast that even the human figure can't be seen clearly. Annie was in mid-air, she couldn't help closing her eyes in fright, and she let out a scream. Suddenly, she felt that someone was holding her waist, opened her eyes, and saw a familiar face. It was Titch. Haha, I said, I will catch you. Titch smiled. At this moment, Annie felt a sense of security in her heart, and she couldn't help putting her arms around Titch's neck. Get ready, I'm going down. Titch laughed. Her body fell, and she felt a strong wind blowing on her face, and Annie closed her eyes again. Day. This is the sound of the foot landing. Annie opened her eyes, and now she has landed steadily, while Titch herself is held in her arms in the form of a princess. The little face blushed, her little hand released, and Titch pushed a little bit. Titch smiled and put her on the ground, with her feet on the ground first. Annie said goodbye to her chest and exhaled. It's dangerous, it feels like just now, but it's also very happy, that kind of extreme weightlessness. Okay, let's go to the next one. Annie smiled and ran to the next place to play. In the next 2 hours, Titch followed Annie to play almost the entire playground, and Annie was a little tired from playing. The two came to rest in a food court, which is the central street in Seth Island. Other streets are more prosperous. At this moment, Lieutenant General Anthony, the naval branch on the island, was holding the phone worm in his hand, listening to the message from below. Bump. Anthony frowned and slapped an angry palm on the table. What's the matter? How come such a big thing has only been passed on now? Bloodsicle Barton, a big pirate with a bounty of 700 million, is now leading a large fleet from K Island to Seth. The goal is very clear, that is Seth. Forget it. Anthony rubbed his swollen temples and got up from his seat. It's too late to stop them at sea. Go ahead and send the navy to disperse the coastal residents. He should be coming to the port. Yes, just treat it as a battlefield. The power of this naval branch is still a bit worse than that of the Bloodscythe pirates of the Bloodsicle pattern. The support from the navy headquarters is also difficult to arrive, and the battle is over by the time it comes. This is the thought in Anthony's heart. He didn't tell anyone, put on the coat of justice, he had made up his mind to fight to the death, because he had a reason to fight, and two figures emerged in his mind, one gentle and one lovely. On the other side, in the New World waters, a huge three-way sailing ship is rushing towards Seth Island. On the side, there are 4 pirate ships that are smaller than the main ship. On the huge flying pirate flag, behind the white skull is a huge bloodsicle placed diagonally, this is the Bloodsickle pirate group. On the boat, a strong figure, with a fat captain's cap on his head, wearing a black coat, and his right eye covered with a black goggles. With a whip in his hand, he drew at a sailor on the boat. "Hurry up! You fools, if you dare to delay Laozi for a minute, you will all be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." This is the captain of the Bloodsickle pirate group, Bloodsickle Patton, Superman, sickle fruit ability, and a large pirate with a bounty of more than 700 million. Because it is too cruel, a festival will be held every time a town is captured. Famous, with countless people's blood to pay homage, too cruel and ferocious, the bounty soared all the way, more than 700 million, under his command has more than 3,000 people. Ha ha ha! This time there will be a massacre, so as to calm my anger. Patton bare his chest and smiled cruelly, followed by another burst of anger. "Damn the Navy, how dare you provoke you, Uncle Patton, I remember that Seth Island has a naval branch, I want to kill all the Navy on the island, haha." Before, the two lieutenants of the Navy headquarters in the New World planned an encirclement and suppression of Bloodsickle Button, but they were killed by Button. But Patton also lost a lot of men, which aroused Patton's anger towards the Navy. "How long is there?" Barton asked, turning his head. "Report to the captain, you can reach Seth Island in half an hour," said the sailor on the side. "Hey! Listen to me. It's time to get to Seth Island. First bombard the harbor. Don't let anyone run away. Send me the Navy ships." Patton angered, the veins on his head violent. With both hands, he squeezed the wine bottle beside him to pieces. "But, Captain, Seth Island is a large island with complicated forces inside. If we go too far, we will offend many forces and may be punished." A pirate on the side reported that there was something on his face. Worried, wanting to stop Button. Moreover, in the Navy branch, there is a lieutenant admiral who sits in the New World all year round. The pirate said tremblingly. "I'm Barton, a big pirate with a bounty of more than 700 million. Barton roared, "What is the Navy? A lieutenant admiral is nothing but waste. The two lieutenants who joined forces before can help me, as for the others. What can you do with me? If you dare to trouble me, you will destroy them." Pop! A light of blood flashed, and the reporting pirate separated his body directly. The blood donation splashed Patton, and the pirates around him looked at Patton with fear. Patton's right hand turned into a giant blood sickle, blood dripping continuously on the blood sickle. A smile appeared on his face, and he enjoyed the feeling very much. Along the coastline of Seth Island, 5 pirate boats rushed over and rushed straight to the port. At such a close distance, the artillery of the 5 pirate boats fired in bursts. "Ignite, fire! Shoo!" One by one shells blasted towards the port, and the sound of the explosion sounded, and the port of Seth Island quickly turned into a sea of flames. "What about the Navy? Where is the Navy? Damn it, Barton, you ruined my ship. This is the ship that carries my dreams." A pirate captain roared, smashing the house beside him with his fist. "Damn, the lunatic Bloodsickle is here. Haha, the sickle dared to attack Seth Island. He dared to do it. He is indeed a lunatic. It seems that the previous naval encirclement and suppression angered him. This time the attack on Seth Island, the Navy will not let him go. Run away, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com and quickly leave the island." A captain smiled and directly greeted his crew to board the Shanghai pirate ship and leave. "Shoot all the shells for Lao Tzu, and no one is allowed to leave," Patton commanded ruthlessly. Thick smoke was everywhere, and it didn't take long before the original prosperous port was bombarded into ruins by artillery shells. The bodies of countless pirates and civilians can be seen everywhere, some wailing there. "Damn it, it came so fast." The alarm sounded, and Anthony gritted his teeth. Patton came far more quickly than he expected. Even the civilians had not had time to be deported, and they had already arrived. You can imagine what is going on at the port right now. Too arrogant, Patton, dare to attack Seth Island guarded by our navy. All the navy soldiers gather, take up their weapons, go to the port, don't let go of a pirate. A naval officer roared. Lieutenant General Anthony, all the navy is ready. Okay, all the navies rushed to the port to give priority to rescue the injured civilians, and then go with me to deal with the blood-sickle pirates. Lieutenant General Anthony said, passing the order, stepping on the moon step under his feet, and swiftly rushed to the port. On the central street of Seth Island, Titch and Annie walked on the street. Annie was holding 2 strings of 3-color meatballs in her hand. They came along and ate a lot of delicacies. Anne was very happy and had a great time playing, but she was a little bit reluctant, turned her head to look at Titch. Titch, are you leaving soon? Well, that's right. Titch smiled, I also have my own things to do. Ah, okay. Knowing that Tick was leaving, Annie was a little unhappy. Suddenly, an explosion sounded continuously, followed by countless messy noises and panic running. Chapter 19, Button and Number 039, S Powerful Reality. What happened? Annie panicked. The crowd was panicked, and many stampede incidents occurred at any time. Titch kept Anne aside, and it didn't take long for them to figure out what was happening now. The Bloodsickle pirate group attacked Seth Island, and the entire port has been turned into ruins. No, let's go find Mom first. Annie exclaimed, thinking of her mom, trotting around the shortcut, and walking towards the dessert shop. Annie grew up here and was very familiar with the terrain. Soon, they arrived in front of the dessert shop. There were no customers in the shop and the shop was closed. There were no people on this street, and all of them ran away. Mom! Annie saw a familiar figure. In the dessert shop, her mother was constantly looking towards the street, seeming to be looking for something. Annie ran over with excitement. Her mother also walked out, tears of joy flowed from her eyes, and the worry on her face disappeared. The mother and daughter hugged happily. At the port, Anthony, who stepped from the air, looked at the port that had been turned into ruins, and all the original prosperity disappeared. This kind of destruction far exceeded Anthony's imagination. With countless deaths and injuries, and constant wailing, Anthony couldn't help but rise in anger. Haha, no one can stop my pace, young ones, kill me, don't keep your hands, kill when you see people, and the navy. No one can let go. Patton laughed, his body covered with blood. The sickle flashed and directly killed a civilian who was struggling on the ground. 6 types of profound meaning, landing foot, big windmill. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Patton, turned into a black right foot, swiped across, and made a huge slash. Barton has also experienced many battles. He perceives it, but he can't avoid it. His instinctive arms turn into sickles, and the 2 lanes are covered with armed domineering. The sickle he made was not a cover. It not only possessed a powerful attack power, but it was developed to be harder than steel. With the increase in armed color and domineering, Patton resisted this powerful cut. It's really troublesome, this ability. Seeing Barton withstood the blow so easily, Lieutenant General Anthony's eyes were dodged with a dignified look. Such a strong physical skill is very troublesome, especially a strong physical skill combined with abilities. Attack, defense, there seems to be no shortcoming except for speed. But, I won't let you continue to be arrogant. A trace of determination flashed in Anthony's eyes, armed with domineering covering his arms, his body flashed, and he appeared in front of Patton, steel fist. Broken bone. This blow hit Button's abdomen fiercely, and Anthony's voice rang in Larton's ear, a powerful punch, with a terrifying impact, and it continued to spread. What? Button was a little unbelievable, his body flew upside down, flying out for hundreds of meters, his body opened a path in the ruins. Immediately afterwards, he slammed into a huge boulder. Damn the navy, what a powerful punch! Patton got up from the ground, shook his head, and looked at Anthony bitterly. As expected, you are a lieutenant admiral who has been sitting in the New World all year round. You are much better than the two wastes before. Barton showed a cold smile on his face. The sickle turned into his hands pointed at Anthony. Although Anthony is a lieutenant general, he can rank in the top 3 in terms of strength. Of course, he does not include the freak of the naval hero Carp. Sitting on the island of Seth in the New World. I'm not going to let you go on. Anthony said solemnly, rushing towards Button, and Button also killing Anthony. The battle between the two was very fierce, and the battle shifted directly, and every collision was astonishing. Every second, a house collapses and is knocked down by a powerful force. Finger gun Black Bear order. With domineering arms and Patton's sickle, he constantly clashes, but Patton is a lunatic, and his strength is far beyond Anthony's expectation. With his strong defense power, he takes the wounded and replaced. Tactics. The sickle's attack power is very strong. Anthony cannot hardly pick up this Patton's sickle. After all, this is not an ordinary sickle, but the ability of the devil fruit. There will be some characteristics, such as sharpness and cutting, which will greatly enhance the power of the attack. But Anthony also has his own advantages, speed and flexible fighting style. Put down resistance, pirates, you are already surrounded by us. One of the navy ran over, holding weapons in their hands, facing the pirates of the sickle pirates. One of the officers said. Surrender, haha, what are you guys? Let's put down the resistance? Come on, the little ones, the captain said, kill me if you encounter the navy. A pirate leader held a long knife and laughed excitedly. Kill me. Kill these navies. Blood sickle scissors cut off the head. On the main battlefield, Patton smiled. His hands turned into sickles crossed, condensed domineering, and cut out the swordsman's slash. The blood of the cross slashed to Anthony frantically. Damn it! At such a distance, Anthony couldn't avoid it at all. The slash was 5 meters wide. Anthony didn't expect that Button was still hiding this trick, so he could only take it, he thought. 6 Taipu Upanishad's iron block overlord body. Upright 6 king spears. To his level, the weakness of using iron blocks in the 6 types that cannot be moved is not a problem at all. Little does it know that there will be a person proficient in iron blocks in CP9 in the future. It can be moved when using iron blocks. While attacking to reduce the power of the slash, while strengthening his own defense, this is the best way he can think of. All of this is going on at the same time, which is enough to see how deep Anthony has mastered the 6 forms. Boom boom boom. The collision between the two moves, the powerful air current caused by the conflict, instantly collapsed the surrounding buildings, and the battle within 100 meters was suddenly turned into rubble. Ahem! Resist it! Anthony panted, blood stains appeared on his arms, and crossed cuts appeared on his chest. The wound was not deep, but Anthony did not dare to relax for a moment. Return the life! Anthony exhausted his physical strength, quickly recovered his injuries, and adjusted his state to the best as soon as possible. Damn Barton, you guy, not only ruined my ship, but also hurt my subordinates. A pirate wearing a captain's hat roared, angrily brandishing the long knife in his hand, cutting it over with 2 or 3 knives. The 2 pirates in front of him rushed towards Button. Well, where are you from the rubbish? Dare to provoke Laozi and go to death. Barton sneered, facing the pirate who charged up, swiping his arm sickle downwards, blood flashed in the air, unmatched horror. Hit! Puff! The blood light directly penetrated the body of the captain of the pirate, his eyes widened, a little unbelievable, his long knife slipped from his hand, and he couldn't catch his eyes. Idiot, this world is always worthy of strength. Button stepped on the dead captain of the pirate, shouting, with great strength. The other pirates looked at him with fear. A crazy escape towards the distance. But how could the crazy Barton let them escape? The sickle formed by his hands became a killing machine. No one could escape in the hands of Barton. Soon, there were no other people in this area of Barton, even the Sea of Blood. The members of the thieves dared not approach, for fear that Patton would accidentally kill them, and all of them fled to the others to kill and plunder. On Tick's side, Annie was reunited with her mother. At this time, dozens of young and orphans, led by Mobius, ran over and said, "Run, all the people from the Blood-Sickle pirates are here. It's horrible. I kill anyone when I see it. I didn't let anyone think of it at all." Mobius was holding a long knife in his hand, and everyone else was holding a weapon, as if he was ready to fight. This street is close to the port. It is very dangerous to stay here, and it is easy to be caught by the members of the Blood-Sickle pirate group. Well, let's go. Annie also knew that the current situation was in crisis, and those cruel pirates were not something they could deal with. A group of people ran towards the northwest of Seth Island, hoping to go to a remote place, waiting for the Blood-Sickle pirate group to be wiped out. But there were a lot of people in the group, and they were quickly noticed by the pirates. "Captain, there are a group of prey there," as if wanting to escape. A member of the Blood-Sickle pirate group spotted them. "Haha, it's really interesting. My favorite is the game of cat and mouse." The captain is called the squad leader. The pirate was holding a blood-stained long knife in his hand and looked excitedly at Annie and the others who were running away. "Follow me, but don't let them run away." His long knife pointed in the direction where Annie and the others fled, and shouted at the subordinates beside him with a smile. "No, a pirate is eyeing us." One of the teenagers turned his head and found that a pirate was coming here quickly, and the target was their direction. This is undoubtedly bad news. Everyone except Titch sank. Not only did they speed up their pace, but how did they get past a group of powerful pirates? In any case, most of the people here are still children. Although they have been trained hard, they can only deal with a dozen ordinary adults, including ordinary people like Xiang Annie's mother. Seeing the pirates getting closer and closer, Mobius held a long knife, stopped, and turned to face the pirates without looking back. "You run first, I will hold it. Give you some time to escape." Mobius is very firm and has decided to use his life to buy time for his partner. "Mobius, don't do this, let's run away together," Annie shouted to Mobius. Mobius shook his head. "I must live." After finishing speaking, he rushed directly to the pirates. "Brother Mobius, I will accompany you." The teenagers who stayed there rushed. "Go up, want to go with Mobius to buy time for Annie and the others to escape." "You guys." Annie didn't know what to say, tears in her eyes. "Hey! Don't be like this. Now it's not the most dangerous moment. I'll give it to me next." Ticky, who was standing on the side, smiled, patted Annie on the shoulder, and walked slowly towards the pirates. "Titch." Annie didn't know what to say. One by one youngsters rushed up, followed behind Mobius, facing the pirates who had frightened them, but none of them flinched. "Wow, haha. What do you want to do when a group of little ghosts come over? To die?" The leader of the team looked at the teenagers who rushed over and sneered. The others stopped one by one and looked at these overweight teenagers. "Pirate, I will never let you go one step further." Mobius stood at the front and shouted, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Each of these pirates started from killing, and the imposing aura that came out of the battle made them feel fear. "Haha, are you kidding? Kid," one of the pirates laughed, and his body disappeared in Mobius' eyes. The speed was so fast. The center of the brain thought, but the body didn't react at all. "That's see." The thief appeared in front of him, and a sweeping leg slammed on Mobius. "Mobius! Boss Mobius!" The other people shouted worriedly when they saw each other. Mobius was kicked more than 10 meters away. They ran to the side of Mobius and stared at the people who came by. Pirates! With a weapon in his hand, he wanted to protect Mobius behind him. "No, you guys go quickly!" Mobius shouted. Forcibly resisted the urge to vomit, Mobius slowly got up from the ground, shook his body, and barely stood still. There was blood flowing from his mouth, and Mobius felt a sunken part in his chest and 2 ribs fractured on that foot. However, he did not faint and stood up with amazing perseverance. Wanting to pick up the long knife that fell to the side, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com slightly bent over, suddenly unable to stand firmly, Mobius knelt on the ground, grasping the handle and tip of the long knife. Inserted on the ground, Mobius used a long knife to stabilize his body and stood up again. "What a perseverance, kid!" The pirate was a little surprised when he saw Mobius, a kid of the Snakehead clan, who was able to stand up after taking his own foot. Looking at other people, there was a secret smile on his face, as if thinking of something bad. "This kid from the Snakehead clan should be your backbone." "You said, what would happen if I killed him?" "How?" The pirate smiled evilly. The other pirates, the captain of the pirates, all smiled and watched this scene, as if it were very interesting. One by one, they didn't move, watching the pirate play with these boys. "You are not allowed to hurt the boss of Mobius." One by one youngsters resisted in front of Mobius and rushed towards the pirate, but they were too weak. With one kick and one punch, they all fell within a short time. On the ground, moaning weakly. The pirate finally came to Mobius, and he kept his hands on those teenagers. Because of his evil taste, he wanted them to watch the boy named Mobius die. "I want to see them in pain and despair." The other pirates all looked forward to watching this scene. They naturally understood the pirate's evil taste very well and wanted to see such a scene. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Seeing that one of his companions was knocked down, although they didn't kill them, they also laid heavy hands. Mobius raised the knife in his hand angrily and slashed at the pirate in front of him. Was blocked by the pirate with a knife, and then another kick. Mobius' body hit the ground heavily and could not get up again. Chapter 20, Titch and Number 039, S Request for the Queen. The pirate moved forward slowly and walked in front of Mobius. "No. Haha." He smiled evilly, holding a knife in his hand, with the tip of the knife facing down, facing Mobius' neck. As long as it is gently down, Mobius' neck will be stabbed by a long knife. "Put on." Turned his head to look at those desperate teenagers, with an excited smile on his face. "Haha, you all showed me a closer look." "Don't." They said that everyone was looking at this place, their eyes widened. The pirate started very decisively, grabbing the handle of the knife and stabbing it down. Kang only heard a metal crash. "Hey!" A figure suddenly appeared on the pirate's side. It was Titch. Titch stretched out his right foot and easily blocked it with the back of his right foot. "One knife. Thieves, ha ha ha. Bullying the weak is not the act of the strong." Titch laughed. "You, who are you?" He felt fear from Titch, which he could only feel in Captain Button. "Thief, haha, who knows?" Titch didn't tell them his plan, because in his eyes, the pirate was already dead. "But you made my queen cry," Titch said. Her face gradually became serious. "Titch." Not far away, Annie couldn't help but muttered. I saw Titch's eyes widened, and he used his eyes to release the domineering look. The invisible spirit radiated from him, spreading to the surroundings, and the powerful mental power was the coercion of the upper ones on the lower ones. In the eyes of other people, the bodies of these pirates seemed to be still suddenly, and then their eyes lost their brilliance, all of them lost their consciousness, their bodies relaxed, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground one by one, making waves of collision. Then, the bodies of the pirates fell feebly to the ground. You. There was only one pirate of the captain level of the Blood Scythe pirate group who hadn't fainted, shivering all over, with wide-eyed eyes. Looking at Titch, he seemed to want to say something. "What, the weapon in your hand, don't know when?" Because the numb body fell to the ground. "Overlord, Overlord. His strength is not weak, and he has seen many people with this qualification, because their captain, Button, is also the owner of Overlord. Bah! Titch disappeared in an instant, and then appeared in front of him, his right hand turned into a claw, and it suddenly penetrated his chest. He had no resistance at all, and his eyes gradually lost looks at the last expression on his face. There are shocks and regrets. The rest of the people watched this scene in shock. What happened? Solved these pirates easily, stunned all but one pirate at once, and then penetrated the chest of the last pirate in an instant. Too strong. This is the idea in their minds. Annie was also very shocked. Maybe she guessed that the young pirate in front of her had some strength, but she had never thought that Titch was so strong. Overlord look domineering. This is domineering look. Mobius was very excited and shouted in his heart. Enduring the pain, slowly climbed up from the ground. Although the pirate made a heavy hand, it only made them lose the ability to resist in a short time. Although it was painful, he could quickly recover, and it did not affect ordinary actions. Mobius was the closest to Titch. Although Titch didn't apply dominance to him, he still clearly felt the tremendous pressure, and Titch's body became extremely stalwart at that moment. And the last pirate leader's words, although very light, were clearly captured by him. He had heard that before, because of his weakness, he was always bullied by others, so Mobius was very eager to become stronger and to become the strong. In his free time, he likes to collect the deeds of those strong men who ride the sea, mostly through newspapers, and always go to the pub to listen to the pirates who drink in the tavern boasting about the glory of his youth and some important information on the sea. Among them, there are great swordsmen, tricolor domineering, devil fruit, etc. Mobius has the most profound influence on tricolor domineering, especially domineering. At this moment, he seemed to have gone back to 5 years ago. Mobius, who was only 8 years old, was drinking boiled water in the tavern. On the side sat a retired old pirate who was close to 60 years old. He was a tavern. The regulars here often drink here and get drunk. Mobius doesn't know what his name is. However, other people in the tavern called him Old Jack. It is said that when he was young, he had been riding outside for 30 years, knowing that he was tired, and then he returned to his hometown, Seth. His experience is very rich. The people in the tavern often listen to Old Jack talk about interesting things on the sea and respect him very much. That day, Old Jack talked about domineering. Mobius was a little curious, so he asked, "Old Jack, what is domineering?" Old Jack listened for a moment. At this time, he was drunk and seemed a little confused. His face was red, his beard was stained with alcohol, his eyes were blurred, his body swayed, as if he would fall down at any time, but other people are not worried, because Old Jack often looks like this. "You said that the Overlord looks domineering." Old Jack didn't seem to hear clearly, and looked at Mobius and asked carefully. Mobius nodded seriously. Old Jack listened and shook his head. He seemed to be a little more awake. He slowly put down the wine glass in his hand, raised his head slightly, and looked upward, as if he was thinking, as if he was remembering. Mobius didn't talk to other people, and didn't disturb him quietly. Every time Jack thinks of something very important, everyone is very curious. In the New World, everyone is domineering. I have often heard of it, but what exactly is the domineering look? They don't have a concept, they only know that it is a very powerful thing, which needs Old Jack to answer. Overlord look and domineering. Old Jack seemed to think about it. He quietly sipped a sip of wine, feeling a little bit, his eyes became a little clearer. This is an innate ability that can neither be learned nor inheritance, can only be determined by one's own fate. Seeing that everyone was a little confused, Old Jack not only shook his head, "This kind of fate is too vain for you. Put another way, there will only be one person in a million who has a domineering look. Now on the ocean those top great pirates in China are all those who have the domineering look, even the current general of the navy Zheng Guo also has the domineering look. So, it has another name, that is, old Jack said with a smile on his face, Wang's qualifications. The king's qualification. Hearing the words of old Jack, the people around exclaimed one by one, such a lofty title. Mobius widened his eyes when he heard it, the king's aptitude. As for the overlord's domineering performance, I have been riding the ocean for so many years, but I have never seen it a few times. Old Jack said, I can't tell the details. It seems that the invisible spirit stunned the other people. Old Jack took another sip of the wine and couldn't help spreading his hands. Suddenly, he slapped the wine table fiercely and jumped off the people around him, his eyes staring. It was big, I remember, I once felt it myself, that is, when my eyes widened, everyone around me fainted at the same time, like a king. With a twitch of Ticky's hand, he yanked his hand out of the captain's abdomen. The blood ran down his fingers and dripped to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, Ticky's hand was not even stained with blood. Very clean. Turned around, walked slowly in front of Mobius, smiled, very courageous, kid. Mobius listened, endured the pain, couldn't help straightening his back and looking at Titch as there was respect and longing in his eyes. Ticky is a little strange, thinking about it, it should be a yearning for his own powerful strength. Mobius, are you okay? Annie ran over quickly and looked at Mobius, a little worried. Haha, it's okay, just take a rest for a while. Mobius laughed and said, this feeling of aftermath, the whole person has relaxed a lot, and at the same time, it has grown a lot, everyone is the same. Don't do this again next time. Annie said uneasy, but her eyes turned to the direction of the port. There was a lot of movement over there, and that was the movement of the battle that could be felt from a distance. I don't know what's going on with Dad. Annie was a little worried. Her father, Lieutenant General Anthony, as the head of the naval branch guarding Seth Island, must be on the front line against the Bloodsickle pirates. Annie wanted it. Now his father must be fighting there. Anne. Ticky said in a deep voice. Hearing Ticky's voice, Annie had an ominous premonition in her heart. The situation of Lieutenant General Anthony is actually not good. His aura is slowly weakening. The blood scythe button is a little stronger than him. If you continue, Lieutenant General Anthony is afraid. Titch did not continue, but Annie was sure. As you can imagine, Titch's prompt is obvious enough. How could this be? Annie couldn't believe it. She didn't want to lose her father who loved her. Although Anthony spent very little time with her, she would always try her best to spend time with her, appearing at her most important critical moment. Care for her and give her happiness. She knows her father's job, which is a great job, shouldering the stability of hundreds of thousands of people, and also to protect her and her mother. Annie's mother couldn't help crying when she heard it. She was a gentle woman, but at the same time fragile. How could she withstand the shock of losing a husband who loved her and her daughter at the same time? Titch, you are so strong, you will definitely be able to help my father. Annie looked at Titch, a little excited, but at the same time a little hesitant, but, Titch is a pirate, and her father is a navy or a lieutenant admiral, how could she agree to help this? At this time, Annie was upset and didn't know what to do. Annie? Hey! Ticky's voice brought Annie back to reality and looked at Ticky. Dikey stared at her. Anne, the Anne in my image is not so indecisive, she is lively, cute, and decisive. Remember to say, today, you are my queen, I can accompany you to play all over the playground, accompany you to eat all over the food court, you can make any request to me, as long as you want it. Ticky said softly. Really? Annie asked, tears bursting into her eyes, and she wiped her tears with her hand, as if she had seen every bit of her encounter and acquaintance with Ticky on this day. Of course it is true, my queen. Titch nodded with a smile. At this moment, Annie was a fragile little girl. That's good. Annie looked at Titch, wiped away the tears on her face, raised her chest, and raised her head. At this time, Annie returned to the queen's posture, the confident and lively queen. Titch, I beg you to help my dad and don't let him die. Annie said, sucking her nose and holding back her crying. Yes, my Queen Anne. Titch said, lowering her head, looking at Annie like a knight, and smiling, Annie, can I treat this as a request from the first officer of my future pirate ship? First officer. Annie listened, her eyes gleaming. Titch nodded. Annie nodded decisively, without hesitation. Then wait for the good news. Titch's voice came out of the air, and the person flashed and disappeared. On the other side, the port of Seth Island. What a monster! Lieutenant General Anthony fell into the ruins, panting, and murmured in his mouth. At this time, his appearance was a bit tragic, and the justice coat had no idea where he was going. He was wearing a brown suit. The tattered blue tie hung on his shoulders with cracks. The blood stains on his body were all cut out by Patton's sickle, and his tyrannical attack power could not be completely resisted even by his domineering armed look. However, as a veteran lieutenant general, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is only 45 years old. Anthony is in his prime of life. Although Patton's ability is troublesome, his overall strength is only slightly better than him. Patton's situation is naturally not the same. Very good, but the more the battle is getting fiercer. Anthony took out a golden pocket watch from his pocket and opened it. It was a picture of a woman with a gentle smile and a little girl. It was his wife and daughter. Anthony closed his pocket watch and slowly climbed up from the ruins. His body seemed to be full of power again. I won't admit defeat, Button. Anthony roared and rushed towards Button, who was slowly coming here. Button's current state doesn't look good, but his aura is exceptionally strong. Anthony was hit with 3 blood holes in his abdomen, Anthony was punched in the head, and there were other large and small injuries on his body. Such a serious injury has already begun to scar. Anthony, I'm going to kill you and chop off your head. Patton heard Anthony's voice and roared the same way. The sickle turned into his hands has become a veritable blood sickle. Although the ability of the sickle fruit is relatively simple, in Patton's hands, he developed the function of absorbing blood. It was a bit slow, but it could also be used to recover from his injuries. Patton's blood sickle came from not only because he liked the massacre, but the sickle was full of blood. This is the important reason. The bounty of 700 million is totally underestimating you. Anthony said, and after another 100 rounds of battle, Anthony's pressure became more and more, and he began to fight desperately. And when he brought serious injuries to Patton, he himself but he couldn't support it again. He used life return many times to recover his injuries. He kept fighting to the death to hurt Patton. His physical strength was almost exhausted. Finally, Patton seized the opportunity, and a light flashed through. Chapter 21, Patton and Number 039, S Awakening, Titch and Number 039, S Full Force of 8 Young Girls. Anthony fell into the ruins, leaning on a stone, looking at Barton in front of him, and his left arm had disappeared, leaving only a spot. Ha ha ha, Anthony, you finally can't hold on anymore, then die for me. Patton raised his sickle and faced Anthony. Anthony knew that he could not hide. With a smile on his face, 2 women seemed to appear in front of him, Fanny and Annie. I'm sorry. The blood sickle was cut down, and a black palm abruptly grabbed the fallen blood sickle, which abruptly prevented Patton from attacking and gave Anthony hope. Thief, ha ha ha, it seems that I am not late. Titch laughed and turned to look at Lieutenant General Anthony on the ground. Are you a pirate? How could you help me? Anthony was a little puzzled. Of course, at the request of my future chief mate, Queen Anne, to save her qualified and unqualified father. Titch laughed and said, Can I still fight? I don't want to face this monster alone. Annie. The lively and lovely figure appeared in front of Anthony's eyes. As for the previous words, he ignored it. He got up from the ground and was full of hope in his heart. He wanted to live. Anne needed him. I don't want to lose Annie either. Of course, I am Anthony. Anthony has a smile on his face. Damn it, 1 or 2. Wouldn't it be okay to die early? Also, boy, since it's here, leave your head to me. Barton roared, unexpectedly breaking in and causing a spoiler. Barton's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and the light of blood flashed above the blood sickle, becoming more scarlet. But now it is 2-on-1, and Anthony also has a chance to breathe. While Titch was delaying time, he found his broken arm and attached it directly to the wound, returning life. Anthony directly connected the broken arm. As a strong physique, if you lose an arm, it will have a great impact on your own strength. The reconnected arm will naturally not be as flexible as before, and it will take some time to recuperate. But it was enough for the next battle. Button's power is very strong, and the armed domineering is not weak. Coupled with the power of the devil fruit, Tick's hands are trembling, covered with the armed domineering hands, blood flowed out of the tiger's mouth. Patton's other sickle was also caught by Titch, but the 4-meter-high Patton has been in the ocean for many years. How could Titch, who is still young, be his opponent? He completely suppressed Titch. Titch's arms were slightly bent, his teeth were gritted, and his legs were trembling. Under the strong force, Titch's 2 feet were completely plunged into the ground. 6 types of profound meaning, 6 King's Spear, burst bare. A voice came, and the powerful impact constantly approached from behind Patton. This long time was enough for Anthony to prepare. Patton felt the crisis instinctively, let go of his suppression of Titch, and wanted to turn around to deal with the blow. Titch's face was smiled, his arms swelled, his muscles swelled, and he firmly grasped Patton's sickle. Button was angry and kicked Ticky's abdomen. He was relieved of his ability. The 2 sickles returned to his hands and slid through Ticky's hands. Titch's body, with a kick in his abdomen, flew upside down. Well! Titch stood up from the ruins, wiped his mouth and turned into blood. He didn't expect such a coping method. It seems that the combat experience is still somewhat insufficient, but it is enough. With Tick's delay, Patton hurriedly resisted the blow. He turned around and his arms were turned into sickles. His body was not stable yet. A strong, well-prepared blow hit Patton's scythe. The impact force surpassed the speed of sound and broke through the air. With a blast, Patton's sickle began to bend. No, the arm was bent, and the arm simply couldn't resist such a powerful impact. The 6 King's Spear broke through Patton's sickle and directly bombarded Patton's abdomen, still at his original wound. Patton opened his mouth wide and vomited blood out of his mouth. Cough. Even if the armed collar is covered, this blow is still difficult to resist. This 6 King's Spear shot directly through Patton's abdomen, compressing the ultimate impact to a few points. Titch can clearly see Patton. Hollow belly. Damn, kid, Anthony. Patton's eyes turned red, gritted his teeth, and waved his blood sickle. Anthony noticed it early and hurriedly avoided. Barton became more dangerous. You all die to me, blood sickle hell. From his feet, the surrounding environment is constantly changing. The ground, ruins, and houses are all assimilated, and a strange sickle sprang from the ground, as if swimming on the ground. It's awakening. Unexpectedly, Button still hides such a means. Anthony frowned. In this way, the advantage of the 2 battles disappeared. This is Button's domain, and everything in the domain is under his control. The thief, ha ha ha. I have to go all out. With his current injury, it won't last long. Titch laughed, but he really got serious. Don't die. Dike took the lead and didn't pull out Purgatory and Thunder Fang, because his swordsmanship was not powerful enough. Ticky's arms are claws, the armed colors are domineeringly entangled, the thunder and fire are intertwined, and the invisible spirit is attached to the claws, making the claws seem even more dangerous. It's been a long time since there's been such a fierce battle, Button, you will die here. Titch rushed up excitedly. The best way to progress is to be able to face off against the strong. The heyday of Button is not an opponent. He is just now. It is good. Wang's qualifications? Good boy. Anthony was a little surprised when he saw Ticky's overlord look, and then he smiled. You can't be underestimated by the junior. The body flashed, and the same moved, steel fist bone break. Anthony has a strong knowledge of armed colors, and this same punch was developed based on the fist of the Navy hero Carp. This is the final battle. With his little physical strength and domineering left, it depends on who can hold on for longer. A scythe suddenly appeared on the ground, and the tip of the knife slashed towards Titch. Titch twisted and stepped on the moon step to avoid the blow. Such a move was useless to Titch, every time. Dangerous and dangerous to avoid. Titch's goal is Patton. As long as Patton is eliminated, this area will naturally disappear. But how could Patton let him do what he wanted, showing up with a giant sickle, blocking Titch's front, and then, surrounding Titch's surroundings. Surrounded by groups, thieves, ha ha ha, it's dangerous. Titch smiled. At this time, he could only fight, but Titch was fearless and became more excited. At the same time, this also gave Anthony a chance. Such a big handwriting is a huge drain on Patton's physical strength. Come on! Titch faced these blood sickles and stretched out his claws. Let's see who's harder. Kang! This is a collision between metals. One claw and one sickle are constantly colliding together. The airwave generated by a powerful force is constantly sweeping around. Clouds in the sky are constantly gathering. In the center, rays of lightning flashed continuously. Tick should be okay. In the distance, Annie and others stood on a high place. Annie said worriedly. Even if she was not on the battlefield, she could see that the battle seemed to be more intense and the astronomical phenomena had changed. Boss Titch must be fine. Mobius on the side nodded. He now has a fascinating self-confidence in Titch. Even the boss called, making Annie on the side a little speechless. The sickle in all directions was frantically attacking, and every strike required Titch to take seriously. One after another, the sickles were drawn towards Titch. Titch could easily see the trajectory of the action and avoid them. Some of them could not be avoided. The claws, and with the constant collision between the sickles, Titch entered a high-speed combat state. He turned on from time to time when he saw the color domineering, and the armed color domineering progressed slowly, becoming harder and harder, and there flashed a series of sharp edges on Titch's claws. Stepped back 2 steps, Tick's face showed a smile, watching the cracks on the sickle, although it was automatically repaired. Haha, it seems that my claws are harder. At the same time, Titch could feel that the attack of these sickles was gradually slowing down, and victory was in sight. On the other side, Anthony, go to hell, get rid of you first, and then slaughter that kid. Patton gasped for breath. At this time, the sickle made by his hands became even bigger and his attacking power was even greater. He was powerful, but Patton had already lost his mind a little, and he wanted to kill Anthony and Titch. Regardless of his own physical exertion. Anthony saw this. He didn't know how long Titch could hold on, but he had confidence in Titch, a kid who dared to come over to him, and he wanted to end the battle quickly. Army feet. 1,000 blades. Anthony leaped towards the sky, his feet continued to kick out one after another, hundreds of silver-white sharp blades, attacking Button at a very fast speed. Go to hell, Anthony Barton roared, with a wave of the huge blood sickle. Almost all the sharp blades were wiped out by him, and with the force of his legs, his body quickly approached Anthony. Under extreme anger, his sickle also changed. A sickle blade, but now 3 pieces, the blade is extremely sharp, cutting iron like mud. The giant sickle was 15 meters long. Anthony did not dare to touch him. He pulled the distance from Patton. With a wave of the giant sickle, Anthony quickly jumped up and left the ground to avoid the blow. Gradually, Anthony also discovered Patton's weakness. Now the attack range is farther, but the defense at close range is insufficient. But Patton obviously thought of this too. The field under his feet was always there, and he could defend himself at any time. Now Patton's strength after awakening has soared, and Anthony can't handle it at all. Tick's knowledge and appearance are always concerned about the situation there. He can feel the decline of Button's state, but Anthony can't. At the same time, he underestimates the power of Button after awakening. To control the domain perfectly, he needs to be strong. He can do it with his domineering experience, but Button obviously can't. He has already put a part of his energy on him. How can he deal with Anthony with all his strength? But Patton knew his advantages, so he applied his field mainly to defense. It seems that we need to break the game, Titch thought to himself. He needs to break through the encirclement that Button prepared for him, which requires extremely strong attack power and speed. Thief, ha ha ha. Let's fight desperately. Tick returned his life, making his hands stronger and more suitable for fighting. This is a pair of devil's claws. Just use that trick, fortunately. Well, this is the first time I have used it since I created it. Devil's claws and ghosts blooming, thieves, ha ha ha. Tikai laughed. This trick is fatal. At this time, the air seemed to be divided into countless parts by thin lines, all of which belonged to Tikai. Claw. Not far away, Anthony and Patton couldn't help but turn their eyes to Titch's direction. They could all feel that there was a terrifying power there. The space seemed to be still, and countless blood flashes flashed by, the one that surrounded Titch. The sickle was turned into fragments in an instant. www.readaloud.com spreading around, as if a blood-colored flower was blooming. Not only did their eyes widen, but the next moment Titch had already rushed to this side, and the speed of these sickles could not keep up with Titch's speed. Try my trick, Button. Ticky's voice came, and he appeared next to him in the next moment, the devil's claw. The eighth child. Ticky's speed was extremely fast, a period of time. With explosive power, there seemed to be 8 Tickies around Button. These were after images, but each one was real. 8 Childish Girl is a combination of 8 moves, which are indeed 8 moves performed at the same time in an instant. Tick's speed increased to the extreme in a short period of time, and he used this powerful and deadly move. Patton felt the crisis. In the realm of instinct, a sickle rose quickly under his feet, surrounding him, forming a top-secret protection. But how could this be able to withstand Tick's powerful claw blow? 8 claw blows erupted at the same time, accompanied by flames and thunder and lightning, plus the sharpness of sword energy. Cracks appeared on one of the sickles all of a sudden, followed by broken like glass. 8 blood-colored claws tore on Patton's body. This is an extremely cruel and tyrannical move. The flesh and blood are torn and blood pops out, especially the paw on Patton's head and scratches on his face. Mark, Patton's blindfold on his right eye was torn by claws and fell to the ground, revealing the hideous, missing hole. This was Titch's full blow, a super burst in a short period of time, and then his body became stiff again. Because of this, after Titch developed this trick, he has never used it, because it is not what his current body strength can withstand. It hurts, boy, but you are still going to die in my hands. Haha. Patton endured the pain, said slowly raised the giant sickle, and wanted to cut it at Titch. Chapter 22, Shadows. There was a smile on Ticky's face, and Patton had some vague premonitions in his heart, but it was too late. Anthony's voice came, 6 types of Upanishads 6 King Spear Blasting Bear. This powerful blow, abruptly poured into Patton's heart, and gave Patton the final fatal blow. This. Barton couldn't believe it. He couldn't help looking down at his chest. The blood flowed out. Barton's blood sickle field was gradually disappearing and could no longer be supported. He couldn't help but close his eyes. The great pirate Barton was dead and killed in battle. On the war zone. Died under the joint hands of Anthony and Titch. Tick moved his body, looked at Anthony, who had lost his energy, and made the final blow, and fell to the ground, panting. Lieutenant General Anthony. Titch looked at him and said, "What's the matter?" Anthony asked. Now the New World has not reached the most chaotic time. At that moment, the New World has no soil for the survival of the Navy. After staying in the New World for so long, you should know the powerful power of the pirates. Titch speak slowly, turned around, and walked not far away. Besides, what is your most precious thing now? For their sake. They. Titch left, Anthony was silent, and their figure appeared in his mind. Then, Anthony looked at the back of Titch's departure. The last two tricks of Titch kept appearing in front of his eyes. Such tricks were very scary. What a terrible kid! Now young man, when he was young, it couldn't be compared at all, and even if Tick was compared to the carp in his image, the Warring States period, he had to surpass it at the same age. Am I getting old? Looking at himself as a mature man, and looking at Titch, Anthony felt a sense of old age in his heart. On the other side, watching the movement of the battle disappear, Annie knew that the battle was over, but the more they got to this point, the more tension in their hearts. A familiar figure gradually appeared in the distance. It's Boss Titch, Victory. Boss Titch can definitely do it. The sharp-eyed Mobius recognized Titch at once. Thief, ha ha ha, my queen, fortunately not insulted. Titch laughed loudly. Titch, what about my father? Annie asked worriedly. Don't worry, the injury is a bit serious, but it is not harmful to life. Titch smiled. The war is over, and it ends with Lieutenant Admiral Anthony killing the blood scythe button. After the news spread, the island was filled with an atmosphere of joy and sorrow. Among them are the victory of the war, and the huge casualties and fear caused by the invasion of the pirates. The remaining pirates of the Bloodsickle pirate group fled one by one after getting the news, and some were wiped out by the remaining navy, angry civilians on the island, and some pirates. After all, the Bloodsickle pirates, as soon as the regiment arrived, the port was destroyed. I don't know how many people were offended. However, the navy also suffered heavy casualties. Thousands of naval elites lost half of it, much better than expected, but this is undoubtedly a huge loss for the naval branch on Seth Island. Lieutenant General Anthony led the naval forces to go deep into the New World and establish a naval branch. For the first time, there was such a big loss. There was an atmosphere of sadness throughout the branch. There was no joy of victory. How many colleagues and friends died? Good job, Anthony, this is a big victory to wipe out all the Bloodsickle pirates. On the other side of the phone worm, it is the Admiral Gang Bone Kong. Through the phone worm, you can see that Gang Bone Kong's mood is very great. Happy, this one greatly boosted the morale of the Navy. However, Anthony, come back. You go deep into the New World. It is too dangerous for the Navy to support you, said the Navy Marshal Kong. Anthony didn't move, and remained silent. The steel skeleton in front of the phone worm was empty, and there were high-level officials such as the Warring States period, Carp, and Crane. Suddenly, there was an unknown premonition in their hearts. Anthony looked at the silent naval officer in front of him. Some of the positions became empty. You can guess the ending. Then he looked outside. The residents of Seth Island were in silence. It was late at night, and one person stayed outside with his hands holding candles. Even the pirates didn't say a word at this time and didn't dare to cause trouble. The stores were all closed and did not open. Sorry, Marshal Kong. Anthony slowly said, I'm going to retire. Well, how can this be? Anthony, you are still young. The Warring States period couldn't help but yelled to the phone bug, others. People's faces are also a little worried. How can the Navy lose such a high-end combat power? It is still the top combat power among the lieutenants. The previous 2 lieutenants failed to encircle and suppress Patton, but Anthony succeeded in resisting and killed Patton. This gap can be clearly seen. Thought it was good news, but did not expect that what was waiting for them was bad news. The officers in front of Anthony did not expect Anthony to say such things. They have been following Anthony for more than 10 years. Anthony is strong. Treats his subordinates mildly, has good things not exclusive, and likes to share with others. This is them. Os backbone. I have decided, Sengoku. Anthony sighed, but was very firm. He thought of Tich's words, and also of his beloved wife and daughter. I joined the Navy at the age of 13. It's been 32 years now. Half of my life has been dedicated to justice. I am tired. I have guarded Seth Island for 13 years. This is like my second one. Like home, after retiring, I will use my spare time to protect Seth Island. Anthony said slowly. The warring states had nothing to say. I wanted to say but couldn't say it. Could it be that I asked you to come back and return to the Navy headquarters? But this is impossible. Why did Anthony not want to come back after being outside for 13 years? They knew very well in their hearts. Warring states, firmly believe in your own justice. From now on, I am no longer a Navy. Anthony said, and hung up the phone worm. Anthony looked at the subordinates in front of him for 10 years, looked at each of them, and couldn't help bowing. Please forgive me for making this decision without authorization. No, Lieutenant General Anthony, I want to guard Seth Island with you. One of the officers stood up. Well, haha, my son is already 7 years old. It's on West Street. Where else can I go? I can only follow Lieutenant General Anthony. No, it should be called Master Anthony now. Another naval officer laughed. Road. Without exception, all the remaining naval officers are willing to continue to follow Anthony. You guys. Anthony was very moved, tears in his eyes couldn't help. The news of Anthony retiring and resigning from the Navy soon spread, and he was willing to stay on Seth Island. An exciting blow to Seth Island after the war. All the Navy compatriots are also willing to stay, many have already married here, and some are soldiers recruited in the New World. Great, Lord Anthony resigned from the Navy and plans to settle in Seth Island. A person exclaimed excitedly. No, it should be called the Mayor, haha, Mayor Anthony. A person shouted, and soon it was recognized by everyone. It's over. Warring states punched the table. Hey, Anthony, the sinner, is too selfish, and he didn't consider the position of the Navy at all. A lieutenant admiral sneered at him, and he didn't deal with Anthony very much. Well, I suggest sending troops to remove Anthony immediately. Another lieutenant admiral said. Warring States was angry. For the first time, the table in front of him was smashed to pieces, glaring at the 2 lieutenants. Who is Anthony doing this for? It's not because of you, you 2 trash. In my eyes, 10 of you are not as good as one Anthony. You are not strong enough, and you don't have enough credit. You will only make small moves in secret. If you talk more, I will slap you to death. The body of the Warring States was shining with golden light, and his powerful spirit burst out directly, targeting the 2 lieutenants, and his body exuded a powerful killing intent. Warring States, calm down. Gang Yukong said, letting the Warring States calm down. At this time, the terrifying power of the Warring States oppresses everyone, and it is indeed a monster that can confront the white beard. The golden light on the Warring States' body gradually dissipated, and his body returned to its original shape. He had a good relationship with Anthony. Anthony was a little smaller than him. He liked it very much, whether it was strength or personality. But because of a few villains, he was driven out of the headquarters. He had been suppressed for a long time, and was angered by the words of these 2 lieutenants, and then broke out. and the two veteran lieutenants were so scared that they couldn't stand up anymore. Steelbone gave them a short glance. He had seen them displeased a long time ago, the Navy worm, but because he did it very secretly, he was not easy to get into trouble. Looking at the warring states, Crane, and the others, I feel a little relieved that the future of the Navy belongs to them. You slander your colleagues. I think you need to go to the New World to exercise for 2 years, no problem. Gang Yukong said. No problem. They didn't dare to refuse. How could he not know the danger of the New World? He had previously joined forces to encircle and suppress the Blood Scythe button, but suffered heavy losses. I wanted to go back, but didn't dare to refuse. The Warring States period was still staring at the side. The previous Warring States period was really terrifying, for fear that he would really shoot them to death. In the Warring States period, he and the others couldn't help but admire Kong's actions. After learning, Zhang was still old and hot, so you don't need to look at them upset when you drive them to the New World, and it's hard to make small moves. It's a waste of use. 2 60-year-old old guys can become lieutenant generals. They still have some strength. If they die, they will occupy the position of lieutenant general. If they are vacant, they can give this position to young people. The Warring States period couldn't help sighing, it's not just Anthony that we have lost. With his influence, the remaining elite Navy and officers will stay on Seth Island. They are not the Navy. Others couldn't help but sigh. Tone. This has no effect on Tick. Anthony is in the Navy branch. It should now be the mayor's building, commanding the entire island, and rebuilding the destroyed ports, ruins, and other issues, big and small. Now Anthony is in the prestige on Seth Island has reached its peak. It is not only the hero who rescued Seth Island, but also defeated the murderous Bloodsickle Patton. He is also recognized as the mayor of Seth Island. From the battlefield in the ruins, you can see how harsh the battle has been. I was exhausted. After a great battle, there were so many things, and the wounds on his body were simply dealt with. Anthony was busy until late at night, and everyone else had already rested. Anthony came silently to that familiar place full of warmth. The light in the dessert shop was still on, and Anthony instinctively looked around, and the color was released. Seeing no one, Anthony walked in quietly through the back door alone. None of them slept, Anthony knew, as if they were waiting for his arrival. Dad. Annie and Fanny sitting on the sofa have been waiting for Anthony's return. Hearing Anthony's familiar footsteps, Annie jumped excitedly. Up. As soon as Anthony walked in, he saw Anne ran over happily. He was also very happy and stretched out his hands and hugged her in his arms. Anthony. His wife Fanny also trot over with excitement, tears of excitement on her face. You are fine, it's great. She embraced him and Annie with open arms, stroking Anthony's bandages. Chest. The same goes for you. I won't leave you anymore. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Anthony stroked his wife's long hair and smiled. The family was happy for the rest of their lives, which has nothing to do with Titch. At night, Titch continued to exercise silently, and the whole city was in silence. This is destined to be a sleepless night. On the other side, a pair of eyes was watching Titch training secretly, enduring the pain, and also learning Titch's appearance, began to do push ups, he was Mobius. Early the next morning, a small part of the new port has been initially established at the original port. Titch's boat was destroyed by artillery when Patton invaded. In order to go to the next island, Titch had to board a merchant ship with the same destination as him. Tick did not intend to stay. If it weren't for the accident yesterday, he would have left yesterday afternoon. Annie and others were at the new port, and followed Titch to say goodbye. Titch, must come back. Annie waved her hand reluctantly, and couldn't help wiping the tears she was about to leave. Thief, ha ha ha. Of course, by then, I will already be a great pirate who is famous. Titch smiled confidently and walked towards the merchant ship. Suddenly, Titch stopped and turned to look at Annie. Anne, remember that you named my future pirate ship yesterday. Hey! Annie was taken aback. It's called Queen Anne's Revenge. I have already decided. Is it very domineering? She will resound through the sea with me, thief, ha ha ha. Titch laughed and left. Queen Anne's Revenge? My name. Annie thought, and couldn't help but smile. In a corner, in the shadow of the ruins, Anthony leaned against the wall, breathing white smoke, watching Anne bid farewell to Titch. Queen Anne's Revenge, I really look forward to it. Chapter 23, Mobius and Number 039, Persistence. On the merchant ship, Titch stays alone in the guest room. On the merchant ship, some guest rooms are often left to live in for those on the journey. It will also play a role when facing pirates who are looting. Maybe there is a strong one who is lucky to help solve the trouble directly. This kind of thing often happens at sea, but there are also many escorts on the merchant ship. This is the merchant ship to the Kate Kingdom, and this is also the destination of Tick. It has to pass through 3 islands and finally reach the Pet Island, which is Kate Kingdom. The cargo on the merchant ship, Titch can feel that there are various commodities in each cargo box, as well as some small pets. Titch was exercising silently by himself. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked under the bed on one side. Come out, kid. Hey? You found me. There was a figure hiding under the bed, motionless, watching Titch training, and hearing Titch's voice, his body suddenly slammed, because the figure kept the same movement for a long time. While being frightened, he didn't stabilize his body and fell to the ground with a sound of touch. He was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such a major mistake to happen, so he looked at Tick quietly and hid in the dark. Come out, do you want me to catch you out myself? Titch said lightly. He already knew who was hiding inside. As expected to be the boss of Titch, I found me so simple. The people hiding under the bed thought that they stopped hiding and crawled out under the bed. Standing in front of Titch, standing solemnly, without saying a word, looking at Titch with admiration. This person is Mobius, the young man with the blood of the Snakehead clan. Last night, boss, you are leaving. What shall we do? The base camp of Annie's guards, which is a huge warehouse, with dozens of teenagers surrounding Mobius in the center. Mobius nodded. I have already decided. I want to follow Titch as boss. I am too weak. Only by becoming stronger can I protect you. Mobius was very firm, although Titch was before. Just dropped him, but the weak feeling of powerlessness made it profoundly affected. Mobius desires to become stronger, and it has always been like this, but at this time, he desires so much that he also wants to follow Titch, who is a man with the qualifications of a king. Moreover, you have to grow up too, it is impossible to be under my hand. Mobius said softly, looking at these companions who get along day and night. Hearing what Mobius said, they couldn't help being silent for a while. Boss Mobius, we support you. Boss Titch is so strong, you will definitely become stronger with his boss. But don't underestimate us. You plan to become stronger with Tikai boss. We are already planning to join the city guards. They used to be naval elites. Now the city guards are recruiting people. Maybe we will be stronger than you. NS. You guys. Mobius was very moved, and then laughed loudly. That's impossible. My boss's status can't be shaken. I still want to be a pirate in the future and take you to sea together. But boss Mobius, how did you go to sea with boss Titch? He probably never promised you. A person asked. Hearing this, Mobius couldn't help but smile. His face was very confident. Haha, I was prepared long ago. The merchant ship that boss Titch was looking for will leave early tomorrow morning, and I also went to find the merchant ship. Master, we'll get on the boat together, and then follow boss Tikai. I believe I will impress boss Tikai. Boss, we also believe in you. You can. What are you doing here? Titch asked, Boss Titch, I want to go to sea with you. I want to become stronger. You can definitely help me. Mobius said excitedly and couldn't help kneeling on Titch's. In front of him, his hands and then his head are supporting the ground. Titch's eyes turned white, and his face showed an unspeakable expression. Ah, I'm not suitable for taking children. This is troublesome to think about. Although this Mobius is just like him, he is alone. I get used to it. It is always weird to have a child next to him, and the child's curiosity is relatively high. Although Mobius is more mature than the average child, it can be seen from the fact that he knows the value of power. Mobius himself also regularly exercises. It can be said that he has a good foundation, and these tics can be seen. Please let me follow you. As long as you follow you, I will help you buy things, pour water, pour wine, you can give it to me if you have trouble. Mobius shouted loudly. Okay, kid, I agree. Titch was so loud that he could imagine that if he disagreed, he would keep pestering himself until he agreed. Really? Thank you so much, Titch boss. Mobius was very excited when he heard it. Okay, stand up for me and wipe my face. Tick said out of breath, and threw a tissue at him. Boy, you said that you and I want to be stronger, but it's not that easy to get my approval. A smile appeared on Titch's face. I will definitely get your approval. Mobius stood in front of Titch. Titch found a place to sit down and looked at Mobius. Do you like snakes? Titch asked with a smile. Snake? Mobius was a little confused, wondering why Titch asked. But at this time, he began to think about whether he liked snakes or not. To be honest, Mobius has rarely seen snakes. He has always lived on Seth Island. He has rarely seen snakes. He once hated himself because of his identity as a snakehead, and then hated snakes. But now, he has let go and accepted his identity. So many people don't care about his identity, why should he care? Snake, what a snake looks like, Mobius doesn't have a very clear image, that kind of distortion, cold-blooded, hunting, dormant, and when I think about it carefully, he doesn't even hate it at all. Since I don't hate it, I like it. I like it, Mobius affirmed. After receiving Mobius' words, Titch smiled, knowing how to teach him. Do you know? The body structure of the snakeheads is different from ordinary people. The general physical skills are not suitable for the snakeheads, or they can't give full play to the talents of the snakehead clan. The snakehead clan does not have developed hand muscles and leg muscles like the long-handed clan or the long-legged clan, nor does it have 10 times the wrist strength of ordinary people like the murlocs. Every snakehead is born with amazing flexibility. The physical technique that can maximize the flexibility of this person is the most suitable physical technique for the snakehead. I will teach you a trick. If you can learn this trick, can be regarded as my approval, I will teach you other things. Ticky's face became serious. He would not teach someone so casually, if not, then go back and forth. Titch stood up and showed it to Mobius. Titch took out a piece of paper, pinched it with his left hand, and gently let it go. The paper fell from mid-air. Mobius stared at Titch's movements steadily. Titch's right hand suddenly changed. With a click, Titch's right hand suddenly grew longer like a snake. He slapped the paper in front of him and twisted and twisted. Only the shadow of Titch's right hand could be caught in front of him. In just 1 second, Titch didn't know how many shots he had made. When Mobius recovered, the whole piece of paper became thousands of pieces, falling from mid-air. I call this trick a snake hand. I quickly remove my joints and slam my hand at a very fast speed, making the hand longer, winding like a snake, and shattering the opponent's bones. The power of it requires extremely fast speed and strength. Titch said. Next, you need to continuously remove your joints until you can easily and freely remove the joints of your arms. This is undoubtedly very painful. Titch reminded, and, Mobius, you have to constantly exercise your strength, the speed and strength of the strike. When one day you can learn the snake hand and can break a tree with one strike, I will recognize you, and I will only give you one time of month. 1 month, I will train in 1 month. Mobius murmured. He doesn't care about the difficulty of training. This kind of thing has long been expected. He wants to stay by Tick's side and see the sea with his own eyes. And this trick shown by Tich's boss is so strong that he can't help but shine, he must learn it. Remove my joints. Mobius looked at his arms and didn't know how to start. After a daze, Mobius looked at Tich. Learning physical exercises is a process of mastering the body. There are many joints in a human arm. There are 3 main joints, namely the shoulder joint, the elbow joint, and the wrist joint. I will help you remove these 3 main joints first. Training will also help you pick it back after the training. Tich said slowly. But in the future you will have to come by yourself, and there are many other joints in your arm. After you have mastered these 3 joints, if you want to go into deeper practice, you need to master those joints. Then you will ask the doctor yourself. That's fine. Tich is still very serious about Mobius' guidance. The training of the snake hand is very painful. Tich has seen others practice it on the Whitebeard boat, and there is a secret book for practicing the snake hand on the boat. Tich can use his superb physical skills combined with the return of life to use this trick. Others can't. As Tich said, Mobius has an advantage over ordinary people in practicing this snake trick. He has amazing flexibility. As long as he has perseverance and endurance, he can learn this trick in a short time. Moreover, people's potential is forced out. Tich gave him a time limit, just want to see. To what extent can Mobius' potential be achieved? The essence of the snake hand is a slap, but it is a slap like a whip. How? Are you ready? Tich asked. It was very painful at first. Well, I'm ready, Master Tich. Mobius stretched out his arms, did not know where he took out a rag and bit it in his mouth. That's good, 3, 2. Tich said in his mouth. Before he finished speaking, he started directly. His speed is very fast. For the sake of Mobius, he knows that long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. With the sound of click, the 6 joints of both arms were removed by Tich in an instant. Mobius' body was startled, and he looked at Tich blankly, as if he wanted to say, yes 321. But what followed was endless pain, woohoo! Mobius' eyes widened sharply, and he bit the rag in his mouth tightly, and tears could not help but shed tears in his eyes. The legs were bent, and the whole waist was arched, as if to be arched 90 degrees. The sharp tingling sensation was still in 6 places, and then spread all over the body, and Mobius' body trembled. Okay, this severe pain is only a moment, although it is still painful, but it is much better than before. Tich looked at Mobius, who was shaking with pain, and said, shaking his head. Hey! Hearing Tich's voice, Mobius came back to his senses and felt the pain in his body. It was really much better than before, and he could bear it completely. Then what should I do next? I feel completely unable to control my arm. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Mobius loosened the rag in his mouth and let him fall to the ground, asking, wanting to control with his arms and arms moving. Mobius couldn't help frowning, a little painful. Train your slap, use your arms to slap that piece of wood. You should be able to bear this pain. You have to get used to this feeling. After you become familiar with it, the feeling will become less and less. The hardest part is at the beginning. Tich said lightly, pointing to a place near the window. There is an iron frame with a piece of wood sandwiched between the iron frame, about 20 centimeters in diameter. Your goal is to use his own arm, cut him off, first with the right hand, then with the left hand, 2 pieces of wood a day, and later he will be replaced with a larger piece of wood. Tich said as he began to do push-ups. After the end, I will help you reconnect your arms, and then do strength and physical exercises. But now, I only have one request, do your own training, don't disturb me. Tich began to devote himself to training. After yesterday's battle, he knew his strength was insufficient and was suppressed by button in strength. Tich is eager to have the overwhelming power like the old man, cooperating with his claws. Daddy doesn't have such a strong defense power as Big Ma'am, the steel balloon physique that can absorb damage, and does not have the amazing resilience and immortality like Kaido, but Daddy has overwhelming power, even if it is Big Ma'am and Kaido, who are far more powerful than giants, can't match. But this is not done overnight, it requires constant exercise. Looking at the training that Tich has already started, Mobius couldn't help but startled. Strong strength is not innate. Even people like Tich's boss have to work hard. If I want to become stronger, it should be so. Chapter 24, The Growth of Mobius, A Tornado on the Sea. Mobius had already made up his mind. He walked to the iron frame and looked at the standing and clamped wooden stick. He stepped on the 2 feet in front of the iron frame and fixed it to prevent it from training. The iron frame is unstable. The 3 joints of both arms were dislocated and were disassembled by Tich. Now, although after a while, the pain is not as intense as before. To hold back the pain, Mobius wanted to control the raising of his right arm. A violent tingling sensation rushed into Mobius' brain. Hiss! Mobius took a deep breath, and his brain was awake, which brought him a keen perception of pain. He lifted it slightly, and Mobius gritted his teeth, shook his body, and wanted to use his shoulders. The force drove his right arm, but then he was stunned. This was not good. It had no effect on his arm exercise. Mobius gritted his teeth and knew his goal. He had to learn this trick within a month. He didn't know if he could learn it, but he must learn it, not only to get Tich's approval, but also for himself. Bump! Forcibly resisting the pain, Mobius controlled his arm to flick and twitch, and the scene of Tich using the snake hand appeared in his mind. Although it was not clear, he was particularly in pain. Sober, the influence is getting deeper and deeper. With determination in his eyes, there were tears in Mobius's eyes, but the motion in his hand did not stop, like a whip, smashing from the left to the right, and then from the right to the left. There was a piercing pain. Mobius gritted his teeth and insisted forcibly, tears bursting into his eyes. Gradually, Mobius' tears were drained, his right arm seemed to become numb, the skin on both sides was knocked off, and blood flowed out. There was only one pop after another in the air. I don't know how long it had passed. The time seemed to be extremely long, but it didn't make any sense. The wood finally couldn't hold it with the thump again and again. Cracks appeared on it, from which it can be seen that Mobius's results have begun to bear fruit. The cracks in the wood became more and more obvious, and Mobius' heart seemed to be excited, and finally, with a click, the wood broke. Mobius lowered his arms and couldn't help turning his head to look at Tich. At this moment Tich was still training, doing push-ups, his face was flushed, and his mouth was closed. It has been very difficult now, every time. It takes about 5 seconds to apply force to complete one. Unexpectedly, Tich hasn't stopped yet, Mobius thought to himself, it seems I can't stop either. Took off the broken wood with difficulty, bent down, picked another piece from the ground, and Mobius fixed it to the iron frame again. This time with the left arm, Mobius started training again, but what he didn't notice, Tich, not far behind him, couldn't help but look up at his back, the corners of his mouth raised, and his face smiled. Training is continuing. I don't know how long it took. From the morning until dusk, Tich kept wielding the iron sword. Finally, there was another cracking sound, and Tich couldn't help stopping his hand movements, looked at the trained Mobius, and checked the time. 8 hours have passed since the morning. It was time for lunch. Mobius saw the results of his day, not only collapsed to the ground, with tears of joy on his face, he succeeded. Okay, next I will take your joints back, and then go to eat. Tich's voice came, and Mobius nodded when he heard it. His stomach suddenly screamed. He had forgotten the time. I almost forgot everything during the training, but now I realized that I was too hungry to have the energy. Titch's movements were very fast, and there was no time for Mobius to react. With the sound of ka-ka-ka, the joints of Mobius's arms were already connected. Yet, Mobius snorted and raised his arms slightly. He felt that his arms were no longer his own. He twisted his joints and was a little awkward. Mobius shook his arms. The sound of moving muscles and bones came one after another, and he kept maintaining the same movement, and his body was a little stiff. However, he can also feel that his strength seems to have become stronger, and his arm flicked in the air forcefully, and there was a faint sound of breaking through the air. Mobius knew that this was his illusion, the muscles in a short period of time after training. The swelling is not long, but it is enough to excite him, indicating that the training is effective. Mobius regained control of his arms. The injury on his arms could not be changed, but he felt a moment of relief. Dinner is very brief and very leisurely. This is also a rare break time. After the meal, Titch started training again, strength, swordsmanship, non-stop all night. Mobius naturally did not simply give up, and started strength training. Life on the sea is very boring. This is a fixed route. Many merchant ships will go on this route. There is no pirate group looting. Mobius also discovered that Titch's life is very monotonous, training to eat, train, and not even sleep. Sometimes I go out to watch the wind and the sea. He trained with Titch on the first night, and saw that Titch was not sleeping, so he kept going. Finally, he was too tired to move. As a result, when he closed his eyes, he fell asleep faintly. I woke up in the morning and saw Titch training there. It was the same on the first day, the second day, and the same on the third day. Mobius finally couldn't help it, and asked Titch during the meal, "Boss Titch, why don't you sleep? Aren't you tired?" Titch listened, and didn't stop the movements in his hands. "I can't sleep, it's been like this from birth to now. Just take a break when I'm tired." Titch said slowly. "What? How can someone not sleep? If that's the case, Titch boss, you don't have much more training time than others." Mobius exclaimed, suddenly thinking of Titch's training day and night, a little envious. "Thief, ha ha ha, this is in my eyes, but it is a cursed physique. If you want to train, you can train for 23 hours a day. It will be fine for 1 hour to rest, but it takes away my sleep." "Right," Titch said with a smile, but he was not angry. After all, he had already let go the pain of not being able to sleep. Mobius was a little bit puzzled, but thinking about it, he was so sleepy that he couldn't sleep. 2 days ago, he persisted until late at night, but in the end he was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. If he can't sleep, Mobius's heart is cold, and he can't help but shiver. Looked at Titch, it became more and more unimaginable. How could he endure that he couldn't sleep since he was born? It's not wrong for Titch's boss to say that this is a curse, but Titch's boss has overcome the curse and did not give in. It is precisely because of this that Titch's boss is even stronger, with a heart that others can't match, and great potential. Sooner or later, you will reach the peak one day, and it won't take long. Thinking about this, Mobius is full of fighting spirit, and I can't let it go. I want to follow the steps of Titch's boss. I want to become stronger, otherwise, I can only look at the back of Titch's boss, maybe even I can't see it from behind. In just a few days, Mobius's improvement was very obvious. The strength of his arm increased greatly. On the first day, he spent a full 8 hours to complete the training. On the second day, he was ahead of schedule. After half an hour, he spent 7 hours on the third day. In order to exercise his strength, seeing Titch wear wristbands on his wrists and ankles, he also got one of them. Because he couldn't build equipment on the boat, he tied a few stones to his hands and exercised at once. Own arm strength. On the fourth day, that is today, Mobius only spent 6 hours, and his efficiency has improved by an hour compared to yesterday. Feeling his progress is the motivation for his training. Because of this, he has become more and more invested in the training process. It may be a bit harder at the beginning, but it must be held until the end. All the results are worthwhile. Mobius' progress. Titch was a little surprised in his eyes, but it was reasonable that Titch did not praise him or encourage him. He is not such a person, and it's still early, but he can't be trained. It's the beginning, the 1-month deadline is not to say, if there is a slight slack in the middle, Mobius is likely to fail. However, it seems that Mobius is still relatively good. He persisted on the first day of training and did not give up. In the next few days, he trained very hard. If Mobius can really practice this trick within a month, Titch can't say what will happen to him in the future, but it can be said that the future can be expected, plus a good devil fruit, he can become a strong one. It's no surprise that the people on the boat are not surprised by these two people who don't go out except for food, and no one disturbs them. After all, it's not a lot of trouble. Sometimes someone comes in to inform the news, and you can see Tick and the two of them training. This is normal. The magnetic field in the New World is extremely unstable, which is also the reason for the weird weather. This route is very long. It will take at least 12 or 3 days to reach the destination, not counting the accidents that will occur on the way. From the first day to the present, I haven't seen the first island yet. Titch asked Mobius to ask the people on the boat. Because he often took this route, he knew that to reach the first island, at least a day or two. On this day, Titch was training. Suddenly, the ship swayed and the kerosene lamp on the wall flickered. Titch stopped his movements. What seemed to be happening outside? Everyone is ready. There is a huge tornado on the route ahead. Then we will go around from the side. There may be some small fluctuations. I have to hold on and hold my body. The captain heard from outside. Immediately afterwards, there was the constant rapid footsteps on the deck. The sailors and guards were all ready to sail overseas all the year round. They were all very experienced. A terrifying natural disaster like a tornado will cause ship destruction and death once it approaches. However, there are many ways to avoid it if the distance is still far away. It will take longer for them to bypass the route. Wow! Dragon, tornado! What a big tornado! Through the window, the strong wind hits, and you can feel a suction force from a distance. That is the power of the strong wind. Mobius was shocked and pointed a finger 100 meters ahead. It was a huge tornado, a waterspout, and looked up. This tornado was at least 100 meters high and 30 meters in diameter. This was undoubtedly the terrible natural disaster. Suddenly, the merchant ship shook violently, and the facilities in the room began to move. The entire ship tilted at an angle of 30 degrees. Must not be sucked into by this whirlpool. Mobius widened his eyes and saw a tornado for the first time, and it was still so big. Stupid, be careful to get sucked out, and you won't be able to save it. Titch rushed up and saw Mobius leaning against the window. This was very dangerous. He closed the window and locked it. Go, at this time, after listening to Tick's words www.readaloud.com, Mobius was a little scared in retrospect. The merchant ship's luck was not very good. Hey! Be careful, continue to turn, the tornado is moving, coming here. Titch's voice sounded throughout the merchant ship. What? The captain said with a smile on his face. Change, immediately commanded, continue, don't stop, speed up. If he didn't doubt Titch, how could he be deceived if he could speak out at this time? And with his many years of sailing experience, he didn't pay attention at first. After Titch's reminder, he quickly found a hint of wisdom, and the tornado was approaching them. Quickly, set sail, escape from this maelstrom. The captain yelled. Soon, he found the best escape route, calculated the tornado's course of action, came towards them from the left, and they were going to go around from the right of the tornado. "Boss Titch, it's okay." Mobius was a little nervous. The boat was swaying, driving in a large whirlpool, strong currents, cracks appeared in several places on the boat, and sea water leaked in. "Thief, ha ha ha. No problem, this captain is a very experienced senior, and other sailors have experienced a lot. They can't be helped by the weather like the New World," Titch said with a smile. It was exactly the same. Under the wise guidance of the old captain of the merchant ship, Titch watched the tornado slowly go away from behind, and the crisis was over. Within a few tens of minutes, the captain's crew was exhausted physically and mentally, and one by one fell to the ground to rest. There are also some damaged places on the ship. You need to find a place to take a good rest. You must know that the ship is still leaking. Although it has been simply repaired, it will not last long. "Captain, there is an island ahead," a person found out and shouted excitedly. Chapter 25, Dangerous Devil. "Haha! I saw the island." The rest of the crew cheered and jumped up in excitement one by one, feeling their bodies full of power again. "Everyone, get ready, sail at full speed, target, the island ahead." Seeing the island, the old captain was also relieved. The huge tornado before was too dangerous. He directed the merchant ship's voyage all the way, and his heart was tense. With a smile on his face, he shouted, boosting the morale of all crew members. With the joint efforts of all members, soon the island is getting closer and closer. The trees up to a dozen meters high, and the lush forests, keep the original atmosphere everywhere. The fresh air and the breath of fresh soil make people relax a lot at once. After getting off the merchant ship and stepping on the ground one by one, Mobius couldn't help beating twice on the spot, with an excited smile on his face. He sailed for so many days at sea, but in his heart, there was no such thing. The feeling of being down to earth should come with comfort. Looked into the depths of the forest, he couldn't help but feel a little eager to try. His heart couldn't help beating quickly. This was the first island he encountered when he went out to sea for the first time. Can't help but think of the stories told in the scripts I have read before. Is this an adventure? Mobius thought to himself, faintly looking forward to it. Everyone can stroll around on this island. The rest of the merchant ship is about 1 day, but remember to come back early and don't get lost on the island, haha. When he arrived on the island, the old captain was a little excited, facing the ones below those sailors who have disembarked, the guard said. Naturally they also included travelers like Tick. "Boss Titch, let's go." Mobius was very excited and wanted to walk around the island, and smiled at Titch. A group of people walked into the forest, scattered, some gathered in a pile. Titch and Mobius were walking, and Mobius' footsteps were very brisk, and they wished to run directly to the end of the mountain from here. What he said to Titch also hoped that Titch could go faster, and Titch could understand his feelings. Hearing what Mobius said, Titch looked deeply at the depths of the island, turned his head and said to Mobius, "Mobius, calm down, follow me closely, don't run around, the island is very dangerous." "What?" Mobius heard some doubts, and slowly approached Titch. Looking at Titch's somewhat serious expression, he knew that Titch wouldn't just confuse him. Suddenly, there was a silk sound in the grass, and then, a purple figure suddenly ejected from the bushes on the side, and shot directly at Mobius. Mobius had no warning at all. He heard the sound. Later, the eyes only caught a purple shadow. Frightened him, Titch flashed and appeared in front of Mobius. A big hand grabbed the purple shadow directly, and looked at it. It was a snake with purple skin. "It's just a poisonous snake. This snake is 2 meters long. Its head is grasped by Titch. The body behind it is twisting and winding around Titch's arms. It seems to want to use this method to loosen Titch. Save yourself." But how could such a small amount of power relax Titchy? As soon as his arm was forced, the poisonous snake opened its mouth and spit out the snake letter inside. Under Titchy's power, it couldn't even close its mouth. You can see it. A drop of dark green venom dripped from the mouth of the poisonous snake. It dropped to the ground and fell on the grass. The grass wilted and corroded instantly, changing from bright green to withered yellow. Such venom seemed to be able to devour vitality. This kind of toxicity, Mobius couldn't help but feel cold when he saw it, it's so corrosive. Titch frowned. As soon as he applied force, Titch squeezed the snake's head. This is an island of ferocious beasts. Titch couldn't help saying. On the coast of Anonymous Island, on the merchant ship, what? This is an island of beasts. The old captain was startled, and heard what the sailor on the side reported to him, it's the Devil Island. Yes, Captain, I have confirmed it several times. After accurate calculations, we deviated from the course due to the tornado and came to this island, this rumored Devil Island. The sailor's eyes were bitter. Said anxiously, we must call back those who enter the forest. The old captain has sailed in this sea area for decades. There is a rumor that there is a Devil's Island next to this route. He still knows it. It is because of knowing that he knows the terrible island in his heart. On the table in front of him, there is a chart that has been yellowed for some ages. This chart is the accumulation of decades of the old captain. It records the situation and value of the islands in this sea area. Hundreds of millions of Baileys. I saw that on the right side of one of the routes, that is, the right side of the route the merchant ship was passing through, there was an island on it with the mark of a blood-colored skull, which was extremely dangerous. The Three Characters Island. Damn it, why is this bad luck? The old captain beat the table without restraint, how can I forget it? For many years, there is no image of this island, plus he is often on this route. Navigating and knowing the situation of this route very well, the old captain rarely looked at the map, and he did not expect such a big mistake. The old captain raised his head and said to the sailor on the side, hurry up, send people in. They shouldn't go deep. They stay on the periphery of the island. Hurry up and find them all. They can save one or the other, and get along with them for so many years. Brother, you can't just sacrifice in vain. The old captain was very firm. No, how can this work? You know this is an island of beasts, too dangerous. The person in charge of these cargoes received the news from the old captain, and clearly refused, let's leave as soon as possible. The old captain was very angry. Hearing such words, how could he abandon the sailors, how to go? We can't even move the boat without those sailors. If we don't get them back, we will really wait for death. The old captain roared, his face flushed. I feel that the person in charge of the cargo in front of me is very stupid. Finally, the person in charge of this cargo was persuaded, and sent the guards and sailors who had stayed into the forest to find those who had entered the forest. Ferocious Beast Island. Mobius' eyes widened, he naturally knew what Ferocious Beast Island was. This is an island full of ferocious beasts, and some islands still maintain the primitive living environment, living with those terrifying dinosaurs. Well, this island is not something a little guy like you can survive. This poisonous snake is only the lower level of the food chain on this island. You should get back to the boat quickly. Titch said with a smile. Boss that Titch, how about you? Mobius was unwilling, but he knew that his weight was too high. The viper could easily kill him before. If Titch hadn't shot him, he would have died. Of course I want to go to this island for a good stroll, I seem to feel an interesting opponent. Titch smiled, with an excited expression on his face, and looked into the depths of the island. I saw Tick's clothes all over, and the domineering color spread from his body to the surroundings. Then, the surrounding forest suddenly fell silent. Well, I have solved the dangers around me, you should run back quickly, some of the aura on the island is stronger than me. Titch turned his head and said to Mobius. Well, then I'll go now, Boss Titch, take care of your safety. Mobius knew the importance of life and ran back to the path without hesitation, but he was more eager for strength in his heart. Suddenly there was an idea in his heart, a goal. He has to train hard, and then become stronger. One day he can come back, return to this island, return to this beast island that it can't even survive, and then fight where here. Tich continued to move forward. Tich felt a faint blood in the air. It was not this area, but the entire island. It showed that the creatures on the entire island competed fiercely, killing and fighting all the time. Is happening. Of course, there is also a good climate to promote their reproduction and growth. Was always on when he saw the color domineering. Not far away, he felt someone screaming. Then, the breath of the person's life disappeared, indicating that the person was dead. Tikai didn't have the idea of saving them. After all, they didn't know each other. Moreover, so many people ran into this dangerous forest, why didn't they look for death? He already felt a powerful aura on the island. It was one of the overlords on the island. Tich could feel it, but compared to the other overlords, the aura on it was more aggressive, full of killing intent, and more. It's tyrannical, and its size is much smaller than the other tyrants. It's more than 2 meters and close to 3 meters. Tich is a bit curious. The other monsters are tens of meters high. What? In the depths of the island, in a huge mine, this is a mine with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Giant ants with shiny metallic colors stay here, some biting hard ore in their mouths, and then swallowing their mouths. In the middle, hard teeth, eating ore is effortless, 1 meter tall and 2 meters long, it is definitely a super giant in the world of ants. The 6 limbs were covered with spikes and sharp blades, and with a sound of zi, the abdomen of a 4-meter cheetah was easily torn apart. Lying around was the corpse of a beast, with the scratches of the claws of these giant ants and the remnants of the gnawing teeth of these giant ants. The largest of them was a giant ape with a height of 10 meters. In the innermost part, on a high platform, the golden high platform seems to be a throne, on which sits a golden figure. Unlike other ants move with limbs, while he only uses 2 legs. A paw grabbed a huge beast bone, put it in the mouth, and constantly nibble, ka. The hard beast bone was like foam under his sharp teeth, and it was quickly all covered. Crushed, then swallowed. Suddenly, he raised his head and stood up from his throne. He was nearly 3 meters tall and covered in a hard exoskeleton, as if he was wearing a golden armor. The scarlet pupils seemed to contain endless killing. This is a human-shaped ant. When he stands up, his body exudes an extremely fierce aura, like a domineering overlord, shocking a large area around him. The giant ants were startled by his movements, one by one stopped the movements in his hands, kneeled down, and lowered his head, as if he was visiting a king, who is also the king. His actions shocked the other overlords on the island, as if provoking, angering the other overlords, and uttering a terrifying roar one by one. So that the entire island is in turmoil. One by one, a horrible aura radiated, and the weak beasts inside the island were all frightened and fled from the inside of the island, constantly fleeing towards the outside. Thief, ha ha ha! Are you demonstrating? Tich seemed to feel it, and laughed, seeing and hearing the domineering seemingly communicating with that person, passing on his meaning to each other, although he didn't know what the other party was saying, but emotions can be very clearly perceived. Tikai is not suppressing herself either. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com moved forward step by step, the domineering eruption, until it reached a peak. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. The surrounding creatures were frightened away from Tik, and some were too weak, directly because they couldn't bear it. Lived under mental suppression and fainted. Tiki's domineering appearance covers most of the island, and he outlines the figure of that mighty opponent without pause. This is a monster that can stand. In the valley, it seemed to be opposed to Tik. At the mine pit, the golden monster's mouth burst out with a neigh, like a roar, like a howling, feeling Tik's response, feeling the mighty spirit coming from a distance. The golden antennae on top of the head moved slightly, seeming to be in contact with other giants. Ants communicate. Seemed to have gotten his order. One by one, the giant ants raised their heads, screaming in their mouths. Their limbs moved quickly on the ground, turned, and drove in the direction of Titch. "Oh, do you want me to warm up? Thieves, haha." Titch clearly felt that one figure was coming towards him in that direction. Every breath was not weak, and the speed was extremely fast, but compared to Titch, it's still far away. But Titch was ready to fight, and the pace at his feet did not stop. This is a temptation and a test for him to see if Titch can walk in front of him. How can Titch let him disappointed? He became more and more interested in that monster. It was the first time he saw such a creature. Most of the powerful beasts in the world of pirates have wisdom that is not weaker than that of humans, or that is close to humans. They can understand human words and understand the meaning of language. But overall, it's still a beast's thinking. The smartness of this monster makes Tiki a little unimaginable. In the invisible communication, Tiki has already felt it. Chapter 26, Gold Bites. In other places, on the outskirts of the island, a man ran desperately with fear and sadness on his face. This was a team of 13 people. After escaping from the tornado, he wanted to relax. "I thought it was just a trip, but I didn't want to be a more terrifying hell. Now, there are only 7 people left, and 6 others have died in this dense forest. Run, run, it's too dangerous here," one of them shouted. This was one of the sailors. "Take out the blood-stained long knife." In the rear, there was a loud noise of boom, boom, and boom. It was the footsteps of a giant beast. The earth was shaking, and the rustling of the trees kept coming, and a figure was following them. "It's over, it's over. How could such a big dinosaur appear on this island? We are not here at the Beast Island, right?" A man cried out crying, and the voice from behind was getting closer and closer. He didn't dare. Looking back, "I'm afraid that I will face a wide-open mouth when I turn around." This is a Tyrannosaurus rex, 15 meters long, with a wide-open mouth, with some fresh blood remaining in the mouth. I don't know how many companions died in its mouth. The fresh flesh and blood made it even more excited, speeded up the pace, and wanted to taste the little guys in front of him. A group of 7 ran away. They had already used their full strength, but they were still caught up by this Tyrannosaurus rex. "Ah! Help me!" A voice yelled. Turning his head slightly, the Tyrannosaurus stretched out his head, opened his big mouth, and bit the upper body of a sailor who was running at the back. "Throw the body in the air! Help me!" Then there was no sound. Below was the open mouth of the Tyrannosaurus rex. He fell directly into the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Goo! There was a clear chewing sound in their ears. He didn't dare to stop for half a step and ran out of the limit of his life. Suddenly, a figure appeared, jumped out of a tree, pulled out the pistol around his waist, and shot a few shots at the eyes of Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus had a very keen sense of perception. He shook his head and avoided directly. In these few shots, the powerful bullets only slightly broke its skin, and did not affect it much. This was obviously expected by this man. He turned to draw out the long sword around his waist. His previous shots were just to attract the attention of the Tyrannosaurus rex and divert his hatred. Tyrannosaurus rex really put the target on him, stopped, and yelled at him. And this person had fallen from mid-air, fell to the ground, holding a long sword, facing the Tyrannosaurus rex. "Old Captain! Those who were rescued were very happy to know you." They recognized the old captain at a glance. Unexpectedly, the old captain came to rescue them, and he was very happy. "You go quickly, our people are in front, here I will hold you," the old captain yelled to them. The huge movement here alarmed the old captains in another forest. At this time, they had found some people back, and they could not help some people who died in the bushes. There is a lot of movement over there. I will go and see. Someone may be there and being chased. The old captain heard it and turned his head and said to the people around him, I will go first, otherwise it will be too late, you will follow. Keep up. Having said that, the old captain rushed into the bushes at a very fast speed, and he has been in the New World for so long. How can the old captain possess such a ship? How can he have some strength? Along this way, many beasts and poisonous snakes have been killed by the old captain. It was discovered and then solved, but it is naturally not so easy to be called Devil's Island here. There is a scratch on the back of the old captain, which is the scratch of the saber-toothed tiger, and the bite of the dire wolf on his shoulder. On this Devil Island, there are terrifying ancient creatures everywhere, as well as those who survived the cruel competition. Monster coming down. This is golden ants. On the other side, Titch had already encountered the monsters who had been sent over. Dozens of giant ants came to him and stared at him with their eyes on the prey. Gold-eating ants, a rare and terrifying species, are a kind of ants, but they are extremely huge. They feed on metal and the flesh and bones of other animals at birth. They have a hard steel-like exoskeleton. Sharp teeth can easily crush steel. And they have a very poisonous body, which is a metal toxin, which is hugely harmful to other organisms, including humans, but it does not have much effect on the gold-eating ants that feed on metals. But the most terrifying thing about gold-eater ants is their power. They are ants, and ants can lift 100 times the weight of themselves, and gold-eater ants also inherit this talent. With their size, the power they exert is extremely terrifying. Titch doesn't always train when he's bored. Sometimes he reads some books. The content of some books is quite interesting. Over the years, he has read dozens of books. The race of golden ants is what Titch saw in a book devoted to various horror creatures. His reflection is a bit profound. As soon as these gold eaters focused on Titch, or that their target was Titch, Titch did not stop, but the body was ready, armed and domineering, covering Titch's claws. These gold eater ants started, and they rushed up one by one. Although they felt a powerful aura on Titch's body, they are hunters. Their favorite is to hunt those powerful creatures. The gold eater ants are on the island. Belonging to the overlord level race, innate racial talents make them basically invincible at the same level. Because they always act in groups, and hunting powerful creatures is their favorite thing to do. More importantly, they are the king's order. The king's order is absolute, cannot be disobeyed, nor dare to disobey. Hiss! The limbs move quickly on the ground. The sharp claws on the two forelimbs have evolved during countless years of hunting. The sharpness and the terrifying power are enough to tear everything apart, but it is not enough for Titch. Look! Claw attack! The two leading gold eaters rushed directly in front of Titch, opening their terrifying mouths, as if they were about to grab Titch with their own claws and bite Titch fiercely, tearing his body. Crack! Bloody flashes flashed, zzz. The sound of metal rubbing was heard in the air, and the bodies of two gold-eating ants flew out and hit two trees respectively, but they did not stop. Boom boom boom. After breaking 3 trees in a row, he stopped. Was so shocked that the remaining gold-eater ants couldn't help stopping. Such a terrifying power had never happened before. The chests of the two gold-eating ants sank directly. Judging from the marks of the sinking, it was Titch's scratches, but the hard exoskeleton did not break. Titch was a little surprised. I thought I had already looked at it. Golden ant, but he never thought he underestimated it. The hard exoskeleton is harder than steel, and has extremely high toughness. The powerful force is transmitted into the body of the gold eater, causing blood to flow out of the two gold eaters' mouth, but it has no effect on the battle. Lying on the ground quietly for 5 seconds, they slowly stood up from the ground again, shook their heads, stared at Titch's figure, then opened their mouths and let out a neigh. This is like a signal. All the gold eaters moved once again, killing Titch. The hard body can withstand Titch's claws. But Tich's arms-covered claws are even stronger. Kept walking forward, without stopping, facing the Gold Eater rushing up, nothing more, just a claw. Tich's claw is not so simple to bear. Walked forward hundreds of steps, on the ground behind him, lying one after another fell down on the ground. Tich came to the destination, which was also this huge mine. At some point, Tich took off the black turban on his head and stored it on his chest. Long hair that had not been sorted for a long time, the shawl hung down. Getting closer and closer, Tich's domineering look broke out again, with long hair fluttering like a demon. And the tall figure several hundred meters away from him also exploded with a terrifying aura, this kind of aura resembling an overlord's color. The world changed its color. Smoke and dust are everywhere, and the wind is roaring. Nature seems to be afraid of something. Daiki saw that figure. She had communicated early, but it was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. In any case, she had to admit that it was the perfect masterpiece of the creator. The whole body is like a golden exoskeleton armor, standing on two legs, and the slender limbs contain amazing power. Needless to say, the terrifying power can be felt from a distance. Everywhere is full of metallic texture, two useful golden tentacles move slightly, scarlet pupils are shining with a shocking warfare. This is an ant king born from killing, not bloodthirsty. Killing is his instinct. Chi could clearly feel the joy of seeing the prey in his eyes. The king came to see the king. This is the meeting of the two kings. Neither party spoke, only the amazing spirit and the earth-shattering fighting spirit were displayed. From the Moby Dick down to today, in just a dozen days, Tich did not make many breakthroughs. The improvement of strength requires time accumulation. The more obvious improvement is the armed and domineering. It can only be said that it is not small. That time when he fought with Bloodsickle Button, he put a lot of pressure on Tich. After the battle, the quantity and quality of the domineering armed color slightly improved. But for Tich, the real improvement is the overlord's domineering. Tich, who left the Moby Dick, lost the suppression of the Whitebeard pirates. Like the bird that got out of the cage, the whole physical and mental spirit happened. After an astonishing transformation, in a short period of time, the overlord's color is making rapid progress. Mutual silence for 3 seconds. Tich and Ant King shot one after another almost at the same time, taking the entire mine as the battlefield. Daiki took the lead, and he felt a huge pressure from the Ant King, even when compared with Barton. When two figures appeared in midair and collided together, Tich's hands had already turned into claws, and the thunder and fire were intertwined. Invisible, black and red lightning flashed between the two people, but Tich didn't leave behind. The hand, from the very beginning, used his full strength, and the overlord color attached to his paws to increase his attack power. Tiki's claws collided with the limbs of the Ant King, and the impact force generated by the collision spread to the surroundings, setting off a wave of smoke and dust. Tiki's powerful claw made the Ant King dare not drag it, and he had two limbs against Tiki's claws. Face to face, the body stopped in the air. Tich's arms pressed hard, couldn't help but grinned, and the veins on the forehead and both arms jumped, violently, and the claws kept close to the Ant King, wanting to use powerful force to oppress Ant King. But the Ant King is not easy to provoke. What's more, it is a monster known for its strength. It is born with amazing power. Tich's power is obviously not as good as the Ant King, but he has exquisite physical skills and powerful explosive force. Supported by the pure power of the Ant King, and also possesses a terrifying explosive power, he showed his terrifying power. In a short time, he pushed back the distance that Tich had pressed. This is a duel of power. The two were not convinced by either. The first confrontation in a short period of time was a confrontation of comprehensive abilities between the two. No one had the advantage, and no one fell into the disadvantage. It could be said that it was a tie. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. But this is only the first confrontation. The next confrontation will begin immediately. The two bodies staggered and appeared in the direction they rushed towards. One turned and stared at each other. In the next second, the two bodies collided again, and Titch's head tilted to the left, avoiding a claw blow, and a backhand with extreme sharpness. This undoubtedly poses a threat to the Ant King. The lower claw grabbed Tick's forearm and pushed it to the side to avoid the blow. Ticky's leg was entwined with domineering, and he violently kicked towards the waist of the Ant King. This was the hardest part of the Ant King's body, but it was also the weakest place, because this was the joint of his body. The Ant King clearly felt the crisis, and the same foot blocked Tick's foot. He is the strongest hunter in this piece of Devil Island. How could he be passive every time? The Ant King with his upper body has 4 limbs better. The offensive nature of such a terrifying creature has long been awakened to domineering, armed color domineering. Every attack has a powerful armed color. The previous collision is only a superficial use, close to instinct, but after seeing Tick after the use of armed color domineering, he is keenly aware that this is the same as his kind of power. He is very clever, and slowly learned to cover and entangle the armed color during the battle. The armed black and gold claws slammed at Titch's left arm. Titch punched backhand and hit the joints behind his claws. It bounced his claws away and deviated from the original trajectory. The next claw has also hit, not a claw. The claws of one hand of the Ant King are closed together, like a sharp thorn, straight into Titch's chest. Titch blocked his chest with one hand, and at the same time he was armed with a color covering to enhance the defense of his chest, and the other claw slammed at the head of the Ant King. Chapter 27, Tick and the Ant King and number 039, fight is gone. Facing the thorn, the black palm caught it, but couldn't stop it. The thorn still pierced Titch's chest against Titch's left hand. Kang! With the sound of metal collision, coupled with the buffer of left-hand power, Titch's armed color blocked the blow. Titch's claw directly grabbed the head of the king, but this had already been expected by the king. The upper limb slammed into Titch's chest, and there was a blast in the air. The blow of the Ant King broke through the air. Titch knew that he could not escape and defended. And his claw tears the air, and the anxious battle is not what they hoped for. From this time on, they will fight more fiercely and hurt each other. 2 powerful claws hit Titch's chest, and Titch's fierce claw caught directly on the metal-like head. Boom! A powerful force, 2 moves fell on each other almost at the same time, 2 bursts of air, 2 figures flying towards 2 places respectively. However, the golden body of the Ant King hit the ground fiercely. Even a hard mine pit was smashed out of a big hole. You can imagine how powerful Titch's claw is, and the king shook it. No scratches were left on his head, enough to see his strong defense power, and more importantly, he used his armed domineering to enhance his head defense power. And Tikai flew far away towards the forest, his body flew backwards, bang bang bang. Tikai's body did not know how many trees it broke, and it flew out for nearly a kilometer, and finally stopped. There were no scars on his chest, and the armed color was defensive. The terrible thing was that powerful impact, which caused Tick to roll inside, but it was adjusted quickly and did not affect the battle. Such a powerful force! Titch sighed a little. The concept of power and attack power is not the same, and the power of Ant King is monster level. But the battle has only just begun. Thieves, ha ha ha! Tick was completely excited. It was very enjoyable to fight this kind of person who was almost pure physical skills. Although the King of Ants did not understand physical skills, he had been killed all the year round. With his own set of streamlined and most effective fighting methods, Tikai was absorbing his fighting methods. At the same time, Tikai discovered that Ant King was also learning his own physical skills, especially claw skills, and transformed it into his own. More importantly, in the battle with the Ant King, Titch could feel that his domineering armed color was making rapid progress. Keep fighting! Don't stop! Ticky laughed, stood up directly, and rushed towards the direction he was approaching. On the opposite side, the King Ant was also responding with a huge roar, feeling it from a distance. A golden figure came. The battlefield was changed into the forest. Titch and the King of Ants continued to interweave and collide in the air. Golden light and black shadows kept flashing by. Titch kicked the king on the chest and kicked him. Kick flying. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the figure of the Ant King appeared directly in front of him. There was a sudden change. Titch was knocked out again. He stepped on the ground and forcibly stabilized his body. Two numbers appeared on the ground. The 10-meter-long mark is the trace of Titch's feet sinking into the ground. As soon as his body was stabilized, Titch rushed directly up again, punching, clawing, kicking, taking everything in his body as a means of offense. Kong. Titch's head and Ant King's head slammed into each other. Kong and Kong played 3 times in a row. Tai Chi felt that his head was a little groggy, but the Ant King was uncomfortable, but he was much better than Tai Chi. His strong fighting instinct allowed him to seize the opportunity. With a kick, 2 flashes of cold light flashed in the air, and Titch was slammed into the air. At this time, the Ant King had rushed up, and Titch fell into a passive situation, which was very unfavorable to him. The Ant King has already rushed in front of Titch. His speed is extremely fast, his sharp claws are constantly facing Titch's body, head, and attacks. Titch fought hard to resist. Within a few meters, the Ant King has already shot. 4 dozens of times, he was sharp and decisive. He used his hands and feet together, and kept his stalks from the Ant King's attack. But the Ant King has 6 limbs with sharp barbs. The whole body is a killing machine. It was prepared for killing. Titch couldn't resist all of them. The attacks were bombarded by Ant King on Titch's chest. Finally, the defense was broken. Titch's eyes widened, his closed mouth opened, and blood mixed with saliva spattered from his mouth. Knowing that this would not work, he forcibly took a blow from the Ant King, and his sharp claw pierced Titch's left shoulder. Titch endured the pain. With a strong claw, he almost used his full strength and grabbed the Ant King. The Ant King's body flew upside down, and Tai Chi had a little breathing time, and his body quickly recovered. Life is back. A faint heat came out of Tai Chi's body, and the wounds on his chest and left shoulder quickly recovered. The poisonous blood was forced out of the body under the control of Tick, and his condition was improved to the best. The King Ant's body is extremely poisonous, especially on his paws. His attacks carry strong metal toxins. With Tick's physique, there is no problem if the amount is small, but as the concentration of toxins increases, it will erode himself. It's better to force such things out early. Stared at the front, Tick could not see his shadow, disappeared in place, leaving only the pit on the ground created by the powerful force. The Ant King, who was forced to retreat, rushed up after steadying his body. The figures of the two appeared in the air, causing a fierce collision. The atmosphere was constantly fluctuating due to the fighting between the two, and the fierce battle was endless. This time, you were bumped into a tree. And the next time he was bumped into a rock. Neither of them will give each other room to breathe, and even if they repel each other, they will take advantage of the pursuit to expand their advantage. On the other side, the old captain was holding a blood-stained long knife in his hand. The huge figure of Tyrannosaurus Rex fell down and hit the ground, and the ground was shocked. The old captain panted, spitting saliva from his mouth, and his clothes were tattered. Finally consumed this monster. The old captain said hard, his clothes were torn, and in order to kill this Tyrannosaurus, he used his speed advantage to deal with it for a long time. It's been a long time since I haven't moved my muscles and bones. It's really painful. Tyrannosaurus Rex's body was full of stab wounds, blood was constantly flowing out, and finally he lost too much blood, and his state declined. He seized the opportunity, slashed it on its head and killed it. In order to kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex, his physical strength is constantly being consumed in the constant dealings, but the vitality of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is very strong, beyond his imagination. If he is not careful, he will be beaten by a powerful whip from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sucked his chest. Even now, he can still feel severe pain in his chest, and he feels his bones are broken. It looks really old. The old captain sighed. If he was younger for a few years, he would not be so tired and troublesome to solve this Tyrannosaurus Rex. It seems that we can consider retiring after this order is finished. The old captain said to himself, this battle, he can clearly recognize the decline of his state. Old captain, are you okay? A voice came, and the old captain couldn't help turning his head, and saw the sailor guards who came with him trot over, including those found in the forest or rescued. Those people. It's okay. The old captain shook his head and saw that so many people had been lost. His heart was still a little sad, but he quickly adjusted to it. After sailing on the sea for so long, he hadn't experienced anything like this before. He should remain calm. Let's go, it's very dangerous right now. The old captain said in a deep voice, looking at the Tyrannosaurus that had died in his hands. It shouldn't be an accident to come. From a distance, the rustle of the woods kept coming. Something happened on the island. The powerful beasts all ran from the inner ring to the outer periphery. As far as I know, the reason for the appearance on the island of the beast may be that there is an overlord fighting on the island. The old captain calmly analyzed, go ahead, and quickly escape to the coast. This forest will soon become more dangerous, and the blood here will also attract the beasts. They were still very convinced by the old captain's words. Not only was the old captain showing his great strength, but also because of their fear of the island. Even with the old captain's leadership, the sailors and guards who came out were also very convincing. 9 people died, let alone those who almost died in the forest, not to mention that this place will be even more terrifying in the future. For such a resolution, they have 10,000 consents in their hearts. Tick became more and more surprised. In the constant battle with him, the Ant King gradually learned from him and learned the way of fighting. This humanoid monster has transformed from a beast to a human in terms of fighting style. Of course, it was not a total change, but a combination of what he learned from him with his own killing skills. The Ant King has become stronger, and Titch is also improving. His physical skills and domineering are all improving. Titch's clothes are tattered, his long black hair is covered with sand and dust, and even one of his shoes has disappeared. I don't know where I flew to. The battle is still going on. In the high-speed battle, 5 hours have passed without knowing it. Titch's physical strength was exhausted and he was panting. This is the first time he has experienced this kind of battle. Fighting with all strength, never letting go. It's different from learning with others on the boat. And the battle between Titch and the King of Ants is based on the determination to kill each other, but no one can do anything about it. Titch can't break the King's defenses, and the King of Ants can only slightly injure Teddy. Chi, and this kind of injury doesn't matter. Tai Chi can quickly recover. Tai Chi has monster-level stamina and can often last for a long time in battle, and as long as he has enough stamina, he can always remain at his peak state. This is the gift brought about by his mental state. This is just relative. Titch once exercised for half a month without gaps. Because he was too tired, he once slept for tens of seconds, that is, tens of seconds, and he was very refreshed when he lay down. He recovered, allowing Tick to wake up from his sleep. But that feeling will never be forgotten by Titch. But after that, Titch never entered that state again. The Devil's Claws, line. Tick's body became ghostly, and the black claws were stained with black thunder and black flames, which was contaminated by his domineering. Feeling the threat of Titch's attack, the Ant King did not flinch. His black and gold 6 limbs, with terrifying power, burst the air, blasted the sound, and sounded in his ears. At this time, Titch's claws, more terrible. The power of Tick's flame and thunder and lightning are actually not very powerful. What they really play is only an auxiliary role to swordsmanship. At this level, the highest flame produced by ticks is a few hundred degrees, and there are hundreds of thunder and lightnings. 10,000 volts is in the sky, and it is impossible to improve. After all, the breathing method is only the breathing method. The special breathing method can cause the body to generate electricity and flame, but how can it be compared to the real thunder and flame? At this level, it is actually of little use to the strong. When it is weak, flames and lightning can cause huge damage, but now it is not good, especially for monsters like the Ant King, which threatens him by at least thousands. The flame of thousands of degrees, this is still the situation where he does not use domineering. Thunder and lightning can only play a role in stimulating cells. But now it's different. Titch uses domineering as fuel, and the power of the flames and lightning produced by the body is greatly increased. Black flames, black thunder and lightning, natural physique, plus day and night exercises, Titch's armed color is awakened. It's very powerful, and he has an extraordinary talent for armed color. In just a few months, plus this battle, Titch's armed color broke through. It can only be said that he has made a breakthrough, because Titch hasn't really learned to flow cherry blossoms. This is the flow of domineering, attached to the invisible flame and thunder and lightning, it has truly become the devil's claw. And Titch also really has the capital to hurt the king of ants. The battle became more intense, and a loud noise rang everywhere on the island. Titch volleyed with a claw, and the 5 slashes were chopped out by Titch with his hand. I saw that the king ant kicked and flew a slash, and his upper body's limbs grabbed a slash. His mechanical limbs violently swelled a lot. Tried his best, tilted his head to the back, Titch could hear a roar, and with force, this powerful 5-stroke slash was caught by the king of ants, and then thrown away. At this time, Titch had already rushed up and continued to fight. The merchant ship and a group of people fled back to the merchant ship. The roar of beasts continued to come from the woods, which made them feel terrified. Under tremendous pressure, the people on the ship shortened a lot of time to repair the merchant ship. Sure enough, it has potential. It's all forced out. It's already night, and originally planned to rest here for one night, but now they don't want to stay on this island anymore, they are leaving soon. A person was waiting anxiously, it was Mobius, looking anxiously in the direction of the coast. Why haven't you come back? I have to drive away. Mobius muttered to himself. Suddenly, a figure came in through the window, startled Mobius, and looked intently. It was Titch who was back. Boss Titch, you are back. He almost didn't recognize the appearance of Titch. He had long hair scattered, his clothes were tattered, his body was dusty and his face was dirty, but let alone, Titch's boss with long hair looked very domineering. Titch smiled. www.readaloud.com came to the water tank, shook the basin of water, dampened it with a towel, and wiped his face. The boss, how is it? Who are you fighting with, and the movement is so loud? Mobius was a little curious, and you could feel the movement of Titch's battle from a distance. The earth is shaking, and the sea here is undulating. Thief, ha ha ha. An ant king, that's really an interesting opponent. Titch thought about the battle and couldn't help laughing. The battle lasted for 10 hours, from morning to night, almost non-stop high-intensity fighting. In a thicket of trees, Titch and the Ant King faced each other, but did not continue to fight. Titch was gasping, as if feeling something. Titch smiled and said, "Thief, ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Ant King, I'm leaving." Titch already knew the news that the merchant ship was leaving. There were a number of scratches on Ant King's body, and there were some scorch marks. These were all scratches left by Titch. The most serious thing was that the metal-like head was sunken directly on his right brain. But Titch's state is not much better, especially the domineering consumption. Although the attack is strong, he is at a disadvantage against the Ant King in defense. At least he has been broken hundreds of times, but he still relies on physical strength and life to return. Down. Ant King did not speak, but Titch could perceive his emotions. The tentacles on his head could transmit and perceive information. Titch knew he didn't want to end like this. The thief, ha ha ha, the battle with you is very enjoyable. I will come back next time. We will definitely become stronger by that time. Then we will continue the unfinished battle. Titch smiled and turned around. Leaving, the black coat that was somewhat torn off his body, hung it on his right shoulder. Ant King looked at Titch's back, did not speak any more, as if thinking about Titch's last words. Chapter 28. Chapter 29, Devil Fruit being targeted. At this time, the merchant ship was ready to leave, and the people on the merchant ship rushed back with their things one by one. After all, they were elite sailors who had been sailing on the sea for more than 10 years. They were keenly aware of someone watching them in the small town. It seems that someone is already watching them. So they have to leave early and don't give those who follow them time to react. The merchant ship quickly left the port and headed towards the next island. After they left, a few minutes later, a pirate ship quietly left and followed the direction of the merchant ship's departure. On the sea, the merchant ship is advancing at full speed, hoping to get rid of the pirates who are staring at them, but somehow, the old captain always has an undesirable premonition in such a heart. Oh, Captain, there is a pirate ship following us. The watchman on the merchant ship has been constantly observing. After knowing that pirates are watching them, he has been observing very seriously, mainly in the direction behind the merchant ship. He finally found out that a pirate ship was approaching quickly. He was very anxious and passed the news to the old captain who was waiting. The old captain is calm and not anxious, because he is prepared for such a situation in his heart, and he knows that the more you get to such a situation, the less you can be anxious, the more calm you must be. Take the lead. Don't worry, take another look. What ship is it? What pirate group? The old captain asked calmly. Okay, I'll go see it again. Maybe the old captain's attitude affected him. The watchman quickly calmed down, put on his binoculars, and continued to look in the direction of the pirate ship. This time he watched very carefully. Captain, it's a three-way sailing ship, and the pirate flag is painted with a wild wolf skull with flames. The watchman shouted. When the old captain heard this, his face became a little heavy, and the three sly sailing boat said, "It seems that we are ready to fight." The three sly sailing boat is the fastest type of ship on the sea, especially when it is downwind. Its speed will be greatly accelerated. At the speed of a three-way sailing ship, it does not take long to catch up with a merchant ship. Please check, which pirate group is this? Beside him, there were two sailors. In front of them were piles of thick bounty orders. They were already ready. Yes, Captain. The two said in unison. After speaking, he quickly started, and kept looking at the reward order, which also contained information about the pirate groups. This contains the reward list and related information of most of the pirate groups in the New World. Basically every merchant ship on the sea has such a thing. Then go down and let them prepare for battle. The old captain said in a deep voice. Boss Titch, shall we go out and take a look? Mobius asked. There was a lot of movement outside, and the movement of people could be heard in the room, as well as the sound of communication. He already knew that pirates were eyeing the merchant ship. Just take care of yourself, Mobius, your current strength can only deal with some small pirates. Titch smiled, and continued his training. After hearing Titch's words, Mobius nodded. Continue your own slap, with your arms constantly pulling towards the steel bar in front of you. This kind of slap is irregular and free. The arm position is different each time, so you can exercise everywhere in your arm. Captain, I found it. This is the Fire Wolf pirate group, and Captain Hog is a pirate with a bounty of 110 million. Finally, a sailor found it, and there was a reward order with them on the side. The pattern of the pirate regiment's flag was exactly the same as that described by the lookout. On the other side, at the bow of the pirate group of the Fire Wolf pirates, Hogg stood on the bow with a smile and excitement on his face. As long as I get that thing, I will be a big pirate soon. Then leave this small place. As for you, it is for me to realize the final value. Firewolf Hogg said, with a cruel smile on his face. Fortunately, there were no pirates around him. They couldn't imagine that their captain was ready to make them sacrifice. Since he got the news of that thing, he took the pirate group to this small island and waited for the merchant ship to come. He did not wait for the merchant ship within the scheduled time. He had already given up. After another day, unexpectedly, the merchant ship came, and even God was helping him. The news of this thing was not told by anyone except himself, even the people on his own ship. As for other pirate groups, it is even more impossible. This time he was the only pirate group who came here. With the strength of the merchant ship, their pirate group would definitely suffer heavy losses this time, but he was prepared for it. As long as he got that thing, he could become stronger and become the sea. Thieves, when the time comes, the crew will not want as much as they want, and they will be much stronger than these wastes. If he joins other pirate groups to come together, under absolute power, the loss will definitely be much smaller, but he is afraid that other pirate groups will this thing with him. Although they don't know it, in order to avoid accidents. Then he started with a pirate group. Those pirates who talked and laughed later, some were still dreaming about the benefits to be distributed next, but they didn't know that they had been given up by their boss long ago. Thief, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing on the ship. Tick thought happily while training. He was also a little strange. How could this pirate group stare at this merchant ship? Before leaving, he felt a lot. The prying eyes were all watching the merchant ship. A group of pirates united and stared at the ship, but he did not expect that there was only one group of pirates. His strength is not much stronger than that of merchant ships. Even if he succeeds, he will definitely lose a lot in the end, and what he gains is not proportional to what he loses. Then, what is the important thing in the merchant ship? Even if the Firewolf pirates have to pay a heavy price, they still have to get it. He took a straight look at what he had seen before, and now he has an idea. Titch began his own observation, and finally found it. It was the room of the person responsible for these goods. It was secretly protected by him. The things were hidden in his suitcase. His suitcase was large and full of it. Clothes and pants, and in the suitcase, there is a very secret second layer, a devil fruit is hidden in it, the uneven surface, the weird pattern. Because I didn't see it with his own eyes, Titch couldn't recognize what it was. Devil fruit. Store things there first. Yes, in Tick's heart, this devil fruit already belongs to him, and he didn't expect that his luck would be so good. Within a few days, I encountered a devil fruit that can still be easily obtained. Damn, how can there be a pirate group with a bounty of more than 100 million in this small place, and they are still eyeing the merchant ship? In the room, the owner of the cargo gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. The suitcase containing the devil fruit was placed by the window. It was very normal and there was nothing to hide. If it was hidden too deep, it might cause others to suspect it. He is very anxious now. No, this devil fruit is absolutely impossible, even if the whole ship is sacrificed. As he said, a sullen look flashed in his eyes. This devil fruit is very precious, and it was auctioned by the Chamber of Commerce elsewhere. In order to avoid being caught by the big pirates and snatching the devil fruit, the Chamber of Commerce secretly sent the devil fruit to him, and wanted to use him to get the devil. Send the fruit back. So when he was transporting the goods, he chose this remote route with weaker pirates' overall strength. He also chose to sail in this sea area for decades and a very reputable old captain to the goods, but he did not expect still there is a problem. This devil fruit represents his life and future. The full name of the Chamber of Commerce is Kate Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, behind the Kate Chamber of Commerce stands an entire country, mainly the nobles of the kingdom, but also the royal family of the kingdom. Kate Chamber of Commerce has a country as a backing, strong, and he is just a small principal in the Chamber of Commerce, a very inconspicuous role. As the person who transported the devil fruit, he knew some inside stories. This devil fruit was handpicked by a royal family in the Kate Kingdom and was very important. Once he successfully returns this demon fruit to Kate's kingdom, he will take off completely, and his position will surely rise. It's not a dream to become the chief executive of the management side, even the upper level of the Chamber of Commerce. If you are lucky, you can still becoming a confidant of the royal family. This is his chance to change his destiny. Therefore, he does not allow any failure. Unsuccessful will be benevolent. If the devil fruit is taken away, then death must be waiting for him. Even if he survives by chance, death is waiting for him after returning to Kate's kingdom. He has no choice. The reason put the suitcase in the window, he can eat the devil fruit after failure, then jump into the sea, and bury himself in the sea with this ability. As for escaping after eating the devil fruit, he never thought about it. Let's not say whether he has such qualifications. It is not that he can become stronger after eating the devil fruit. This still needs to be developed. Some are self-aware. Besides, he couldn't imagine how terrifying the power of a big country was. Thief, ha ha ha. It's really interesting. The supervisor in the room never thought that everything about him would be explored by himself. That's right, it's Titch. He has developed to the smallest details and domineering, and has never had any special abilities. Titch couldn't think of any special abilities. Instead, he played many roles in assistance, such as looking at ideas with micro-expressions, and his ultimate analytical power. Perceiving the opponent's movements in battle is more keen than the general perception, and it also strengthens Tick's control of the body. These are achieved by Tick using the domineering coerciveness of seeing, hearing, and color, or Tick's own development of using seeing, hearing and color, but seeing, hearing and color itself does not have special abilities, unlike the infectious power and mind-reading skills of those born with seeing, hearing and color. Since the encounter with the Ant King, the communication with him seems to have opened a new door for Titch. He perceives thoughts and emotions through seeing, hearing and color. Although there are reasons for the king to communicate with himself, but Titch feels himself can do. Perceiving thoughts by perceiving the fluctuations of emotions, combined with Titch's micro-expression, is somewhat like mind-reading, although it is a little bit worse. But compared with Red Earl's mind-reading skills, his bug-level ability, even memories can be stolen, is also the most terrifying ability in Titch's eyes. Tick felt very interesting. The two people are on two sides. Hogg, the captain of the Fire Wolf Pirates, and the cargo owner of the merchant ship, have the same idea, that is, they have the idea of doing everything, even if it is a loss. In a boat. For this devil fruit. Ivan, Ivan. The voice of the old captain came from outside. Ivan, the chief of the cargo in the merchant ship, heard it. He recovered and controlled his expression with an ugly expression on his face. Old captain, can't you avoid these pirates? Ivan worried. Yes, the pirate ship is getting closer. The old captain sighed. It seems that this battle is inevitable. Ivan sighed and looked at the old captain, then, in order to protect the cargo of this ship and to win the battle, take out the 3 artillery in the warehouse for use. Well, there are some shells and guns, which should enhance the combat power of the ship. Unexpectedly, Ivan would actually take out the arms for them. The old captain was very touched. Ivan, thank you. After saying that, he left, because the battle was about to begin, and he came here this time. Notify Ivan, I didn't expect such a surprise. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. In fact, these munitions were sent on board for such a situation. Otherwise, how could the precious munitions be put on this small merchant ship? You must know that the delivery of munitions is not on a piece-by-piece basis but on a batch-by-batch basis. Sent in batches, each batch of ships carrying arms, there are a large number of elite soldiers guards, as well as strong guards. Ordinary pirates encounter, there is no power to resist, will be wiped out. Little ones, prepare me for the battle. Hogg shouted. Captain, don't you bomb the merchant ship with artillery first? A pirate next to him asked. However, what awaited him was a slap that flew in. The powerful force slammed his face fiercely. The whole body flew more than 10 meters away. The whole body turned several times in mid-air, and then fell into the sea. If a merchant ship sinks, what should we do with our cargo? Hogg yelled. In fact, what he thought in his mind was, if a merchant ship sinks, what would happen to his devil fruit? Maybe it sinks into the sea. After that, I couldn't find it, and everything I had was wasted. The pirates all around couldn't help but shudder when they saw it, as expected of the boss, just thoughtful. They boasted one by one, slapped the fire wolf Hogg's ass. Soon, the two ships met, less than 50 meters apart. Somehow, the fire wolf pirates did not fire. Since there was no fire, I was probably afraid that our merchant ship would be destroyed. That's right. The old captain saw fire wolf. The pirates didn't fire the cannon, and quickly guessed Hogg's thoughts, and was very happy. This sea ship has been with him for more than 10 years and has reached the age when he should retire. But for so many years, it has feelings. I don't want him to be destroyed and sunk by artillery. Everyone prepare, aim, fire, fire. The old captain shouted in one go. Chapter 30, Growing Up Mobius and Number 039, S Anxious Battle. As soon as the battle started, the members of the Fire Wolf pirate group were ready for the battle, ready for the next battle, and then made a big kill and snatched the cargo from the merchant ship. Suddenly, there was a boom and a cannon sound came from my ear. It was like a signal. There were 2 more cannon sounds. 3 artillery shells shot at the pirate ship. At such a close distance, the pirates did not respond. Coming, even Hogg did not react. The explosion sounded at close range, 2 of the shells directly penetrated the hull, and 2 explosions appeared below. The most important one fell directly on the deck of the ship. Most of the pirates of the Fire Wolf pirate group stayed on the deck, preparing for the battle, and they all gathered together, which caused huge casualties. Seeing the falling cannonball, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, turned around and was about to escape. The cannonball had exploded. There was a violent explosion and a strong smell of gunpowder. A large pit was directly blown out from the deck of the ship. The deck began to burn. The impact of the strong explosion knocked many people down, and the pirates who were affected by the artillery fire at close range, a large number of casualties. Hogg was a little stunned. Why can there be artillery on this ship? There was such a big damage on the boat before he shot it. You don't need to look at it, Hogg can guess that more than 10 people died, and there are still 20. Many people were injured, and the deterrent power of artillery is still very strong on the sea. But shortly afterwards, there was a hint of excitement in Hogg's eyes. This merchant ship even had artillery, so the devil fruit must be on this ship. Immediately afterwards, a few more shells came directly. Hogg saw him, knowing that he couldn't cause any more damage, and made a light leap, adjusting his body in mid-air, using his arms and domineering, a row of 3-legged handles. The shell kicked to the side and into the sea. Seeing Hogg's shot and kicking the cannonball directly into the sea, the pirates of the Fire Wolf pirates cheered, "Haha, you deserve to be the captain. Give me all, ready for the battle." Hogg shouted. At this time the 2 ships were only 20 meters apart. Hearing Hogg's words, these pirates had no fear. A merchant ship was nothing but the artillery attacked them. Facing their Fire Wolf pirates, it was very difficult. The one who will be killed soon does not stay. On the merchant ship, there was cheers, which caused great losses to the Fire Wolf pirates. This battle started well. Don't be happy too early, now the shells are useless, after all, they are ferocious pirates, and their number is more than twice ours, and they are all ready to fight. Ka! Boom! The pirate ship of the Firewolf pirate group slammed into the keel of the merchant ship. The pirate ship of the Firewolf pirate group was smaller than the merchant ship, but the hull was smaller. Even stronger, the entire keel of the merchant ship was knocked apart, and the two ships were directly handed over together. Kill, kill, kill. One by one, pirates armed with weapons or muskets, jumped from the pirate ship to the merchant ship, and killed the guards and sailors who had been prepared. However, what they are about to face is a cold muzzle. After obtaining these guns, the equipment on the entire merchant ship can be said to be a shotgun change. In a short time, many pirates were shot mercilessly. Kill. But these pirates have gone through a lot of battles in the New World. They are just guns, which is just trouble for them. What they really rely on is close combat. And their numbers also have an advantage. Mobius, you go up and fight them too. Titch looked at Mobius on the side and said, watching the battle outside, Mobius was already a little bit ready to move. Hearing Titch's words, Mobius glanced at Titch. Then Titch, boss, how about you? Thief, ha ha ha. Of course I am covering you, be careful, but don't die. Titch ha ha smiled and drew his black and white guns from his waist. Mobius was moved, holding a long knife, and ran up. He was lucky, and happened to meet a pirate. Little baby, are you here to die? Ha ha. The thief smiled, holding a machete in his hand, and slashed towards Mobius. Mobius jumped to the side, avoiding the knife, and slashed away with a backhand, but was resisted by the pirate's long knife. Living! Boy, you are still too tender. The pirate laughed and formed a pressure on Mobius. Mobius held a knife in one hand to support it. Listening to the pirate's words, he couldn't help but smile, making high suddenly, there was an unknown premonition in the thief's heart. Suddenly, a snake-shaped arm was wrapped around his neck, and it was tightly strangled. The pirate's face was flushed and it was a little hard to breathe. Mobius seized the opportunity, pushed his knife aside and then dropped it, and looked at the pirate's wrist fiercely. Ah! With a scream of pain, the long knife in his hand fell off from his hand. Immediately after that, Mobius directly inserted a knife into his abdomen, and his whole body fell to the ground, already dead. At this moment, behind him, a pirate walked quietly with a long knife, holding the long knife in both hands, lifting it high, facing Mobius, and slashing down. Mo hearing the movement, Bias turned his head and saw the long knife that had fallen, unable to avoid it. Mobius couldn't help closing his eyes. With a gunshot of touch, Mobius thought of Boss Titch's words and opened his eyes. A blood hole appeared in the center of the pirate's eyebrows. Then, it was kicked and fell to the ground. Be careful, Mobius, always pay attention to your surroundings when fighting. Titch is not here, but Titch's voice was heard in Mobius' ears. Yet, Mobius nodded. He had really felt the crisis of life just now. If it weren't for Titch, he would have died. He would remember the lesson this time in his heart, and he won't commit it again next time. Then, Mobius began to look for the next target of the battle, and Titch couldn't help but smile. Man, only through experience can he grow up. There were battles everywhere on the ship. Usually two pirates also dealt with a guard or sailor, and Hogg was dragged by the old captain. Mobius grew very fast. He grew up in the killing. In a short time, he had killed 7 pirates. The killing became more and more decisive, and his actions became more and more sharp. A pirate was hacked to death. He was noticed by 3 pirates. They were together before and killed 3 guards in a row. Mobius also paid attention to the 3 pirates walking towards him. These pirates are not weak. Mobius relies on his own snake hand to deal with 2 of them, but if dealing with 3 of them, it will be a little unsuccessful and difficult to support. Can't help taking 2 steps back, but how could they let go of the prey they were staring at? One of them stared at Mobius's movements, and the other 2 quickly ran to the rear on both sides of Mobius and forced Mobius. There is no way out. If that's the case, then I can only fight. Mobius exhaled, thinking in his heart. While the three pirates were staring at him, they planned to play around with their free time, kaka. Mobius quickly loosened his joints, and bursts of pain were transmitted to the brain nerves, but Mobius the face does not change color. What is he doing? Self-harm? The three pirates had not seen such a situation during their voyage in the sea. At the moment when they were stunned, Mobius seized the opportunity and started to do it, and ran 2 steps towards the pirate in front of him. Near. Snake hand entangling. Mobius's snake hand instantly wrapped around the pirate's right hand holding the knife, his left arm forcefully pulled back the left arm that was wrapped around his right arm. Because of Mobius's strength, his body can't help taking a step forward, and what he will usher in is a sharp, blood-stained knife, which pierced his heart in an instant. Boy, you go to die. The remaining 2 were stunned. They didn't expect Mobius to attack when they were surrounded by the 3. They felt insulted, holding a long knife and rushing directly to Mobius. USS, but they are not fools. After seeing Mobius's weird means to grow his arms, he felt a little wary in his heart. One left and one right, distracting Mobius, this is their way of coping, but Mobius is not afraid at all. He feels that he uses the snake hand to fight more and more smoothly, but there is still a lot of freedom from control. Far distance. He picked up the long knife of the dead pirate. 2 long knives can increase the range of Mobius' attack. They are a good tool before he conducts further training on the snake hand. Random hit. With both hands stretched out, with the machete in his hand, they kept slashing at them at strange angles. Facing Mobius's fast knife skills, they kept resisting and avoiding. However, Mobius attacks like this have weaknesses. Although such attacks are messy and have no fixed trajectory, as long as the trajectory of his arm is grasped, his attack can be inferred, and he has one of the most important ones. His weakness is his arm. Before he learns to be armed and domineering, he must be careful. The strength of these 2 pirates is similar to that of Mobius. Although Mobius' offense was very strange, it did not hurt them. Soon they gradually adapted to such an attack during the battle. Under such a situation, Mobius had noticed it, and was anxious in his heart, looking for a way to break the game. Then solve one first. There was a decision in his heart, and his left arm twitched fiercely. Facing the blow, the pirate on the left did not resist, and jumped a step back to avoid the blow. However, this was exactly the purpose of Mobius. He retracted to the right, attacked to the right, and rushed forward to the right. Faced with the attack of Mobius's double swords, the pirate panicked, with 2 arms. Suddenly he was chopped twice and was killed by Mobius. At this moment, the pirate on the other side killed him, saw his companion die again, and slashed at Mobius' chest. Mobius would not make the same mistake again. He noticed his movements. But it was difficult for him to avoid it. There was a ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and he turned sideways to the back. The knife slashed on his chest, with a cut of 30 centimeters from top to bottom. But he didn't shout, gritted his teeth and snorted. His left hand was wrapped around his right arm holding the knife. And the tip of the long knife held in his left hand was pressed against the pirate's neck, almost piercing his neck. This is not the end. His right hand has moved, and he pierced his abdomen with a knife, which is also Mobius' favorite attack method. With such an injury, Mobius could no longer fight, so he quietly returned to the room. Along the way, he saw several corpses, all of which were pirates, with exactly the same blood holes on his head and between his eyebrows. He knew that this was made by Titch's boss, because the bullet holes on the surrounding walls were all shot out of Titch's room. They all hit the center of their eyebrows, and you can see that Tick's marksmanship, armed color, and horrible knowledge of color are terrifying. Now Mobius is no longer the novice he used to be. I only knew a little about these before, but in these days here, during training, Titch will also explain some things on the ocean to Mobius, explain domineering, swordsmanship. After all, Mobius won't be with Titch forever. www.readaloud.com. Titch doesn't allow it either. He still has to return to the Whitebeard pirates, and Mobius has to learn to himself. Growing up. Back to the room, Titch was closing his eyes, but he had been watching a battle with the domineering look. It was the battle between the old captain and Hogg. It was very fierce, but in general, Hogg still had the upper hand. The strength of the old captain is equivalent to a pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys in Tick's eyes, and Hogg is younger and stronger than him, both in strength and stamina, plus old age. Resilience has declined, and the injuries suffered on Devil's Island have not recovered. 2 battles with a bounty of almost 100 million are naturally not enough to attract Tick's attention. Titch's main concern is the Firewolf Hogg's boxing method, and his Firewolf fist is also the origin of his title. Firewolf Hogg's boxing technique is physical art, using his fists to hit the flames. This method has a high reference effect for Titch. Like Titch's claw method, although it imitates the sword move to enhance the power of the claw method, it uses the hand, still can't cut the sword with such a powerful force as the sword move, always weaker by 1 to 2%. There needs to be a close point between the two. As long as you find this point, you can use the sword with yourself. The claws are completely integrated. In order to perfectly show their expectations. So, Titch is observing Hogg's movements, observing his breathing and observing the way his body exerts force when he uses the Firewolf fist. After a long time, the battle was halfway through. The following battle can be said to be evenly matched, because the 2 sides were killed and injured more than half, mainly because of the battle between the old captain and Hogg. The chief Yvonne was watching the battle in secret, very nervous. There are 5 guards guarding him. He hopes that the old captain can win, but he has made the final plan. Chapter 31, The Heartbroken Hogg Leaves. At this time, the merchant ship with guns must have an advantage, and the loss of the pirates is far more than that of the merchant ship. You guys, go and fight for the old captain, otherwise, everyone will die. Yvonne said to the guards around him. But they are concerned about Ivan's safety and hesitate. These guards have long since cared about their own life and death. Even if they die in battle, their families will receive a large amount of pensions, but their task is to protect this batch of goods. What is more important is to protect the principle of the goods, that is, Yvonne. Although Yvonne is inconspicuous in the Chamber of Commerce, in their eyes, he is a great figure who honors me, so protecting Yvonne is their first choice. If the old captain loses, we won't be able to survive. If we help the old captain defeat the Firewolf Hogg, then the remaining pirates are not worth mentioning. Yvonne calmly analyzed. What Yvonne said was very reasonable, and it was his request. Each guard rushed to the fighting Firewolf Hogg with weapons. Damn it, old guy, isn't it okay to lie down honestly? Hogg was very angry. The guy in front of him was the biggest obstacle blocking him. He punched the old captain in the chest, and the old captain retreated back. In 2 steps, Hung Jian blocked the punch, and the sound of Keng sounded. Haha, I'm not too old to move. Hogg. The old captain laughed, and kept defending with his sword. It was not that he didn't want to attack, but he wanted to save his strength and strength. Hogg's offense was too fierce. Ns. In order to quickly defeat the old captain, Hogg is already doing his best, not wanting to give the old captain a chance to breathe. And at this moment, these guards were sent by Yvonne, and the remaining pirates wanted to support, because now the final victory or defeat depends on the battle between Hogg and the old captain, and they don't want the battle to change. Bump! A gunshot was fired continuously in the direction of these pirates. The sailors on the merchant ship and other sailors took action and blocked the front of these pirates. The addition of several guards added a few variables to the battle between the old captain and Hogg, and gave the old captain some time to breathe, but compared with Hogg, their strength was far different. Hogg easily avoided their attack, slammed a fist on one of the guards, and flew him directly, with another punch. This time his cruelty was exposed, and his punch was severely smashed. On the head of another guard, there was a click, as if he heard the sound of his head cracking. This contained his anger and his ambition. It was obvious that what he wanted was right in front of his eyes, but one after another resisted him and couldn't get his hands. He vented his anger on the guards who rushed up, and suddenly stabbed, and the sword light flashed. The old captain seized the opportunity and found Hog's flaw while Hog vented to the guard. Facing this sword, Hog naturally felt the crisis in his heart. His combat experience was very sufficient, and one of the guards rushed up, not caring about his own life or death. He dragged Hog, wearing armor and a long knife in his hand. Cut to Hog. Hog snorted coldly, wrapped around his body domineeringly, blocking his blow, kicked him in the abdomen, and kicked him out directly. But this way, you can't avoid the knife that the old captain is close at hand. Zi. The sword pierced Hog's chest, Hog's body flashed sideways, even though he was armed and domineering, the sword still pierced him, the sword pierced Hog's arm, Hog left arm. Hog's face showed a grin. It was a cruel smile. The armed color covered the palm of his right hand and directly grabbed the blade of the sword that had been pierced into his arm. At the same time, he kicked the old captain. The weapon in his hand was grabbed. Facing this foot, the old captain was a little helpless and released the long sword in his hand. Avoiding this kick, although Hog took a knife, the old captain lost his weapon, and his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Hog reluctantly pulled out the long knife inserted into his arm, threw it aside, and moved quickly. The old captain ran and was stared at by him. The old captain didn't even have a chance to get a weapon. "Hurry up, give it to me, and block Hog!" Ivan shouted, watching the battle. He didn't expect such a big change suddenly occurred in the battle. He also ignored Hog's ruthlessness, not only cruel to others. "And be ruthless to myself." At the same time, he was also anxious in his heart. He kept sending out the remaining guards to help the old captain. "You know, if you want to win, you can only put the key to the old captain." And at this moment, Tich took advantage of the fact that they were still fighting. He had already come to the room of the principal named Ivan. Because there was no one, Tich walked into the room very easily and saw that at a glance. The suitcase beside the window. The suitcase is divided into 2 layers. There is a mechanism on the second floor. Otherwise, it is difficult to open it. Key mind. Tich easily unlocked the mechanism and took out the devil fruit hidden in it. This is a deep purple devil fruit. The animal is a devil fruit. Tich did not recognize the devil fruit. After all, he had not seen the whole devil fruit. The Devil Fruit Illustration Book. And the Devil Fruit Illustration Book is updated from time to time. There are far more unknown devil fruits than imagined. Devil fruits are very rare and precious, but in the eyes of those big powers and big pirates, you can get many devil fruits as long as you want. There are dozens of devil fruits in the warehouse of the Whitebeard pirates, but only those powerful abilities can enter their eyes. But Tich felt that the quality of this devil fruit should be good, so he kept it well. Closed the suitcase and put it back where it was. It was no different from entering. Then Tich went out, closed the door, and left quietly. Ivan and Hog still don't know what they want to protect, and the devil fruit they are thinking about has been taken away by Tich. Guards rushed up one by one, resisting Hog's actions with their own lives. The old captain had time to take up his weapons, and under the cover of these guards, he continued to attack Hog. Damn it! It was easy to deal with the guards, but it made him easily distracted, and gave the old captain a chance. The battle between 2 powerful men of the same level could not tolerate a little sloppy. Soon, with the help of these guards, Hog gradually fell into disadvantages. The other crew members met, and they were a little anxious. Their losses in this battle were too great. Most of the crew members were sacrificed and died here. I did not expect that this small merchant ship would have such a strong defense force. "Captain, go back, or we will all stay here," a crew member shouted. Hogg was a little unwilling to hear it, but he also understood that if this continues, not only will the devil fruit not be obtained, but he will also to die here. Since his plan has failed, his life is more important, and he still knows which one is more important. Using the firewolf fist to force the guards back, Hogg stepped back 2 steps. "Hurry up, then!" Hogg shouted, ran to the side of the ship, jumped back to the firewolf in 1 step, and the rest of the sea. Upon hearing this, the thief jumped back to the firewolf. The people on the merchant ship did not chase them. They were very tired and could not stand a greater loss. They watched Hogg's firewolf start and drove away. The smoke was everywhere, the ground was full of corpses, enemies, and companions, blood flowing on the deck, the air was covered with a sad atmosphere. The battle was over, but there was no joy of victory in the battle. This time the loss is more than before the devil. The loss on the island is too great. Looking at the corpse of the companion who was still talking and laughing before, and the companion who got along day and night, many sailors on the ship shed sad tears. The old captain looked at the corpses of these sailors on the ground, those familiar faces, everyone he knew, but they were no longer there. There were cracks on the ship, the most serious of which was caused by the pirate ship of the Firewolf pirate group, resulting in a missing piece of the entire ship, and cracks in other places, mostly caused by battle. This old ship will also usher in its end. Oh! This sigh, not only is the body old, but also the heart is old. In the future, find a place to enjoy your twilight years. I am too old and can't stand the tossing. But there are 2 people on the boat very happy, one is Titch and the other is Yvonne. Titch is because of the devil fruit and also got a lot of inspiration from the firewolf punch in Hogg, and can perfect his physical skills. And Yvonne saved the devil fruit and repelled the pirates who were staring at the devil fruit. In this way, as long as the devil fruit is sent back, his mission will be completed. However, what he doesn't know is, what is waiting for him. Damn it, then you won't get the devil fruit, those guards, and the old man. On the pirate ship of the Firewolf pirate group, the captain's room, there was a thud, and there was a huge movement inside. Hogg's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and all around, the things that were smashed and thrown away. In short, the captain's room, which was originally pretty neat, was destroyed by Hogg. While outside, the pirates listened to the movement from the pirate ship and the roar of their captain, cautiously, without saying a word, for fear of offending the captain who was angry. In this case, I can't get this devil fruit. Don't even think about sending it back easily. A cold light flashed in Hogg's eyes, and he gritted his teeth slowly. The Firewolf pirate group returned to the Ooze Island in a very embarrassed manner. The huge loss directly shocked the entire island. This is the first-class pirate group nearby. There will be such a big loss. The crew lost 80% of the total. This made them all very curious. Soon after, they got the news that the Firewolf pirates had gone to rob a merchant ship, and finally underestimated the defensive power of the merchant ship, which caused both losses. More importantly, on that merchant ship, there was a devil fruit. It was for that devil fruit that the Firewolf Hogg went to grab the merchant ship, but it failed in the end. This news was personally obtained from Hogg, the captain of the Firewolf pirates. Suddenly, the pirates on the entire Ooze Island became excited. The devil fruit, this great treasure of the sea, was actually on a merchant ship, and most of its power was consumed by the Firewolf pirates. Almost all of the sea the thieves have all set off, even if they don't have the strength, they want to see the excitement. And the Firewolf Hogg very kindly pointed them the way. Why, what's going on? Devil fruit! Yvonne was going crazy. He came back happily to look at the devil fruit he had hidden, but when he opened it, he had lost the trace of the devil fruit. In the mezzanine, there was nothing but air, but nothing was found. Ivan's face was about to be distorted. After so much thought, he thought he was defended in the end, but in the end he was lost. What did he think? Yes, yes, it must have been taken by the Fire Wolf pirates and came over with a big fanfare. Even if the loss is so great, we must continue to fight for the devil fruit. Ivan seems to have lost his mind and lost the devil fruit. The responsibility is placed on the departing Fire Wolf pirate group. In the end, they must have left because the devil fruit has already arrived. Constantly rushing, the merchant ship soon came to the second island of this route, Shan Shan Island. This is an island rich in wood, mostly cedar trees, so the name of the island was taken as Shan Shan Island, which is also Shipbuilding Island, one of the best in the New World, is home to many shipbuilders. It is an important gathering place for New World shipbuilders and has many shipyards. The merchant ship stayed at the port of the island. Titch and Mobius got off the ship. Boss Titch, don't we take the boat? Thief, ha ha ha, the end of this ship has been decided, so much has been lost. Its strength is not safe anymore, and the other passengers have also come down. Titch laughed. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Mobius looked to the side, and as expected, as Titch said, the ship was not safe anymore. Those passengers who had been on the sidelines had already disembarked with their luggage. Looking back at the merchant ship again, it was damaged and seemed to be a bit defeated. On the boat, the old captain held a lit cigarette in his hand, took a cigarette, and then slowly spit it out from his mouth. Behind him stood the sailors, and said to the chief Ivan on the side, I'm sorry, for this ship, for the sailors on the ship, I can only send you here. As for the failed indemnity, I will pay you later. How can this be done? Didn't we say that we should be sent back to Pet Island? You are the most reputable captain in this sea. Ivan was a little anxious, but the old captain also abandoned him when it was critical. To know the difficulties along the way, most of them rely on the powerful strength of the old captain. Sorry, I have already planned to retire. This reputation has nothing to do with me. The old captain smiled and said to Ivan, Go, our sailors will help you move the cargo on board. Seeing that the old captain had made up his mind and knew that the time was urgent, Ivan quickly found the next transport ship and hurriedly left. However, something he didn't know was that someone on the island had been paying attention to them in secret. There was a phone worm. The news that he had the devil fruit had reached Shan Shan Island, and Ivan didn't expect that this hog was so ruthless and directly revealed the news that he had the devil fruit. The old captain looked at Ivan's back without speaking. He was a little sensitive to the eyes of others after sailing the sea for so many years, not to mention those greedy eyes that didn't know how to hide. This was the reason for his decision. What was being said to him, for this ship, for the sailors on board? Chapter 32, Kate Kingdom. Titch took Mobius to find a hotel on Shan Shan Island. Because he was going to rest on Shan Shan Island for a day, Titch gave Mobius some pele and asked him to buy training equipment. There are loads and steel columns. I am not afraid of any danger that Mobius will encounter. First, Mobius is not weak at present. It is still possible to deal with some small pirates, and small gangsters, and his domineering experience is also always concerned. Right. Titch himself spent a day strolling on Shan Shan Island. As a shipbuilding island, Shan Shan Island is also a gathering place for a large number of pirates. Repairing the pirate ship is the main job of the boatman. The island is relatively prosperous. There are dozens of restaurants in Tichy alone, but there is nothing to gain. I only ate some food, bought some cherry pie, and brought back rice for Mobius. Tick was looking for a boatman, but he did not find his favorite on the island. Young and capable. Tick seldom sees it. It's not that. The thieves go out to sea, but more importantly, they are eye-catching. Tick is not depressed. After all, encounters are impossible to find. For him, the importance of a boatman is not very important. What he wants is the strong. After all, the shipbuilding can be left to the famous boatsmiths, and the maintenance work is basically most of the pirates can do it, and Tick can do it too, and occasionally repair a part of the pirate ship. After returning to the hotel, Mobius had already returned and began to use the training facility to train. But there was a news from outside that the principal of the merchant ship they had stayed with had been abandoned by the old captain and changed to another ship. As a result, they were besieged by many pirates at sea, and finally sank in the sea. The cause was the devil fruit that Tick took away, but the last devil fruit disappeared, which instead caused a war between the pirates. Thief, ha ha ha! I'm so sorry. Tick couldn't help but smile when he got the news. And who did he say to? The man has sunk in the sea, with the entire ship. The New World, Pet Island, Kate Kingdom, one of the large palaces, is that guy Yvonne dead? A gorgeously dressed man smiled faintly, sitting on a golden throne studded with many precious stones. With his right hand stroking the head of a 4-meter-long white tiger, he was stroked by his hand, and the white giant tiger stretched out his neck. Seeing it like this, the man smiled and scratched its neck. It felt comfortable. Lean his head lightly on the man's thigh, like a pet. The man in front of him did not speak, nor dared to speak. He knew that this was His Royal Highness's pet. Once the cordial interaction between them was disturbed, even if His Highness had no opinion, the white giant tiger was a real beast. Kind, but to other people, the look at the prey will eat him. So far, as many as 45 people have been eaten by the white giant because they don't know this, or by accident. After a long time, His Highness stopped the movement in his hand and placed his hand gently on the head of the white giant tiger. The man breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he could speak. It's a pity that Yvonne, this trash, died, and he lost the devil fruit of His Royal Highness Tiger King. Well, since it's lost, let's find the next substitute. The Snake King has cultivated such a top quality without a word. I must get the hand. His Royal Highness known as the Tiger King smiled, but, dare what caused the loss of my things? This man was ready for a long time. Yes, my lord, I have checked it. It was the Firewolf pirate group who was eyeing the devil fruit. After the failed snatch, the news about the devil fruit was exposed, causing the merchant ship to be caught by many seas. The thieves teamed up to sink, but the devil fruit fell into the sea or was hidden. Then offer a reward for the Firewolf hog's head in the underground world, 200 million, and annihilate the pirate group. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Tiger King, causing the man in front to lower his head and dare not say anything. In a word, he knew how terrible His Royal Highness King Tiger was, killing people with a smile. Yes, my lord, the task must be completed. With that, the man quietly left the palace. In the New World waters, the Firewolf pirates, you, who are you? I shouldn't offend you. The Firewolf hog's appearance is now very embarrassed, with wounds all over his body, but the instigator did not kill him. Instead, he was a member of the pirate group in the Slayer. Seeing his crew die one by one, there is no fluctuation in his heart, because he is a ruthless person, otherwise he would not risk a huge loss to the devil fruit, many of which are new additions. Pirates is more of his fear of death. Don't kill me, I quit the Firewolf pirate group, a pirate cried and knelt on the ground, but it didn't work. His life was reaped mercilessly. You really didn't offend me, I just took money to do things. Your head is very valuable now. Your Excellency Hog. The unknown killer smiled, with a mask on his face, others could not see him. What you look like, as a killer, it is important to hide your identity and not reveal it. You offend someone you can't offend. In the black market, your head is as high as 200 million, and your bounty is 300 million Baileys. The killer laughed, so, I want your head. Hog's pupil shrank, and it was a little hard to believe. The first thing that appeared in his mind was the figure of the devil fruit. Then, with a flash of cold light, Hog closed his eyes and died in the hands of the killer. The Firewolf pirates were all destroyed. But it has nothing to do with Titch, a small matter, he will not take it to heart. Oh! Lots of pets. Mobius widened his eyes and was very surprised. Looking from left to right, the pedestrians on the road basically hold a pet in their hands, including kittens and puppies. And even those big ferocious beasts, there are wolves and bears. Even those children will have their own pets. At this time, it is very clear whether it is an outsider. This is a characteristic of the Kate Kingdom and the reason why this island is called a pet island. Kate's kingdom has the skill of tame animals that have been passed down from generation to generation. Even fierce beasts will become cute pets after they have been nurtured. Of course, they are pets that have been cultivated since childhood. The most distinctive feature on the island is a variety of pets. The main industry is also a variety of pet shops, with tens of thousands of pet types. As a result, many tourists are attracted to Kate's kingdom and bring some cute or ferocious pets back. Tikai and 2 people, after 4 days of travel, finally arrived at Kate's kingdom, during which they also experienced an island, but did not stay too much, went directly to Kate's kingdom by boat. Going to the countryside, Titch and Mobius walked out of a pet shop. This is a unique pet shop. The main products are snake pets, venomous snakes, non-venomous snakes, giant snakes, and small snakes. You can tell from the name of the pet shop, the home of snakes and insects. Mobius was a little excited, stretched out his fingers, teasing a young cobra hanging around his neck, and Titch's left arm was wrapped around a young viper. Those snakes that did not choose to grow up, young snakes are better cultivated and grow more, and these venomous snakes and beasts cannot be completely tamed in the pet kingdom, and it is impossible to completely control them. Every year, some beasts are raised in captivity. If people were killed, eaten by their own beasts, or did not control them, ate other people's pets or killed other people. Titch inquired about the news of this country, and found some interesting things. There are 3 most powerful princes in this country. Because of their preferences, the first prince is called the Tiger King, and the second prince is called the Snake King. The third prince is called the Dragon King. Although the king is still in his prime, he already has the idea of abdicating, so the 3 most powerful princes are competing over and under. The Prince Saber likes all kinds of cats, especially tigers. His favorite pet is a giant white tiger. In his palace and garden, there are various cats in captivity. His power is the greatest among the 3 princes. The second prince, Belinda, likes snake pets. His palace is dark and damp. It is specially transformed for snake pets. There are various snake animals in captivity. His palace is also called Snake Cave. Secretly trained a killer army, which is the most feared by others. The third prince, Lemur, likes dinosaurs, and there are similar creatures, such as giant lizards, crocodiles, etc. More importantly, his own strength is the strongest among the 3 princes. It is said that he also ate an ancient dragon fruit. There are several other princes, but they are not qualified to compete for the throne. They are neutral or attached to the 3 princes. King Brady is a strong man. He went out to sea when he was young. In his hands he controls various beasts found in the Beast Islands. The giant beast is a demon fruit-capable person, known as the Beast King. Tick's knowledge spread on the island, and powerful beasts guarding him were found in various places in the Kate Kingdom, especially in the depths of the palace. He felt a powerful aura, equivalent to an elite lieutenant general in the navy, but even more terrifying are the powerful beasts. Among them, there is no animal fruit ability. Titch guesses that the ability of King Brady of the Kate Kingdom should be the tame fruit that will appear in the country in the future. It can tame animals, and all animals with animal genes, such as Kaidos in the future. Artificial Devil Fruit Legion. But this kind of power can be said to be second to none in the New World. In addition to the lack of top-level combat power, mid to high-end combat power can be said to far surpass other top forces. There were some pirates who wanted to rob the pet island before, but in the end they were all wiped out by the animal army controlled by King Brady. His abilities were not hidden. It was very transparent. Most people in the New World knew his abilities, so in recent years, no power will provoke Kate's kingdom. However, some people have been eyeing this country, or King Brady. Titch's experience has discovered that there are some members of the Beast Pirate group in this country, and they have the logo of the Beast Pirate group on their bodies. It seems that Kaido has already focused on this country. Now King Brady is in his 50s, but he is still in his prime. If you continue to live for another 20 or 30 years, there is no problem. The devil fruit will be reborn in the future, plus Kaido has already set his sights on this country, then as you can imagine, the end of this country is doomed. The king must die, even if the country is not destroyed. Those large numbers of beasts that are out of control will bring them huge losses. These Tick can imagine. Kate Kingdom is centered on the central city, and there are many small towns on the edges of the surrounding islands. Now Titch has entered the King City, because the Kate Kingdom has two large ports, one north and the south. Titch needs to pass through the King City to the other side of the Pet Island. During this period, you need to rest in King Kate's city for one night. The two found the hotel, and Mobius began to practice, because now it was 1/3 of the time Tick had agreed with her, and he also had a sense of urgency in his heart, and he wanted to train quickly. Tick is not in a hurry. The improvement of his physique requires a combination of work and rest. He has now reached a limit. It is difficult for Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com to improve. He needs to wait for the development and growth of his body, and he came to a tavern. Found a place, quietly drank small wine and ate small dishes. Oh! I'm sorry, I didn't see it. A man sat in front of Titch and raised his head. Then he found Titch's figure and stood up suddenly and said to Titch. Haha, it's okay. Titch laughed, poured the rum into the bowl, and took a sip. This person left. After a while, another person sat in front of him. When he went on, he realized that there was already someone at this position. This is very strange. Next, several people were like this, as if they hadn't seen Titch. They sat in front of Titch, as if Titch's presence became very low. This situation attracted the attention of others. Power is enough for once, but it has been like this several times, but after a while, it seems that he has forgotten Tiki again and started to talk about himself. Titch's sense of presence has declined. It's Titch's use of his own domineering look, not just to hide his breath, but also to hide his existence. You can see him but you can't feel Titch's existence. Chi-Ji forgot, as if it didn't exist. This technique was developed by Tikai imitating Jinghua Shuiyu. It not only hides oneself and reduces one's sense of existence with seeing and hearing color, but also can use seeing and hearing color domineering to interfere with the perception of others, and seeing and hearing color domineering, which can only be a small interference. It is impossible to achieve the ability to control the five senses, but it can also play an unimaginable role in battle. This requires precise control over what you see, hear, and color. Titch is enough, but it also requires proficiency and constant exercise. These people in the tavern are Titch's training targets. Until late at night, Titchi walked out. Chapter 33, She was hunted down. It was late at night, and the whole city was dark for a long time, and Titch walked towards the hotel. In the palace, a palace. This is a small side hall of the Snake King. It has not been transformed into a snake cave. In the palace, there is a huge cage with a soft bed in the cage. A pot of milk is placed on the ground. There are two fish in his bowl. There was a small figure in the cage. All around it was dark, lonely, only the moonlight came in from the outside through the window. The little figure looked out the window, looked at the bright moon in the sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled on him, a faint silver brilliance. Looking outside, she seemed to have a decision in her heart. She jumped down from the bed and walked lightly on all fours like a cat. Looking at the cage in front of her, she didn't like it very much and prevented her from walking freely. Cannot be restricted and lost freedom like before. Besides, she also missed her friends a bit. Thought this in his heart, raised both hands, leaned against the edge of the cage, and tried hard, as if trying to pull it to the sides, but without any effect. The cage was made too hard. But she did not give up. There was amazing power in her thin body. The cage was trembling, and her eyes flashed with firm gaze. The ruby-red eyes were extraordinarily bright, her arms trembled, and traces of blood couldn't help staying from the cage. She came down, gritted her teeth, meow. A soft hum in her mouth, her body changed, her hands became cat's claws. Since the person who caught herself here ate herself a strange fruit, I seem to have this ability and become more like my former partners. The strength increased greatly. Slowly, the cage was gradually pulled apart, and the gap in the middle slowly became larger. Finally, she stopped, looked at the gap, and gently penetrated into the gap, through it, from get out of the cage. Looking at the closed door, the door was closed and locked. She could feel that there were many people standing outside the door, and she would not let her escape. Looking at the open window, she felt very happy in her heart somehow, and with a light leap, her legs were very muscular, with amazing jumping ability. She jumped 4 meters high, and her sharp claws penetrated into the wall. With the help of jumping, in just 3 seconds, she has already jumped onto a window that is more than 10 meters high. Seeing outside, her eyes couldn't help but brighten. The vast, large, and small houses were much broader than the small world she had seen before. It seems to be a new world, but she is very homesick now, and will see it later if she has a chance. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and she was shocked at the window. Fortunately, the gun didn't hit her, knowing that she had been found, and she jumped from the window towards a place with few people. Jumped onto the wall around the palace and ran outside. One of the guards below felt that he heard something. Looking around, he found nothing. The gate of the palace was closed and never opened. Instinctively raised his head and looked in the direction of the window, his pupil shrank, and he did not expect that the pet that His Highness had asked them to guard would run out. Directly raised the gun in his hand, facing the edge of the window, and did not aim at her. This is a precious pet that your Highness valued. If it gets hurt, your Highness will be unhappy, but he will be the one who is unlucky. He wanted to startle the pet back with gunshots, and frightened it back into the palace shop, but in the end he didn't think he expected. He jumped to the top of the fence, and then ran outside. There was no shadow in a blink of an eye. The sound of his guns shocked a large group of people, and they rushed over. What happened? I shot casually. Do you want to die? Their captain yelled at him. No, it's not good. I see the pet of His Royal Highness escaped. He hurriedly said, and after recovering, his head was sweaty. What? She ran away. How did she run? Isn't the door closed? The team leader was a little puzzled. The guard did not speak, pointed up with his hand, and looked up along his arm. It was an open window. Damn it! Now he was determined in his heart, and shouted to the guards around him, what are you doing here? Hurry up and chase her and catch her back to me. If it's lost, it's not just you. And I can't eat it and walk around. Yes. The guards ran outside, chasing and escaping the pet. Open the door for me. How did she escape through the cage? The captain said, and the 2 guards left opened the locked door. As soon as he entered, he saw the empty cage and took a closer look. Sure enough, traces of escape were found. The part behind the cage had been pulled away, with blood stains on it. You go catch that pet, and I'll notify His Royal Highness the Snake King. The captain instructed the 2 guards. As the person who guards this pet, he also trusts the king snake. He knows the significance of this pet to His Highness Snake King. Although the Snake King has cultivated a powerful army of killers, his power is much worse than that of the Tiger King. The established Kate Chamber of Commerce is controlled by the Tiger King, and it is easier to find the devil fruits he wants, and it is also easier to find the devil fruits he wants, and cultivate his own exclusive pets. And this pet was specially cultivated by the Snake King for the Tiger King, and he had previously obtained a devil fruit. Although it was not what he wanted, it was what the Tiger King wanted. The two were combined to achieve perfection. He needs the power of the Tiger King to find the devil fruit he wants, and this pet is his trade item with the Tiger King. He quickly ran towards the Snake King's palace. The Snake King hasn't rested yet. When he came to the Snake King's palace, the captain couldn't help shaking his body. The dark architectural atmosphere, silence, death, and humid air exuded a strange smell. Made him feel fear. It was the smell of a snake. "Help me inform His Royal Highness Snake King, there are important reports," he said to the guard standing at the door. "Please wait a minute." The guard nodded, opened the door slightly, and walked in. After a while, he came out. "His Royal Highness lets you in." Entering the palace, the captain's heart must be lifted. There are 2 water pools on both sides, in which some water snakes live, and stone pillars are carved with countless snakes, which is called the Pillar of 10,000 Snakes by His Highness. A snake's head suddenly hung from above, staying in front of him, staring at him closely, spitting out a snake letter, his face pale in shock. "Dark lights, no palace appearance, here is a snake cave, for most people, is hell." He didn't dare to look up, because he didn't know how many snakes were on his head, how many snakes were looking at him. He felt terrified even thinking about it, and felt that he would go crazy. Among the 3 princes, the eldest prince, the Tiger King, is the most powerful, the 3rd prince, the Dragon King, the most domineering, and the 2nd prince, the Snake King, the most terrifying. Staying with snakes for a long time, I became like a snake, and that pet was raised in another environment. At the deepest point, it was a black throne. The prince's stern face and cold eyes were surrounded by a giant snake that was more than 20 meters long. The giant snake's head lifted, spit out the snake's letter and licked the 2nd prince's side. On the face, the 2nd prince gently stroked its snake belly. "Let's talk, what's the matter?" the 2nd prince said coldly. "Report." The 2nd prince, "That pet, ran away." The captain said cautiously, "But I have sent someone to get her back, and there should be good news soon." Obviously, although the face of the 2nd prince has not changed, the aura on his body is even colder. When it is cold, he trembles all over, trembling uncontrollably. He seems to have thought about his consequences. He has seen it many times. However, that kind of death is too terrifying, and I feel a little regretful. Why should I report it? Wouldn't it be okay to catch the pet and notify it? 2nd prince, please be forgiving, please give me a chance to bring that pet back. He knelt on the ground all of a sudden, asking for a detour, tears shed on his face. This gesture made the 2nd prince even more disgusted. "My pets have not eaten yet. Since you are here, feed them." The 2nd prince's voice softened. Okay, I will feed them well, and I will definitely satisfy His Highness." He became excited, thinking that he could survive, but suddenly there were bursts of hissing around him, as the 2nd prince. He is very familiar with such voices. This is the sound of snake action. Snakes crawled towards him from all around. He hadn't reacted yet. They had already climbed onto his body. Then, in the sky, snakes fell from the sky and landed on him. On his head and shoulders, his body was entangled and covered by snakes. He showed desperate eyes and couldn't say a word. He was already poisoned, and snakes bite on his body, injecting toxins into his body. Responded with the cold eyes of the 2nd prince. He understood the meaning of the 2nd prince before and fed himself as food to the pets of the 2nd prince. "Send someone to bring that pet back to me. Nothing is to be lost." The 2nd prince's voice resounded in the hall and echoed, "Yes, Your Highness." In the dark corner, a voice responded, and then disappeared. It was dead at night, but the city suddenly became lively. The palace sent guards and teams of people. As a prince who was qualified to compete for the throne, his energy was terrifying and he had his own guarding power. Such a big movement naturally alarmed other people, the Prince Saber's palace. Seeing the news, Saber couldn't help but smile. Did my little cat escape? It seems Belinda can't do it. Do you want to send someone over? The person below asked. No, what should be mine can't escape. The Prince Saber shook his head, but he seemed to think of something. Send someone to stare, but don't let her die. Yes, Your Highness, Tiger King. Ha ha ha, this Belinda actually let the traded items run away. It's really useless. In the Dragon King's palace, the third Prince Limer laughed loudly. The strong body is 3 meters tall, giving people great pressure. As the Dragon King with the strongest single power among the 3 princes, Limer directly took charge of the kingdom's army, and used his powerful strength to gain the recognition of the army. Of course, not all the army, only most of them, and a small part of them. The army is controlled by the Snake King and Tiger King, and there is a beast army hidden in the dark, which is beyond his control. Your Majesty, still be careful. His Royal Highness the Snake King should not be underestimated. The person below reminded that Lemmer knew very well about this transaction between the Snake King and the Tiger King, but he had no idea of interfering. The loss of the devil fruit made the transaction impossible to complete. Now Belinda has a problem again, which made him feel very interesting when he saw it. The Tiger King, the Snake King and the Dragon King all know that this is a new world, and now there are kings who can maintain a strong national power, because the main power of the kingdom is in Brady, and the beast army he controls www.readaloud.com. But once this power is lost, the strength of this country will be greatly reduced, and it will be watched by many pirates. This kind of pressure is not something they can bear alone. It needs to be shared by the other 2 princes, so that the 3 of them can gain a foothold in the new world and maintain their status as a powerful country. And King Brady also distributed in this way, letting the Prince Saber control politics and economics, the second Prince Belinda control the power in the dark, and the third Prince Lemmer control the army. In the Dark Night City, the movement outside is getting louder and louder, and each of the guards seems to be chasing the people. What are you looking for? The residents in the house were alarmed, the sleeping people were awakened, but they dared not go outside to explore, and closed the door tightly. It can be seen from this that the prestige and majesty of the Kate royal family among the common people, the royal family holds absolute power, there is no degenerate dude, and there is only respect and fear for the royal family, but no disgust. A clever figure was constantly jumping between the alleys, with some blood on her body, but the wound was scabs very quickly. After eating the fruit, her resilience was greatly enhanced, and simple wounds could be very fast. Recovery. She looked very flustered. She was found several times, and her range of movement became smaller and smaller. The guards chasing her were everywhere. They were shot several times. After knowing that she was capable, these guards she didn't keep her hands anymore, because bullets couldn't kill her at all, and her injuries could be quickly recovered. Hounds were sent out, searching for her breath. She could feel that there were enemies in several directions, and they were encircling her in this direction. She didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she saw a figure, and she felt like he could help her. Chapter 34, Tick and Number 039, S. Anger. She ran towards the man. This man was Tick. He had already noticed the huge movement in the entire royal city around him, but he didn't care, but he didn't expect that the chased figure ran towards him directly. Looking intently, she was an 8 or 9-year-old girl wearing a thin black one-piece tights. To Tick's surprise, her running posture was like an animal, running on all fours with coherent movements. Proficiency, it is impossible to reach this level within a few years of work. Looks like a little wild cat from a distance, but there is always something strange in his heart, something is wrong, but he doesn't know what the problem is. She ran in front of Titch, a thin figure, her simple face was a little panicked, her ruby red eyes did not contain a trace of the magazine, she looked at the back, pointed with her finger, as if saying that there was a chaser behind, and then pulled Laddie. Key clothes seemed to want Tick to protect her. Somehow, Titch did not refuse. He is not such a nosy person. He may be a little curious, or a little doubtful, trying to solve the weird feeling in his heart. The little girl's body is very thin. She got directly into Titch's coat and hid behind Titch. Her hands tightly held Titch's waist and hung it on Titch's thigh, and Titch held it in his hands. Feeling the people who are getting closer and closer, don't want to stay here too much, pester them, hurry up. Tick said, and disappeared in place. Wow! Woo! Not long after, some guards followed the hounds to the place where Titch had stayed before, stopped here and kept turning around in the same place. What's the matter? The breath of that pet is here. Has it disappeared? How is it possible? Continue to search, it must be in the royal city, we must catch her, otherwise we can't eat and walk around. A guard said, split, everyone goes to an area, and you will definitely find it. Okay. After speaking, they scattered one by one and rushed to other places. In a remote corner, Titch stood there. The little girl was still hanging on Titch's body. She didn't come down. She seemed to have a sense of security on Titch's body. This is correct. Titch can be domineering by seeing and hearing. Hiding her breath, her smell was hidden by Titch, so the hounds couldn't find them. Where are we going next? Titch asked. The little girl didn't speak. After a while, she quietly poked her head out of her coat, meow. She called, and Titch frowned, more and more it was weird, the little girl could understand what she said, but she could not speak. Home. Tick's knowledge understood what she wanted to express. This kind of longing and warm expectation and yearning, isn't it home? Meow. Hearing Titch's words, the little girl nodded, with a smile on her face, seemingly expectant. Titch seemed to be infected, and nodded, I'll take you there, do you know the way home? The little girl shook her head, then closed her eyes, as if thinking about the way home. After a while, she opened her eyes, her pupils were shining brightly, and she pointed in a direction on the east side of the city. Take it away. Titch nodded slightly, and the little girl retracted her head. Can't help but feel a little strange. Why do you always take children and stay with them these days when you come out? Think about Loya, Annie, and Mobius who is now following her. Immediately afterwards, Titch couldn't help but smile. This was laughing at himself, what he was thinking, isn't he a teenager under the age of 15 now? Not much older than them, and said they are children. In the wilderness on the east side of the King City, there is a closed base for cultivating pet cats. Titch and the little girl came here. The little girl seemed to smell a familiar breath, and jumped off Titch's body, looking a little confused, and there is no such joy. Walking into this base, there is dust everywhere, but the little girl is very familiar with it. She ran back and forth and found a place where she lived. It was a soft cushion, but now it was dark, but the little girl was lying on the soft cushion familiarly. She didn't dislike it at all, and the hair ball that was already covered with dust. She happily played, turning and rolling back and forth, throwing it far away, and then she ran over happily, and the fur ball catches. After a long time, she seemed to be tired from playing, and noticed that there was no one in the surroundings except for them. What about her companions? Where have you been? This is an abandoned cat-raising base, which has been abandoned for at least 3 years. Titch stood there quietly, seeming to suppress something, seeing and hearing the domineering proliferation, spreading to the entire base, and constantly analyzing as if looking back. A picture like this appeared in Tick's eyes. The little girl, when she was very young, was taken here when she didn't remember anything. She lived here, lived with many kittens, and played with cats. Talk to the cat, eat the cat's food, and play the cat's game. Around, there are many people watching her, cultivating her, cultivating her like a cat, or in other words, cultivating her into a cat, and this base was established to train her. After she was taken away, this base was also abandoned. There are traces of cat life everywhere, as well as traces left by the little girl, some of which are covered in dust, but they were all found by Tich. There are slaves in this world, but now, there is a word in Tich's mind that he has never thought of: human pet. In this country, this pet kingdom, secretly still cultivating human pets and raising people as pets. Tich seems to have seen how they bred them, and what kind of animals he likes. So he puts the children who don't remember anything with those animals. Live together, master the habits of those animals, until they think they are part of the animals. How to cultivate pets, how to cultivate pets. Somehow, Tich feels like a gunpowder keg in his heart, which seems to explode at any time. People pet, Ditchy didn't even think about it. No wonder Ditchy saw the little girl's behavior so strange before. What was the weird feeling in his heart? Ticky thought of her as a person before, and the little girl thought of herself as a cat. She was nurtured to be a cat. Tich felt very angry. He didn't expect that this kind of extinction of humanity would appear in front of him. For slaves, Tich could be treated calmly, and human pets are more than sins that can be described. Tikai felt such anger for the first time. He wanted to destroy the country, and the scope of his sights and colors continued to spread, covering almost the entire royal city. The homes of those nobles mostly cultivated many pets, and there were also pets. Before, he might think that this is some special hobby, role-playing and the like. Every time they find it, Tich's anger burns more violently. Tich has never considered himself a good person. He is a very selfish person. Most of the things he does are for himself. However, this kind of thing is intolerable and should not exist. Therefore, this country must be annihilated, the royal family and nobles of this country will all die. His overlord look was a little overwhelming to be released. The little girl's expression was a little depressed. This familiar and unfamiliar place, this is her home, but it is not her home. Tich walked to her side and couldn't help but stroked her head. The little girl raised her head questioningly. From now on, follow me. Tich said softly, her expression softly, and a trace of pity in her heart for the first time. Meow. The little girl understood, she couldn't help nodding, rubbing her little head against Tich's foot. Do you have a name? Tich lowered her head and asked. Beep. The little girl heard it, and she made a weird cry. She seemed to understand what Tich said. She shook her head first, and then looked expectantly. Looking at Tich. Tich knew, no? Then I'll pick one for you. This kind of name is a bit troublesome, but he thought about it, but didn't think of anything suitable. Suddenly, he thought of the little girl's previous cry and rubbed it. Rubbing her little head, how about calling you Peter? Nivai Peter. Beto, Nifei Beto. Peto said his name, and then there was a smile on his face. She rubbed Ticky's palm with her kind little face, and she seemed very satisfied. Tich smiled. Petuo's pronunciation is a little wrong, it seems that she still needs to teach her to speak, and she is accustomed to standing in the way of being a human again. At this time, Tich was in a good mood, but this did not calm his anger. Tich had already sensed that a large number of troops were coming to him. It seemed that the King City had basically searched it all over and guessed Peto most likely to appear here. Hide in first, those people have come here. Tich said softly. The little girl listened and nodded. The white curly short hair went into Tich's coat and hung it firmly on Tich's body. Daiki knew that after eating the devil fruit, its ability should be related to the cat. After all, she was cultivated as a cat. The anger in his heart erupted again. Seeing that these guards had been found, he had no idea of running away. He needed to vent, and vented fiercely. They actually ran over at this time, so let's make the final contribution to tick. With a flash of his body, he disappeared in place, and outside, Hundreds of guards had already been found, and the hound smelled Peter's breath, then stopped, turned his head, and faced the person behind. The troops barked twice, and then looked inside the base. What they wanted was in the abandoned base in front. Sure enough, she ran here. The head of the guard captain raised his mouth slightly and said with a smile, I had been a guard here at the time, and I knew the situation here very clearly. You must know, here. But the home where she grew up. As expected to be the captain, what shall we do next? Shall we go directly in? A guard in the back patted flattering, and then asked. Encircle this base first to prevent her from escaping again. This is your highness's task. It must be done carefully and not a little sloppy. The captain of the guards said. Suddenly, the hounds in front of them suddenly took 2 steps back, seeming to be in fear, and they felt something scary. What's the matter? The guard asked, and then his body froze suddenly, and a voice suddenly came from his ear, Really? You irritated me, so just leave me here. Tick's figure suddenly appeared, his hands turned his claws, and one claw pierced the captain's chest. His eyes widened, as if he wanted to see Tick's face, but he closed his eyes uncontrollably. Team, Captain! The guards in the back exclaimed, and at the same time, there was still the fear of Tick in his heart. The person in front of him was a strong man, and they could not deal with it. The strongest captain dies, just like losing a backbone. The team that was originally condensed into a ball instantly becomes a piece of loose sand. They want to escape. In their eyes, their own lives are more important. As for the final responsibility, the dead captain will take it. One by one couldn't help stepping back, stepping faster and faster, then turned and fled, the sound of messy footsteps, but a sound of breaking through the air, directly blew the horn of their death. Tick shot, he decided not to let anyone go. Tick's speed exceeded the limit that they could see with the naked eye. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com Claw's Blood Massacre. A faint and cold voice flashed, and in an instant, dozens of people fell all of a sudden. They have the same deep claw marks on their necks. Tick didn't stop. How could his anger calm down so easily? When he decided to take action, the fate of these people had already been decided, and even the dogs would not let it go. Tick's claws caught a trail of blood, which was a sword light, a pure sword light, with an unstoppable sharpness, penetrated the body of these guards in an instant, and then continued to kill the guards behind. His armor, the weapons in his hands, and his flesh and blood were all irresistible. In the dark night, Tick was like a of death, without a trace. Only the sound of fast-moving wind breaking in his ears made them feel fear, and the claws of both hands kept reaping their lives. In just 2 minutes, a large area of the ground was full of corpses. No one was alive. Tick's killing speed was too fast. Every second, dozens of people fell down. Their deaths were miserable and their faces were with fear, panic, and pain. The bodies of some guards were directly divided into 2 parts. Some were chopped in the waist, and some necks were chopped off. Those hounds also became dead dogs. Tikai was a ruthless executioner, and he didn't have the idea of keeping his hands. Such ruthless killing made him have a deeper understanding of his own claw skills. The air was full of blood, and the blood on the ground was flowing, converging into small streams. The bright moonlight fell on this land, and the scarlet blood gleamed under the moonlight, which made people's hair creepy. The blood-filled claws kept dripping blood, immersed in anger and killing, and forgot to control the blood to fall from his hands. Here, it's like hell. Chapter 35, Tick and number 039, S killing. Suddenly, boom! A gunshot sounded, and a bullet was fired at Tick. Tick was keenly aware that the gun was fast and concealed. The bullet was accompanied by domineering, but it was relatively weak. This is a gunman who has learned to be two-color domineering. It can also be said that he is a killer. The bullet is shot directly at Tick's head, and Tick's head is deflected, avoiding the blow. This bullet is like a signal. In the darkness, shadows continue to flash, quickly approaching Tich, holding a sharp blade in his hand, shining coldly in the moonlight. These are a group of killers with indifferent and ruthless expressions. They seem to be machines specially built for killing. Stabbed at Tich's back. Tich didn't move. He lifted his paw, and grabbed one to his right. Crack! A killer appeared to Tich's right. His actions had already been fully understood by Tich. The blade that pierced Tich was directly caught by Tich, and it went straight through his chest. There was a metal collision sound from behind, and he was about to retreat, looking for another opportunity to attack Tich, but it was too late. He grabbed his backhand with his left hand. Tich grabbed his neck and said, "Zi." With a harder left arm, Tich's body lost its vitality, and Tich's neck was directly pinched off. This is not over yet. Tich can feel that there are 2 lives hidden in the bodies of these 2 people, exuding icy killing intent. At the moment when these 2 killers died, they moved, instantly from the bodies of the 2 killers. It pops up, at such a short distance, and the speed is so fast that most people can't avoid it, and even react to it. These are 2 snakes, 2 vipers, open their mouths straight towards Tich's arm and bite off their thighs. With a cocky body and fine scales, Tich knows that this snake is highly poisonous. Once bitten, the wound will produce severe pain, followed by swelling and pain in the affected limb, followed by bleeding, blood pressure drop, and heart rate decline, die in pain. They did not expect that there were such poisonous snakes hidden in their bodies, but they were discovered by Tich long ago. They were hardened by their armed and domineering. They directly bite into the steel, which is harder than steel, and the deadly venom could not be injected into Tich's body. Tich could not be hurt at all, and with Tich's physique, such venom had little effect on Tich. Tiki's claws flashed, and directly cut off the snake heads of the 2 venomous snakes. The remaining assassins saw that the 2 assassins were easily solved by Tich, and were not afraid. They rushed up one by one. In their hearts, the only rule was complete the orders of your highness, at all costs, even if only the last one is left. Since His Royal Highness wants them to take the pet back, they must do it, and Tich, an enemy, killed so many guards of His Royal Highness, and it is also related to the missing pet, and must be dealt with. Tich didn't care about their killing intent. His sights, hearings, and colors had covered the entire city, and everything was under his control. In addition to these killers, there were a group of people coming here, probably the prince. Power. This is a must-see, after all, this pet was raised for the prince. But now that he is here, don't even think about leaving. Tich is a little surprised. There are hundreds of these killers, and they are good. Everyone has mastered at least one of the 2-color domineering, and some have awakened 2-color domineering. This is undoubtedly a powerful force in the New World, especially for a kingdom. It can play a very large role. But it's only good, and the 2-color domineering is only a preliminary grasp. Tich's intensity when he just awakens is much stronger than them. However, compared to the weak chickens before, Tich couldn't warm up. Now these killers are somewhat interesting. Each is equivalent to a pirate with 50 to 100 million Baileys. There are several strengths. Something beyond. Demon Claw Thunder Flash. There was an electric arc standing on both claws. Tich didn't intend to passively defend. When they came to attack and proactively attacked, these killers had a poisonous snake on their bodies. Compared with Tich, their speed is too slow, or in other words, the explosive power is far inferior to Tich. In front of Tich's domineering, their offensive is completely ineffective, and the powerful domineering attaches a touch to Tich. Layer of hard armor. The sharp claws and the quality of their armed color and domineering are far from that of Tich. They strolled in the courtyard, and the figure flashed from side to side, avoiding the attack of the 3 people. 5 people surrounded Tich and attacked at the same time. The attacks of the remaining 2 assassins fell directly on Tiki's body, and Tiki didn't care. 5 people were kicked far away with a sweep of their legs. With powerful force, blood was vomited from their mouths, their chests and abdomen were constantly rolling, and they almost fainted, but they couldn't fall down so easily. Of specially trained killers once again rushed to Tich, who killed the 2 killers again. They could survive this attack, but it doesn't mean that they could survive Tich's next attack, turning around and kicking, a half-moon shape. His 4-meter-wide flying slash was directly kicked out by Tikai, slammed straight at them, and appeared in front of them at a very fast speed. Trying to block it, but it didn't work. Lan's foot was cut off by the waist. Tich mainly practiced the finger gun and moon step for the 6 naval poses. These 2 are what Tich liked. It does not mean that the other 4 poses have not been practiced. After all, they are the essence of naval sports, and the Navy can run rampant. Doesn't the sea rely on professional training and the Navy's 6 styles? A large number of backbone combat forces have been cultivated, and many lieutenants rely on the Navy's 6-style combat. Watching Tich killing is like looking at an art. He is a strong physique. He pinched the necks of 2 killers with both hands. A killer appeared directly behind the right, holding a knife in his hand, and was about to slash at Tai Ki head, but Tich's speed was much faster than him. At him, Tich smashed his knife with an elbow, hitting his nose with an elbow, and only heard a miserable sound. Called, his painful body flew out directly. When killing these killers, all the snakes hidden in them were killed by Tich. I don't know when, the viper wrapped around Tich's left arm sniffing the surrounding blood, woke up from a deep sleep, crawled out of Tich's arm, staring greedily at the remnants and corpses of the poisonous snakes around. Swallowed them in one bite. Tich didn't care about this. The difference in strength was too big, but it's impossible to kill them with a relaxed move. For Tich, they are not only a tool for venting their anger, but also a tool for Tich to exercise physical skills, especially it is this kind of fear of life and death. After absorbing the things from Fire Wolf Hog to further improve his physical skills, he has not used them in battle, but Tich is still very satisfied with the results. The claw function formed by combining physical skills and swordsmanship is more convenient. The power has been improved. No, we are not his opponent at all. This is a monster. We can't die in vain. We have to pass his news to His Royal Highness. When these killers died one by one, they died in Tich's hands, leaving only 5 people. At that time, they finally woke up and didn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices, because death is worthy of death. Come on, I'll hold him. One of the assassins said, let's go back alone. The other assassin said, holding his weapon tightly. They quickly decided. One killer ran away in the direction of the city at full speed, and the remaining 4 killers stood in front of Tich. Ticky sneered, his white teeth bared, and the next moment, his body disappeared in place. Not good. It was too fast, but Tich didn't do anything to them, as if thinking of something, turned his head and saw that the assassin who had escaped had already died in Tich's hands, and the familiar one made them powerless. His claws pierced his chest. Knowing that they couldn't escape, the 4 of them killed Tich together, but without a doubt, they all fell. There was another group of people coming, but there were only 300 people, all of them were guards. Tich didn't plan to waste time anymore. The blood on his body was flowing, condensing, and gathering, especially the blood on his paws, gathered together, and then it dripped from Tich's hand and dropped to the ground. After a while, Tich's body had no blood at all. Can use life return to this aspect, those in the Navy who can't learn life return will not vomit blood if they know it. Tich put his right hand on his waist and grabbed the hilt of a big sword. In the past 2 years, Tich has grown a lot taller. The big sword can be hung around his waist, but it's close to the back. Otherwise, it will be a little uncomfortable to put it on. This is the great sword that Tai Chi rarely uses, the Sword of Kingship, Long Yuan. With a dark blue sword body and a dark purple hilt inlaid with gems, Tich slowly pulled it out, holding the sword in both hands and placing it diagonally in front of him. The 300 guards are coming here. Tich holds swords in both hands, facing in that direction, one sword flow Longian. With a powerful cut, Tich swung his sword from right to left. The earth was trembling, and the air turbulence seemed to make waves of dragons. A silver horizontal cut of about 100 meters flew in that direction, like a head. Silver dragon! Come on, if it's too late, what if the baby that your Royal Highness looks after is accidentally killed by those guards? One of the guards shouted. As the guards of the elder prince, he does not have a good impression of the second prince, because in their eyes, the second prince and the prince are in a hostile relationship, and they are rivals for the throne. There was a tremor on the ground, but Calm quickly recovered. What's the matter? They were on their way, but the tremor also scared them. I don't know. It's probably an earthquake. A guard replied. What earthquake is so small? The other guard sneered. Hey, what's that? A guard couldn't help stopping, pointing to the front. It was not just him, the other guards saw it. And far, in the front, there was a shining silver light. It's not a baby, right? It's getting brighter. A guard laughed, and wanted to go over and take a look. The silver light got stronger and stronger, and these guards finally realized that something was wrong, and there seemed to be a strong wind coming in front. No, it's coming towards us, run! A guard shouted. The dazzling silver light seemed to cover the sky. What kind of monster is that? No matter what, they can't deal with it. However, it was too late, and the powerful dragon Yin rushed over directly. This was an impact slash, and the sound of dragon chants in his ears sounded. After Tich's precise calculation, this slash fell directly on this area. Include all these guards. The silver light fell, and the powerful impact was pressed against a group of guards. The body, flesh, and blood, and bones were crushed by the powerful impact in an instant, and the earth shook all of a sudden. The movement of this vibration is comparable to an earthquake. The whole shook. In the same place, a large pit with a radius of nearly 100 meters was left. In the pit, you can see mixed flesh and blood, scorched clothes, and broken weapons. Tich left with Navi Peto and returned to the hotel where he lived. Mobius is training, wearing a load, exercising his strength in the room, seeing Tick come in, without speaking, continue training. But soon, he was stunned. What did he see? A little girl got out of Tich's coat. What happened? Introduce, this is Peto, Nifi Peto. Tich looked at Peter, who was curious, and looked at the decoration in the room. In fact, it was very simple. Seeing the bed, he was a little happy and jumped slightly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com jumped onto the bed, then curled up like a cat, lying on the bed, quietly closing her eyes. She was also a little tired. Facing Mobius' curious eyes, Tich did not hide it, and talked about Peter's matter to Mobius. These bastards, why does this kind of thing exist? There is no doubt that Mobius is very angry, and a little unbelievable. Even if he is a slave, he will not be so shocked, and people spoil this kind of thing. Really exceeded his imagination, even Tich hadn't thought about it before, or he didn't dare to think about it. Tikai shook his head, looked at Peto, who seemed to be asleep, and started his own training. After training, he couldn't stop. In the royal city, the palace of the Snake King. Boom! What did you say? It's all destroyed, how is it possible? Snake King Belinda looked at the news that he had just received, in disbelief, and slammed a punch on the throne he had made. These guards are all their own strength. It can be said that they are most of the strength in the King City, as well as the assassin army that they carefully cultivated. Each is a strong man with one enemy in 100, and now he is told that they are all destroyed. Belinda was gasping for breath. His anger seemed to have alarmed the countless snakes in the snake cave, especially the giant python beside him. The pair of cold snake pupils stared at the person who returned, the snake body. Moving constantly, approaching them. It's true. A powerful person has taken action. Not only the power of your Royal Highness, but even the people sent by the prince have died. They died in a huge circular pit 100 meters away. Even the corpse cannot be preserved, only the body is left. The vague flesh and blood and the bones are broken. The reporter said in terror, not knowing whether he was afraid of the tragic death of the corpses in the wild, or the fear of the second prince, the king of snakes, and the snakes around him. Chapter 36, Tick and Number 039, S Plan. Tiger King Palace. What's going on? Is it true? Looking at the message in his hand, Saber frowned tightly. When the huge shock occurred, he sent someone over again to see what happened. However, he was shocked by the news. There were corpses everywhere. The second prince's guards were all dead, and even the killer who was sent in the past died. He was very clear about the strength of the killer army, according to intelligence. There is only one enemy, but from the analysis of the corpses of these killers, this is an unmatched enemy, who can be easily slaughtered without any resistance. There are pictures taken by his men in front of him. Compared with the corpses, the huge crater where his men died shocked him, like a meteorite falling. How powerful is this to achieve this degree? Things seem to be a little beyond his control. Such a strong man can't solve them at all. It needs to rely on his father's power, that is, King Brady. At this moment, a guard came in from outside without any notice. However, after looking at the clothes he was wearing, he did not dare to speak. He was strong, dressed in black armor, and exuded a murderous breath like a beast. The powerful, invisible suffocation pressure forced them. Saber didn't dare to speak. If it was someone else, if it was so unreasonable, he would definitely have to teach him a lesson first. His Royal Highness, Lord King wants you to come to him. The black-armored guard said coldly. Well, I will be there soon. The prince nodded. Then, the black-armored guard left. The prince, this is. The speaker was a close friend of the prince. He was a little puzzled, why the prince was so tolerant of his unreasonableness and was not angry at all. He dared not speak before, after the black-armored guard left. He couldn't help but speak. This is the king's personal guard, belongs directly to the king, and is the hidden power of the kingdom. Another person on the side listened and explained to him. What? This is the rumored black armor, the strongest army in the kingdom. He exclaimed, I didn't expect it to exist. No, the strongest army in the kingdom is the army of beasts controlled by my father, but... The Prince Saber set out. As a prince, he must know more about the secrets than others. This is the father. The carefully selected elites who have survived from the Beast Island, if you don't count the beast army that your father has mastered, then they are the strongest army in the kingdom. Let's go, don't let my father wait for a long time. To be honest, I haven't seen my father for years. The prince said, walking towards the most central and tallest palace. Because the power of the Kate Kingdom is controlled by the royal family and has absolute authority, the king of the Kate Kingdom is powerful. In order to exercise his children, he has delegated most of his power. It is not only the prince, but in the Hall of the Snake King and the Hall of the Dragon King, there are black armored guards haunted, and the second prince and the third prince have been notified. Yes, I'll be over soon. Belinda the Snake King adjusted her mood and calmed down. She didn't expect that her father would let them pass. However, it should be related to the incident that just happened. When Titch used a powerful slash, the huge movement directly alarmed King Brady in the depths of the palace, knowing that such a strong man had appeared in the palace, and such a powerful movement had been produced. So I called these three sons over to ask. After all, my rights have been delegated to their hands. If something goes wrong, I don't ask them, but who else? The huge palace was very empty, twice the size of the palace of the three princes. King Brady sat high on the throne and looked down at the three princes below. His body exuded a powerful spirit. The breath on his body was stronger than these three princes are much stronger, not only in a high position, but more importantly, the confidence given him by their powerful strength. The powerful aura like a beast made the three princes lower their heads. They met on the way, and then walked into the palace together. The three princes didn't say a word, even the domineering lemur did not dare to speak under King Brady's suppression. They are waiting for Brady to ask questions. Let's talk about it. What happened? Who is this strong man? Where did it come from? Why is there such a big movement? Brady asked, but every question put a lot of pressure on them. The third Prince Lemur turned his head and glanced at the two people beside him. His eyes signaled that this matter had nothing to do with him. The second Prince Belinda looked at the prince. The two looked at each other. He shook his head, meaning that he didn't know who the strong man was. And the prince carried the data in his hands, the data he found out by his men. So this matter is left to the prince. The Prince Saber was helpless, and took a step forward. Father, I'm very sorry, we don't know the identity of that person, we don't know what he looks like, we don't even have a picture, but this is a small battlefield I collected. Please have a look at the information. Saber said. Brady glanced at him, some satisfied, some dissatisfied, satisfied with the attitude of the prince, but not satisfied with the answer of the prince. A shadow flashed across the palace. This is an eagle, which flew over from nowhere. Stopping directly in front of him, the sharp claws below directly grabbed the information in the hands of the prince and flew towards Brady on the throne. This is Brady's ability. It can control all animals. It's very buggy, enough to control all the beasts in the land and sky, but it has no effect on marine life, because it will disappear if it touches the sea. The beast army in his hand is the strongest power in his hand, and he has directly mastered a beast island through his ability, and tame the beast king on the beast island. Those powerful beasts have almost no restrictions. This is also used to train black armored guards. Island. Due to geographical reasons, there is a beast island in the north of the pet island, which is very close. Brady looked at the information collected by Saber, especially the photos, looking back and forth, looking more and more seriously, analyzing the injuries of those corpses. After a long time, he put down the information in his hand. This is a strong man who is proficient in physical skills, and there may be another, a powerful swordsman. King Brady said, he is also a strong man in physical skills. Coupled with sailing on the sea for many years, it can be seen naturally, but he said that he had guessed wrong, and Titch was the only one. Then father, what do you do next? The prince asked. Remain vigilant and try not to provoke them. If you find their trail and determine that they are hostile, then inform me and I will do it myself. Brady said. His powerful aura was revealed and he was very confident. He is now the pinnacle. During the period, his strength was one of the best in the sea, plus a powerful beast as his backing. The guards of the king's city were tightened suddenly, and the guards walked to the street to patrol. There seemed to be a heavy atmosphere, and everyone felt it for a moment. Titch naturally found out. Walking on the street, Pito hid in his coat. He wanted to keep Pito in the hotel, but Pito refused and wanted to be by his side, and he was also worried about being in the hotel. Zhong is likely to be discovered, and it is safer to hide on him. There is only one requirement, and that is to not be able to come out. Pechuo is very obedient, and it is not difficult for her who has eaten the devil fruit. Tick wants to destroy this country, or to destroy the country's royal family, as well as the sinful nobles. It is easy to destroy the nobles, but difficult to destroy the royal family, and Tick doesn't want to do it himself. This is likely to expose himself, which is not what he wants. Secretly had an idea, a plan. He wanted to plan a war for this country and the Kaido pirates. Kaido's gaze has already noticed this country, but there is no special attention, just some interest. For the love of beasts, his goal is a legion composed entirely of animal devil fruits, but it is difficult to succeed. The ability of the king of the Kate Kingdom, it's not a secret, he is a little curious and normal, so he sent a small team to observe in this kingdom. But Kaido, who likes war, is essentially a shit-cutter. What he needs is a reason for war, and Tich gives him a reason to cause a war between Kaido and Kate's kingdom. There are dozens of members of the Kaido pirate group in this country, and most of them gather in a tavern in the western part of the city to drink. "Boss, here are 2 bottles of rum." Tich smiled at the boss in front of the stage, turned his head slightly, and looked around. As he expected, members of the Kaido pirates were in this tavern, drinking in the pub, in a corner on the right side of the tavern. The appearance of the Kaido pirates is still very easy to distinguish. They are relatively crude, like barbarians. Some members who worship Kaido also wear helmets with horns on their heads. "Your wine." 2 bottles of rum were handed over. Tich took the 2 bottles of wine and slowly came to a place near the members of the Beast Pirate group. At the table next to them, Tich sitting on the chair. Behind him, less than 1 meter away, is the seat of a member of the Beast Pirate group. "I had a few small dishes." Tiki quietly drank wine, ate small dishes, and listened to them chatting about the time on the sea. Did they mention Kaido? Now, Kaido is not like Charlotte Lingling. A large island, Cake Island, is a basic dish, still wandering around, only occupying some islands. His current strength is very strong, but the overall strength of the pirate group is too weak. It is not comparable to other top pirate groups. Unlike the future, there are 3 calamities, 6 volleys, and many other strong players. It didn't take long for Tick to be drunk. He had been drinking. After drinking, he took 2 bottles, and then took them again. Now, there are 19 bottles of rum on the small table. The amount of alcohol caused the guests who were eating around to turn their eyes to Tick from time to time, with surprise and envy in their eyes. After all, the amount of alcohol was a symbol of a real man. Tick's face was flushed with misty eyes, and he couldn't help but stand up from his seat, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. His footsteps were vacant, shaking from side to side, and suddenly, his body was not standing firmly, and he fell back, but he reacted. One turned, one the hand held it on, his original chair, and the wine bottle in his hand fell off from his hand, and it happened to fly to the pirate of the Beast Pirate group sitting behind him. Boom! The wine bottle hit him directly, but it didn't break, but the lid of Tich's wine bottle had been removed long ago, and the wine kept flowing out of the bottle mouth and flowing onto the pirate's crotch. The air solidified all of a sudden, and he froze for a moment. This sudden moment made him completely unresponsive. The crotch was soaked by the wine at the speed of the naked eye, the color darkened, and the ice-cold sticky feeling only stopped. The other pirates of the Beast Pirate group all laughed, ha 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 ha. Jerry, you are peeing on your pants. I seem to smell a strong aroma of wine. The pirate on the side brought his face close to his crotch, sniffed slightly, then retracted his face to cover his nose. There is a faint smell. With that said, the pirates all around laughed louder, and Tich did not expect that there is such a strange thing in the beasts. The pirate named Jerry clenched his fists, clenched his teeth, his face flushed, not knowing whether it was because of shyness or anger. I stood up all of a sudden, walked in front of Ditch, grabbed Ditch by the skirt, and lifted it up www.readaloud.com and shouted at Ditch, "Hey! Alcohol, you want to die, what's wrong? Don't go out and wander around when you are drunk." Who is drunk? Tich shook his head and retorted, "Do you think I look drunk?" The eyes of the pirates all around were the same, and they all revealed the same meaning, "What do you think?" "Hey! Jerry, let it go, and care about something with a drunkard," a pirate on the side said in peace. "What? I feel uncomfortable when I beat him." Jerry didn't want to give up, he wanted to beat the drunk in front of him severely. What are you talking about? I'm very awake. Titch said drunkenly, looking at Jerry in front of him, shaking his head, as if he wanted to make his head more awake and see more clearly. You should be a member of the 100 Beasts and Pirates. It was my fault that accidentally got you wet. In return, I will tell you a piece of news related to your 100 Beasts and Pirates. With a good attitude, he grabbed Jerry's hand directly and ran to the corner of the wall where their table was leaning against. Jerry didn't resist, and he was a little curious in his heart. It was related to the group of beasts and pirates. This news was told to me by my uncle's nephew's sister's cousin's younger brother. He is a guard in the palace. Don't tell others. If someone knows about it, you will be decapitated. Titch said seriously. Turned his head and glanced at the pirates, so they didn't want to listen. Then, he whispered to Jerry, your pirate group of beasts is over. Jerry was amazed, and the pirates sitting in the seats also heard. Although Titch said quietly, their strength was not good. I was weak, my hearing was not bad, I was a little curious, and all of them pricked up their ears in secret. Unexpectedly, I heard such a burst of news all at once. Chapter 37, Kaido dispatched. How is it possible? Jerry didn't believe it, and the others didn't believe it, thinking that Titch was talking nonsense and was still a drunk. Then you don't know. Titch smiled, you know the abilities of our king. Jerry nodded, just about to talk, Titch began to say, looking admiring. Our king's ability is to tame beasts, he can tame all beasts, animals, and in his hands he holds an army of beasts composed entirely of beasts. Then, Titch put his face to his ears, the Beast Island in the northern part of the kingdom is controlled by the king, and the monster kings can only be like dogs in their ability to face the king. Titch looked a little excited, I heard that my relative said that the king's ability seems to have made a big breakthrough. What breakthrough? Jerry asked, this is big news. Those who can control animal devil fruit ability. Titch whispered. What? How could it be possible? Can even be controlled by the capable? Jerry's eyes widened, as if thinking of what Titch was going to say. The pirates of the other 100 Beasts pirate group also had no interest in drinking, quietly listening to Titch's words, but their hearts were ups and downs, and stormy waves were set off. So, hurry up, don't stay in the pirate group of beasts. I heard that the king has been eyeing Kaido of the beasts. As long as he eats the king's power creation, he can control Kaido and become a kingdom. The strongest fighter, watch the door for the kingdom. Taichi patted his shoulder, this matter is a secret of the kingdom, don't tell anyone. After speaking, Taichi stood up and walked outside. They were still digesting the news that Titch passed on to them, which shocked them too much. After a long time, they didn't respond. Recovered, they wanted to find Titch, but Titch had already left and ran outside, but they couldn't find Titch. How could Titch be found by them? In a small alley, his body changed and he changed back to his original appearance. How could he use his true appearance to do this kind of thing, so he adjusted it with the return of his life. Your facial muscles and height. Quietly watching the next actions of the members of the Beast Pirate group, this is an important part of his plan. Hey, what should I do next? A pirate said. Idiot, of course, I directly informed the governor. How could the governor be so powerful that he could be controlled so easily? Didn't that person just say that he can only be controlled if he eats the king's ability to create something? The governor knows this news, and again I'm not a fool, how could I eat it, said a pirate next to him. He is their leader, and he is also the true worship of Kaido. We have done a great job this time. The governor will definitely reward us. This place is so boring. I'm afraid the governor will forget us. Okay, let's go back to our base first. Such a big thing, of course, you should promptly inform Master Kaido, what mood is there to eat? They are all members of the Kaido pirates. If Kaido-sama is tamed, what else can they do? Blah brew. Brew brew. New World, a beast island, thunder and gossip. A huge giant nearly 8 meters tall, with a pair of curvy horns and thick black long hair. He is naked, with a red dragon scale tattooed on his left arm and chest. He has strong muscles and exudes a powerful aura that is even more fierce than a beast. Watching it up close, it looks like a demon, which is intuitive and powerful. This is Kaido, Kaido of all beasts, with the immortal body, the future 4 emperors Kaido. Holding a huge mace in his hand, powerful thunder bursts out of it, shining with thunder and lightning. This is a more powerful thunder and lightning than Tick, and it is also a natural thunder. On the opposite side of him is a giant close to 100 meters. The beast is a real behemoth, a legendary monster. It is a monster like a legendary dragon, with thick scales, sharp claws, and terrifying power. It is in mid-air with Kaido's mace. In the collision, for a time, evenly matched, in terms of strength, this dragon-like monster turned out to be even better. Kaido was wounded with a bandage on his body. He was injured when he challenged Roger before. Those people didn't speak martial arts at all. As a result, Kaido was beaten by a group of them. He passed out and was beaten. Throw it into the sea. The war is still going on. Facing such a behemoth, the huge Kaido looks extremely small and seems a little unhappy. Why did you put away the mace? I don't know where it was placed. The directly transformed blue dragon with a length of several hundred meters, this is a contest between the dragon and the giant dragon, as if a scene that can only appear in mythology, is now unfolding in front of us. Kate Kingdom, why doesn't Kaido boss answer the phone worm? Isn't he not outside to listen to the news? A pirate asked. Do you guys know Governor Kaido? Where are you probably fighting now? I don't care about us, but it should be coming soon. Another pirate said. Haha, isn't there a newspaper before? It says the news that Boss Kaido picked everyone to single out Roger pirates. It was too capricious, and no one of his men was brought together. As a result, he was hanged and beaten. A pirate, he smiled. I heard someone say that it seemed that it took 2 weeks to find the boss of Kaido and get him out of the sea. At this time, Brook. The phone rushed. Okay, Kaido boss is going to talk to us. These pirates were a little happy. The war lasted for a long time, and finally stopped. The behemoth was finally defeated by Kaido, lost its strength and fell to the ground. Kaido returned to his camp. Where's the meat? Where's the wine? Get everything ready for me soon. Yes, boss. When Kaido came back, everyone went to prepare food. This is a hidden island. On the island there are terrible creatures. Kaido was fighting with that monster before. Drank the wine in large guts, and the wine continued to flow down the corner of the mouth from the neck. The big hand grabbed a roasted leg and tore it directly in front of his mouth. Master Kaido, there is important information here, about Kate Kingdom, because you were still fighting before, so I didn't notify you. A pirate came to his side, holding a phone worm in his hand. Kate Kingdom? Is that the pet kingdom? The king of that country can control the beasts. Kaido was stunned at first, and then he thought that he had some reflections on this country, so he sent a small group of people to pay attention. If I didn't say it, I almost forgot about it. Hey! What's the important thing? Here in Kate's kingdom, the phone worm rang, and the tone and manner of speech can be imitated in real time. It is a very magical thing. Kaido's voice came from inside. Finally, Master Kaido finally answered the phone worm. Seeing the phone worm ringing, they yelled in excitement. God knows how long they have been waiting. Since receiving the news in the morning, they immediately returned to this small base. Has been sitting here and waiting for Master Kaido to answer the phone worm. In order not to miss the phone worm, they have not even eaten food until now. Look outside, the sky has begun to darken. In the hotel, Titch, who had been following them, breathed a sigh of relief. seeing and hearing that the domineering has been paying attention there. He didn't expect Kaido to answer the news after such a long time. He couldn't help but vomit. This Kaido is really unreliable. Hearing several cheering voices from the phone worm, Kaido's complexion became stiff and a little embarrassed. He turned his head and asked, "When did the phone worm call?" Lord Kaido, you called in the morning while you were still fighting," the pirate said, but he couldn't help but want to laugh. "Okay, don't make any noise, I want to report this important news." The pirate-headed wiped his tears of excitement and said in a deep voice, calming everyone else down. "Master Kaido, after our observation, the king of the Kate Kingdom is extremely dangerous, especially for our pirates of beasts. King Kate used his ability to master an entire beast island, and there is a powerful army of beasts." He was talking about the information he had obtained, combining what he had detected over the years with what Titch had said to them before. There is still some uncertain news, but it is even more important. Kate King Brady seems to have made a major breakthrough in his ability to control the animal demon fruit ability. Through the news inside the palace, the Kate Kingdom seems to have been eyeing you. Now, Lord Kaido. He didn't say anything, but used the word uncertainty. However, there is a great possibility. Hey! Kaido's eyes widened suddenly, and the wine glass in his hand was directly crushed by him. That's right. It is indeed very detrimental to the beasts and pirates, because almost all of the beasts and pirates are in the group. The abilities are all animal devil fruit abilities, and Kaido himself is the same, and his goal is to build a legion composed entirely of animal devil fruit abilities. This is an absolute hostile relationship, and the king of the Kate Kingdom blocks it. Kaido's way is up. This is also Titch's idea. This kind of natural hostility is what Titch wants to promote. The two parties can only exist on one side, and one of them must be eliminated, and this side is the royal family of the Kate Kingdom. Is there any news? Kaido calmed down and continued to ask. He was stunned. It seemed that there was something very important, but he forgot. Hey, ability to create things, ability to create things. A pirate on the side reminded. Yes, there is still the ability to create creatures. It seems that taming beasts will have a capable creation. As long as you eat that thing, you will be controlled by King Kate. He said so seriously. Okay, I see, I will be there soon. Kaido listened, nodded, and then hung up the phone worm. Boss Kaido, are we going to leave? Go to the Kate Kingdom. A pirate said. He is an animal demon fruit capable person. He did not expect to have such a terrifying ability. There is some peace in his heart. Such a person must to be dealt with. No, I'll be alone at that time, and you will guard our territory. Kaido is not stupid. After knowing the information of Kate Kingdom, a beast army is not something his men can stop, although his strength he is strong, but his subordinates are not good. Although he has regained many pirates with his powerful strength, there are no strong ones who can be alone. Some of them are still in the process of growing. Lose. At the same time, he had an eager idea in his heart, he must find a strong subordinate. Kate Kingdom, have you heard? Master Kaido is coming over, so happy. The members of these beasts and pirates have not seen Kaido for a long time. Hotel, Titch smiled and continued to exercise. His plan was successful. While in the palace, King Brady frowned, only feeling that there was a shadow, and there was an ominous premonition in his heart. After eating and drinking, Kaido wore a wine gourd with the word heaven on his waist and wiped his mouth. Tell me the location of Kate's kingdom. Okay. A pirate on the side had already been there for a long time. When I was ready, I took out a chart, pointed to the current position on it, clicked the position of the pet island, and calculated a little. Boss Kaido, just keep flying in this direction. Kaido used to be an intern pirate. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com naturally understands charts, he is not a road idiot. After grabbing the chart, Kaido's body changed and turned blue, with blue scales growing on his body. He was beasting, and after a while, he became a head with a length of several hundred. Mi's dragon flew directly into the sky, watching the chart flying towards the direction of the pet island. The speed is very fast, the huge body is submerged in the clouds, and the thick clouds are brewing great terror. The moment he appeared, the powerful thunder and lightning exploded in an instant, but the thunder and lightning in the clouds did not hurt him at all. Mobius turned his head to look at Titch, who was training, but Titch didn't care about his gaze and ignored him. Could only sigh, and continue to complete the task that Titch had given him. Nefipedo sat in front of Mobius, a little excited, his eyes gleaming. That's right, Mobius is teaching Pedo to speak. Pedo can't speak, but Mobius has some experience. He has taught those who are still young, children speak, read characters. See Tick's advice to teach him. Annoyed with so many things, he just raised his mouth casually, and then Titch pulled over to catch the strong man, and this task was handed over to him. He regrets a bit. Why does he speak so much? Isn't it good to train honestly? But Petuo learns very quickly and has a very good memory. In a short period of time, she has already spoken some simple languages. In Titch's words, she understands human words, so it's not difficult to learn languages. But Titch is not without tasks. He will also spend a little time teaching Pedo to walk and learn to stand, but it takes some time to change this habit. Fortunately, Pedo is still small and has great plasticity. For Titch, they teach it can be done quickly, and even the pain can be endured. Chapter 38, Kaido arrives, war begins. One night passed, and Titch was still training. Suddenly, Titch raised his head and looked at the sky outside. Here, Titch said to himself. Hey? What's coming? Boss Titch. Mobius has now woken up, and when he heard what Titch said, he was a little confused. Yet, Peter, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly trembled. He seemed to feel something terrifying. He was awakened from his sleep and looked outside. Yes, terrible. Peter said in his mouth, with fear in his eyes. Gaze, jumped off the bed, and ran to Titch's side. Only then did he calm down, and he could feel a sense of security by Titch's side. Titch touched her head comfortingly, her short white wavy hair that was born that day. It's okay, it's not coming towards us. Boss, what happened? I don't know how it feels. Mobius asked. Even Petuo felt it. Wait, look out the window, you'll find out after a while. Titch smiled and said that his plan didn't tell Mobius, these are not something he can touch now. Looking out the window, after a while, the sky changed and it became darker. With a whistle, there was a strong wind in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and I looked up to the sky, and there was a continuous flash of thunder in the clouds. The entire city of people looked at the sky outside the window or walked into the street, a little curious, but more of a fear of the unknown. What happened? Such strange weather has never happened before. Suddenly, with the sound of awe, almost the entire city was shocked, and many people yelled out in shock. Mobius opened his eyes wide, his mouth opened wide, as if he could stuff a basketball. This is... He recognized it, turned his head to look at Titch, and wanted to get Titch's confirmation. That's right, Kaido of the beasts. Now the top big sea pirate under the legend is famous for his near-immortal body. I saw, among the thick clouds, a blue dragon head protruding directly from the thick clouds. Everyone was shocked. This was not over yet, it was just a head. Then, the body of the Shenlong gradually revealed itself, fully displayed in the eyes of everyone in the royal city. The huge body of hundreds of nearly 1,000 meters long, a whole blue Shenlong, hovered in the sky above the royal city. Shocked people's hearts, but there was also fear. Hey! It's scary, what kind of ability is this? Mobius swallowed deeply, goo. He suppressed the shock in his heart and turned to ask Titch. Thief, ha ha ha. I'm scared, I haven't seen it a few times. Titch laughed, and Mobius's appearance was in his expectation, and then explained to him, animal, it's a monster species, fish fruit, blue dragon form. When on the Moby Dick, Kaido often came to challenge Dad, probably once every few months, but when fighting, he used his human body to fight. This blue dragon form was also in the sky when he came to look for them. Tick could see that Kaido's azure dragon form has become larger and longer than before, which means that Kaido's strength has become even stronger. This is the phantom beast species, a creature that only exists in fantasy. Mobius said, a wave of yearning couldn't help but rise in his heart. Here, what kind of monster is this? It's too exaggerated, how come there are such creatures? Isn't this a creature that only exists in mythology? After Kaido appeared, there was not much movement, and the whole city fell into a panic. And the ones who are more flustered than them are those tamed pets. One by one, they become impatient and fearful. This is the innate suppression of the life level, making them seem to be surrendered. In the streets and alleys, countless pets ran around uncontrollably, especially the poisonous snakes and beasts. They lost control and started killing people for no reason. Many people died in the hands of these beasts. Is this a dragon? In the palace, the third Prince Lemur would naturally not regard it as a creature. Instead, he saw that this was a strong man. He couldn't help feeling a bit ridiculous. In front of such a terrible strong man, the title of the Dragon King felt extremely ironic. He can clearly feel that this strong man is stronger and stronger than his father. Compared to other places, there are more beasts in the palace, but they have basically lost control. After staying with these creatures for a long time, you can gradually feel their emotions, fears, and fears. Kaido's gaze was placed directly on the inside of the palace, condescending. He saw at a glance, the strongest King Brady, and the beast paradise built in the palace. They are all the beasts that Brady has subdued, and there are plenty of them. With 1,000 heads, Kaido will have some innate suppression of the beasts. However, although these beasts are slightly suppressed, they are full of warfare, because they are surrendered to Brady, and their hearts are surrendered instead of being controlled. These Kaidos can be seen, and at the same time, my heart is more afraid of his ability. I can't help thinking of his ability to tame the animal demon fruit ability, and I can't help but be careful. Seeing these beasts, as well as the thousands of black armored guards in the city, the aura exuding from their bodies is very powerful. Compared with those who often exercise with the beasts, they are not inferior to them. I have to say that the decision made here is a very wise choice. Without speaking, I had already made a decision in my heart. I just started, Dragon's Breath. With the Dragon's Breath as the declaration of war, Kaido's voice echoed between heaven and earth, and the dragon opened his hideous mouth and took a big breath. The strong air pressure and wind pressure seemed to have been sucked into the abdomen, and the rich red gold energy was constantly condensing. No, run! The complexion of the people inside the palace changed, and you could feel the terrifying energy from this move from a distance. The perception of those beasts and animals should be more keen, felt the crisis, and went frantically around. Run away! Others wanted to escape, but it was too late. The hot dragon's breath fell from the sky. The palace was huge. The dragon's breath shot directly into the depths of the palace. A powerful wave of air was generated and spread to the surroundings. Spread, collapse, burn, and become ashes. The dragon's breath that fell directly from the sky is like a meteor, but it appeared in front of the residents of the entire royal city. Such terrifying power shocked everyone. 1/3 of the houses collapsed, and in the center of the dragon's breath, it was charred and even the buildings melted. The whole city was quiet. Kaido, what are you doing? Are you provoking my Kate Kingdom? Without a word, he fired the map cannon. In the ruins, King Brady opened a pillar, and the pillar fell aside. Bang! A cloud of smoke was raised. He looks a little embarrassed, his clothes are a bit damaged and charred, but he is not injured. Although Kaido's dragon breath has a large attack range and looks very powerful, it is not enough for a strong man like him. Brady roared. It could be seen that he was very angry. He looked at a large area of ruins around him. He was hitting him in the face and he came back from the sea. He has been a king for so long. It is the first time that such a thing has happened because of the temperament of being in a high position. Brady knows Kaido, this is a monster, stronger than him, but he is not afraid, because he is capable. You are the king of this country, I don't know what your name is, but your ability makes me very uncomfortable, and your title. Kaido, who has turned into a dragon, his voice is extremely loud, echoing between heaven and earth. So, you go to die. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Kaido's huge body descend from the sky and swoop toward the palace. Once such a big monster rushed down, the palace would become ruins in a short time. Come on, the palace can't stay. The prince left the palace under the protection of the guards, because his palace was close to the periphery of the palace. Although it was affected, there was no damage. The other two princes also ran out of the palace. This kind of battle is not something they can intervene. How many people go in will be sent to death, but the result of this battle is likely to affect the future of this country. They all look at the battle that has already taken place, which also has a lot of vision for them. Big benefits. The prince arranged for guards to maintain order in the royal city to avoid greater panic. They are all quickly fleeing from the royal city. People will be safer if they leave the royal city. If they continue to stay here, they may be affected by the next battle. And then I don't know how to die. This has a history. After a pirate group robbed a small town on the border of the Kate Kingdom several years ago, the greedy desire was not satisfied, and they wanted more. Then they ran towards the city. The battle took place. In the wilderness outside the royal city, the palace once dismissed some people to avoid accidental injury. Because of the king's ability, the beasts that were conquered were ordered to rush to the wilderness and eliminate the invading pirates. All the way, countless houses were destroyed by the beasts. Many people were accidentally injured by the beasts or trampled to death. Although these beasts obeyed the king's orders, the nature of the beasts would not change, and they would not care about the life and death of these ordinary people. This incident passed later, but it has not been forgotten in the minds of the residents of the royal city. This time, another powerful enemy attacked and directly attacked the palace. Next, the entire royal city will become their battlefield, and the beast army under their king will reappear. Damn it! King Brady's face was gloomy. He couldn't resist such a powerful impact. He quickly jumped to avoid it. At the same time, he also used his own ability to continuously pass orders to the powerful beasts in the beast park. Roar! Roar! With a loud roar, looking from a distance, giant beasts ran towards this side. Wow! This is big news! In the dark, a news bird flew in the air, but unlike other news birds, there was a video phone worm hanging on the neck of this news bird. This kind of reporter bird will continue to fly in the various islands on the sea, and then look for big news and then record it. The biological intelligence of this world is very high. This is not a problem for newsbird in some simple things. Was directly transmitted to the World Economic News Service through a telephone worm. At the headquarters of the World Economic News Service, an albatross wearing a tuxedo and a bowler hat looked at the image received in front of him and exclaimed in excitement. This is Morgans, the vice president of the World Economic News Agency, one of the dark world giants in the future. Morgans was very excited. He immediately found the location of the reporter bird and passed the message to him through a small phone bug. This is a big news. Give me a good photo. If it is done, I will come back to you. Big bonus. Hearing what Morgans said, the reporter bird was excited, and the image couldn't help but tremble, and he became more serious. With a big bonus, it is not a dream to have a few beautiful female birds in the future and live a good and happy life. Then, Morgans took the video and rushed to the president's room, where the news agency president stayed excitedly. "President, President, there is big news." This is an old man in his 60s, with some grey hair, glasses on his face, sitting calmly at the desk, watching the big bird rushing in, and teaching, "Morgans, be calm. You are my successor, no news can make us lose our calm mind." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. "Yes, what you taught is the president." Hearing what the president said, Morgans reacted, stood up straight, bent down and bowed deeply. "Okay, what news? Let's take a look." Seeing Morgans's attitude, the old president was very satisfied, nodded, and said to Morgans, "Okay, this is the image, the battle that took place on the pet island of the New World." Morgans handed the video phone worm in his hand to the old president. The old president took the video phone worm, very calm, and opened the video. At a glance, suddenly, his eyes lit up. Stood up abruptly from his seat, his eyes lighted. "Big news, the battle between the king of the Kate Kingdom and Kaido. I have thought about the title. It's called The War Between the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster." The old president laughed and looked at Morgans, who was stunned next to him. "What are you doing? Put down everything in your hands and hold a meeting around this news." "Okay, okay." Morgans only reacted, but he was spitting in his heart, saying, "Yes, I am in a much better situation than you, but my pace has accelerated." The news agency was very efficient. Soon everyone gathered together. The video phone worm was playing. The journalists below collect information on Kaido and Pet Island, and then analyze the cause of the war. Others are quick to write manuscripts to describe the battle more brilliantly. This is big news. The Kate Kingdom is a powerful country. It pays a lot of heavenly gold every year. The Navy will definitely not be lonely. The headline tomorrow will be this news, everyone. Click to start. Although the old president is old, he is very energetic, and the passion of each worker has been mobilized. Chapter 39, Upcoming Third Party. At this time, the Navy headquarters had already received the news. "Really? Okay, I will send someone to support it soon." The Marshal Kong looked at the phone worm in front of him and nodded and said, "Hurry up, it is your Navy's responsibility to deal with pirates. If the king dies, in the next 20 years, we will all refuse to teach the sky to gold." The phone worm said coldly, and then hung up. This is the great prince. Facing the Navy, he still has to maintain his great power. No problem, right? Can these navies arrive in time? The second Prince Belinda asked, but his eyes were full of mistrust, and the same was true for the third Prince Limer. "Don't worry, you must come. If the heavenly gold is lost, the world government will not give up. The final loss will be deducted from the Navy's military expenses." The Prince Saber looked at the battle in the palace and laughed, very confident. He is very clear about the Navy. As he said, facing the phone worm that hung up suddenly and the last words that came, Sora's complexion became stiff, and he didn't clench his fists tightly, but he was so angry that he was squeezed to death. It's better to send someone over first. If it's really like what he said, the final consequences may be borne by our Navy. The crane on the side sighed and calmly analyzed that she was in the Navy headquarters, as a staff officer. She doesn't need to be on the front line, unless there are important things. Now, she is helping the Marshal Kong to deal with things. Well, of course I know. Sora rubbed his temples, sighed, and then angrily said, "This Kaido, it's okay to eat and hold on, give me trouble." Then he turned his head and looked at he question, "Who is closest to Kate Kingdom now?" Crane is in charge of most of the Navy's intelligence. Faced with the question of Kong, he did not hesitate, "That is Carp. If it goes at full speed, it will only take an hour to arrive. Then inform Carp and let him. Let go of the things in your hands first," said Sora. He was still very confident about Carp's strength and dealing with Kaido. "Okay." Crane nodded and stepped back. In the new world, Roger, I won't escape for you this time. On a giant dog-headed warship, the naval hero Carp shouted, holding an iron ball in his hand. With a powerful domineering attitude, the Golden Thompson of the Roger pirates threw it over. Haha! It's too early to catch me. It's been more than 20 years, isn't it still like this? Roger laughed and drew out the long sword on his waist directly. King! The iron ball fell into the sea. And what he will face is not 1 or 2 iron balls, but dozens of hundreds. On both sides of Carp, there are 2 large boxes filled with iron balls, but they are moving at the speed of the naked eye. Decrease. Carp kept throwing the iron ball at such a fast speed that people could not see the movements in his hand. A phantom appeared. Don't even think about running, this time I was fully prepared. I didn't have enough ammunition to let you run last time. Kapu shouted and laughed. Large iron fell from the sky at a very fast speed, rubbing the air and emitting a hot red light, like a shooting star. It's horrible, how can this be avoided? Run, I'm going to die. A short child with a red nose that looks like a clown at a distance. Seeing such a terrifying sight, he ran around on the boat in a panic, seemingly wanting to find a safe place. Hey! Bucky, calm down, don't run around, trust the captain, we will be fine, the captain is a legendary pirate. A red-haired boy grabbed Bucky's arm and said calmly, looking at him. The meteors falling from the sky are not as calm as they seem on the surface. Bucky stopped and looked down at the red-haired boy. Then, he laughed and pointed at the red-haired boy's feet. Shanks, you still have the right to say me, your legs are shaking. Idiot, there is no such thing, you are wrong. Shanks blushed, and then retorted, it's useless, I've seen it all. Bucky smiled, and the initiative is with him. Then, the two began to fight each other around this topic, and the tension on the boat became active. It's so energetic. A blond man with glasses smiled as he watched the noise between the two. But it's too natural to want to solve us so easily. This is the deputy captain of the Roger pirate ship, Raleigh. Let's get on together, friends, don't let these iron fall on the ship. And compared to Roger, Raleigh is more like the commander of this ship. Haha, I can't help it, a long time ago. Let's move a little bit. The crew of the Roger pirates group laughed, flexing their hands one by one, facing these iron that rushed over. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their magical powers. These hundreds of iron were quickly knocked down by the members of the Roger pirates, and the iron on Carp's boat were all used up. How could his efficiency of throwing iron alone compare to Roger's the efficiency of the pirate group's shots with so many people? Carp stretched out his hand, trying to catch the iron ball, but didn't catch anything. Turning his head to see, it was empty. A naval colonel next to him said, Lieutenant General Carp, all the iron we prepared have already been used. It's over. What? Nothing? Then bring that thing over. Carp listened, stared, and thought of something, and said to the school officer. Lieutenant General Carp, are you sure? If you don't get it right, this warship will sink by accident. The colonel reminded. Haha, don't worry, I will control the intensity. Carp laughed. Disperse, let out the position in the middle of the deck, Lieutenant General Carp is going to use the Big Mac. When the school officer heard Lieutenant General Carp's words, his heart suddenly became clear, and he shouted. These 3 words Big Mac, these Marines reacted at once, and hurriedly leaned to the edge of the ship. Boom! The mechanism was touched, and the deck opened. All the seamen looked under the opened deck. Hiss! They all took a deep breath. Many people had never seen it before, but knew it was Carp. A big killer prepared by the Lieutenant General to deal with Roger. Unexpectedly, it is such a big guy, worthy of the name of a giant. This is a super big iron ball, hidden under the warship, wrapped by a coating layer. Its size is only a little smaller than the warship. A thick iron chain is connected to the ball. In order to be able to carry this super big iron ball, Capout asked him to transform his warship. I saw Carp grabbed the iron chain, a powerful monster-like force, lifted this super huge iron ball abruptly, and grabbed the top of his head. Hey! There has been no movement for so long, didn't the guy Carp give up, right? Raleigh said with some confusion. At this time, Cap's familiar voice came, Roger, this is a gift I specially prepared for you, go ahead, haha. Hey! It will die. Looking at the warship, I don't know when a super big iron ball larger than their pirate ship appeared on the warship, covered with powerful weapons and domineering, shining with metal under the strong light. Light! Bucky's eyes were about to pop out, and Shanks breathed cold air behind him. This is how the big iron ball was made? There was nothing there just now. Laeli helped his glasses, cold sweat broke out on his brows. Be serious, don't let it fall on the ship, otherwise, the Jackson will collapse directly. Roger said seriously, super large, plus Cap's monster-level power and domineering. The members of the Roger Pirates group said one after another, and they were all ready to take action. Go, Broken Star! Grasping the iron chain, Carp used all his strength, with the momentum to break through, and threw the super big iron ball towards Roger's Jackson, covering the sky and the sun, the big iron ball. Carp was thrown above the pirate ship very accurately, and was smashing into the Jackson. It's over, I'm going to be buried in the sea. Bucky cried out of fright, holding Shanks tightly and not letting go. Shanks was a little disgusted, idiot, let go, all the tears will get me. Clothes are on. However, there was not much resistance. Although he had confidence in the captain and them in his heart, he was also very afraid of this attack. I'm going to go, knock this big thing off the side. Roger shouted, making a jump and rushing straight to the iron ball, God avoid. Roger's sword light flashed, and he directly used his own powerful move. This is a melee sword move. It collides with the iron ball. His attack falls on the left side of the iron ball. There is a tacit understanding between the team. Seeing that the captain takes a shot, he naturally knows Roger's idea and uses a powerful force to make the iron ball. The falling trajectory shifted to the right, and the ship's helmsman saw him and turned the steering wheel to shift the ship to the left. Next, powerful members all shot, boom! Boom! Powerful waves of air were generated by the strong collision, the waves of the sea were undulating, the world seemed to be overshadowed, and Carp's power was not covered. To change the trajectory of this iron ball with powerful impact, more powerful force is needed, just like changing the trajectory of a comet. A series of powerful attacks landed on the left side of the giant iron ball. It can be seen that the trajectory of the iron ball's falling has changed, slowly shifting to the right. Seeing this, the members of the Roger Pirates group couldn't help but feel happy, and it was effective. The giant iron ball smashed directly onto the sea, and the Roger Pirates successfully avoided the blow, but they did not completely avoid it. Crack! The edge touched the right keel of the Jackson, the entire keel. It broke directly, and the whole ship was shaken, holding something that could be supported with both hands and one hand. However, this is not over yet. The giant iron ball smashed into the sea, and the powerful waves splashed with a powerful impact, spreading to the surroundings, and the nearest Jackson was directly affected by it. After recovering, there was a strong shock rushing over. Hurry up, don't let go! Roger shouted. But it was too fast. There were 2 consecutive collisions, during which there was no reaction time. The Jackson, which was hit by the huge waves, tilted directly to the left, and strong currents intruded into the ship from the right side of the break of the Jackson. But at this time, everyone didn't have time to worry about this. The huge wave about 100 meters high fell from the sky. Fortunately, there are no capable people in the Roger Pirates. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Such a strong impact, even the pirate ship built by Adam Treasure Tree could not withstand it. In addition, the previous ship had been severely damaged. Water leaked in many places in the pirate ship, and several cracks appeared in the hull. Haha, it's Roger, as expected, he was blocked by you. Carp laughed when he saw it. Lieutenant General Carp, it's amazing. The right keel of the Roger Pirates Jackson was broken, and there were multiple injuries. The ship was flooded. Is it fast to catch up? Seeing their situation, excitedly said. Of course, you can't let the Roger Pirates run away. Get my big killer back first. Carp laughed. Hey! It's all okay. Raleigh asked on the Jackson, it's all okay, but the two little guys fainted. Roger said, taking a look at the side. Shanks and Bucky were already fainted. Fell on the deck. Kapu and the others are coming, hurry up and fix the leaks. We are going to run. Roger waved his hand and smiled. As for the escape, he said that there is no shame in his opponent. Pirate, isn't it normal to run away with the Navy? Report, Lieutenant General Carp, there is important news from the headquarters. A seaman ran over at this moment, saluted, and said, holding a phone worm in his hand. Carp nodded, took the call worm, turned it on, and the call worm was connected. It changed suddenly, but Carp recognized it all at once. Hey, it's Crane, what's the matter? I'm still chasing Roger now. Carp asked with a smile. Let's put Roger's business first. The Kate Kingdom on the Pet Island was invaded by Kaido, and now there is a battle with the King of Kate Kingdom in the King City. Kaido www.readaloud.com. If the king dies, the responsibility will be borne by the Navy. The Kate Kingdom will refuse to pay the heavenly gold within 20 years. As a result, you know it. He said solemnly on the other side of the phone worm. As a big country, the Kate Kingdom pays a lot of heavenly gold every year. It is powerful and occupies a large island alone. If the amount lost from the heavenly gold is deducted from the Navy's military expenses, the impact on the Navy can be imagined. Although Kapu is not usually reliable, but he is very clear about the significance of military spending to the Navy. However, the Roger Pirates didn't want to let it go so easily. Okay, I know, I will go over immediately. After that, Carp hung up the phone worm. Quickly, continue chasing Roger Pirates. Carp shouted when the phone worm hung up. But, Lieutenant General Carp, what about the tasks assigned to us by the headquarters? The school officer beside him asked with a sweat. Haha, of course it was done together. I drove the Roger Pirates to the direction of Pet Island, and solved the Roger Pirates with Pet Island. I was so smart. Kapu haha laughed. Although it sounds something wrong, I have to say that this is a good way, and the Roger Pirates also need to find a place to rest. Kept chasing, Lei Li keenly noticed something wrong. Roger, the Navy seems to be driving us in one direction. As soon as we turn, the Navy will use cannonballs to force us to turn back. Which island is probably going forward? When Roger heard it, he also found something wrong. The navigator next to him was holding a chart and eternal pointer in his hand. If you keep going, it will be a pet island. Haha. Let's go ahead at full speed, and rest on the pet island. Roger listened, waved his hand, and laughed. Chapter 40, The Beginning of Destruction. In the palace, the battle started. Inside a huge pit, Kaido swooped out. Kaido's huge body, nearly 8 meters high, appeared in the pit. He walked forward slowly, and every step he took, it seemed that the earth was shaking. Constantly approaching Brady. This monster. Brady naturally heard the rumors of Kaido, but after he came back from sea, Kaido was just a new star, so there is no accurate reflection of Kaido. Now he saw it, it was a monster. The real monster. However, you dare to provoke me. This will be your cemetery. Brady sneered, surrounded by giant beasts gathered, each one is at least 10 meters tall, and the powerful one is as high as 20 meters. From a distance, it is very spectacular, shocking, giant elephants, giant snakes, giant apes, etc., one by one large terrifying creatures, as well as ancient creatures. This is a terrifying force. Nearly 100 giant beasts are all him. They were found in various beast islands and brought out. In addition, there were thousands of smaller beasts, and those beasts that were subdued by it were constantly gathering. Pet Island is a large island. Except for the central royal city and the coastal fringe towns around the island, the other places are basically uninhabited wilderness, dense forests, and superior climate. There are many trees tens of meters in the dense forest. These beasts, in order not to affect the normal operation of the kingdom, were placed in these dense forests by Brady. At this time, they accepted Brady's call together and gathered towards the royal city. Countless beasts, giant beasts around Brady. Kaido seems to be facing thousands of troops, but at this time, he is excited. War, a grand war, is the war he longs for. I hope you can give me a little bit more strength, haha. Kaido laughed, not knowing where he took out his mace and rushed directly up. Kaido, go to hell, I'm going to hang your head at the gate of the city. Brady roared, standing on top of a giant elephant. Come on, crush him. Brady gave an order. All the beasts were dispatched. Boom. A giant ape punched directly at Kaido, Thunder, and Gossip. Facing this punch, Kaido did not show weakness with Thunder and Gossip, and swiped at high speed. The mace with thunder and lightning came out, and it touched the fist of the great ape. I saw the giant ape's arms shook, and Kaido used absolute strength to retreat directly. His body was not stable, he fell directly on the ground, sat down with his butt, and accidentally crushed several beasts. Such a powerful force than the beasts shocked the hearts of those who watched the battle. The battle was still going on. They would not simply stop, and a beast pounced on Kaido. Kaido faced these attacks with disdain on his face. With a sneer, the huge mace waved, and the powerful Thunder and Gossip swept away fiercely. The surrounding beasts were directly hammered by Kaido's attack, and the corpse directly flew out dozens of meters. Boss Titch, what's the matter? Didn't touch them, how did you kill these beasts? In the collision between Kaido and the giant ape just now, the two did not seem to touch. Observing Kaido and these during the battle, I discovered very keenly that there seemed to be an invisible force in Kaido's attack. Seeing that Mobius had discovered this, Titch couldn't help showing a look of admiration. This kind of thing is not something you can touch now, but it doesn't matter if you talk about it. Titch said slowly, looking towards the battlefield over the palace. This can be said to be the second level of armed domineering, fluid domineering. If the first level is to harden the skin and enhance the attack and defense power, then this second level is to wear it. An invisible armor, he can flow, called Ryu Sakura on the side of Wano country. Mobius couldn't help being a little curious, is there a higher level of armed domineering, and what's the effect? It's definitely there, but it's too early for you, and I don't have much contact with you. You should learn how to be domineering first. Titch said angrily, so lofty, it's not good to know too much, and didn't tell him, but also revealed a little information, so that Mobius has some guesses in his heart. Mobius touched his head embarrassedly. Titch stood up, you stay here, I want to go out. What's the matter? Mobius asked. Of course it is to get rid of the nobles of this kingdom. Titch sneered, exuding a terrifying aura. I'll go too. Mobius was very excited when he heard it. He couldn't bear it anymore. Hearing that Titch was going to kill people, it must have something to do with the pets of this country. He hated the pet, he didn't want to fall behind when he saw that Titch wanted to take a shot. Mobius, are you sure? This is not just a few dozen people, but hundreds of thousands of people. Are you sure you can? Titch was a little skeptical about Mobius' psychological endurance. I'm fine. Mobius nodded firmly. He also wanted to do his part. To become a pirate in the future, he must kill a lot of people. This kind of thing will be experienced sooner or later. If he dare not even this time, then he is nothing more than that. Let's go. Titch opened the door and shouted at Peter on the side. Seeing Titch about to leave, Peter got used to getting into Titch's coat. Daiki's experience has locked down all the nobles in the royal city. They live in the west of the palace. There is a specially established area in which all the nobles of this kingdom live. In Tikai's eyes, it is also the source of evil. After knowing about the cultivation of pets in this country, Tikai was looking for it and found that the pets in this country were all cultivated by nobles and royal families. Titch has found a number of bases for cultivating pets, some of which have lasted for nearly 100 years since the establishment. The civilians of this country don't know about things like this. In other words, this country's criminal behavior has been going on at the top of this country for nearly 100 years. In the western part of the royal city, this is the area of nobles. There are a large number of nobles living. Due to the power of King Kate, these nobles are addicted to pleasure, coupled with the kingdom's characteristics of tame pets. Gradually, some people think of the idea of cultivating pets. Put it into action. Then, it also affected the royal family of this country. The war continued. Most of the residents in the city were fleeing towards the outside of the city. Outside the city, countless beasts ran out of the dense forest, rushed to the city, and ran towards the battlefield. In the meantime, civilians were accidentally killed. Due to accidental deaths, the death of a large number of civilians made them afraid to run outside. They all hid in houses, and beasts continued to run over in the streets and alleys. The war seems to have nothing to do with these nobles. They have no action or want to escape. They just shut the gate and are guarded by a guard. This has something to do with the geographic location of their noble area. In the royal city, the palace is in the most center, behind, that is, to the southwest. Not many people live, because it was built as a beast paradise, which is close to the west and close to the area where nobles live can better control these nobles. The power of these nobles is very strong, but they are all only affiliated to the royal family. There is a big river between the noble area and the royal palace. They have a geographical advantage. His loyalty, he also knew more about the king's strength and influence, and he was very confident in the king's strength. Although Kaido had some reputation in the sea, they didn't have much contact with them, let alone the king's status in their hearts. Therefore, these nobles did not leave, staying in their own territory, waiting for the end of the battle and the news of victory. However, what they did not expect is that what awaits them will be a nightmare. No, there is no nightmare. Titch led Mobius into the area of the nobles, and the family entered. Who dare to run too? As soon as Titch came in, he was found. A guard shouted, and the weapon in his hand pointed at Titch. Before he finished speaking, Titch pinched his neck. Titch didn't want to listen to his nonsense, and forcibly choked his neck off. The remaining guards saw their companions being killed so easily. Not only did they shake their bodies, they wanted to shout hello to their companions, but they couldn't get out. They only saw their own bodies appear in front of them. No, their heads were flying out. The massacre was about to begin. In the courtyard of the first nobleman, a noble child was holding a calcaneus in his hand, and in front of him, a naked young man, with light in his eyes, tongue out in his mouth, and saliva on his secreted in the mouth, walking on all fours like a dog, turning around this noble child. Ha! Go and pick it up for me. The noble kid smiled and threw the bone in his hand to the distance. The pet boy ran over like a dog and ran to the place where the bone fell, sniffing. After sniffing, he saw the bone, lying on the ground, lowered his head, holding the bone in his mouth, and ran back excitedly. Ha! It's so fun, I want my brother to give me a few more, and I will train a few more by myself in the future. The noble kid said to himself with a smile. Titch did not expect to see such a scene as soon as he entered. He couldn't help gritting his teeth and exuding murderous intent. This kind of strong hostility, who are you? You broke into my house. The noble boy saw Tich. Said, Tich didn't speak, and the boy next to the child felt it. Wow! Wow! Barked at Tich's dog, ready to fight. Quickly, bite him and kill him. In the eyes of the nobles, except for themselves, other lives are very lowly. Seeing his pet like this, he also knows that Tich is hostile to him. Fingers to Tiki, he ordered to the boy. Hearing the child's words, the boy looked fierce, staring at Tich, and rushed up directly, opening his mouth to bite Tich. Tik couldn't help sighing in his heart. With such a loyal guardian, this person is already hopeless and completely tamed. If this is the case, let him be free. The blood splashed violently, spilling down a large area of the ground. A piece of blood splashed on the head of the noble child, and the blood slowly flowed down his cheeks, and for the first time I felt fear. Tich cut off the head of this pet with a single knife. The noble child's body trembled involuntarily and wanted to scream, but Tich would not give him a chance. He lifted it up and down with a knife, and another head fell off. Tich started the killing mode, with the knife up and down. This knife was a casually found knife. Tich didn't want to reveal his identity, so Tich rarely used physical skills and didn't want his sword to be stained with the blood of these scumbags. Tich's killing speed is very fast. A family of nobles doesn't even need half a minute. Even so, Tich still sees things that make him feel sick. Every noble has at least 7 or 8 pets. There are dozens of pets, and there are all kinds of pets, with special training. Each pet corresponds to an animal. It makes Tich feel sick. Moreover, these pets are basically unsaved. They have completely lost their humanity. The only ones who have been tamed are animalistic. Even if they can be saved, Tich does not have so much idle time. It is better to solve them as soon as possible. On the other side, Mobius is not bad at www.yuyuganshu.com. Although his efficiency is not as high as Tich's, he still has dozens of lives in his hands. His complexion was a bit hideous and pale, and there was some filth on the corners of his mouth. It can be seen that he had vomited once before, but more often, he was disgusted by these nobles and rushed into the courtyard of a nobleman with a long knife in his hand. It had become a blood knife. Facing these pets, he felt a little unbearable, but he still chopped down the knife in his hand. But occasionally there are still a few fish that slip through the net, and Tich needs to help him solve it. The air was full of blood, and finally, these nobles seemed to notice something was wrong. After all, there would still be a drop between the nobles. As soon as they entered the door, they found the body of a guard and a body that fell in a pool of blood. That familiar face! Tikai had already made the hunting grounds, they couldn't escape at all. They found that something was wrong with only a few people. Once they saw and heard the domineering and noticed, they would be dealt with first. The strong blood made their captive pets a little uneasy and agitated, which made the unknown nobles feel a little surprised, but they didn't care much. The previous monster that fell from the sky was like this when it appeared. These guards are just strong ordinary people. It is not difficult for Mobius. Some of the trouble is that some nobles keep beasts in captivity. They are very ferocious. Especially when the air is so full of blood, some beasts are out of control. Without Tich's hands, he helped Tich to get rid of some people. The nobility, as the elite group of the ruling class, is not much compared to the number of the entire kingdom, but after so many years of development, there are thousands of them, plus the guards, servants, and pets of each house, but there are more than 10,000. Life. Chapter 41, Fierce Battle. Tich continued to explode at his speed. Every minute more than 100 people died in his hands. Tich could clearly feel that his leg muscles were a little swollen, but he did not stop. This is also a kind of exercise. This kind of killing, a touch of murderous aura continued to condense and grow on Tich's body. Howl! A pet rushed towards Tich. This is a wolf-like pet. Not only that, the nobleman also ate him devil fruit, which is a kind of wolf fruit, but faced with Tich. The powerful force was easily killed by Tich. This is his trump card. He just lost and died. This nobleman is a little unbelievable. But Tich's knife awaited him. These noble pets who pursue perfection must not only be cultivated, but also have the ability to eat the corresponding animals, so that they can have the ability of animals, and their bodies can become animals and become more like pets. Just like Pito, she is a perfect pet. The cat's life habits have been carved into her bones, as well as movement habits. Although she is now learning to stand and talk, some habits can't be changed. Of course, Tich, there is no requirement that it must be changed. When sleeping, Petuo likes to sleep like a cat, and the cat's ears on the head and the cat's tail on the back will grow out involuntarily. As a nobleman, plus the Kate Chamber of Commerce, it is very easy to get devil fruits. Of course, they are all the more common devil fruits, all of which are of animal origin. Coming all the way, Petty Chi, the person who ate the devil fruit, found 8, and there were a few devil fruits that were not eaten, a total of 3, namely rabbit fruit, fox fruit, and dog fruit. Are all very ordinary. The stronger one is the same wolf fruit, but it has already been eaten. Although Tich looks down on it, it is at least a treasure on the sea, worth 100 million Baileys. Tich took them as war trophies and directly laughed. Tick also found a lot of treasures, of course, but he didn't have so much time to take these treasures, so he could only put them away first. Tich's killing was very fast, giving no time to react, but Mobius gradually made some noise and was noticed. Many guards rushed towards him, Tich killed in the back. Mobius attracted attention, and Mobius saw someone coming, holding knives in both hands, and constantly fighting with the guards. There were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, the corpses of the guards, but Mobius seemed to be a little unsupported, surrounded by guards. He could not go on any longer, and find a chance to escape. He thought to himself, snake hand. He leaped vigorously, his arms stretched out, and directly grabbed the top of the wall. With the help of the force, he ran up very easily and escaped the encirclement of these guards. Mobius ran straight away and went to the next place to kill the nobles. Gradually, more and more nobles died. Their bodies were found, all of them died in their own homes, and they were hacked to death with a knife. What they didn't expect was that there were more dead nobles than they thought. And Mobius, the arrogant person who was still killing the noblemen in the process of escaping, naturally became their target. Mobius' behavior seriously provokes the nobleman and kills him. With so many nobles, they have become a thorn in their eyes, with fear in their anger, and they don't want the next person to be themselves. The entire palace was basically in ruins, mostly destroyed by Brady's giants and beasts. The war was very fierce, and countless beasts rushed towards Kaido without fear of life and death, but they did not cause any harm to Kaido, but only from the situation, it seemed that Brady had the advantage. Those powerful behemoths, can use domineering, coupled with powerful strength, is not weaker than the lieutenant general, so much advanced combat power, even Kaido cannot easily ignore, but Kaido is excited. Slapped a fierce tiger that rushed forward with a palm, and then, a huge elephant foot fell from the sky, and one stomped fiercely, stepping directly on Kaido's body, and the earth sank directly. How? Are you dead? An audience member asked. Such fierce battles are naturally watched by many people. The World Economic News has connected the various networks of the New World. On those big screens, Kaido and Kate Kingdoms appeared. The Battle of King Brady. This battle is called the battle between the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster. There is also a voice in the video explaining, "Oh, the giant elephant tramples, is Kaido dying?" Morgan's voice appeared, asking everyone in confusion. This is also the doubt of most people, but soon the answer came out. I saw the giant elephant's feet uncontrollably lifted. Below him, a figure appeared, Kaido, supporting the giant elephant like a pillar with one hand up. Like big feet. Look! Kaido has appeared, he is indeed a monster, with amazing power. Morgans exclaimed. Kaido is too strong, supported by one hand, standing there, the breath radiating from his body caused instinctive fear in the hearts of the surrounding beasts, and they did not dare to move forward. Even Brady's ability is not controlled, but it will be fast, these beasts are controlled by him again. Seized the opportunity, Brady took a shot, and his body moved and appeared in front of Kaido. His fists were entwined with domineering, and he hammered Kaido's chest fiercely. However, Kaido has a strong physique without any injuries. He looked at Brady, who was 3 meters high in front of him, and sneered, "Are you tickling me?" The other hand grabbed the shiny black hair at some point. Facing Brady's mace, Thunder Gossip. This terrifying power and the close-range feelings made Brady a little frightened. He looked down on Kaido's strength too much. This move was irresistible and would be severely injured. He leaped his legs and jumped towards the back, trying to avoid this. One strike. Although he was fast, he still didn't evade and didn't hit him head-on, but the strong wind that rolled up hit Brady's body fiercely. He couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out 100 meters away. Seeing that their master was injured, these beasts became angry. One by one, they roared and rushed towards Kaido. Kaido was already very big, like a giant, but in front of these beasts, he still has to get smaller. An elephant's trunk twitched at Kaido, and behind, a giant ape made a powerful punch of its own, and a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth to bite Kaido. Kaido seemed to be in crisis. "Get out of here! A bunch of idiots!" Thunder and Gossip. Kaido was also bored, and roared. The mace was wrapped in black and red lightning, which was domineering. Boom! Faced with Kaido's attack, the 3 giant beasts fell directly and fainted. This is nothing more than 3 giant beasts, there are many more, each of these giant beasts has a huge vitality, Kaido's blow cannot kill them. The continuous battle, non-stop, to countless civilians, the pirates showed a battle between monsters and beasts. Not only lamenting the great strength, but also the terrifying power of King Brady of the Kate Kingdom. Although he knew that he could tame pets, the images left to them were limited to ordinary beasts. Unexpectedly, Brady would tame him. With so many terrifying behemoths, plus thousands of beasts' army, this is enough power to sweep everything. He couldn't help but put Brady in the ranks of unprovoked, or must kill, the threat of his ability was too great. At the same time, I pay more attention to a war, wanting to know the outcome of the next victory. The war has entered a white-hot stage. Kaido did not want to waste time, directly put the target on King Brady. As long as it is resolved, these behemoths, beasts are not to be feared, the gathering of such power is too terrible. One after another, will recover soon after the fall, and then continue to fight. Ignoring the other beasts, Kaido rushed directly to Brady, and Brady watched Kaido rush towards him. For the first time, there was a horrified look in his eyes. The previous Thunder and Gossip gave him a big shadow. A giant beast resisted in front of Brady, blocked Kaido from advancing, and kept attacking Kaido. Such a change is seen by everyone. Kaido's powerful strength has the advantage. As long as he defeats Brady, the victory or defeat is in his hands. However, with so many beasts, it is impossible for Kaido to ignore the power of each one. With these beasts, Kaido is constantly delaying Kaido's pace. The result of the battle is either Kaido's physical strength is exhausted first, or Brady first. Be killed. The Navy is also paying attention to this battle. For Kaido, they know very well. Kaido runs around on the sea all day long. He often finds trouble with the Navy. Seeing Kaido's fighting situation, this Kaido has become stronger again. Now, said a lieutenant admiral who was watching the battle. Isn't it the power of Kate Kingdom that should be more concerned? Another lieutenant asked, how can there be such a terrifying ability? Is there no limit? Such a terrifying force can completely sweep the Navy headquarters, right? Once a war breaks out, in addition to the top combat power, the other seamen will die. He looked at Brady with great dread. Well, only one ability can form a top power. Crane nodded. Such ability should be included in the ranks of key concern. I remember the last person who had the ability to eat this fruit. He seemed to be the leader of a circus. He conquered all kinds of animals and performed the circus. A Navy said, thinking of something. Such a gap. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Kaido also knew that this would not work, so he reincarnates into a dragon hundreds of meters long and flies into the air. These beasts are really too troublesome, like a fly. It seems that they can't be killed. He was bored, so he had to get rid of these beasts first. Dragon's breath. The hot dragon's breath continuously spewed out from Kaido's mouth, like a dying dragon. A large number of beasts were affected by the dragon's breath and died, and there were some giant beasts. Go to hell! Today is your time to die! Kaido roared, rushing directly to Brady, falling from the sky, past the giant beast, and his body was transformed back into a human form in mid-air. Brady only able to hide under those giant beasts. Boom! The mace hit the head of a giant ape directly. The giant ape pawn. The huge body went straight down. Brady moved quickly, fleeing. A giant head. The beast rushed to contain Kaido. Brady is not weak, but Kaido's offensive power is too strong. It's impossible to run away blindly. This is very clear in his heart. When the behemoth is fighting Kaido, he is constantly looking for opportunities to attack. One after another giant beasts fought and suffered from the attacks of the giant beasts time and time again. Kaido couldn't always endure it. He longs for war, and fighting can make it stronger. He already knows about Brady's situation. After many collisions, Brady's attack cannot break his defense. It is not his opponent at all. It turns defense into offense. Don't seek to kill Brady anymore. Brady wants to kill, but it can make him live again. Before that, he wants to enjoy a battle. Kaido's idea Brady is not clear, but he sees the hope of victory. Under the previous dragon's breath, the beasts have lost more than half of them, but there are still 1 to 2,000. The beasts are his true trump card and only lost. With a dozen behemoths, he was confident that Kaido would be consumed to death. The battle has become fierce, and Brady also showed his strength. www.readaloud.com strong physical skills, constantly blasting Kaido's body. Although Kaido's defenses can't be broken, but it can be done several times. To force Kaido back, with the cover of a giant beast, he can seize the opportunity to attack well, and avoid Kaido's attack. However, he also suffered some injuries. The war lasted more than an hour, but it was not over yet. In the western part of the King City, Titch was panting, his legs trembling slightly, and beside him, Mobius was even more tired and fell down, weak and sweaty. Unlike Titch, his body was stained with blood. The blood blended with sweat. There were also several stab wounds on his body. He was shot twice on his right shoulder because he was careless and didn't notice the one hiding in the dark. The nobleman with a gun was hit by his bullet. The bullet has been removed by Titch. A simple bandage is not a fatal injury. When the time comes, find a doctor to treat it briefly, and you can wait for the wound to recover. At this time, the entire noble area had no life except for the two of them, and all died. Mobius killed fewer people, only a few hundred people, but more than 10 times the number of people killed in his previous life. This is enough to make a huge change in its mentality. And Titch, in a place that Mobius didn't know about, also vomited once and killed too many people. Although Titch had the heart to kill, he was prepared for it, but he slashed it with one blow. Going down, Titch's perception is very keen, and for these nobles, the state of the guard's death can be clearly felt. Although he didn't feel it at the beginning, he was also used to killing. He would not keep his hands on the enemy. There were too many people who died in his hands. With a little accumulation, Titch finally couldn't help it and vomited out. Otherwise, his psychology will go wrong. Chapter 42, The Reversal of the Situation. Carp and Roger and number 039's arrival. Two lives, although they have been integrated into this world, they still maintain some of the mentality of the previous life. He has some psychological problems, and the murderous aura on his body seems to be uncontrollable. However, he was forcibly suppressed by his domineering look and feel, and converged into his body. This kind of psychology took a few days to adjust, but now there is no time. Is there any strength? Titch turned his head to look at Mobius and asked, there are still some people from the cultivation base to deal with, and there should be some like Pedo. Mobius knew what Titch was talking about, raised his body, supported the ground with his hands, slowly climbed up from the ground, and stood up. Of course, where are we going next? Mobius said. His chest was constantly undulating, and he smiled, with blood still stained on the teeth in his mouth. Well, there are several such cultivation grounds in my city, as well as in the wilderness, and I found the locations. Titch said, listening to Mobius' words. He felt that Mobius had grown up in an instant, and couldn't help but smile. Laughing, you go and change your clothes, it won't be good to be noticed by then. The two left this place that had become hell. When they passed the big river between the palace and the west, Titch threw the knife into the river. The killing continues and will not stop. At this time, the unexpected visitors had already arrived at the pet island. The Roger pirate group first arrived at the island and found a hidden place to dock the pirate ship on the shore. It seems that there is a big battle on the island. Ah! From a distance, Roger had already felt that there was a big battle going on in the middle of the island. Well, I seem to feel a familiar breath. Lei closed his eyes slightly and felt it, then opened his eyes and said, it seems to be Kaido. For Kaido, they are a little familiar. Just before, Kaido came to challenge them, and their shameless group of people surrounded Kaido and me, and beat him to the point that he could not fight back and could only yell incompetently. It seems that Carp's purpose this time is Kaido. He drove us here. Is it going to solve us together? An unusually strong figure appeared, with short blonde hair, and a headset on his face. With a wild smile on it. Then stop Carp, prevent him from interfering with Kaido, and teach him. By the way, he actually hurt our most important Jackson. Roger was a little angry, looking at the damaged 1/5 of the Jackson. In his heart I couldn't help but feel a little distressed. In the frontal battle, we won't be afraid of him. Haha, what if Kaido comes to us? Last time we taught him a terrible lesson. Jabba, who was Roger's right hand, laughed loudly. Hearing what he said, the crew on the Roger pirate ship couldn't help laughing at the thought of the scene where a group of people besieged Kaido last time. Let's fight with him. It's been a long time since I've been fighting, and move my muscles and bones. Otherwise, my body will get rusty. Lei laughed, and said clearly the next purpose in one sentence. How long will it take for the Jackson to be repaired? Roger asked the boatman beside him. No way, the damage is too serious. The materials on the ship can only be partially repaired, and we need to go to the island to purchase some wood. The boatman was a little helpless, looking at the Jackson distressedly, a little angry. Go and have fun. It's about a day, remember, you must help me teach Carp. Haha, for sure, let's snipe Carp outside the central city. Roger laughed and strode forward. The members behind him followed one by one. Hey! Shanks, we too go? You have to face the two monsters of Carp and Kaido, so stay on the boat to be safer. Bucky saw that Shanks was about to follow them and grabbed his clothes anxiously. Of course, it's okay to have Captain Roger and Deputy Captain Riley, and if you stay on the ship, you must help repair the ship, or it's interesting to see them fighting. Shanks laughed and trot to follow. When Bucky heard it, it made sense. Seeing Shanks running away, he waved his hands and shouted, "Run slower, wait for me, I'll go too." On the other side, Carp, the huge warship, was docked in the port, "The navy is coming, the navy is coming." In the port, many residents saw the warship and shouted excitedly. Now the city is being invaded by pirates. The arrival of the navy undoubtedly gave them hope. It's the naval hero Carp. I didn't expect the hero Carp to come. It seems that the kingdom can be saved this time. That iconic doghead warship, who didn't know that it was the naval hero Carp's car? Haha, we are welcoming. Carp walked down from the warship and laughed. Lieutenant General Carp, I have wasted a lot of time. I have to hurry to the King City. The headquarters has been urging several times. It seems that Brady can't support it. The colonel on the side anxiously said, and Ka-Pu is still very calm. Okay, I'll go ahead first, and you will follow up later. Carp listened and reduced his smile. He also felt the battle in the island. His body flashed, stepping on the moon step and flying directly into the sky. Flew towards the direction of Wangcheng. The battle in the royal city continued. A giant beast was knocked down by Kaido, and showed his powerful strength in front of many civilians and pirates. He was like a tireless machine, and his physical condition did not change a little, as if you can also fight for 3 days and 3 nights. This monster, Brady thought, his condition is a bit bad. Kaido is much stronger than him, the bones of his left arm have been broken, and he was hit by Kaido's thunderous gossip, and his hardened armor cannot stop Kai. Many attacks, Kaido punched hard in the chest. He hasn't fought with anyone for a long time, and after he came back to become the king, the provocative pirates can be solved with the beast army, and he himself occasionally fights with those giants. The beast fights. But the feeling of fighting like that is constantly recovering. Kaido can also feel that his combat power is improving, and he can fight even more. These incompetent navies, why haven't they arrived yet? Looking at the biggest pillar of the kingdom, his father was caught in a hard fight and wounded, and the Prince Saber shouted. Let him wait so long, if the king dies, the consequences are unimaginable. The Snake King and the Dragon King went to gather their own forces and wanted to help King Brady. The Snake King sent his own assassin army. Although Tich had destroyed a lot of them, there were still some. Dragon King Limer mobilized his army, guarding the edge of the royal city, and stabilizing the situation in the city, allowing the civilians to leave in an orderly manner. Once his father is in danger, he will send an army of hundreds of thousands to rescue King Brady. I have seen the true power of King Brady. Although it is not as good as Kaido, the importance of the king's ability to the kingdom can be known. Even the lives of these hundreds of thousands of troops are not as good as Brady. The ability is there, and it is very easy to want to rise. This Carp, why hasn't it arrived yet? You won't take my words as deaf ears, right? The Navy headquarters shouted while observing the battle. Taking me a trick? Kaido smiled and rushed directly to King Brady. A giant beast in front of Kaido blocked Kaido's path. Kaido grabbed his head directly with one hand. The powerful force made a smash. Grabbed the body of the giant beast, and smashed it to the ground fiercely. Continued to run towards Brady. Kaido's speed is much faster than Brady, but a powerful attack of giant beasts bombards Kaido's body. Kaido directly ignored it, with a flowing domineering body attached to his body, and directly bounced off the attacks of these behemoths. He wanted to solve this Brady in one fell swoop. Damn it, how could this be? Seeing Kaido rushing over, Brady's heart panicked. Not only him, but the 3 princes who were watching the battle also panicked. Thunder gossip. Kaido's voice sounded, this with a mace of thunder and lightning, it smashed at Brady. At the moment, a figure fell from the sky and suddenly appeared beside Kaido. The cloak of justice behind him floated high. A powerful iron fist hit Kaido's right cheek fiercely, without Kaido. After reacting, if you are closer, you can see that Kaido's face was directly distorted by this punch, which is enough to show the power of this punch. Kaido's body flew out directly, was hit by a punch to 100 meters away, and smashed into the ruins. The much anticipated appearance, haha, it's risky, it's almost a step at night. It was the Navy hero Carp who appeared, and he laughed with his arms akimbo. Everyone looked at Kaido's final blow, thinking that after this hammer, the outcome was doomed, but didn't expect a big reversal at that critical moment, at that last moment. Oh! What did I see? The naval hero Carp, the war is not over yet. I did not expect that there will be a terrifying reversal in the end. Morgans's voice sounded and exclaimed, since the Navy hero Carp has appeared, Kaido has nothing to do with King Brady of the Kate Kingdom. This is his guess and the opinion of most people. Damn Cap! Kaido stood up from the ruins and rubbed his somewhat swollen right cheek, but with his resilience, the injury disappeared within a short time, and he did not expect it to appear suddenly. Carp was a spoiler. However, this aroused his fighting spirit. It's just right, Carp, let's fight a battle. He was not afraid of Carp. When he met Carp, the first thing he thought of was to fight with Carp. A big battle. At this moment, Kaido's face turned to one side, looking in a direction to the east of the king's city, and Carp was the same. His expression became a little serious. What on earth is it? Everyone was a little curious and didn't let them wait for a long time. The reporter bird in the sky had already noticed. When I turned the camera around, I saw a dozen figures coming from a distance, getting closer and closer, and the figures gradually became clear. Until it completely appeared in front of everyone. What did I see? A fourth party appeared again. Morgans widened his eyes, looked at the picture in the video phone worm in front of him, and exclaimed excitedly, look at who this is? It's Roger High. The pirate group of the three legendary pirates. Roger, have you seen it? Most of the main force of the Roger pirate group has appeared here. Now the situation has changed again. It is really exciting. The headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, the editors, workers, and the president below, looked helplessly at Morgans, who was standing on the table and shouting with the microphone in his hand, and he maintained it. The appearance of the albatross is very funny, and it seems that he wants to sing a song. Roger, do not hide honestly, what are you doing here? Do you want to intervene in the fighting here? Carp said solemnly. Haha, how come? Carp, we came to you this time. You almost ruined our Jackson. It's not good to teach you a lesson, but I'm very unwilling in my heart. Roger laughed. But he was ready for the battle. Roger's was placed on the hilt of his waist, and the other members were also ready for the battle. How could the Roger pirates appear here? Do you want to send someone to support it? I thought that the hero Kapu would end this matter when he appeared, but I didn't expect the Roger pirates to appear again. No, it's too far. He shook his head. If you want to support, you can only send the warring states period. But now he is staring at the Whitebeard pirates and the flying pirates. There is no danger of life. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, we have to trust him. He said, sighing, but in this case, we will be ready to lose Kate's kingdom. What did I hear? What did I hear? Carp almost destroyed the pirate ship of Roger pirates. This is big news, haha. Morgans laughed. Residents and pirates watching everywhere couldn't help but frown. Who is this commentary? I really want to beat her. A man said with his fist clenched. Well, you have the same idea, this commentary is too noisy, said a pirate beside him. Damn Roger! As soon as he saw Roger, Kaido's eyes were a little red, and he was very angry. He wanted to rush to fight for a fight, but he maintained his sanity. The previous fight was still on him. Some shadows were left in his heart, and he couldn't help but feel a little guilty when he saw so many people in the Roger Pirates group. It happened that Roger blocked Carp. He could solve this Brady first, and then join the battle between them. It was Carp who contained several high-end combat powers of Roger Pirates, and he was not at all empty. Thinking like this, Kaido picked up the mace and rushed directly to Brady. Brady's face changed. He thought he was saved, but he didn't expect another spoiler to appear. Seeing Kaido rushing over, Carp wanted to make a move, but when he was about to make a move, a sword light rushed towards him. Carp jumped to the side, avoided the cut, raised his iron fist, and hammered it fiercely. The next moment, Roger had appeared in front of him, holding a long sword. Boom! One punch and one sword touched each other, and the simple collision caused waves of waves. This was not a discussion. The two knew each other very well and tried their best. Chapter 43, Death of the King. God avoid. There was a black and red lightning flashing on Roger's knife, entwined with the Overlord's domineering, and with an extreme black glow, he slashed again. Facing Roger's move, Carp would naturally not be arrogant, and at the same time he also made a powerful punch of his own, Fistbone's broken star. The world changed color, and the collision of just one stroke had such a big impact. The live broadcast camera was shaking, and the reporter bird was flapping its wings quickly, trying to stabilize it, but the airflow was too fast, which greatly affected him. Flight. Stay steady for me, hold steady for me. Promotion and salary increase is not a dream. When you come back this time, I will double the bonus for you out of my own pocket. Morgan said, 3 times, no, 4 times, there are still 3 months of free vacation travel, so be sure to stay steady. Stay steady, hold steady. Like Morgan's, many people yelled these 2 words in their hearts, and some yelled them directly. At this time, they no longer hate Morgan's remarks, and want to continue watching such a wonderful battle. This is a battle between a Navy hero and the legendary pirate Roger. Although the picture is shaking and a little unclear, but the terrible strength of the two can still be seen, a short collision can cause such a big impact. Hearing what Morgan said, it seemed to have heard the calls of many people. This reporter bird flapped its wings desperately, fought against the strong air currents, promoted and raised salary, bonuses, vacations, every word, gave him unlimited power. The picture gradually stabilized. Morgong breathed a sigh of relief. The picture became clearer. He turned his head and said to the editor behind, "Have you heard it? The legendary pirate Roger's trick, the Navy hero Carp's trick. Fistbone broken star, write it down for me." "Well, it's already written down." An editor nodded. And Morgan's words were transmitted to all those who watched the battle through the phone worm, and they couldn't help but keep them in their hearts. Some people took notes directly on paper, in their own hands. Who is the of this commentary? I want to choke him to death. The Marshal Kong watched the live broadcast, heard what Morgan said, slapped his palm on the table, and turned his head to see that some navies in the conference room sent this information. Recorded it, holding a pen and writing. Such a collision is a clash of strength and skill. Roger and Carp are old opponents, but this time it is not a duel, but their pirate group came to teach Carp. Naturally, Roger will not be alone. Shot. A sword light slashed towards Carp, who was fighting Roger. Carp turned his head slightly, and jumped directly behind him, avoiding the sword. Before he could relax, Roger rushed forward. There was an axe waiting for him, and in the face of some powerful attacks, Carp was forced to retreat. The two visitors were Roger's right and left hand, Laoli and Jabba. Besides, the other members of the Roger Pirates group, except for a few, surrounded them. "Haha, Carp, we are not interested in playing a duel with you. We have said that this time we are going to help our trusted partner, the Jackson's Revenge. We must teach you a lesson." Roger held it in his hand. Deo smiled at Kapu. "Haha, if it doesn't work, then you can run away. It's so despicable, it's a group fight. I thought it was a duel between the two, but I didn't expect it would turn into a group fight in the next second, which made everyone's sense of expectation drop. Where is there? I feel excited, so maybe I can see the true strength of the hero Kapu." "Hey, That's right. Carp listened to Roger's words, couldn't help but smile, waved his big hand, and directly threw out the justice cloak behind him. He was wearing a black suit and twisted his neck. Carp loosened his collar with his hands. Make a fist and get ready for battle. I won't run away. It's you, Roger, who wants to run. It's impossible to teach me. Carp laughed. Wow! Hero Carp's actions are so handsome. A woman said excitedly. Haha, the hero Kapu singles out the Roger pirates, and the more exciting battle is about to begin. Morgan's voice appeared. It was like an opening statement. The next moment, the battle began. Facing the siege of so many people, Carp was undoubtedly under a lot of pressure. Therefore, he took the lead in attacking and went straight to Roger. The next moment, a figure stood in front of him with one-handed horizontal sword and blocked Carp. Fist. How could it be possible for you to attack our captain so easily? Let's face our level first. The person here is Lei, smiling with glasses. In this regard, Carp did not speak, but only used actions to explain that his body disappeared in place in an instant, too fast, fist bones meteor. Staggered from Lei's side, and rushed directly to Roger, Roger said. It was ready, and cut it with a powerful knife, colliding with Carp's punch. Immediately afterwards, Carp's body flew out directly. A strong man in military uniform seized the opportunity and attacked Carp with a powerful punch, directly blasting Carp out. The visitor was Douglas Barrett, a powerful combatant in the Roger Pirates, with monster-level talent and strength. Carp stabilized his body, plunged his feet into the ground, without hesitation, rushed up again. This time, he flew Barrett with a punch. The next moment, Rayleigh and Jabba appeared, and slashed Carp with 2 slashes. Boom Fei! Such a battle, such a strong man, is very accurate in grasping the timing of the battle. Although Carp is strong, but he can't deal with so many strong men, he will always give people a chance. Carp faced several members of the Roger Pirates at the same time, and his whole body was turned into weapons, powerful armed colors, and Roger's knife, Raleigh's sword, Jabba's axe, and Barrett's fist. There were Gunner's bullets secretly, and other strong men, but the 4 of them were mainly fighting. Carp panted, and hit Roger's knife with 1 punch, strong air currents, black and red lightning, and another punch against Barrett, who was rushing up, and he didn't fall into the wind. It can be seen that Carp consumes more and faster, especially domineering. The battle between Kaido and Brady continued. A huge beast rushed up, Kaido was fighting, and from time to time the observer Kapu and their battles, I have to say that he was very clear in his heart. Compared to Roger they are still a little bit different from Carp, and fighting with them is very beneficial to his improvement. Could not help but become eager in his heart, wanting to kill this Brady quickly, and then join their melee. Brady rushed to Kaido and punched him in the head with a powerful punch. At the same time, a giant beast flew towards Kaido. Kaido gave up the defense and did not need to defend. With his powerful physique, there is no need to defend, holding a mace, and 1 giant beast falls down. The 4-sided siege, the 3-sided behemoth, blasted at Kaido at the same time. Kaido made another thunderous gossip, and directly blasted the 3 behemoths back. At this time, Brady also came, and suddenly appeared behind Kaido. Beastmaster's punch. This is his full punch, not so easy to bear. The fierce punch, like a beast, seems to be roaring. This is a masterpiece of his physical skills. In the process of constant battle with the beasts, he imitated the attacks of the beasts and finally merged. He was very confident of this blow and aimed at Kaido's temple and punched. Boom away! Kaido felt the attack, his head shifted, and the punch hit his right cheek fiercely. Kaido was attacked by a powerful force, and his body leaned back. However, Kaido took a step forward with his left leg, opened his legs, and forcibly stabilized his body. Brady's face changed, his confident blow did not achieve the consequences he expected. Your fist is not good, it is at least 100 times worse than Cap's fist. Kaido sneered. Brady screamed in his heart and wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Kaido didn't want to waste any more time. Grabbed Brady's foot hanging in the air. A scene like also appeared in the eyes of everyone watching the battle. Knowing that this Brady is over, the ending can be imagined next. The three princes did not dare to get too close to the battlefield, looking at the direction of the ruins of the palace from a distance. King Brady's battle has always been the focus of their attention. His father was caught, and his heart sank. He had seen what kind of monster Kaido was in the previous battle, and he can imagine what kind of monster he caught. Now that most of the residents in the royal city have left, in the surrounding small towns and the wilderness outside the royal city, they are also watching this battle. Kate Kingdom is a big country and a powerful country. A large part of the reason is that it relies on the king's powerful strength and ability. Once the king dies, the kingdom will not be as safe as it is now. The rich land will attract a large number of pirates attacked. This makes their hearts feel very flustered. Brady's foot was caught by Kaido, and he threw it to the ground fiercely. With a strong force, Brady's chest shook, and blood was spit out from his mouth. The next moment, Kaido stepped on his foot, Brady's body. Suddenly hit hard and unable to resist, Kaido stretched out his left hand, grabbed Brady's head, lifted it up, and placed it in front of him, holding a mace in his right hand. This was the final blow. Carp, who was fighting, saw him and wanted to help Brady and save him. However, before he was about to do it, a series of attacks were already directed at him. Fight seriously, Carp, dare to be distracted when fighting with us. Roger smiled and stood in front of him. Thundering gossip! Kaido yelled, swinging his mace vigorously, hammering hard at Brady's body. The sharp wolf teeth directly inserted into Brady's body and broke through his defenses. This cruel sight made some people close their eyes. The mace hit directly on Brady's abdomen. Half of the mace sank into Brady's body. This blow did not hit his heart. With Brady's strong vitality, he did not die, but he did not die. Not far away. Kaido pulled out the mace from Brady's body and released the hand holding Brady's head. The flesh and blood in Brady's abdomen were clearly visible, broken internal organs, and stomach, blood could not stop flowing down. Brady did not expect that he would die here today. At this last moment, he seemed to have returned to the happy time of going to sea when he was young. Although he came back to become a king, in his heart, he always yearned for the sea. It is better to die like this than to grow old gradually, no one knows. But, I'm Brady. Brady didn't fall down, still stood upright, and shouted at Kaido, burning his life, punching hard, he exploded with the strongest blow in his life. In everyone's eyes, his last light burst out. This powerful punch, constantly approaching in front of Kaido's eyes, felt a threat. The vitality was burning, the domineering was burning, the heart of Brady's unyielding strong man was burning, and Brady's fist was shining with gold. The light hit Kaido's abdomen with a punch. This punch was not the same as before. Kaido's body was blown away by the last punch, and his body slammed into the ruins. Brady's strong body became thin, and wrinkles appeared on his body and face. It was just a glimpse before, which was also the consequence of his burning vitality. I remember you, what's your name? Kaido stood up from the ruins and looked at Brady, who had already run out of oil lamps. He knew Brady's name www.readaloud.com, but there was another one. Deep reflection, but the punch just now left him a very deep reflection. Brady the pirate. Brady smiled, then closed his eyes, and he made the last punch as a pirate. Fell to the ground. This powerful king who had guarded the kingdom for so many years died in battle. Many people watched this scene and were speechless. No matter what Brady is, he has brought decades of stability to the kingdom. Brady died, and his abilities disappeared. All the behemoths and beasts that were controlled have recovered. I did not expect that he would be subdued by the hateful humans. All these beasts were out of control, but the fighting of a few strong men was too great. After being terrible, let them wake up from their anger, and ran out of the city in fear, to the wilderness, to all parts of the pet island, in the dense forest. Kaido killed his opponent and turned his gaze to the battlefield between Carp and Roger pirates. Holding a mace in his hand, he rushed directly up and joined Roger and the others in the fight. Roger, go to death. Okay. Kaido shouted, holding a mace, and attacked Roger. Roger held a knife to block Kaido's stick. With Carp here, Kaido doesn't have to be beaten by so many people like last time, so I'm not afraid at all, but Carp, with Kaido, has delayed part of the Roger's pirates' combat power. Not only the pressure is greatly reduced. The situation on the battlefield has changed. As Kaido killed the King Brady of the Kate Kingdom, they fought in pairs, and it became Roger and a group of people beating Kaido and Roger, or in other words, a three-way melee. In Kaido's eyes, everyone else is an enemy. Sometimes Carp appeared next to him. Kaido slammed it with a mace. It's really troublesome. Carp didn't show weakness and punched. Past. Chapter 44, Last Base. Father is dead. The Prince Saber sighed and said, the second Prince Belinda did not speak, and the third Prince Lemur did not speak. As a prince, it is natural not to have any very deep feelings for Brady. For Brady, they are more in awe. I felt a little melancholy and sighed. Then what should I do next? Belinda turned to look at Saber and asked, Saber is undoubtedly better at this kind of thing. Don't worry, Kaido should kill his father because of his father's ability. Saber said lightly. Next, it will be the same as before. It will take some time to cultivate, stabilize the domestic situation, and those who are out of control. The behemoth has to be dealt with, but if it loses its powerful force, the outlying towns may have to give up. If you don't go directly to Kaido, with his powerful strength, whether it is a behemoth or the security of the next kingdom, it is very easy to solve. Lemur said, he was originally a person who likes to fight and desires strong strength. In charge of the army, like war, seeing Kaido's powerful strength, can't help but yearn for some. However, it is very obvious that Saber and Belinda did not agree, nor could they agree. How could it be possible to surrender to others in a high position all the year round, and still be a pirate? Lemur didn't speak either. This was just one of his thoughts. After all, compared to Kaido, who didn't know him, the three of them belonged together. Are they there? Then just solve them. In the dark, Titch smiled faintly, leaning against the wall, panting slightly, with a blood-stained long knife in his hand, and he replaced it with a faint smile. The previous knife had already been thrown away by him. Because there were too many people cutting it, even if the long knife made of stainless steel was used, the blade had already turned into a curly blade. At the same time, his knowledge and color are also watching the battle in the royal city. King Brady died as he calculated and was killed by Kaido. However, Titch did not expect that Cap and Roger would also come over and appear here. It is on the island and is now in a three-way melee, although it is the Roger pirates who unilaterally slings Carp and Kaido. Carp's suit has been damaged, looks a little embarrassed, and has suffered some injuries on his body, but these are only minor injuries on the surface, and there is no harm to his life. The strong combat power, on the contrary, has become more and more courageous in the war, but facing Luo under the siege of so many people from the G Pirates Regiment, he still fell into a disadvantage. The cultivation bases in the city controlled by the nobles, while cultivating pets, are also secretly cultivating pets. These nobles are above the royal family, and their contact with the people is undoubtedly derailed. It is also to avoid contact with the people and let people discover that they train people. Once the scandal of pets is known, they will not only offend the civilians of the entire Kate Kingdom, but also offend the entire world. Now the people in these cultivation bases and those involved in cultivating pets have been mercilessly killed and slaughtered by Titch. He wants to go to the wilderness outside the king's city to find those secret bases, some in the dense forest, some in the underground. There are some ordinary cultivation bases on the surface, while others are cultivating pets in secret. On the way, Titch did not expect to meet the 3 princes of this kingdom. The people in charge of the power of this country are also the last seeds of the country's crimes. If it is not resolved, such crimes will still breed and kill so many people. Titch is very clear about the matter of cutting weeds and roots. Many guards have been sent out, and there are only more than 300 guards around, and they are not worried about whether these guards can protect themselves, because, seeing such monster-level power, these guards are useless. Who? The strongest lemur, keenly aware of something wrong, he was very familiar with the faint air, turned his head and shouted. However, there was no one, and he turned his head again. He found that a masked man appeared in front of him, Zi, with his back facing him, and Titch's long knife had already pierced the prince Saber and the second prince. Belinda's heart. Saber is just an ordinary person, Belinda has some strength, after some training, but facing Titch, this is a dimensional gap. Therefore, facing Titch's assassination, they died directly with their eyes open, and their expressions were a bit unwilling. Do not look down. Damn it, who are you? You killed them. Lemur roared, not only 2 tears shed in his eyes, although there is no family affection, but compared to King Brady, the 3 of them can be said to get along day and night. They are very familiar with each other, and there is a tacit understanding. Even if there is competition, it will not be too much. After learning about the deal between Saber and Belinda, he did not intend to intervene. The 3 of them, can be said to be companions, did not expect that his 2 brothers would suddenly die on him. In front of I saw Lemur's body changed, and in a blink of an eye he became a giant Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus, the top dinosaur, its strength is comparable to Tyrannosaurus rex, and its size is a little smaller than Tyrannosaurus rex, but had a more terrifying bite force. The anger made him almost lose his mind, completely ignored or forgot Titch's terrible strength, opened his mouth and bit at Titch. Titch leaped in the air, avoiding this trick, and the powerful armed collar entangled domineeringly. He turned around and hit the head of this Tyrannosaurus with a powerful punch. The brain was hit hard, Lemur faced. Unable to resist this punch at all, his huge body fell to the ground all of a sudden, and he fainted. In just a few seconds, the 3 princes and 2 died, and the remaining 1 was dead or alive. These guards reacted. Most of them didn't want to fight against Tick. Even the main bones died. Their legs trembled in fear. The weapons in their hands dropped to the ground one by one, but there were some loyal ones who wanted to avenge the 3 princes. You killed your Royal Highness, absolutely can't let you leave here alive. A man shouted and rushed towards Titch. People are always full of confidence in themselves. In addition, there are so many people who think Titch is just a killer. Confident that we can deal with Tick. But soon, Titch told them with actions that they were wrong. He was not something ordinary people could deal with. Titch was even a little numb and killed. His expression didn't change a bit, fear made them want to escape. Run and call others over. This country is going to play. The guards who rushed up were easily beheaded by Titch, and the rest of them fled in panic, and some directly gave up resistance. But Titch doesn't keep his hands. Although he has changed his body shape, his clothes have not changed. He doesn't want too many people to remember his appearance, and he has killed too many people. After a while, this place has become a sea of corpses, and a corpse fell to the ground. Those who have surrendered, Titch has not let go, nor will it let go. These guards are all cronies of the royal family, and they have some knowledge of the royal family and the nobles, and even participated in it, so Titch will not let it go. Titch left. The life and death of the 3rd Prince Lemur is unknown. Whether he can survive or not depends on his own destiny, because the prince did not participate in the cultivation of pets, although Titch made his best effort. However, with the strong vitality of Limer's powerful ancient dragon fruit, it is very likely to survive. Mobius went to other cultivation bases, and with his strength enough to solve it, Titch wiped out the bases one by one, killing all the people inside, leaving these pets still in cultivation. There are hundreds of people who are being cultivated in these bases, all of them are children under 10 years old, and there are some in the city, but Titch didn't care about them, and left them in place. Looking at the huge base in front of him, Titch and Mobius met here. Mobius was next to a young man who was a little smaller than him. He was wearing clothes and could stand, but with his cold eyes, going up like a snake. Facing Titch's gaze, Mobius was a little helpless. I can't help it, he wants to follow me. In the cultivation base specially established by the second prince, I found him after killing all the people. He was trained by the second prince and lives with snakes, but someone has already been specially training his killing skills and standing. Whatever you like, take it with you if you like. Titch didn't pay much attention. Seeing the familiar aura on his body and the poisonous snake on the boy, he couldn't help but think of being outside the abandoned breeding base before. The assassins encountered, this young man should have been cultivated in the same way, but not as a pet, but as an assassin. Well, I found out that he didn't have a name yet, so I gave it one, called Voss. Mobius smiled. Voss followed Mobius, as if there was no emotion, no speaking, but Titch was keenly aware that when Mobius called out his name, Voss seemed to have a flash of light in his eyes. Okay, this is the last place, let's go in. Titch said. He broke into the cultivation base directly, and Mobius followed closely. Ticky's experience has covered the entire base, there are some guards inside, and the rest are a few people who specialize in cultivating pets. It doesn't take too many people to train pets, and these guards are sent to stare at these workers who train pets. In this base, a young man wearing a white coat looked at the cute child in front of him and couldn't help but smile, but a gloom flashed in his eyes. In the key corner of the cultivation base, the guards were staring at him. The fox is cultivated in a training ground. This lovely child lives with a group of white foxes, his eyes are shining brightly, and he is as alert as a fox. The young man watched the child happily and flexibly hopping around in the facilities built for the children, following in the middle of a group of little white foxes. Suddenly, I heard a strange sound in my ears. Turning my head, 2 masked men and a young man broke in at some unknown time. Those guards, and those who were like him, all fell down. In the pool of blood, he was just an ordinary person. When he entered this scene, his legs were suddenly frightened, and he didn't dare to say a word. One of the leading men gave him a cold look, then turned to look at the children who were still playing not far away. The killings around him did not affect his own joy at all, but his eyes were a little curious. Seeing the man's gaze looking at the child, the young man's heart couldn't help but feel cold. He looked at the fallen corpses not far away, thinking that this man was going to kill the child, and he didn't know that something was pouring out of his body. A powerful force has overcome the fear in his heart. He rushed eagerly to the child over there and held him in his arms. He couldn't help but shed tears. Please don't hurt him, let him go. He is still a child. If you want to kill me. Right. The man shouted loudly. Titch walked towards the 2 of them slowly. The man held the child tightly in his arms and leaned back to Titch. Titch was holding a long knife in his hand, slowly approaching, remembering the crisp footsteps, and slowly after approaching, the man felt a sharp tingling sensation behind him. Titch held the knife, and the tip of the knife was pressed against the man's back in front of him. This man seemed to feel that this was the last moment of his life, with tears in his eyes constantly. He raised his head and looked at the pure eyes of the child in front of him, as if to carve it deeply in his mind. Tick did not do anything, but took back his long knife. He could feel that the man in front of him had his sincere feelings for the cultivated child, even if he gave his life. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com must protect him. Sincere. Mobius on the side of did not speak. He also felt the man's attitude towards the child, and there might be some hidden feelings in it. He was ready to die, but after a long time, the man behind him did not do anything. Instead, he took the knife away. At this moment from death to life, the man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Turned around, and looked towards Titch and the others, held the child tightly in their arms. "Let's talk, what's your relationship? What's the secret in this?" Seeing him not speaking, Titch asked directly. Seeing that Titch did not seem to be hostile, the man touched the head of the child in his arms, showed a warm smile, and began to tell a story. "My name is Clarence, I am a doctor, this child is my child, he was named Krell, and he was a clever boy. 9 years ago, Krell disappeared. He was only 2 years old. I was very anxious to find it. I searched it all over the city, but it seemed like it disappeared out of thin air. Even if I asked the guard to find it, I finally gave it to me. In the end, he was eaten by a beast." As he said, Clarence gritted his teeth and fell into the memory. "I'm not reconciled. I've heard this several times. Every year in this kingdom, more than a dozen children born less than 3 years disappear mysteriously, but the result is that they are eaten by beasts. Kingdom, this kind of thing is normal. There will always be people who are accidentally killed by beasts that are out of control. In a royal city with hundreds of thousands of people, only a dozen courts have no effect. Gradually everyone is accustomed to this conclusion. But I didn't believe it, and faintly noticed something was wrong, so I began to observe the actions of the nobles in secret. I saw it once with my own eyes when a guard took a baby." Chapter 45, Hero Kaido. I know that the child disappearance in the city has something to do with the nobles and the royal family. There was a ray of hope in Clarence's eyes. "Identity, my wife was very supportive of me, that was the first time she smiled after her son disappeared." Seemed to think of his wife, his face showed a smile. Titch and the others did not bother him, they quietly did not speak, and became a qualified listener. "I changed my identity, that is, my current identity, the identity of an animal trainer. By coincidence, I joined the project of the nobles. It was only when I realized that in order to satisfy their own desires, these nobles actually in conducting such an evil experiment, they have destroyed how many warm families, they are cultivating all kinds of pets, using those young children to cultivate, erasing humanity, and cultivating with those pets, cultivating them. Bestiality." As he said, Clarence became angry. "The more I contact, the more I feel the guilt of these nobles. Such things must be stopped and the people must be known. However, my child is still in their hands," he firmly said, but sighed again. Tone. As he said, he glanced at the child in his arms again. "Maybe God is helping me to meet Krell again. A female nobleman wants to cultivate a fox-like pet, and is entering this when I was on the base. I recognized Krell at first sight, but I didn't dare to recognize each other. Krell inherited my looks, and was very cute at a young age. Maybe that's why the female aristocracy fell in love with it." "Krell," Clarence said slowly, not only looking at Krell's cute face. Titch and Mobius were a bit speechless. "I suspect that you are complimenting yourself, but looking at Clarence's face, I have to admit that he is very handsome, kind of gentlemanly handsome, and has a scroll atmosphere." Titch could not help but touched his face, a little envious, but not jealous. "This is natural, there is no way." Titch worked hard, forged a strong body, changed the future ugly destiny, cannot be said to be very handsome. A face looks very heroic, full of masculinity, neat white teeth, with his long hair, it can only be said to be differently handsome. He will not admit that he looks inferior to others. In this way, I took care of him to grow, but I didn't dare to expose or recognize each other until now." Clarence said, looking at Titch and them, "You guys go quickly, I won't talk about it. The nobles are very fond of the people they cultivate, and if they find out, they will die miserably. For these strangers, he was very grateful that they did not kill himself, and let himself say what he wanted to say for many years. Come out, no hope, they fall into the hands of those nobles. This is the last base. Titch said. What? Clarence didn't understand. The other bases are the same as here. We have solved them, leaving only the pets and the cultivated ones. Mobius laughed behind Titch. And those nobles, those guards, just we have already killed them all. Master Kaido took a fancy to this country's animal training technology and invaded the kingdom of Kate. Now King Brady is also dead, killed by Master Kaido, and the royal family is basically dead. We are the men of Kaido, the great pirate. After thinking of something, he smiled. Now, Lord Kaido has conquered this country and is in a decisive battle with Kapu of the Navy. Really, really? Clarence was a little unbelievable. He didn't dare to imagine, Master Kaido. At this time, Kaido, who had not had any reflections before, kept a shining image in his heart. Rise high. Although Kaido is an intruder, in his eyes, he is undoubtedly a savior. If you don't believe it, you will know if you go out and look at it. Titch smiled. If this is the case, it is a misunderstanding. You can stop this war, and at the same time, you can tell everyone in this country the truth. The impact is great, and there are many people concerned. Clarence's eyes were soaked with tears, and the secrets and pressures that had been buried in his heart for many years. After hearing such exciting news, he released them all at once, holding the young Krell and kneeling on the ground. To Tick they bowed a deep bow. Thank you very much, thank you for saving this country, and also very grateful to Lord Kaido. I will definitely tell the truth to the residents of this country, for the thousands of people in this country over the years. Families who have lost children. The man Clarence cried bitterly, watching the growth of his child, how much he wanted to get acquainted with Krell, but he couldn't. Now, he can finally go home with Krell. Mobius on the side of clicked his eyes, wondering why Titch said that. In this case, Kaido would become a hero of this country. Aren't all these things they did for Kaido to make wedding dresses? But he knew that their identities could not be revealed. Think about an invading evil pirate who became a hero after killing the king of their kingdom. It is interesting to think about it. The next thing is left to you. There are some cultivated children in those nobles' bases. You can go and bring them out. We are leaving. Titch said, turning around and about to go. Leave? These two adults, won't you go with me? Clarence asked. Titch and Mobius looked at each other, and then Mobius said, we will be away for a long time. Clarence saw the two of them wearing masks, and seemed to understand something, and said firmly, you must be the secret servants of Master Kaido. It is not convenient to reveal your identities. Don't worry, I promise that I will not tell other people your identities. Yes. Clarence's brain made up Titch's identities all at once. It's over, this person has been crippled and lame. Daiki nodded and said coldly, you know it. Is there anything I need to help pass on to Master Kaido? Clarence asked, thinking that their identities are not easy to reveal, and he must be helped. Titch and Mobius are a little helpless. How can such a smart person become like this? But Tick also had something to say. He took out the 3 animal devil fruits from his arms and gave them to Clarence. Give these 3 devil fruits to Lord Kaido. All the nobles in the noble district are all taken by us. Kill, there is still wealth worth tens of billions of Baileys waiting for him to take, plus the kingdom's centuries-old heritage, adding up to hundreds of billions of Baileys, let him not forget. We will meet again in the future of. After finishing talking, Titch turned and left. Mobius followed Titch. Clarence looked at Titch's back and put the devil fruit in a cloth bag. He said in his heart, don't worry, I will definitely bring the words to you. Walking in the wilderness, Boss Titch, why did you do this? Isn't this an enemy? He was also given 3 devil fruits. Kaido is likely to become our opponent in the future. According to the previous words, Kaido will become the heroes of this country suddenly acquired the powerful heritage of this country, coupled with the country's centuries-old beast training technology. The next strength will rapidly expand and expand. Mobius looked at Titch, a little worried. I don't know why Titch did this. 3 ordinary devil fruits, I still look down on them. These nobles have been killed by us, and the prince is basically dead. It can be said that this country has died. In the future, there is no strong guardian of force. Pets, the island will attract countless greedy pirates. We solved the nobles, but brought them to another abyss. This is not what I hoped. Titch said slowly. This island will become Kaido's territory and even a base camp. With Kaido's power, the residents of this island will not have to worry about attacks by other pirates. However, the growth and expansion of Kaido's power will not be a hindrance to our future. Mobius asked. In his heart, Titch will meet Kaido sooner or later. What does this have to do? Titch asked with a smile. With Kaido's strength, as long as the powerful Cotters are subdued, the rise will be a matter of time. We are just bringing this fact forward. There is one thing I haven't told you. This attack of Kaido was planned by me. I used some means to bring Kaido to this country. Titch said, ignoring Mobius's wide-eyed eyes. Mobius was very shocked. Kaido's attack turned out to be Titch attracted. Using Kaido's hand to attract the main power of the kingdom, and the kingdom's attention, and then they solved these evil nobles. Unexpectedly, all this Titch had already planned. I can say that I have used Kaido. I can't compensate him a little. Titch smiled and looked into the distance, in the direction of the king's city. The vibrations continued to come from there, and the battle continued. Those treasures are even if you don't get it by Kaido, you will also fall into the hands of other people. It's better to be a good favor and give it to Kaido. It's not without gain. I also took some treasures, and don't think I don't know, you also secretly hid some. Titch smiled and glanced at Mobius. Mobius heard it, and couldn't help being red. It's going to be taken away anyway. I can't take some too much. I will ask for money when I go to sea later. Titch didn't care. I will definitely see you with Kaido in the future. Kaido must know our existence. How do you know that we will be hostile instead of cooperating? Titch laughed, excited, not knowing how to describe his feelings, and looked towards in the endless sky. I couldn't help opening my arms and stepping on a stone in front of me. The gears of destiny are changing. How interesting is this world? Thieves, ha 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 ha. The rapid rise of Kaido is destined. Kaido is not a fool, and will definitely take over this country. Kaido does not have a fixed site now. This country is like a natural base camp prepared for him. How could it refuse to run up? Mobius didn't understand Titch's words, but it did not hinder his admiration for Titch. Perfect planning, self-confidence from the inside out, and his heart could not help being infected by Titch's invisible charm. Such a man can make him follow willingly. Let's go, pack up your things and you can leave. I have stayed on this island long enough. With that, Titch walked towards the city and patted his waist. Chi leaned out of his coat, a little confused, as he just woke up, his hands turned into cat's claws, and he has been holding onto Tiki's body for such a long time without letting go. Titch smiled, and patted Pito on the head. Come out and stay with me from now on. No one will hurt you anymore. When Peter heard it, his eyes flashed brightly, and he jumped out of Titch's back, and then slowly stood up after learning the way Titch and the others were. Her body is very flexible and within a short period of time. You can stand, but your back is a little bent, because you haven't gotten used to it yet. In the city, the battle continues. As the live broadcast time gets longer, more and more people are paying attention to the battle, letting them know what the monster is like. Kaido has a strong physique and powerful self-healing ability. Compared with Kaido, Carp is a little embarrassed. After all, he is the main target of the Roger Pirates www.readaloud.com, but facing Roger C. the Siege of the Thieves did not show weakness at all, playing the style of a naval hero. There are big pits in the surrounding ruins, all of which were punched out and stepped on. Cracks appeared on the ground, but their fighting did not go too far. There are still many civilians on the island. Once they really do their best, the island will be torn apart for a few days and nights. The battle is very exciting, but after fighting for so long, these people are still a little visually tired. Many people can't capture their fighting movements, although the intensity of the battle can be imagined. At this time, someone noticed that a man was holding a child close to the battlefield in the distance. Who is that person? Are you looking for death? Dare to be so close to the battlefield? Morgans also noticed, but he didn't care. The man was holding a loudspeaker in his hand and shouted, "Please, don't fight anymore, don't hurt Master Kaido, he is our hero." Just a few words, like a thunderbolt, slammed into everyone's minds. They were all shocked. What did they hear? Kaido is a hero. Is not just the audience watching the live broadcast, the citizens of Kate's kingdom, and everyone present. The audience was quiet, and the battle stopped, whether it was Roger Pirates, Carp, or Kaido himself. The members of the Roger Pirates and Carp looked at the man with amazing words, and couldn't help but glance at Kaido with a strange look. Kaido, who was the party involved, was even more confused and stunned. As a great pirate, how could he suddenly become a hero? The people present were full of eyesight, seeing that Kaido didn't seem to know, and things seemed to become interesting. Now, the fighting is no longer fragrant, and everyone is waiting for the man's next words. Chapter 46, Hero Kaido. Quickly, come closer, turn the camera to the man, get closer to him. Morgans shouted, directing the reporter Bird. He had a hunch in his heart, this is another big news, even the headlines of tomorrow. I thought about it, the great pirate Kaido became a hero. The picture is approaching and gradually becomes clear. This is a very handsome man, wearing a white coat, holding a child in one hand, outside the royal city, a gathering place of civilians. All the residents are looking at the big screen. A very young woman who recognized the man at a glance, couldn't help covering her mouth in disbelief. Clarence! And Krell, the woman exclaimed. Not only did teardrops flow from her eyes, although Krell has grown a lot, but with such eyes and familiar hair color, she suddenly recognized it. Maria, what's the matter? A woman next to her asked. Seeing Maria's excitement, some of her neighbors were for her, and more were other residents of the city. That's Clarence. The young woman lost her voice. She was so excited. The husband who had left was looking for the lost child. Since then, there was no news. She waited for almost 10 years before giving up, thinking that he was dead. However, he didn't expect that at such a critical moment, he unexpectedly showed up and brought back their child, Krell. Clarence, isn't it your dead husband? Why are you still alive? The neighbors around were very surprised. They all knew something about Maria. Mary's husband Clarence died in an accident. They also attended his funeral. Many people remembered Clarence. Clarence was a well-known doctor in that area and had a mild temperament. At this time, she didn't intend to conceal the truth, she told the truth. In order to find the missing Krell, Clarence took off with suspended animation and changed his identity. I have been out of contact with him for 9 years. He was still alive and brought back the missing Krell. Maria's words have been heard by many people. Among them are those families who have lost their children. The disappearance of children in the city is very common, but now everyone feels that something is wrong. This is problematic. And Clarence also started his own speech, which is a story. He first told his own story, and then began to elaborate on the sins of the kingdom, more meticulously, the continuation of the nobles and high levels hidden in this kingdom. 100 years of criminal behavior, in this country known as the Pet Kingdom, has cultivated people into pets. Human pets are not slaves. Slaves are first of all, and human pets are not even humans. Stealing children who don't remember is like cultivating pets. Train children in the same way, train with those pets, play with pets, eat pet food, and finally cultivate pets that satisfy the desires of those nobles, but pets that look like humans, pets without humanity, and this is the nobles hidden in this kingdom. The truth about the crime in the middle school is also the truth about the child disappearance. Clarence said with tears. Everyone's hearts were full of shock. They did not expect that such a powerful country would hide such a sin that shocked the world. It was even more irritating than slaves. After all, slaves were only the power of the strong over the weak, and their sins were mainly reflected in the vast number of slaves. The trade market, and such pets, are already extinct things. Creel fell off his hand, fell to the ground, and then landed on all fours like a pet, looking around curiously. Clarence picked him up from the ground. This picture appeared in everyone's eyes. As you can see, Krell has been bred to become a fox. Until now, he can't even speak. There are many children like him in this kingdom. As he said, he turned his head and looked backwards. The reporter bird flew up and the camera looked at the back of the man. What kind of picture is this? Hundreds of children running around in this place, rolling on the ground like pets, playing on them. It seems you can watch it. To the marks of those pets, behind the cuteness, there are deep sins, blood and tears hidden. Then, Clarence looked at Kaido. Master Kaido, thank you for saving this country, destroying all the nobles and their minions in this kingdom, and freeing these children. Clarence said gratefully, you is the hero of this country. Kaido was even more puzzled. He just came to kill individuals, how could he become a hero of this country? He also killed all the nobles, liberated these children. He has been fighting here, and he has done nothing else. It's not just Kaido, even the people who watch the live broadcast are very confused. They have been watching Kaido fighting here, why don't they know? After thinking for a while, Kaido asked loudly, where did you know that I did it? This matter must be understood clearly, otherwise his heart is uneasy. Your subordinates told me. Clarence said, they cover their faces. I don't know what they look like. They won't reveal their identities. My man? Kaido thought to himself, beckoning to the members of the beast pirate group who looked at them not far away, and seeing the boss beckoning, they all ran over and came to Kaido. Boss, what's the order? A pirate-headed asked, are there any other people on this island? Kaido asked, no, it's all here. Kaido felt something was wrong. Where did you hear the news about the king's ability to control the devil fruit ability? It seems like a drunkard who accidentally spilled a bottle of wine on me, the most compensation, told me the news, but after we got the news, we couldn't find him. The Jerry who was splashed by Tiki thought for a while. Idiot! Kaido listened, and understood everything at this time. He was used by a gun and slapped the pirate named Jerry out. No wonder he felt so strange. King Brady didn't show the ability to control the animal demon fruit ability when he was fighting, and he always guarded against Brady's hand, which turned out to be fake. This is a live broadcast. Many people heard their words, but most people did not understand them. Some smart people also watched it out. Kaido was shot by someone who used false news to attract Kaido and trigger Kaido. The war with the Kate Kingdom secretly slaughtered all the nobles in this kingdom and gave the credit to Kaido who was used by them. The cause should be the criminal behavior that this country is now exposed to. However, Kaido is very angry now. Anyone who knows that he is being used is not in a good mood. What did my men say? Kaido gritted his teeth fiercely when he said the two words. Anyone could see that he was a little angry. Clarence didn't see it, and he was already very concerned about Kaido. Worshipped, just like watching the Savior. Well, can I talk about it here? Clarence was a little puzzled. It's okay, let's talk. Kaido folded his arms. Full of confidence in Clarence's eyes. Okay, they said that you have taken a fancy to the country's animal taming technology, which has a great effect on you. Clarence said, excitedly, as a hero who liberated this country from evil, I hope you to protect us. This country does not have enough strength to resist foreign enemies, Lord Kaido. Kaido's brows loosened. The beast taming technique is good, but his anger has not disappeared. This is the reward given to him by the person who took advantage of him, but it is obviously not enough. Is there any more? Yet. Clarence thought of it suddenly, almost forgot, went to the bag behind his back, opened it. There are 3 devil fruits they gave you, and the evil nobles and their minions in the noble district were all wiped out. There are still tens of billions of Bailey's worth of wealth, plus the century-old heritage of the kingdom, plus at least hundreds of billions of Baileys. Don't forget, Lord Kaido. He also said that in the future see you again. Kaido listened, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and all the anger in his heart was all at once. Without the slightest hesitation, he made a decision. Then my beast Kaido will announce again, this island will be, this is my site. I will put my pirate flag here. I will protect the safety of the island residents and will never allow anyone to invade this place. Kaido haha said with a smile, although it was calculated, but compared what he got was really nothing to be afraid of. He perfectly inherited all the heritage of a big country without any obstacles. Even the nobles of mortals were wiped out. And those who see the inside story are envious. They also imagine being used once like this. The huge wealth of Bailey worth hundreds of billions, so simply fell to Kaido's head. Hearing Kaido's words, Clarence shouted excitedly, Hero Kaido! Hero Kaido! The residents outside the king's city, the residents of the towns on the edge of the kingdom shouted, except for a few people, everyone thought Kaido was the hero who saved the kingdom, but knowing the truth, this kingdom can't help but toss and needs to be strong. Kaido is undoubtedly the best candidate to guard against his strength, and he has successfully demonstrated his powerful strength in previous battles. How scared they were before, then how much awe they have now. Unexpectedly, there was such a change. The great pirate Kaido became the hero Kaido. He easily got a site, enough money for development, so that everyone was amazed and envied. But the wealth is moving. Many people are eyeing such a huge wealth. Some pirates have already set off. Kaido still has many challenges to complete. However, what a few people care more about is the mysterious and powerful tick who plans all of this. Kaido is undoubtedly the best candidate for such a plan. With the false news, Kaido can believe that if it is someone else, it must be. It will not succeed. One thing is certain, Kaido is about to take off, and the beasts and pirates will rise quickly. Navy headquarters, I didn't expect such a change to happen. It's really good fortune and there are many hidden secrets in it. The staff officer he sighed. Does anyone who uses Kaido want to check? A person asked. No, it is difficult to find, there is no information, and there is no extra intelligence personnel to send out now. Let's put it here, and it will jump out later. He shook his head. Then Kate Kingdom, do we want to intervene? Someone took a fancy to those treasures. The 100 Beasts and Pirates group will definitely expand rapidly. If you want to curb it, you can also add military expenses. It's useless, Kaido has now won the hearts of this country. The navy will be an invader by then, and we will not have the power to deal with Kaido. Kong sighed. He was naturally very greedy for those treasures. There will be a lot of people looking at Kaido, let these pirates kill each other. Pet Island, Kate Kingdom, the ruins of the palace, ha 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 ha. Kaido laughed excitedly, enjoying cheers in the eyes of everyone. Do you still fight? Carp asked. Don't fight anymore, take a stroll on the island. Roger smiled. Now, they have no desire to fight, not even Kaido. Haha, Roger, be careful next time. Carp said with a smile, turned and left, saw his cloak thrown on the ground, picked it up from the ground, shaken off the dust on it, and hung it directly on his shoulders. Go up, and then leave in a cool manner. Cap, I won't let you go so easily next time. Without showing weakness, Roger inserted the knife back into the scabbard. Without the intent to fight, the members of the Roger pirate group followed Roger. Kaido watched their departure, but now he was not in the mood to fight. He immediately greeted his members and asked them to hurry to the pet island. He is not stupid. He knows that there are many people who are eyeing the wealth in his hands, and there are still many battles to be completed. Fortunately, Kaido's territory is not far from here, and he will be able to reach here soon. The West District. The aristocratic district. Bucky, what do you do with so many treasures? These are Kaido's treasures. If you are known, I will definitely teach you a lesson. 2 teenagers, one of them was red. Shanks said to Bucky. It's too much, what does it matter to take a little? You still take so many treasures, just like me. Bucky the clown said with a glance at Shanks. Both of them were carrying 2 large packages. They were originally watching the battle, but suddenly the battle stopped. He heard such a sinful thing. Then, as soon as he heard about tens of billions of treasure, Bucky excitedly carried the incense. X ran over. However, it's too scary here. There is blood everywhere and people are all dead. Who killed so many people in such a short period of time? Thinking about it, there is still some fear. Bucky said his body was shaking involuntarily. Stand up. Haha, it's okay, after all, that person is gone. Shanks saw Bucky so scared and patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. The sound of footsteps sounded, and the smile on Shanks's face quickly disappeared, and he looked forward warily. Suddenly 4 people walked in front of them, 3 men and 1 woman. The 2 in front were like them, carrying a large package of treasures www.readaloud.com and walking forward. Shanks and the man in the lead looked at each other. At a glance, the 2 parties passed by. Who are those people? Bucky asked, like us to steal treasures. I don't know, but I think I will meet again in the future. Shanks shook his head, but a talk appeared in his mind. Strangely, I always feel that I will meet again in the future. On the other side, Boss Titch, how do you feel that you care about the 2 brats just now? Mobius turned his head and looked at Titch and asked. They are the intern pirates of the Roger Pirates. Don't call them little ghosts. You are about the same age as them. In terms of strength, they are not worse than you. Titch said, smiled, and looked at Mobius glanced. Maybe they will all become big shots in the future. I didn't expect to be a member of the Roger Pirates, but I won't be worse than them in the future. Mobius smiled and believed himself. Haha, ambition is a good thing, so you have to work harder for it. Their foundation is much stronger than you. You are still only a half-hearted. Titch smiled and said to Mobius. After listening to Titch's words, Mobius's spirit arose in his heart. After all, he was still a teenager. What happened today is destined to cause a sensation all over the world. First, Kaido invaded the kingdom of Kate, and fought with the king in the palace. Then, the naval hero Carp and the Roger pirates appeared, the 3 sides fought, and then the call of Clarence the battle stopped in the middle of the world, and the evil behavior hidden among the nobles of the kingdom was exposed. Kaido finally became the biggest winner, became the hero of the kingdom, obtained a suitable large island as the foundation, and inherited the kingdom's century-old accumulation and all the nobles' heritage. A series of events will have a profound impact on the world, and even change the situation in the new world. Chapter 47, Tick and Number 039, S. Endorsement. The rain is pouring, the wind is roaring, the thunder snake is dancing wildly. Quick, hold on, don't be thrown out. Titch took the helm and shouted loudly. On the sea, waves of up to 3 meters were constantly hitting. This long ship, the 13-meter-long single-handed sailing ship, shook violently with the waves. Mobius hugged the simple way in the middle of the ship tightly. Voss tied himself to the iron pillar during Mobius' training with a rope, and hid in the corner of the only room that could keep out the rain. Everything seemed to have no effect on Pito. The shaking of the ship did not affect her balance. She has amazing adaptability. Now she is jumping around on the ship curiously, watching the raging sea, the thunder and lightning in the sky. These it is all new things to her, a new world. This weather! Mobius yelled angrily. It was so good a few days ago that the sky suddenly darkened, and violent storms followed, and it has lasted for more than 10 hours. His arms are a bit sore, but in order to cope with all this, he used the snake hand, entangled his hands and tied himself to the ship, but compared to Voss sitting there calmly, his body guided by the ship, one up and down, unable to control oneself. Seemed to have heard what he said, and a thunder thundered across the sky, boom. A huge rumble sounded in my ears. Titch was a little helpless. It was too painful to see Mobius like this. He pointed to a rope on the deck and said to Peter on the side, "Pit, tie him up." Peter knew Titch said. "Who is it?" "Okay." Nodded, jumped aside flexibly, and grabbed the rope on the deck that had been soaked in rain. Then quickly ran to Mobius, and tied Mobius to Monadid tightly with a rope, and tied Mobius to Monadid like Voss. In the end, she was very careful. "Tie a bow." "Hey! Pito, relax a little, I can't move it anymore." Mobius's profile was pressed tightly to the monolith. He wanted to look behind, but couldn't. At this time, Pito had already walked away. Titch looked at the waves ahead and seemed to calm down, but he did not relax. This was a prelude to the storm. "I saw that a big wave of up to 30 meters was approaching on the sea far away. Be careful, there is a big wave ahead, it seems we are going to deviate from this course." Titch took out the eternal pointer from his pocket and looked at it. Now it is a little off course. Faced with this big wave, Titch was not afraid. "Thief, ha ha ha. It's going to pass." Titch laughed, holding the rudder tightly with both hands. The huge wave ahead is getting closer and closer, covering the sky and covering the sun. In front of him, Pito held onto Titch tightly with both hands and seized the opportunity. Amidst Mobius's exclamation, Titch turned the rudder to the right, and the ship was quickly turning to the right. The boat was facing the huge waves horizontally, continuously climbing up the huge waves, and the hull was constantly tilting. Compared with the sea surface, it gradually approached 90 degrees and exceeded 90 degrees. "No way! The boat will capsize!" Mobius exclaimed. "The sky is spinning, he hasn't experienced such a scene yet." "Thief, ha ha ha! How can this happen? Have confidence in me." Tick laughed, his body suddenly appeared in the air, with moon steps on his feet, and his body rushed towards the keel on the right side of the boat with his arms. Standing on the keel, fighting against the huge waves and the forces of nature, the angle of the boat's inclination was restrained by Titch. Sandwiched between Titch and the huge waves, the huge force made the hull a little unsupportable, and it said crack, creak, but fortunately Titch had the foresight. The ship was reinforced with steel plates by Titch, so it was fine. The boat was continuously ascending and gradually climbed to the top of the huge wave. After passing, the inclination angle of the hull quickly recovered, and then tilted to the right. Titch and the others successfully passed the huge wave, and the sky was gradually darkened. After dispersing, the heavy rain gradually stopped, and in a blink of an eye, the sea became calm and calm. "Look, there is a small island in front." Mobius was holding a telescope and saw the shadow of a small island from a distance. He said excitedly, "I haven't seen land for 9 days. I'm so annoying." "Well, I think it's delicious," Petuo said, holding a small dried fish in his mouth and gnawing. Petuo likes to eat fish, like a cat. What makes Tiki relieved is that she doesn't like to eat mice, and she has never eaten them. After all, cultivating pet cats will not let them eat mice, which is too disgusting. When Titch asked, Peter was still a little curious and wanted to eat, but Titch stopped the terrible idea. As for speaking, Peter learned quickly, and Voss did the same. Now, in just a dozen days, he can speak simple words. The four of them have gone out to sea from Pet Island for more than 10 days. Because they have a lot of treasure, they secretly exchanged some money at the port of Pet Island, bought a 12-meter-long sailing boat, and bought some food. Daily necessities, training needs, go to sea. Tikai is not a navigator, but there is no problem with normal sailing. Just set the boat in the direction pointed by the eternal pointer. During the I passed through 2 small islands, but they didn't stop too much. After supplementing the supplies, I continued sailing. This voyage was beyond Tik's expectation. The path to the next target island was very long. During this time, there was a heavy rainstorm. The food prepared was soaked in rainwater and could not be eaten. Therefore, in these 5 days, Tich and the others have all spent their lives eating fish. Although the fish is delicious, they have been eating fish. Even the silent Voss is a bit unlovable, and there is always a fishy smell in the mouth. I am very happy to eat with Pedo. I took a look at the nautical chart. Because I had already deviated from the course, it would take 2 days to reach the target island. I didn't expect that an unknown island would be found during the period, and they could rest for a while, so Tich drove the boat towards go to the nameless island. The island is getting closer and closer. Tich takes the helm, turning his head to look at Mobius. Mobius, are you ready? Well, I'm ready. Mobius nodded and looked at Kojima, seeming a little nervous, a little expectant, and a little confident at the same time. When Peter and Voss listened, they seemed a little unclear. So, seeing they were a little confused, Mobius explained with a smile. This is an agreement between me and Tich's boss. When I decided to follow the boss agreed. He taught me the physical skill of snake hand and set a month for me to learn this trick. Within a month, and with all my strength, I can break a tree. Only in this way, the boss of Tich can be considered. Recognize me and let me continue to follow him. But, if I can't do it, then I will go back and forth, but I am confident that it will be possible. Mobius said, clenching his fists, and believing himself. As the January period continues to approach, Mobius' training continues to strengthen and become more and more severe. He only rests for 3 hours a day and spends the rest of the time training. He pushes himself like this, and constantly pushes himself. When he reached the limit and surpassed the limit, his progress was very fast, and his weight on his arm had reached a single 50 kilograms. The iron pillar used for training has been replaced by 2, and the current iron pillar has both sides. It was the mark of Mobius' smash, bumpy. Now that the month of January has come, and it is time to test his training results in this month, he will definitely go all out for himself. The ship gradually docked. Mobius has been on the sea for this period of time. He has no chance to test his own strength. He doesn't know how far he is now. He is in the noble area of the Pet Island. In the constant killing, he has experienced a transformation, and then his strength has improved every day, and his mastery of the snake hand has become more and more smooth. Stepping down from the boat, walking to the shore, which is the beach, and further forward, there is a dense forest. Tich randomly found a tree, pointed to it, and said to Mobius, "This is the tree. Take a look at the results of your training during this period." "Okay." Mobius nodded and walked to this ordinary tree, staring at the tree tightly. Taking a deep breath, Mobius shook his shoulders slightly. 3 arms, the main joints can be easily removed. Now he does not need to remove his joints with his hands. His joints are very loose, and his flexibility is excellent. Now his arms can be twisted at will. Mobius' legs spread and knees bend. This action, similar to a Zama step, shows that he is ready. He has to use his full strength, the most powerful move, and extend his arms behind him. Snake hand, double-headed poisonous dragon bite. Mobius took 2 steps forward. At this moment, he remembered what Tich had said when he handed him the snake hand. The hand is not sharp, it is the flesh, and the snake hand needs absolute speed. With power. Speed, speed. Mobius murmured in his heart. The eyes were shining brightly. The arm leaning against the back slammed forward and threw it towards the tree, exploding with extremely fast speed and strength, and a blast in the air could be heard in the ear, which made Tick's eyes bright. With both arms slammed towards the tree like a snake, slammed fiercely on both sides of the tree body, boom! I saw the two sides of the tree, where Mobius attacked, cracked directly, caw-caw. The voice came, but it was not over yet. The snake hand entangled the tree at once, and Mobius used his full strength, wrapping his arms like a snake, like crushing the body of a prey, like bones. Crack! The tree broke. Mobius panted and his face was flushed. The tree broke directly under Mobius's move, lost its support, the ground trembled, and the tree fell to the ground. It's done, it's done. A happy smile appeared on Mobius's face. Titch smiled. Mobius, yes, with your current physique, you can continue to learn other physical skills. He didn't expect Mobius to complete it. At first, he just said casually. However, Mobius' progress has always been in his eyes. In just 1 month, he has grown from an ordinary person to the present level. Really?